Chapter 211. Perhaps I gotten some clues. This monster can control zombies, and the black-robed figure previously mentioned that the zombie python is his pet. So, all of this is controlled by the evil, advanced civilization behind the zombie outbreak. So, the half-human, half-zombie creatures are also their creations, but I don't know how they became entangled with the central army. Ling Yi muttered to himself. This is not good news. If outside forces have been planted among humans, they could be ripped off without even knowing it. The central army must be hiding some secret. I guess I need to be more vigilant from now on. Advanced civilizations need high-level zombies as carriers to cultivate high-level crystal cores for their energy generation machines. And these black-robed figures seek out those high-level zombies, protecting and nurturing them. They can be said to be like zombie breeders. Ling Yi pondered his unexpected discovery and ignored the city center and the other zombies. By the time he returned to his temporary base, the women had already emerged from the dungeon. So what did you get? Ling Yi smiled as he pushed the door open and entered. Honey, the place you took us to was so real. Those monsters look just like the real thing. Xiao Mobing said excitedly. I fought a giant monster and got a piece of my arm bitten off. I was terrified at the time, but thankfully, everything's back to normal after I got out. Xian Yuan Yushua said, stroking her arm. This immersive space is incredible. Mu Xia said from the side. Brother-in-law, look at this skill I got. It can eliminate the zombie virus. Xiao Moyang said excitedly. Each woman happily displayed their newly acquired skills or weapons in front of Ling Yi, appearing incredibly excited. It seems everyone has benefited greatly, but I don't think now is the time to discuss these matters, Ling Yi said with a faint smile. Ah? Then what should we discuss? Xiao Moyang asked, frowning. The other women also looked at Ling Yi in confusion. Could there be something more important to discuss? I think we need to discuss our sexual needs. Ling Yi grinned. I be waiting in the room. Mu Xia heard this, and quickly stood up and ran out. I be waiting in the room too. Xian Yuan Yushua also took off running. Me too. Me too. Each woman left the room with incredible speed. Just kidding, if they really slept together, they wouldn't know how to face each other. In the end, only 2 women remained huddled in bed, looking at Ling Yi with anticipation and smiles. Ah! You 2 sisters still please me. Ling Yi shook his head, moving forward to embrace Xiao Mobing and Xiao Moyang. Nestled in Ling Yi's arms, Xiao Mobing and Xiao Moyang could feel each other's warmth and love. After a period of mist and rain, the sisters fell into a contented sleep, and Ling Yi left the room with a reluctant look on his face. Oh! You didn't even lock the door, he. Ling Yi dodged and slipped into Mu Xia's room. Mu Xia wasn't asleep at the moment, but sat on the bed, practicing her supernatural powers. Sisters aren't enough to satisfy you, and now you're touching me. Mu Xia glanced at Ling Yi and teased. You, woman, have corrected many of your faults, but your mouth is still not very appealing. Ling Yi reclined on the bed, watching Mu Xia, who was concentrating on her training. There are so many women out there. I'm not the only one I need. Just find someone you like. Mu Xia said without turning back. She had barely finished her words when she felt Ling Yi's hand covering the peak, causing the energy in her hand to dissipate. Ling Yi rested his head on Mu Xia's shoulder, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Look, you learn to be jealous now. Not bad, not bad. I'm not. Mu Xia's words were barely out of her mouth when Ling Yi completely sealed her delicate lips, and she gradually lost herself in his embrace. After a long moment, Mu Xia panted softly and repeatedly pushed Ling Yi away with her hands. Don't. I can't take it anymore. Go find the next one. How about another? Ling Yi snuggled hard into Mu Xia's arms. No. You have to treat everyone equally. There are other women too. Don't neglect them. Mu Xia vehemently rejected Ling Yi's next attack. Ah. It would be so nice to sleep under the same bed, but you insist on making me go from room to room. It's so tiring. Ling Yi reluctantly stood up and left Mu Xia's embrace. Who told you to be such a playboy? Go to the next one and don't disturb my sleep. Mu Xia ordered him to leave. Watching Ling Yi stagger out of the room wrapped in a towel, Mu Xia muttered angrily, I don't know how I'm going to feed him. He's like a starving wolf. That night, Ling Yi truly treated all 10 women equally, favoring them. He waited until the sun was high in the sky before slowly leaving the RV. Aside from the few women who hadn't gotten up yet, the other women gathered together, looking at Ling Yi's back with gloomy faces. He's absolutely insane. He's been patronized by all the sisters, and yet he's still acting like nothing happened. Xia Mobing stroked her face with both hands, a look of disbelief on her face. He's a fighter among men, strong and insane, Musia said with a smile. If this were really the ancient times, I feel like the 3 harems, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines wouldn't be enough for him to torment. Xianyuan Yushua pouted. Having a powerful man like my brother-in-law is a blessing or a curse for us. Lucky to have his favor, sad to not have his undivided attention. I wonder how many more sisters will join us in the future. Xia Maoyang said quietly, leaning on the windowsill. As long as he has me in his heart, I'm willing to do anything for him. If I missed out on such an outstanding man, I regret it for the rest of my life. Lu Zi said with certainty. Z, did your husband assign you something? I've been seeing you a lot lately, running to the logistics department with Lu Yun, Si Shui, and Su Ruoling. You also been making frequent trips to the survivor team. Xia Mobing narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Lu Zi. Nothing much. The captain asked me to form a secret operations team. Lu Zi answered evasively. Secret operations team? My husband's partial, assigning this mission to you. Xia Mobing looked displeased. It's not that the captain's partial, but he thinks none of you are suitable, because our mission is to kill. Lu Zi said calmly, then turned and left. The other women exchanged glances, each in shock. They hadn't expected Lu Zi to receive such a mission. Chapter 212. Xia Maoyang plopped down on the sofa, muttering, Lu Zi, Lu Yun, Si Shui, and Su Ruoling, my husband has assigned them tasks. Xianyuan Yushua is also managing the handover with the logistics department and the points exchange. No, I need to ask my husband for a task too, otherwise I'd just be a figurehead. I'm planning to form a combat team, an all-female one. Are you interested? Wow. Sister, I join you. I bring Shiyun and Xia Jixin to help you, Xia Maoyang said excitedly. Xia Mobing smiled and said, okay. I assign you all a role. Xia, do you want to join? No, I want to improve my skills. If you need any help, just give me a call. Musia shook her head, declining Xia Mobing's invitation. Musia sighed inwardly, although we're sisters, we still have to work independently. Schwer and I can be considered a small group, after all, having grown up together. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly talented with the accounting department, so I can't help Schwer. But forget about joining Xia Mobing. She's always considered herself the most important member of Ling Yi's harem, so I better not bore her. Then I just have to work hard on my own, striving to improve my skills. As I grow stronger, opportunities to be with Ling Yi will naturally increase. Leaving aside the women's individual thoughts, let's talk about Ling Yi arriving at the Blood Demon's base, where Ying was rigorously training them. Looking at the howling Blood Demon members, Ling Yi smiled subtly. They had no idea that Ying was actually him, and that these training plans were his own requirements, which he then let Ying implement. Master, should we send the Blood Demons out now? Ying asked, stepping forward. No amount of training is as effective as a single battle. The threat in the central area has been eliminated, and with you leading the charge, the other minor issues are nothing to worry about. It's time to expand the Blood Demons organization. There are some new enhancers in the logistics department, and they're promising. We should recruit them if necessary, Ling Yi said calmly. Ying nodded. The Blood Demons organization truly needed continuous expansion and growth. Only by constantly infusing them with new blood could they better meet future challenges. Okay, Master. I arrange this immediately and recruit as many promising students as possible, Ying said, his tone firm and confident. One more thing, absolute loyalty. I don't want to be surrounded by enemies again, Ling Yi said, his eyes narrowed. I promise it won't happen again. If necessary, I use special means, such as soul sacrifice. Ying's voice was filled with ice. Soul sacrifice is an ancient ritual used to pray for favors from gods, or demons, or to resolve problems. In this ritual, the sacrificer offers their soul to a god or demon in exchange for their help or promise. Soul sacrifice. Isn't that a bit cruel? Ling Yi asked, frowning. My master, after your rebirth, you seem to have become too kind. Blood Demon Lord. You will show no mercy to your humble subjects. Under the blood-red banner, your will is the reason they dedicate their lives. Ying's tone was filled with pride. Ling Yi listened to Ying's words and smiled helplessly. Then he said, I understand your meaning, but simply conquering and controlling won't get us what we want. When we were at our peak, they could only crawl at our feet, trembling in fear. But when we were surrounded by enemies, they dared to bar their teeth at us, eager to tear us into pieces. Ling Yi looked at Ying deeply. Although Ying was his clone, His personality and thoughts had already developed their own independent behavior. Ying's motivation was to serve his own interests, but he didn't truly understand his thinking. Or perhaps, he was still leaning towards the style of his past life. Ling Yi sighed softly and said, "Ying, we can't continue with the ways of our past lives. Maintaining rules solely through fear and force is not a permanent solution. We need more wisdom and strategy, as well as understanding and respect for our subordinates. Only by making them willingly fight for us can we unleash our greatest strength." "You mean we need to use more subtle means to control their minds?" Ying asked. "More than that, we need to establish a symbiotic relationship. Only if we can meet their needs and make them feel our value and significance will they put aside everything and truly support us," Ling Yi explained. Ying silently pondered Ling Yi's words, beginning to understand his intentions. Control and conquest are only temporary solutions. Building true trust and partnership is the long-term solution. "Master, I understand. I will strive to understand their needs and find appropriate ways to meet them. I will establish a more stable and lasting rule based on wisdom and respect," Ying said solemnly. Ling Yi nodded, very satisfied with Ying's answer. After his previous life's failures, he deeply understood that only through true cooperation and trust could a strong and stable ruling system be established. But for those who dare to resist and double deal, we must plant the bloody flag deep in their hearts. Going forward, the necessary means will vary from person to person. Peace and bloodshed can sometimes coexist, Ling Yi added. Ying was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Master, I understand your meaning. When facing hostile forces and traitors, we must use thundering force to curb them, and take necessary measures to safeguard our interests and rule. Well, from now on, we must gradually change our thinking. We must not continue down the old path, otherwise, we will still face destruction," Ling Yi said quietly, then instructed Ying. "Go, lead the blood demons, and clear the central area." Ying agreed, then turned and shouted to the blood demons, "You bastards, pack your equipment as quickly as possible and follow me." Ling Yi was stunned by this, then shook his head and walked away. Since Ying was being made the leader, let him do the work. The blood demons needed expansion, and relying solely on the students in the logistics department wouldn't be enough. In such brutal fighting, casualties were inevitable. Without sufficient reserves, the loss of blood demon members would also lead to a decline in combat effectiveness. So Ling Yi needed a stable logistics department, one he could generously provide with various resources. As long as they served the blood demons in logistics, the points they earned would surely allow them to rapidly improve their strength, far surpassing other enhancers. Chapter 213. "Shaoli, go tell Ling Yi to come over," Xian Yuan Mingchen ordered. Shaoli glanced at the woman inside, responded, and turned to walk outside. As he left the house, he bumped into someone head-on. Shaoli cursed, "You're walking with your eyes closed. It hurts so much." He rubbed his head vigorously, and after a while he looked up, just in time to see the mirror-smooth armor. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly glanced at the other person's face. "Ah! Ling. Captain Ling, what a coincidence. The commander was just asking me to find you." Xiao Li's forehead was covered in sweat. He kept praying, "I hope he didn't hear me. I hope he didn't hear me. I really didn't mean to scold him." "Oh! Then I go right in." Ling Yi, unperturbed by this little thing, walked straight into the house. Xiao Li wiped a cold sweat from his face as he said, "Please, please. The commander said you don't need permission to come in, just go in." Ling Yi entered the room and pushed open Xian Yuan Mingchen's door, just in time to see him chatting with a beautiful woman. "Oh, I guess I came at the wrong time," Ling Yi teased. Xian Yuan Mingchen turned to look at the door, quickly stood up, and said with a smile, "When did you get so fast? I asked Shaoli to call you, and it took less than a minute. I just happened to need you." "What a coincidence," Ling Yi said, waving his hand. "Come on, let me introduce you. This is Mu Ranqing, the leader of a local survivor camp. Miss Mu, this is the Ling Yi I was talking to you about, our de facto leader," Xian Yuan Mingchen introduced with a smile. Ling Yi turned to look at the woman who had stood up. She had delicate features and a tall figure. She wore a brown top with a black skirt, a sophisticated and fashionable color. Black is classic and slimming, and the plunging V-neck design perfectly embodied her confidence and sexiness. Her waist-length hair, paired with high-heeled sandals, was truly stunning. Her inner and outer beauty immediately captivated Ling Yi. When Mu Ranqing first saw Ling Yi, she felt as if she had traveled through time. Clad in full steel armor, she looked like an ancient general. She was also surprised by his age. She had assumed this team was led by Xian Yuan Mingchen. After all, he looked more mature and steady. But she hadn't expected it to be someone else, the young man standing before her. Watching Ling Yi's eyes, which kept scanning her, Mu Ranqing's brows furrowed slightly. She hated being stared at by men. Xianyuan Mingchen keenly noticed this and quickly stepped forward, patting Ling Yi on the shoulder and whispering, "Can you please stop looking so lecherous?" Do I?" Ling Yi asked calmly, his eyes still fixed on Mu Ranqing. "Captain Ling, my name is Mu Ranqing. Nice to meet you." Mu Ranqing, seeking to break the tension, stepped forward and offered a handshake. Unexpectedly, Ling Yi ignored the gesture and, instead, walked over to Xianyuan Mingchen's seat, took a seat, then pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a flame from his fingertips. Mu Ranqing's outstretched hand stiffened, and she awkwardly withdrew it, returning to her seat with a look of embarrassment on her face. What kind of person is this? Is having firepower so impressive? I'm only light-powered. What's so pretentious about that? Xianyuan Mingchen's mouth twitched upon seeing this. He hadn't expected Ling Yi to treat Mu Ranqing so unfriendly. What's your business? Ling Yi asked calmly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Mu Ranqing suppressed her frustration, calmed down, and said, "Captain Ling, I'm here to learn about your situation." Learn about your situation? Don't you have another faction? Why haven't they come forward? Ling Yi asked, staring at Mu Ranqing. Mu Ranqing was stunned by this. She hadn't expected Ling Yi to know about the existence of two factions in the city. She took a deep breath and said, "Captain Ling is truly amazing. He's already got such a thorough understanding of the situation right after arriving. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get to the point," Ling Yi said impatiently. Mu Ranqing gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, "This boss is so despicable. He doesn't even take me seriously." Xianyuan Mingchen was speechless and could only laugh off the sidelines. "Ling Yi. Miss Mu is a guest from afar. Please mind your manners." Mu Ranqing nodded gratefully to Xianyuan Mingchen and continued, "There is indeed another force in the city, but it has nothing to do with us. As for my proactive visit to you this time, is it to find out whether you are friend or foe, and what is your purpose? It seems Miss Mu is very confident in her own abilities, otherwise she wouldn't have come here alone." Ling Yi chuckled. Mu Ranqing suppressed her frustration and said slowly, "I've spoken with Commander Xianyuan before, and I know you're not one of those ruthless villains. I hope Captain Ling won't treat me this way. Alright. I won't waste any time on you. I have no interest in this place. I'm just passing through. Xiao will be leaving in a few days. You don't need to worry about me becoming a third force." Ling Yi's tone was icy. "Will Captain Ling be gathering supplies in the city? Also, were the zombies here eliminated by your side?" Mu Ranqing asked. "If I'm not gathering supplies, why would I stay here? I have thousands of men waiting for food and drink," Ling Yi said. Mu Ranqing couldn't help but feel wary. If he were to gather supplies, it would be difficult to be sure when the enemy would leave. "Since we're here today, I have a warning for you. I hope you won't enter the central area or the northern part of the city," Mu Ranqing said. Ling Yi smiled slightly and asked, "Oh, what's the significance of these two areas?" "The central area has very powerful monsters that you can't afford to provoke. As for the northern area, it's controlled by a man named Fang Tuo. It's best not to clash with them," Mu Ranqing explained briefly. Ling Yi's lips curled into a smile as he eyed Mu Ranqing curiously. Mu Ranqing blushed slightly under Ling Yi's gaze, cursing inwardly, "This bastard, doesn't he know this is rude? Mingchen, I came to you to say hello. My logistics department needs some recruits, and I like to choose from your team. Any objections?" Ling Yi suddenly turned and asked. Xianyuan Mingchen was stunned. He was chatting with Mu Ranqing, so why was he suddenly asked about him? But he nodded and said, "Anyone. The stronger your team, the safer we be." Chapter 214. Mu Ranqing was completely bewildered. She was just chatting with me, so why had she suddenly been left out? "Oh, right. Have the team prepare, gather supplies, and advance towards the central area. The resources there are much richer," Ling Yi added. "Okay, I'll let them know shortly." Xianyuan Mingchen responded without hesitation. "No. Absolutely not. You die if you go to the central area. The monsters there are no way you can handle them," Mu Ranqing shouted excitedly, standing up. Ling Yi slowly stood up and walked out of the house, saying disdainfully, "The monster you're talking about is that 7th level reptile, right? Sorry, I accidentally killed it last night. Mingchen, I have Mingchen hand over the recruitment to you. Shueisha has already set off, so you should hurry up as well. Have Chusun continue to lead his men to clean up the bodies. The pay remains the same." With that, Ling Yi leapt on his own. Mu Ranqing was completely stunned by Ling Yi's words. Her mind was in a state of confusion, and she had long forgotten Ling Yi's attitude. Only those light words echoed in her mind. I accidentally killed the monster you were talking about. Miss Mu, Miss Mu. Mu Ranqing was awakened by Xian Yuan Mingchen's shout. She asked in disbelief. He just said the monster in the central area is dead? Did I hear it wrong? Xian Yuan Mingchen smiled. Since the guy said it's dead, then it must be dead. There's nothing surprising about that. Mu Ranqing swallowed involuntarily, her eyes widening. She continued, he was the one who cleared the zombies in this area yesterday evening. Did he also start the battle in the central area last night? To be precise, this area wasn't cleared by him personally, but by his men, who lost over a dozen men in the process. Miss Mu, Ling Yi is usually quite affable, but today's sarcastic attitude is probably related to yesterday's casualties. Please forgive me. Xian Yuan Mingchen explained to Ling Yi. Mu Ranqing was stunned again, muttering, with only a dozen casualties, they cleared this area completely. Tens of thousands of zombies, and powerful mutants too. This is simply unbelievable. How many men does he have? Tens of thousands, and equipped with a large number of firearms? Hee hee. Not that exaggerated. Only over 200 people participated in the battle yesterday. Xian Yuan Mingchen reminded her. What? Only over 200. Mu Ranqing nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Mu Ranqing was filled with disbelief, secretly thankful that she had come at the right time today. The amount of information she had gained was truly overwhelming, making her feel like she was in a dream. Well, Miss Mu, I still have to arrange the team's next move, so I won't keep you any longer. We invite you over after we take the central area. Xian Yuan Mingchen began to order them to leave. After all, Ling Yi's order had already been given, and they couldn't delay any longer. Do you believe him? The monsters in the central area are dead? Mu Ranqing asked again, incredulous. Xian Yuan Mingchen smiled confidently. If that guy said they're dead, then they must be dead. Can I take the team with you to the central area? We have someone to look after us if anything happens. Mu Ranqing suggested. She wanted to see the situation with her own eyes. If all this was true, it would be a great thing. Well, okay, then hurry up and make your arrangements. We be leaving soon. Xian Yuan Mingchen hesitated, then finally agreed. After all, the other party came with good intentions. Thank you, Commander Xian Yuan. I return with my team and reunite with you. Mu Ranqing thanked him and hurried off. The entire journey was a turmoil in Mu Ranqing's mind. The news she had just received was simply too much for her to digest. If the other party wasn't exaggerating, then their strength was truly formidable. Although it was only a brief encounter, and Ling Yi's attitude wasn't particularly friendly, at least he wasn't too hostile. After hurriedly returning to the base, she immediately began mobilizing everyone for deployment, leaving everyone bewildered. Sister Qing, what's going on? Why are you so anxious? A woman asked. I take you to reunite with the survivors from outside, and then we head towards the central area together. Mu Ranqing replied. The scene suddenly fell silent, everyone staring at Mu Ranqing as if she were mad. Sister Qing, you don't have a fever, do you? You're actually taking us to the central area? That's a death zone. A woman shouted. Mu Ranqing's expression was somewhat serious, and she replied firmly, Of course, I understand the risks, but we can't give up hope. The news we received today is absolutely unimaginable and hard to believe. But if it's all true, it's a huge opportunity, a chance to get out of this damn place. Mu Ranqing quickly recounted what she had heard, looking at the confused crowd around her. She asked, That's what happened. Anyway, I decided to go and see what's really going on. As for your decision, I have no right to interfere, but I must warn you. Staying here isn't the best option. Not to mention the zombies, just think about Fang Tuo and his gang. If they fall into their hands, what do you think will become of them? We're taking a gamble now, but if it works out, we can follow a powerful force to a safer, more livable place. After hearing this, the women fell silent for a moment. Each had a conflicted expression, as if pondering their next move. One woman frowned and asked softly, Sister Qing, are you sure you want to go to the central area? That's where the zombies are rampant, and we might never return. Mu Ranqing smiled slightly and replied firmly, Yes, I know it's dangerous and risky, but I trust my instincts. If we miss this opportunity, we just have to wait for death here. Besides, if we don't even have the courage to go, how can we show them our resolve? The other women nodded silently, agreeing with Mu Ranqing's statement. Though they still felt a little worried, they also understood that the most important thing now was to unite and make a common choice. So, everyone decided to follow Mu Ranqing to the central area. After all, it was under her leadership that they had been able to survive so safely until now, and their trust in her was genuine. Chapter 215. Atop a high-rise building in the North District, Fang Tuo surveyed the city skyline with a shaky gaze. After a moment, he said grimly, "You said that Mu Ranqing and her men went to the outskirts?" "Yes, boss. I followed them all the way, and confirmed they reunited with the newcomers," a man replied. "The duck that was right in front of us actually ran into someone else's bowl." "Damn it!" Fang Tuo slammed his palm against the railing, causing it to dent. "Boss, we can't just let it go like this. After all, there were hundreds of women, all of them gorgeous and beautiful." "What a shame," a sleazy-looking man said. "Yeah, they all graduated from some art academy, models, celebrities, and even a few B-tier stars," another man echoed. "Fuck you idiots. I led you on a massive attack earlier, only to be beaten to a pulp by a bunch of women. If I hadn't cared about you, I would have taken down Mu Ranqing long ago. This woman is an A-list star. She's starred in several movies. Just thinking about it makes me furious. I offered her olive branches time and time again, but she hasn't taken any umbrage. And now she's offering herself up," Fang Tuo said with a fierce glare. "Did you see how many men they have?" Fang Tuo asked after a pause. "Several thousand, probably. The leader seems to be an officer. I saw the patrolmen were carrying guns. They might be military," the scout replied. "Guns? And military men? This is going to be a tough sell. You wimps can't even handle a woman. If you fight the military, you end up being a bunch of losers." Fang Tuo frowned, sensing a tricky situation. "Oh boss, I noticed they seemed to be heading for the central area. When I came back, the team was already moving towards the center," the scout suddenly said. "Are you sure you saw it correctly?" Fang Tuo asked again. "What I saw was absolutely correct. There's no way I could be wrong," the man replied confidently. Fang Tuo rubbed his chin, pacing back and forth, muttering, "That shouldn't be possible. Didn't that bitch Mu Ranqing tell them the truth? That the central area is open to anyone? Aren't they too idle to live long enough?" Fang Tuo was truly baffled. After a long pause, he clapped his hands. "If they're really heading for the central area, that'd be easy. We try to catch the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. Give the order, have everyone prepared to move out. We quietly lurk behind them, and after the exchange of fire in front, we strike them in the ass." "Brilliant, boss. Awesome, boss. I look forward to cuddling you tonight and warming my bed." "Brave, boss. Stop yelling. Get ready." "Haha." Hearing his men's compliments, Fang Tuo couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Boss, this isn't a good move. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune is ungentlemanly," Huang Faqing said softly. Fang Tuo frowned slightly upon hearing this. He turned to look at the yellow-haired young man, and after a moment, he spoke. "Jiang Shumling, do you think we are gentlemen? Let's not dwell on these flowery things. What time is it now? It's the end of the world. Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. To use the words of the opera, this is an era when heroes rise up. Indecision will not accomplish anything great." But Jiang Shumling was interrupted by Fang Tuo before he could finish his words. "No problem. Hurry down and get ready. I'm having a celebration banquet tonight, enjoying the flowers, the moon, and the beauties. Boss, you're such a literary talent." "Hello, boss." The subordinates below began to compliment him again. Jiang Shumling could only shake his head helplessly, sigh, and quietly leave the scene. "Humph. You idiot. I think you've been fooled by reading, and you're trying to trick a gentleman. If I were a gentleman, you'd be dead by now. If it weren't for your superpowers, I wouldn't bother with you." Fang Tuo spat a mouthful of thick phlegm and cursed. The Blood Demon members, led by Ying, advanced rapidly towards the city center, killing beasts and corpses along the way, charging forward without stopping. They passed through abandoned streets, lining them with dilapidated buildings and strewn with debris and rubble. The Blood Demon members carefully protected each other, maintaining constant vigilance. Whenever zombies burst from the abandoned buildings, they would wield weapons, roaring and roaring, their eyes filled with ferocity and bloodlust, even more terrifying than the zombies themselves. The Blood Demons were quick to react, using their agility to dodge the zombies' attacks while simultaneously piercing their own weapons through their heads. The battle was incredibly fierce, with the Blood Demons dodging and counterattacking, leaving the zombies no chance. Alternating between weapons and supernatural powers, the battle was incredibly swift, dispatching one wave and then leaping onto the next, never pausing for even a minute. Oh my god! I'm exhausted. The blood demons have a new leader, and they're all so ruthless, like wild beasts. A logistics student complained as he dug for crystal cores. Stop complaining. If you don't dare go up and kill the zombies yourself, just pray that these bosses kill more, so we can earn more points, another student said. 1 second level crystal core triples your points. A steal. A student shouted from a distance. Hurry up, everyone. I'm telling you, the blood demon and the logistics department are expanding. We select some of the survivors with potential to join our team, and the blood demons will be selecting you. Now collect more supplies to exchange for points, and quickly exchange them for power-up items. Who knows, you might be a member of the blood demon tomorrow. Mingchen shouted. Oh my god! There's such a good thing. What a blessing. The last time I took the blood demon exam, I randomly picked a member to fight, and was instantly killed. Now the exam standards have been relaxed. Doesn't that mean I have a chance to make it to the front line? I wish I had more hands. Why are you so slow collecting supplies? Dude, I saw that first. Don't try to steal it from me. As Mingchen spread the news, everyone was filled with motivation. The blood demon has great benefits, strong strength, and they're dedicated to killing, not burying. Anyone who doesn't want to join is a fool. Even many girls couldn't help but speed up their movements. The benefits of blood demon members are simply too good, and their strength improves so rapidly. I have some good news for the girls. Joining blood demon is indeed a bit difficult for you. But our sister-in-law Xia Mobing is planning to form an all-female combat team. If you think you're good enough, you can sign up. The benefits are pretty good too. Mingchen once again threw out some exciting news for the girls. Chapter 216. Under Mingchen's spur, not to mention the frenzy fighting of the blood demon members, even the men and women in the logistics department seemed to be on steroids. In the past, they had to consider their image and cleanliness, but now all that was gone. They only cared about the supplies from the zombies. Supplies for points, points for potions, potions for the future, this was the current theme. Everyone in the logistics department began their harvesting operation. Using the experience they had accumulated during this period, they quickly searched the zombies for parts that could be exchanged for points. The previous cautiousness was gone, all they had was to disembowel them, as quickly as possible, fearing that others would collect more than they did. Can someone tell me what materials are required for the 3rd level? I seen them and forgotten everything. You're so lucky. You picked up a 3rd level item, guaranteed 100 points. Teeth, crystal cores, and mutant bone marrow are all available. Thanks, bro. I treat you to a stamina potion later. Damn. You got a 3rd level item for free, and all you get is a stamina potion. You're such a thief. The scene was filled with chaotic discussions, and the sound of sharp weapons slicing through rotting flesh. It was terrifying and intimidating, but everyone in the logistics department seemed to be enjoying it. Boss, those guys up front are crazy. They torn every corpse to pieces today. People who've been gnawed by zombies haven't suffered this much. A middle-aged man said. Stop talking nonsense. Just collect and burn the bodies, and then take the food as payment. Even if it's just piles of scraps, we clean them up. Mingchen looked at the bloody street, his mouth twitching. Captain Xianyuan, should we go ahead and help? I have dozens of enhancers under my command. Mu Ranqing followed Xianyuan Mingchen, occasionally standing on tiptoe to peer ahead, but unfortunately she could see nothing. Miss Mu, don't be so nervous. See that kid? He never fights a battle he's not sure of. Seeing how relaxed he is, we know everything's normal up ahead. Xianyuan Mingchen pointed at Ling Yi in the RV and said with a smile. Mu Ranqing looked in the direction of his finger, and was furious. She saw Ling Yi lounging leisurely in a chair, a cigarette in one hand, and a glass of wine in the other, as if he were on vacation. How could he be like this? His men are fighting hard, but he's enjoying himself. Mu Ranqing said angrily. That's because you don't understand him. His team has a clear system, and everyone has a clear division of labor. The people under him are just hoping Ling Yi won't do anything himself, or they have nothing to do. Xianyuan Mingchen explained. Mu Ranqing asked in confusion, why is that? Because that kid's goal is to train his men and quickly improve their strength. As for why he didn't take action, it's because he's truly strong. So strong you can't even imagine. Although I haven't seen the powerful monster you're talking about, since Ling Yi said he destroyed it, it means he deliberately left the other zombies behind, so that they could serve as training for his men. Otherwise, he could have wiped out every zombie in the city with just one strike last night. Xianyuan Mingchen's words were filled with trust and admiration for Ling Yi, but they left Mu Ranqing utterly shocked. This? How is it possible? Can one person truly be so powerful as to be fearless of zombies? Mu Ranqing asked incredulously. I didn't believe it before, but the fact that our team, under his leadership, has safely arrived in this city over the past month or so is the best proof, Xianyuan Mingchen said with a smile. By the way, where did you come from? Mu Ranqing pressed. S City, Xianyuan Mingchen replied. His. Mu Ranqing gasped. She could never have imagined that Xianyuan Mingchen and his group had come from S City, nearly 1,000 miles away. If it were before the apocalypse, such a short distance wouldn't be worth mentioning, but now it's the apocalypse. With a zombie every step, anyone without extraordinary abilities dared to wander around. It would be tantamount to committing suicide. Just like them, even though they had dozens of enhancers, they could only cower timidly, hiding in the city's safe areas. Even venturing out to search for supplies was a matter of trepidation. Mu Ranqing and her group hadn't considered leaving the city at all. They didn't dare wander around in a zombie-infested apocalypse. With the city's buildings as support, they could still fend off the zombies. Without them, if they encountered a horde of zombies, they would be doomed. Can I go take a look at the battlefield ahead? Mu Ranqing asked, growing increasingly curious about Ling Yi's team. She wanted to see just how powerful they were, to the point of being able to travel thousands of miles, even with thousands of non-combatants. Xianyuan Mingchen smiled and offered a gesture of invitation. As you please. Mu Ranqing smiled in response, then took a deep breath and walked towards the front of the group. As they passed Ling Yi's RV, they happened to see Mu Xia massaging his shoulders. Assholes and perverts, all men are bad. Mu Ranqing muttered, rolling her eyes at Ling Yi. Coincidentally, Ling Yi and Mu Xia happened to witness this scene. Mu Xia narrowed her eyes and said, Did you see that long-legged beauty winking at you? Are you flirting again? Is that a wink? Are you sure? It was clearly a roll of the eyes. Ling Yi said helplessly. This woman doesn't seem to be one of us, but I feel like I've seen her face somewhere, but I just can't place it. Mu Xia tilted her head, staring at Mu Ranqing's back. A leader of the survivor group here. I don't know how he got into the group. I guess it was Xianyuan Mingchen's doing. Ling Yi rubbed his chin and speculated. You claim you didn't hook up with her, yet you know everything about her, and now you even come knocking on my door. Tell me the truth, did you find me another girl? Did you two do anything shameful? Mu Xia leaned close to Ling Yi's ear and whispered. I really didn't hook up with her. I just happened to run into Mingchen this morning. If I lied to you, I'd be damned. Ling Yi assured him solemnly. Mu Xia's soft lips brushed against Ling Yi's cheek, and then she said with a grin, Even if I did, I wouldn't mind. Just bring her back. I really didn't. Oh my god. I don't even know who my mother is. This is impossible to explain. The more I try, the more confusing it gets. Mu Xia found Ling Yi's frantic expression amusing. Ling Yi's mouth twitched as he watched Mu Xia, who was covering her mouth with her hands and chuckling, and he roared, Xianyuan Mingchen, get over here as fast as you can. Chapter 217. Everyone around was startled by Ling Yi's roar, and turned to look at the RV, wondering what was happening. Even Mu Ranqing, who was quite a distance away, looked back in confusion. A moment later, Xianyuan Mingchen trotted over and jumped onto the roof. Seeing Ling Yi acting like a boss, with Mu Xia giving him a massage, he couldn't help but feel furious. He snatched up the red wine from the table and gulped it down. After a while, Xianyuan Mingchen finally spoke, You're just enjoying yourself, being a hands-off boss. Don't you know I'm busy? What are you yelling about? He then began to drink more of the wine, thinking to himself, This stuff is always better, so I'd rather not drink it. Hurry up and explain to Xia how you hooked up with that woman. I can't explain it to you right now, Ling Yi said, spreading his hands. Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. Xianyuan Mingchen spat out the red wine he had just taken, nearly choking himself. Hey! You don't know how to appreciate it. It's okay to just guzzle it, but why are you wasting it so much? Don't get excited. Swallow it down, and then I explain it in detail, Ling Yi said from the side. Mu Xia had already turned her head away and started chuckling. These two were pure clowns. I'm not going to explain you, Ling Yi. Don't accuse me of anything. When did I ever flirt with a woman? Who did I flirt with? How come I don't even know it? Xianyuan Mingchen said angrily. How did that guy who was in your room this morning suddenly show up in our group? Ling Yi demanded. This morning? In your room? Mu Xia looked at Xianyuan Mingchen with curiosity. Feeling Mu Xia's gaze, Xianyuan Mingchen's eye twitched, and then he roared, "Can you please stop beating around the bush? It's so easy to misunderstand. Did I say something wrong? When I went to your place this morning, that woman was indeed in your room. Could I have mistaken her? She was on the bed?" Ling Yi's lips curled up into a smile, and he was delighted to see Xianyuan Mingchen dancing and gesticulating, looking almost frantic. "Which eye did you see Miss Mu in my bed? Are you deliberately making fun of me?" Xianyuan Mingchen roared angrily. This earth-shattering shout instantly drew the attention of everyone around him towards the RV, and then focused on Xianyuan Mingchen. As soon as Xianyuan Mingchen finished his yelling, he realized something was amiss, and quickly waved his hands at the people around him. "No, it's not what you heard. She's not in my bed. No, she's in my bed." Looking at the bewildered and incoherent Xianyuan Mingchen, Ling Yi burst into laughter. See? He confessed everything. He even knew her name and admitted to being in your bed. Why can't I explain it clearly? See, Ling Yi set me up. You saw it all, I'm innocent. Xianyuan Mingchen looked at Mu Xie with a mournful face, hoping for someone who could understand. Mu Xie had witnessed the entire thing. How could she not know that Ling Yi was deliberately teasing him? But she didn't defend Xianyuan Mingchen. On the contrary, she echoed Ling Yi's words, her lips curled slightly as she said with a smile, "Mingchen, a man should admit what he did. Don't let a girl down. Besides, you're not young anymore, it's time to find a partner to live with." Xianyuan Mingchen's face turned the color of liver. He didn't know how to start. Just as Xianyuan Mingchen was about to pounce on Ling Yi for a close combat, he was startled by Ling Yi's loud shout. "Mingchen, you're amazing. You got it right on the first try. That shouldn't be possible." "What? You got it right on the first try." Xianyuan Mingchen was completely confused by Ling Yi's words. It's getting big. It's getting big. Look, it's reacting. You're vomiting all over the place," Ling Yi said, pointing in a direction with a look of surprise. Mu Xie and Xianyuan Mingchen followed his gesture, and saw Mu Ranqing running towards them in a hurry, occasionally stopping to squat on the side of the road and vomit. "No way. Mingchen, are you really with her? They had sex, but doesn't pregnancy take time? How come you're pregnant in one night, but I'm not feeling anything?" Mu Xie asked, confused, rubbing her belly. I really didn't. Xianyuan Mingchen felt like crying. Being wrong was truly unpleasant, especially when there was no clear explanation. "I have an immature guess. I'm not sure if it's right. Do you want to hear the reason?" Ling Yi asked, his voice pretentiously unclear. "Yes. No." The first sentence was said by Mu Xie, while the second was answered by Xianyuan Mingchen. He truly didn't want to be slandered by Ling Yi again. "Ling Yi, brother-in-law, I beg you to stop tormenting me. I'm just giving in, please be merciful. If you keep talking, you ruin my entire reputation." Xianyuan Mingchen's face was gloomy at the moment. He sincerely hoped Ling Yi wouldn't say anything more outrageous. "This is my last word. I promise not to say another word after this. After all, this is all for your own good," Ling Yi said with a faint smile. Xianyuan Mingchen looked at Ling Yi's face, feeling something was amiss. Just as he was about to speak to stop him, Ling Yi's words were already ringing out. "I seriously doubt this child is yours. You might be cuckolded." Ling Yi rubbed his hands together, looking like he discovered something new, but his tone was serious. Mu Xie was speechless. Xianyuan Mingchen was stunned. After a while, Xianyuan Mingchen came to his senses and cursed through gritted teeth. "I knew you were a scoundrel, spewing filth. You're destroying my innocence. I'm going to fight you." Looking at Xianyuan Mingchen, who was charging at him like a wolf or a tiger, Ling Yi waved his hand, sending a stream of water crashing down on him. Xianyuan Mingchen was caught off guard, and was directly hit by the water column, flying over 10 meters away, landing right next to Mu Ranqing. Watching Xianyuan Mingchen plummet from the sky and land right in front of her, Mu Ranqing's mind was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend what had happened. She quickly squatted down, helped Xianyuan Mingchen to his feet, and then asked, "Captain Xianyuan, what happened?" It's okay. I was just sparring with Ling Yi and got knocked back." Xianyuan Mingchen rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. That Ling Yi is truly ruthless. He's so cruel even to his own people. How could he have the heart to do that? Mu Ranqing defended Xianyuan Mingchen. "It's okay. We play like this all the time. Nothing's going to happen. Let's go. I'm taking you to meet this guy, so he can see that you're truly helping us," Xianyuan Mingchen said to Mu Ranqing. Chapter 218. Mu Ranqing, pale and dazed, followed Xianyuan Mingchen to the RV. Xianyuan Mingchen leaned over to Ling Yi and gently warned, "You can tease me, but don't tease me." Ling Yi's lips curled, and he said something startling, "Miss Mu, who is the child's father?" Xianyuan Mingchen felt like strangling Ling Yi. Mu Xia stared at Mu Ranqing blankly, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Mu Ranqing stared at Ling Yi with a bewildered look on her face. After a long pause, she asked, "What do you mean by child's father?" "Ah, Miss Mu, don't pay any attention to him. He's drunk and talking nonsense," Xianyuan Mingchen said, wiping a sweat from his forehead. "What's going on?" "I'm completely baffled," Mu Ranqing asked again. Seeing Xianyuan Mingchen winking at him, Ling Yi stopped teasing and said, "Miss Mu, we're just curious. You've been vomiting. Are you pregnant? Or are you pregnant?" Mu Ranqing's face flushed as she stood there in the wind, her face dazed. She asked herself, "I'm pregnant? I'm pregnant? How come I didn't know?" Xianyuan Mingchen covered his face with his hands, completely speechless. He couldn't understand what was wrong with Ling Yi today. All this nonsense? Was it fun? After a long moment, Mu Ranqing came to her senses and quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense, you idiot. How can I be pregnant? I don't even have a boyfriend. Hey! Why are you cursing? We're just concerned about your health. Seeing you vomiting nonstop, we assume," Ling Yi said flatly. "Who told you that a woman vomiting means she's pregnant? Do you have any common sense?" Mu Ranqing angrily exclaimed. She then added, "I'm just nauseated by the brutal fighting on the front lines, so I'm vomiting." As she finished, the scene she'd seen before flashed back to her mind, and she couldn't help but squat to the side, retching again. The blood-stained streets were a dead silence, as zombie corpses and flesh flew everywhere, covering the entire street. The buildings lining the street were shattered by the aftermath of the battle, their windows shattered, their walls covered in blood and scars. Zombies lay scattered on the ground, many of their bodies hacked into pieces, their faces twisted in agony, like twisted knots. Black blood splattered everywhere, staining the streets black with zombie blood. The streets were filled with the eerie smell of death, and corpses were piled high by the survivors. The stench of decay permeated the air, the smell of decaying bodies carried far away on the wind, transforming into a burnt odor after the survivors set the pile of corpses on fire. Mu Xia looked at Mu Ranqing's figure and suddenly shouted excitedly, "I remember who she is." This shout came without warning, frightening Ling Yi and Xianyuan Mingchen. "Oh my god! You almost scared me to death. Can you please stop being so startled? Does it matter who she is?" Ling Yi said angrily. "She's a fairy." Mu Xia's eyes were shining. "Ahem. Fairy? Have you ever seen a fairy squatting in a corner, retching nonstop, like she's pregnant?" Ling Yi blurted out. I'm not pregnant. You bastard." Mu Ranqing yelled at Ling Yi angrily. "No, it's that famous movie where she played the fairy heroine. Your name is Mu Ranqing, isn't it?" Mu Xia was still in a state of excitement. "Yes, she's Mu Ranqing," Xianyuan Mingchen confirmed from the side. "Famous? A superstar? How could I not know her?" Ling Yi blinked, his face brimming with curiosity. "She's the new star of the film and television industry, a man's dream girl. How could you not know her? Are you out of touch with society?" Mu Xia stared blankly at Ling Yi with a look of astonishment. Ling Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly and muttered, "If you have the time to chase celebrities, you might as well screw a few more screws and earn some money." Mu Xia. Xianyuan Mingchen. Mu Ranqing. That fairy. Come closer, let me take a closer look. I never seen a superstar before. Ling Yi called out to Mu Ranqing. Before anyone could reply, a sudden sound of air piercing was heard. Ling Yi looked up at the sky and saw a civet cat circling down, heading towards the car roof. Everyone who heard the noise instinctively looked up at the sky. Once they had a clear view of their target, they lowered their heads and continued their activities. Everyone knew that this large, flying black cat was Ling Yi's pet. But some people didn't know that the moment Mu Ranqing saw the spirit cat, she shouted, "There's a mutant monster. Everyone be careful." With that, she casually unleashed a beam of light energy, attacking the spirit cat. The spirit cat had returned joyfully, ready to claim the credit, but was suddenly attacked. It was startled, its eyes widening as it stared at Mu Ranqing. It wasn't one of those mistresses. A stranger, daring to attack without provocation. With a light swipe of its front paws, it dispersed the light energy and swooped down towards Mu Ranqing. "Stop! It's not an enemy!" Xianyuan Mingchen shouted, seeing Mu Ranqing about to attack again. "Be good, spirit cat. She's one of us, she didn't mean to attack you." Mu Xia was also startled and quickly shouted to the spirit cat. Looking at the huge black cat so close, Mu Ranqing felt her body tremble. Its eyes, the size of billiard balls, stared at her, making her feel uneasy. The spirit cat groaned, then turned and walked towards Ling Yi. Its mouth opened, and a fainting blonde young man fell out. Mu Xia patted Mu Ranqing's shoulder and soothed her. It's good. It's good. I was so scared just now. Miss Mu, your reaction was too fast. I didn't even have time to stop it. This is a spirit cat, Ling Yi's pet. Xianyuan Mingchen explained, wiping the sweat from his forehead. A spirit cat? A pet? Mu Ranqing's face was filled with astonishment. A mutant monster could be kept as a pet. This was insane. The aura released by the acidic cat just now suppressed him, rendering him completely unable to move. It showed how powerful it was. I wondered how Ling Yi had managed to subdue it. Mu Ranqing was deeply shocked. The more she learned about the team's situation, the more she felt her choice was absolutely correct. You said this rat was always lingering behind our team, sneaking around but not daring to approach. Ling Yi muttered about the acidic cat's response. Ah, acidic cat! How did you catch it? Mu Xia consoled Mu Ranqing, stroking the acidic cat's head and feeding it some dried meat. The acidic cat meowed and rubbed affectionately against Mu Xia's body. This scene left Mu Ranqing stunned. The acidic cat, so aggressive just a moment ago, was now as docile as a house cat. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 219. Ling Yi looked up and saw the acidic cat's head rubbing vigorously against Mu Xia's chest. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Why are you just going out to catch mice when you have nothing else to do? Ling Yi glared at the acidic cat in dissatisfaction. The acidic cat drooped its head upon hearing this, then flapped its wings and flew away with a look of disappointment. Mu Xia rolled her eyes at Ling Yi and muttered, "What a stingy man. He's even jealous of his pet." Ling Yi pretended not to hear. He began to examine the unconscious yellow-haired young man lying on the ground. A water ball hit the yellow-haired young man's face, instantly waking him up. Don't bite me. Help." The first thing the yellow-haired young man did upon waking was to scream. When he realized he was fine, and that someone was watching him, he instantly regained consciousness. He wiped the water off his face, and quickly got up, hesitantly scanning the people around him. When he saw Mu Ranqing, his eyes lit up. "Great, Miss Mu, I finally found you." Mu Ranqing frowned. She didn't recognize the yellow-haired young man at all. "You came looking for me? But I don't know you." Mu Ranqing asked, puzzled. Ling Yi squinted the entire time, staring at the yellow-haired young man, trying to discern something. The yellow-haired young man looked anxious, but a glint of determination glint in his eyes. "Miss Mu, my name is Jiang Shengling, and I have something important to tell you." His tone was a little hurried, as if he was anxious. Mu Ranqing went over the situation in her mind, and was certain she didn't know this yellow-haired young man named Jiang Shengling. But she could also sense that he seemed eager to tell her something. "Jiang Shengling, what exactly do you want to say?" Mu Ranqing asked, her tone somewhat cold. "Ms. Mu, I'm a big fan of yours. I have something to tell you, and it's very important." Jiang Shengling's tone became even more urgent, and he seemed a little excited. Ling Yi couldn't help but look at the blonde-haired young man with curiosity. I didn't expect that even in the end of the world, there were still fans. It was incredible. Mu Ranqing looked at Jiang Shengling with a hint of doubt. She wasn't sure if what he said was true. Just as she was about to ask for details, Ling Yi's words interrupted her. "Stop talking nonsense. If you can't say anything useful, with your sneaky behavior, I just feed you to the zombies. Who are you? Why do you care about me? I'm here to see Miss Mu. You have nothing to do with me." Jiang Shengling shouted angrily at Ling Yi. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement. Ling Yi's lips twitched, and he snorted coldly. The blood demon on his back suddenly flew out, hovering in midair and directly impaling Jiang Shengling's neck. A first-level water-based psychic, yet so arrogant. I don't care who you're looking for. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Shengling swallowed hard as he looked at the blood-red long sword hanging before him. Is there still anyone who practices the art of wielding a sword? Jiang Shengling muttered to himself, panicking. But he spoke quickly, not wanting to waste a moment. No, no, no. My hero, please show mercy. The sword has no mercy. I said, isn't that okay? Seeing this, Ling Yi's mouth twitched. This guy was quite amusing. Jiang Shengling glanced up at Mu Ranqing, then spoke. I'm from Fang Tuo's side. I believe Miss Mu knows Fang Tuo well. What? You're Fang Tuo's subordinate? Mu Ranqing looked as if she'd seen a ghost. The leader of another faction? Ling Yi tilted her head and asked. Mu Ranqing nodded, then spoke. Indeed, Fang Tuo is a ruthless man. He's lost all moral principles and ethical restraints, pursuing only his own goals and interests. He led an attack on us before. Although he didn't succeed, several of our sisters were abducted. Jiang Shunling echoed from the side. Miss Mu is right. Fang Tuo's methods are ruthless and merciless. He shows no mercy. No matter whether the opponent is male or female, old or young, if they interfere with his interests, he will kill them without hesitation. I come secretly to report that Fang Tuo is planning to attack you from behind. The chosen time is right when you're engaged in combat with the zombies in the central area. The news of Fang Tuo's planned attack sent a chill down everyone's spine. Although they hadn't yet met the culprit, just from hearing Jiang Shunling and Mu Ranqing's fragments, they could already tell he was a ruthless individual. This news filled them with anxiety and fear. Because they didn't know Fang Tuo's exact time of action, they realized they had to proceed with caution to avoid being attacked from both sides. Damn it! At a time when zombies are everywhere, why aren't they thinking of uniting and fighting together? He's actually still thinking about harming his compatriots. This black sheep, I will kill him immediately, Xianyuan Mingchen said with a murderous look on his face. He actually chose this moment to attack while you're engaged in battle with the zombies in the central area. Fang Tuo chose this moment to attack. How shameless. You're facing immense danger, Mu Ranqing said angrily. Now, we must make a quick decision. Continue fighting or take other actions to counter Fang Tuo's attack. Time is running out. We need to focus our efforts and find a way to deal with Fang Tuo. Only through unity and wisdom can we defeat Fang Tuo's scheme and protect our lives. Mu Xie clenched her fists tightly, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Ling Yi remained silent throughout the entire conversation, but his eyes had narrowed to a single line. In his perception, a group of over 500 people. They were stealthily following behind, leaning against the buildings. Amidst this sudden tension, several people began to discuss a plan to counter Fang Tuo's attack. Everyone expressed their opinions, hoping to find the best solution. Mu Ranqing suggested, we should concentrate our firepower while remaining vigilant, giving Fang Tuo no chance. Jiang Shunling nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to coordinate closely now, provide mutual cover, and jointly confront Fang Tuo. Xianyuan Mingchen said after a moment's thought. We must immediately halt our zombie suppression efforts in the city. Focus on our positions, and then seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Upon hearing Xianyuan Mingchen's suggestion, everyone expressed their agreement. They all decided to follow this plan, hoping to successfully defeat Fang Tuo and protect everyone's lives. Mu Xie had been paying attention to Ling Yi's expression. Seeing he remained silent, she gently pushed him. Say something, what should we do? Ling Yi curled his lips, stood up, walked to the railing, and spat out a single word. Kill! Hiss. Everyone gasped at the words. Chapter 220. Mu Ranqing frowned in confusion upon hearing Ling Yi's words. She couldn't understand why Ling Yi could be so cold and ruthless. He actually said kill directly, and in such a calm tone. She began to regret whether joining this team had been the right decision. She even began to doubt Ling Yi's true purpose and motives. The others also expressed nervousness and fear. They had long witnessed Ling Yi's coldness and cruelty towards his enemies. But now, witnessing him utter the word kill without hesitation, they felt a strong sense of oppression and fear. After all, the invading enemy wasn't just one or two, but an entire army, at least hundreds of people. Everyone present sensed an invisible murderous aura emanating from Ling Yi. His eyes were deep and cold, his face handsome yet tinged with a hint of coldness, his steps steady and powerful, his confidence and pride proud. After the word kill appeared, the atmosphere at the scene became tense and solemn. Faced with Ling Yi's cold declaration, they were filled with confusion, tension, and determination. Mu Xie was about to speak up to dissuade him, but Ling Yi shouted ahead. Mingchen, bring the logistics team over immediately. Roger, Captain. Mingchen, who was not far away, responded and quickly told the team to stop cleaning up the battlefield and head towards the RV. Mingchen, tell everyone in the logistics department to stop cleaning up the battlefield. Then distribute the guns and ammunition. There's a battle to be fought. Ling Yi instructed Mingchen. Captain, are you sending the logistics team to fight the zombies too? That's great. Mingchen excitedly pumped his fist, and the other teams were eager to try. No, your opponents are humans, a group that wants us dead. Ling Yi's voice was filled with murderous intent. Humans? Mingchen's face froze, and the team members looked at each other in disbelief. Their mission was to kill. Ling Yi glanced coldly at Mengshen and the team members. Seeing their dazed expressions, he cleared his throat and continued explaining. Indeed, we are facing a cruel and ruthless enemy. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. We must use the weapons at hand to protect ourselves and our team. Mengshen's face paled. He had never imagined he would face such a brutal situation. Murder? This was something he had never experienced. Although he had killed zombies before, he was still a little afraid of killing humans. It wasn't that Mengshen was timid, but rather that, influenced by the pre-apocalyptic era, he couldn't accept the reality all at once. Everyone present was terrified. Murder was against the law. It was a thorn in everyone's side. What? The enemy has already placed a knife at your neck. You're still debating whether to resist or not? Ling Yi looked at Mengshen and the students from the logistics department with dismay, then suddenly raised his voice. I'm telling you, this is the end of the world. People are scheming against each other, and anything will happen for survival. Today, it's either you die or I die. The dangers we face will only increase. If you can't adapt to the rules of survival in the end times, only death awaits you. My team wants people who dare to fight and kill, not a bunch of useless people who can be slaughtered at will. If you don't dare to fight, get out of here right now. I don't want to be a babysitter. Mengshen suppressed his fear and nodded. Ling Yi glanced at the surrounding support team members, seeing the tension and worry on their faces. He took a deep breath and continued to give orders. Our mission is to protect ourselves and completely eliminate these enemies. Remember, our goal is survival. This is a battle for survival, a battle for justice. The team members nodded silently. Although nervous, they knew now was not the time to retreat. They were desperate, and only Ling Yi had kept them alive. Without this captain, only death awaited them. Therefore, only by fighting could they have any hope of survival. Ling Yi looked at the troubled team members and understood. He wanted them to completely let go and fully integrate into the apocalypse. Only through continuous fighting could their team become more united. Only with blood on their hands could they. Only then can they no longer fear battle. In this apocalyptic world devoid of humanity, any weakness or hesitation is fatal. Only by standing on the front lines and charging forward courageously can one survive. Mengshen and the team members began distributing guns and ammunition. Each of them knew that these were their tools for survival. They were also their weapons for protecting themselves and their team. The atmosphere on the field gradually grew tense, and everyone gripped their weapons tightly. Ling Yi watched the team members ready themselves, a faint smile on his face. In this apocalyptic world, only through fighting can one protect oneself and those they cherish. They have to face more than just hordes of zombies. The humans they face in the future, fighting for supplies, will be truly brutal and ruthless. Mengshen, lead the team to an ambush 300 meters behind. As soon as the enemy comes into sight, strike them hard. Yes, Captain. Mengshen's eyes were now filled with determination. Everyone follow me. With a wave of his hand, Mengshen led the men and women of the logistics department towards their target. Mengshen, you lead the team. This is Mengshen and the others' first time, and I'm worried about accidents. Ling Yi patted Xianyuan Mengshen on the shoulder. It's like we're always killing people. Xianyuan Mengshen shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. After his experience with the Hornet Swarm attack, his mindset had changed significantly. What kind of result do you want? Xianyuan Mengshen suddenly dropped his playful smile and asked seriously. Leave no one alive. Ling Yi's icy voice seemed to drop the temperature around them by several degrees. I understand. Xianyuan Mengshen narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. Mu Ranqing felt her body tremble. She stared at Ling Yi with immense fear, unable to comprehend how he could be so indifferent to life. Jiang Shenling was also stunned. He hadn't expected this outcome. The young man before him was so ruthless, seemingly even more cold-blooded and ruthless than Fang Tuo. See ya, take your sisters with you to see what's going on. We all have to go through this sooner or later, so let's be prepared. Ling Yi turned to Mu Xia and said. Okay, I go notify them now. Seeing that Ling Yi had already given the order, Mu Xia suppressed her disapproval. Have Lu Zi and her people come to me. I have other arrangements. Ling Yi suddenly said to the departing Mu Xia. Okay. Though Mu Xia was surprised, she didn't ask any questions. After a simple agreement, she left. Chapter 221. Only Mu Ranqing and Jiang Shenling remained in the RV, looking at Ling Yi in a panic. They were filled with fear, unsure how Ling Yi would treat them. As Ling Yi suddenly turned around, both of them shuddered involuntarily. Young man, The fact that you came here to report the news shows you haven't lost your conscience yet. What are your plans for the future? Will you join my team or leave on your own? Ling Yi's voice sounded faint. Jiang Shumling was momentarily at a loss for words. He had joined Fang Tuo's team out of sheer desperation. If it weren't for his water-based abilities, he'd probably be living a worse life than a dog. Jiang Shumling felt a surge of nervousness and unease, his heart racing and his thoughts swirling. It seemed that Ling Yi was also a man who would do anything to achieve his goals. But judging by the reactions of his subordinates, he seemed quite popular. Unlike Fang Tuo, who relied solely on brutality and ruthlessness to win over his followers, Jiang Shumling knew he faced a crucial choice: join Ling Yi's team or leave on his own. This decision would directly impact his future and destiny. Upon their initial meeting, Ling Yi's actions were as ferocious as a tiger, leaving Jiang Shumling completely unable to react. This sent a chill down his spine. However, he also understood that if he chose to join Ling Yi's team, he would have the opportunity to gain greater power and resources. He could also save those enslaved by Fang Tuo. If he chose to leave on his own, he would face greater risks and challenges. Although he would be able to maintain his independence and freedom. But facing the endless danger of zombies, he felt he couldn't survive safely. Jiang Shumling took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Whatever choice he made at this moment would require courage and determination. He decided to trust his intuition and believe he could find his own path. I decided to join your team. Jiang Shumling finally made his decision, his voice firm and resolute. A smile played on Ling Yi's lips, a flicker of approval in his eyes. He could tell that Jiang Shumling was a man of integrity and conscience, and his choice was not surprising. Very good, Jiang Shumling, welcome to my team. Go find Mingshen, who was there earlier, and stay with him from now on, taking charge of logistics. Ling Yi's voice shone with admiration and trust. Jiang Shumling felt a sense of security and belonging. He knew this decision would bring him more opportunities and challenges. But he also believed that under Ling Yi's leadership, he could find his place and realize his own value. Captain, I like to wait until the battle is over before reporting. After all, I was on the opposing team before. I feel bad about drawing my sword now. Jiang Shumling hesitantly expressed his thoughts. I understand. Then I go to the logistics department after the battle. Ling Yi didn't force it, and readily agreed. This was human nature, something he completely understood, and it also reflected Jiang Shumling's character. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Shumling said gratefully. Ling Yi waved his hand indifferently, and looked at Mu Ranqing. Miss Mu, what is your choice? Ling Yi had completely discarded his playful smile, and asked formally. Mu Ranqing's eyes were filled with a complex expression. She felt deeply conflicted. The choice Ling Yi made would affect her future and destiny. If it were just her, it would be fine, but she had a group of sisters behind her. From Ling Yi's previous behavior, she felt that he was a cold-blooded and ruthless superior. While she still didn't understand why so many people were willing to follow him, she didn't dare to gamble her intuition on her sister's future. She wasn't sure which direction was right. Mu Ranqing recalled her experiences after the apocalypse, those painful and difficult times. She longed to shed the shadows of the past and pursue the life she truly wanted, but now she felt helpless and lost. Mu Ranqing stared into Ling Yi's eyes, trying to find an answer, but his gaze was deep and unreadable, making her feel even more uneasy. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what to do right now. Mu Ranqing answered honestly, her voice trembling slightly. Ling Yi nodded, his face expressionless, as if waiting for Mu Ranqing to make a final decision. Noticing Ling Yi remained silent, Mu Ranqing took a deep breath and calmed herself. She knew she had to make a choice, and no matter the outcome, it would require courage and determination. I choose to leave with the team. Mu Ranqing finally made her decision, her voice a little low, her eyes evasive. Her heart was filled with fear and panic. She was afraid Ling Yi would suddenly turn hostile, afraid he would forcibly detain her team. If Ling Yi was truly like Fang Tuo, then she and her sisters would be walking into a tiger's den. Ling Yi's expression remained unchanged, his inner thoughts uncanny. The scene suddenly became eerie. Mu Ranqing's body tensed, fearing Ling Yi would suddenly seize control of her. Ling Yi simply gave Mu Ranqing a deep look before turning and walking away. His figure quickly approached the direction Lu Zi had come from. Mu Ranqing felt a sense of emptiness and loneliness well up from the depths of her heart. She felt a sudden tinge of loss. She couldn't tell if it was because Ling Yi hadn't made things difficult for her, or because he hadn't tried to persuade her to stay. Miss Mu, why are you doing this? Leaving this powerful team, how can you and your people survive in this dangerous city? Jiang Shengling, observing Mu Ranqing's disinterest, spoke involuntarily. I don't know what to choose. I'm so confused. I can't risk my sister's futures. Although it's difficult to survive on our own, but if he's even more cold-blooded and ruthless than Fang Tuo, that would be a true nightmare. Mu Ranqing's eyes were a little dazed as she watched Ling Yi, leading a group of women, disappear into the street. Ah! Look at his team. Where are the women? There are students with guns, civilians with daggers, and even women cleaning up the battlefield. I can actually see smiles on their faces. This is the end of the world. What an incredible phenomenon. If Ling Yi really is a cruel and merciless leader, do you think these people would have such expressions? At least in Fang Tuo's team, all I saw were faces of fear and terror. If you want to see smiles, you probably only see them on the faces of those bastards. Jiang Shengling said with deep emotion. Then he glanced at the stunned Mu Ranqing, and could only shake his head helplessly as he left. Chapter 222. Mu Ranqing watched Jiang Shengling's departing back. Her heart was filled with conflict and regret. She began to doubt whether she had made the right decision. Should she bring her sisters with her and join Ling Yi's team? Mu Ranqing felt timid and weak, afraid to face the unknown challenges and risks. She began to regret not following Ling Yi. In the apocalypse, only strong power could protect herself and lead her team to a better future. Mu Ranqing sighed deeply, knowing it was too late to change her choice. She could only strive to face the challenges ahead. She hoped she could bravely forge her own path and protect her sisters from harm. Mu Ranqing began to reflect on what she truly wanted. She longed for power and resources, but at the same time, she feared falling into the gentle trap Ling Yi had set. Joining Ling Yi's team would certainly bring her more opportunities and resources, but it would also mean that she and her sisters would lose their independence and free will. If Ling Yi made some unreasonable demands, would they agree or refuse? She felt trapped in a dilemma, her thoughts swirling, unsure how to move forward. However, she also understood that no matter what she chose, it would require courage and determination to face the challenges ahead. Mu Ranqing shook her head, trying to shake off her worries. She decided not to dwell on the right or wrong of her choice, but to face the future positively and strive to find a way to survive. Mu Ranqing took a deep breath, though her heart was still filled with hesitation and anxiety. But she decided to leave it at that for now, to wait until this crisis was resolved, and then see how the situation would develop. If Ling Yi truly was someone worth following, even if he had to beg her humbly, then what was the harm? As long as she and her sisters could survive, even a little loss of face was worth it. Mu Ranqing figured it out, and her eyes regained their brilliance. She strode towards the spot where Mu Xia had left. Jiang Shengling, troubled by her inner struggles, was reluctant to watch the battle from the front lines. But she was different. She and Fang Tuo had long since fallen out, and several of her sisters were in his hands, their fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Mengshen and his team were quietly lurking in a building along the city streets. They silently awaited the arrival of Fang Tuo's team. Suddenly, Mengshen's eyebrows raised as he saw a group of several hundred men cautiously approaching. Mengshen's heart tightened, knowing this was their target, and he quickly ordered his team to prepare for attack. All the student logistics soldiers felt a surge of nervousness. The girls, in particular, were shaking their guns. Mengshen whispered, "Hold steady. You all know how to use firearms. Just aim at the enemy and pull the trigger hard." Watching Fang Tuo's team slowly enter the encirclement, Mengshen pulled the trigger and shouted, "Fire!" Everyone in the logistics department immediately launched a frenzied attack, a hail of bullets pouring down. Fang Tuo's team was stunned by the sudden attack. Everyone fled in panic, not even daring to raise their heads. The battle escalated rapidly in the narrow street. Gunshots, explosions, screams rang out simultaneously, blood splattered everywhere, and the entire street was plunged into chaos. Mengshen and his student soldiers moved like a well-trained army. They used firepower to block Fang Tuo's troops' movements. They forced them to dodge constantly, unable to launch a counterattack. As the battle intensified, Mengshen's team began to utilize the city's buildings. Working in perfect harmony, they moved through them. They used buildings and abandoned vehicles for cover, demonstrating expert combat skills and courage. "Sir, this doesn't look like your first battle." A soldier, stunned by the battlefield, whispered to Xianyuan Mengshen. I didn't expect this outcome." No wonder Ling Yi wanted these student soldiers. They learn everything so quickly. "Look, those girls are fighting even harder than the boys. What's going on? How could they have so many guns, and they're waiting for us here? What the hell?" Fang Tuo hid behind a building, occasionally glancing out at the street, cursing. "Boss, our brothers can't hold on any longer. Dozens have died. Boss, retreat. We're no match for them. Damn. Even an evolved body can't stop bullets. Retreat, boss. Fong Tuo's face paled and sank, and after a moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. Retreat. Diuni, with his sharp eyes, saw the enemy begin to retreat and shouted hurriedly. Senior Meng, they're retreating. Mengshen looked up at the battle situation and waved his arm. Everyone, press forward. Provide covering fire. Our goal is to annihilate the enemy. The team members on the higher ground heard this, and began to throw grenades and incendiary bombs. The bombing caused heavy casualties to Fong Tuo's team, leaving them crying for their loved ones. The streets were littered with bullet holes and shattered buildings, and the ground flowed like a river of blood. Mengshen and his team members were all furious. The change from initial fear to current excitement stemmed from actual combat. The enemy is retreating. Tighten the encirclement. Our mission is to annihilate them completely. Xianyuan Mengshen surveyed the battlefield and began ordering his team to prepare for battle. He himself drew his sniper rifle. He had obtained this from Ling Yi, and he hadn't even tested its power yet. On the other side, Lu Zi, Si Shui, Lu Yun, and Su Ruoling, for women, accompanied by dozens of other women, followed closely behind Ling Yi, blades in hand. They remained silent throughout the entire process, their eyes fixed on Ling Yi's back. Their target was the young man before them, their captain. Ling Yi's figure stopped outside a tall building. He turned to look at the women behind him, feeling somewhat depressed. I hadn't expected the team Lu Zi had assembled to be composed entirely of women. And each one was tall and beautiful. Ling Yi was speechless and surprised. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a surge of deep admiration. He was filled with admiration for these women's courage and determination. Since they had joined the team, it meant they knew what mission they would face. Ling Yi glanced at everyone, his gaze revealing a hint of admiration and encouragement. Over 30 women had become enhancers, and their loyalty to him was already over 90. It seemed Lu Zi had put in a lot of effort. Ling Yi glanced at Lu Zi with great satisfaction. He realized that this all-female team wasn't formed because they couldn't find male members. It was formed because of Lu Zi's unwavering belief in and unwavering trust in the power of women. Chapter 223. Ling Yi placed his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. Now that your team has taken shape, I give you a name. From now on, your team will be called Phantom. I hope you can always complete the missions I assign you without anyone noticing. Thank you, Captain, for the name. Phantom will definitely live up to your expectations. Lu Zi replied solemnly. Ling Yi nodded and pointed to the tall building behind him. This building is where you'll be conducting your first mission. Do you know what you're supposed to do? Captain, give your orders. Lu Zi asked without hesitation. Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction and slowly began to give his orders. There are no zombies in this building, but thousands of humans. Their leader is currently leading a firefight with Mengshen's logistics team. Your mission is to enter and eliminate anyone who dares to resist or poses a threat. Eliminate them all. Then bring the rest back to me. Any questions? No, Captain. Phantom, execute immediately. Lu Zi drew the dagger from her waist, called out to her team, and headed towards the tall building behind Ling Yi. Ling Yi did not follow in, but stood quietly on the street. However, his perception had already covered the entire building. Every move inside could not escape his detection. Lu Zi's team successfully entered the tall building without alerting anyone. She perfectly demonstrated her courage and composure as a leader. She led her team carefully through the corridors, cautiously searching for their target. Using the surrounding shadows and obstacles, they quietly approached the enemy within the building. Lu Zi, wielding a short knife, communicated with her teammates through tacit eye contact and gestures, directing them to disperse. Each team member knew their mission and position, and they expertly coordinated and supported each other. Lu Zi first locked onto a man wielding a machete. She nimbly approached her target, nimbly avoiding his gaze. When she was close enough, she swiftly and accurately stabbed him in the vitals, instantly rendering him unable to resist without a sound. The team members also divided the work and worked closely together. Using swift and precise movements, they eliminated each dangerous enemy individual. With lightning speed, they dispatched those who dared to resist or were deemed dangerous, one by one. Lu Zi's eyes constantly searched for her target, maintaining absolute calm and focus. This demonstrated her extraordinary ability and ruthlessness as a team leader. Throughout the assassination operation, Lu Zi and her team maintained a high level of vigilance and resourcefulness. They exploited the environment, employed strategic tactics, and completed their mission swiftly and effectively. Although they were all women, and this was their first time killing someone. Their performance was that of seasoned hunters. Perhaps even the men among the survivors could not compare to them. Ultimately, the Phantom Squad successfully dispatched all those who dared to resist or posed a danger. They all perished, and began organizing the evacuation of the remaining survivors from the building. This assassination operation perfectly demonstrated the bravery and exceptional abilities of Lu Zi and her team. Their actions were precise and flawless, demonstrating the formidable strength of a women's team. Lu Zi's leadership was even more remarkable. As captain, she was decisive and calm, and treated the enemy with ruthlessness. All of this made Ling Yi nod inwardly, believing his original choice had been the right one. Looking at the dazed survivors, young and old, led by Phantom, they slowly emerged from the high-rise building. Ling Yi knew the battle here was over, simply and easily. "Captain, are you satisfied with our performance?" Lu Zi, already cleaned up, approached Ling Yi with a smile. Ling Yi grinned, reached out, and touched her cheek, then leaned in close to her ear and spoke. "You're truly worthy of being my woman. You did a fantastic job this time. Not only was your service in bed satisfying, but your missions were also remarkable. Your husband will reward you well tonight." Lu Zi's pretty face flushed at the words. She no longer had the coldness she used to kill, now acting like a little woman. "Captain, whatever you want, Zi will obey." With that, Lu Zi took off running. "Hey! Remember the socks?" Ling Yi shouted at the languid Lu Zi. She turned around, gave Ling Yi a charming look, and made an okay gesture. "Zi, what do you mean by socks, Captain?" Si Shui asked, washing the blood off her face with a bottle of mineral water. Lu Yun also approached curiously, awaiting Lu Zi's response. Su Ruoling blinked and pressed on. "Zi, we completed the mission so neatly. Did the captain give us any reward?" Lu Zi looked at the three sisters, her eyes rolling with curiosity. "Of course there's a reward. The reward is socks," Lu Zi said to the three with a faint smile. "Socks?" The three women were filled with questions. Why would Ling Yi reward them with socks? Lu Zi leaned in front of the three women and whispered something. The three women blushed instantly, mortified by what Lu Zi had revealed. "Zi, you're serious, right? The captain likes this style?" Su Ruoling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Anyway, I informed you. Believe it or not." Lu Zi smiled faintly and strode after the advancing troops. The three women stared at each other in silence, each trying to figure out what to do. Back to the front lines. "Diuni, what the hell did you do? Why didn't you stop him?" Mengshan roared, his voice filled with rage. "Senior, that guy must be a level 2 power enhancer. I'm no match for him," Diuni said with a mournful expression. "Level 2. You lead the mopping up operation. I stop him. We can't let him get away," Mengshan shouted, a gleam in his eyes. "A level 2 powerhouse must be a big shot. Catch him, and there's a reward from the captain. This time we hit a wall. Not only do they have a large number of firearms, but they also have dozens of evolvers. This battle is impossible." Fong Tuo cursed inwardly, found a direction, and broke into a run. He had no time to worry about the lives of his men. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to survive. "Stop, everyone in front. Surrender, or I'd be rude." Mengshan stared at Fong Tuo intently, shouting. "Stop, you bastard." Fong Tuo cursed inwardly, quickening his pace. Mengshan's eyes flashed coldly upon seeing this. A fireball whistled in his hand, hurling itself towards Fong Tuo. Chapter 224. Fong Tuo shouted softly, dodging the fireball thrown by Mengshan. His fear intensified. He hadn't expected the other side to possess superpowers. On their side, Jiang Shengling was the only one with such skills. It was a pity he disappeared before the battle. Damn it! If only that Jiang Shengling were here. Water can restrain fire, so it can block the opponent's attack. Fong Tuo slapped the flames from his sleeve, cursing inwardly. He kept his eyes on the back, watching for the right moment. Then he swiftly turned and attacked Mengshan. Fong Tuo swung the machete in his hand swiftly, slicing through the air like lightning, striking at Mengshan's vitals. A flicker of surprise flashed in Mengshan's eyes, but he quickly reacted. She suddenly leaped to the side, simultaneously releasing a stream of fireballs from her hands. Fong Tuo calmly dodged Mengshan's fireball attack, then continued his attack without hesitation. His figure swung rapidly, the blade flashing like a meteor as it slashed towards Mengshan. Mengshan, not to be outdone, nimbly dodged Fong Tuo's attacks. He continuously unleashed his own fire-based attacks. Long streams of flames, trailing long tails, blasted towards Fang Tuo. The two chased each other, exchanging blows repeatedly across the streets. Their figures crisscrossed the streets. The clash of machetes and supernatural powers produced bursts of loud noises. Sparks flew, a brilliant display like fireworks. But each attack was aimed at the other's vital points. This forced both sides to devote greater energy and attention to the battle. In this kind of high-intensity battle, one could die instantly if not careful. Suddenly, Mengshan unleashed several fireballs, swarming towards Fang Tuo. Fang Tuo saw the fireballs whistling in from all directions. He cursed loudly and quickly rolled away. Just as he dodged the fireballs, a fire dragon shot out from behind Fang Tuo. He felt a burning aura behind him, but it was too late to dodge. Fang Tuo instantly felt a sharp pain in his back. He involuntarily fell forward, sliding several meters. Mengshan's dazzling supernatural attack, a sneak attack from behind, succeeded. Mengshan sneered, and once again, he condensed fireballs in his hands, blasting Fang Tuo repeatedly. The moment Fang Tuo landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Without even the time to wipe the blood, he scrambled to his feet and ran to the side. Still running? Can we have a proper fight? Mengshan watched Fang Tuo flee again, feeling inwardly depressed. Just when he was about to capture him, he was running again. Suddenly, a dull sound of air rubbing against each other was heard. Bang! Whoa! Mengshan's footsteps paused for a moment, and he stared at Fang Tuo in front of him in disbelief. He saw a headless corpse still charging forward until it slowly collapsed onto the street. A large hole suddenly appeared in the wall of a building on the street. The crack, filled with rubble, was filled with mangled flesh and blood, which flowed down the wall. Oh my! That gun is powerful. I like it. Mengshan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Xianyuan Mengshan standing on the rooftop of a nearby shop. On his shoulder was a high-tech sniper rifle. Mengshan panted slightly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He pointed at Fang Tuo's body, then at himself, then at Xianyuan Mengshan. Xianyuan Mengshan, you're so dishonest, openly trying to steal the credit. I was about to capture him, and you shot him dead. Mengshan asked unhappily. Xianyuan Mengshan chuckled, shrugged, and spoke. Minister Meng, I'm so sorry, he ran into my encirclement. You must have chased him for several blocks, you must be exhausted. Now it's all good, you can go back and take charge. Looking at Xianyuan Mengshan's playful smile, Mengshan could only shake his head helplessly, and ran back gloomily. Mu Ranqing arrived at the scene just as Fang Tuo was fleeing in panic. Mu Ranqing stared at the battlefield in shock. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Fang Tuo had once been so arrogant and domineering. Now, he was fleeing in dismay, pursued by Mengshan. This dramatic transformation left Mu Ranqing in shock and disbelief. She had witnessed firsthand that Fang Tuo was an incredibly powerful power enhancer. He possessed immense strength and a formidable power that intimidated her. Fang Tuo was nearly unbeatable in combat, his power unmatched. Mu Ranqing had fought Fang Tuo many times, and was filled with fear at his power. However, on the battlefield today, Fang Tuo was no longer the fearsome presence he once was. His distraught escape left Mu Ranqing in disbelief. She wondered if she had seen it wrong, but the facts were before her eyes, undeniable. Mu Ranqing tried to clear her mind, pondering the reasons behind all this. What had caused Fang Tuo, a feared being, to become so vulnerable? Was it Mengshan's strength beyond his imagination? Or was there something wrong with Fang Tuo himself? Mu Ranqing felt her emotions becoming complicated. She was shocked by Fang Tuo's sudden transformation. She was also surprised and impressed by Mengshan's performance. She was even more curious about Ling Yi's existence. If a subordinate from the logistics department could crush Fang Tuo, then how powerful were the frontline soldiers fighting the zombies on the real front lines? And their so-called captain, Ling Yi, could his strength have reached a terrifying level that would daunt anyone? Mu Ranqing began to doubt whether her perception of the world was distorted. She began to reflect on whether her previous assessments of strength were accurate. Mu Ranqing let go of her decision to leave immediately. She would stay and observe and learn, hoping to find the answers she felt. Uncovering the secrets behind Ling Yi's team. She knew full well that a person's strength wasn't simply acquired out of thin air. But Ling Yi's team was filled with powerful individuals. They could easily crush Fang Tuo, whom she had always considered invincible. This made her forget Ling Yi's ruthlessness. For now, she just wanted to stay with the team and observe carefully. Perhaps Jiang Shumling was right. If Ling Yi was truly even more brutal than Fang Tuo, then why would he have so many survivors around him? And from everything she had seen, it seemed the survivors weren't deliberately trying to hide anything. They genuinely respected Ling Yi and truly acknowledged his status. Mu Ranqing, lost in her thoughts, didn't realize it until Meng Shan appeared before her again. She came to her senses and hurriedly asked, Minister Meng, did Fang Tuo escape? Chapter 225. Meng Shan, hearing Mu Ranqing's question, looked at her in confusion. He seemed to have seen this beautiful woman in the captain's car. But he was in a bad mood, so he asked politely, who is Fang Tuo? I don't know him. Mu Ranqing's face twitched slightly, and she suddenly remembered. Ling Yi had simply ordered Meng Shan and his men to ambush Fang Tuo's team. But he hadn't shared any useful information. It was as if Ling Yi had everything under control, and he already knew the outcome. So, there was no need for any explanation. He simply sent his men to fight. This is incredible. How did he achieve this? Mu Ranqing muttered softly. If it's all right, I leave now. Meng Shan frowned, seeing Mu Ranqing stunned. Ah! Minister Meng, wait a moment. The Fang Tuo I'm talking about is the one you were chasing just now. He's the leader of the enemy team. Meng Shan, who was about to leave, heard this. He paused momentarily, then stared at Mu Ranqing in disbelief. What? You're saying the guy who just ran faster than a rabbit is the enemy leader? Seeing Mu Ranqing nod affirmatively, Meng Shan's eyes twitched. After a moment, he erupted in a barrage of curses, nearly scaring Mu Ranqing to the point of jumping out of her skin. Xianyuan Meng Shan, you bastard. You took advantage of the situation and stole my credit. Damn it. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Meng Shan stormed off. Hey! Minister Meng, is Fang Tuo dead or alive? You haven't told me yet. Mu Ranqing didn't know why Meng Shan had suddenly become so furious. She hadn't even gotten the answer she wanted, so she quickly cried out. Dead. Meng Shan's two words drifted softly into Mu Ranqing's ears. At Meng Shan's reply, her heart seemed to stop. A deep silence descended upon her. Fang Tuo was truly dead. The enemy who had terrorized her all day was actually killed. Senior Meng, you're back. Where's that level 2 enhancer you were chasing? Di Yuni asked, looking behind Meng Shan in confusion. Meng Shan felt a surge of irritation at hearing the question again. He scratched his hair impatiently, then spoke. Damn! Don't mention this to me. It makes me upset. Closing the battle quickly, and then returning to report to the captain. With that, Meng Shan headed towards the battlefield, no longer using his firearms. To vent his anger, he swung the fireball in his hand. Like a barrage of bullets, they blasted towards the remaining enemies. The fierce firepower sent Fang Tuo's men wailing and shouting for surrender. What's going on? Senior Meng is so angry? Could it be that awakening his fire ability has made his temper so volatile? This is truly terrifying. I guess I'd better stay away from him today. Di Yuni watched Meng Shan's obsessive attack. He couldn't help but wince, muttering to himself. Looking at the enemies hiding in the ruins, their hands raised high, shouting surrender, Meng Shan curled his lips and roared with a murderous look. Captain's orders. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the clatter of gunfire rang out again. Fang Tuo's men were completely stunned. They had surrendered, yet they were still being slaughtered. These people were even more cruel than they were, truly terrifying. Fang Tuo had vanished, leaving them completely without a fight. They could only flee in panic, trying to find shelter. The smoke thickened from the wreckage of the buildings, making the battlefield even more eerie and terrifying. Meng Shan scanned the surroundings coldly, his eyes revealing a ruthless and determined determination. He knew it was time to give the enemy a thorough and unforgettable end. Meng Shan commanded his men in pursuit. Each man, weapons in hand, swiftly moved through the ruins. Gunshots rang out continuously, bullets whizzed by, and the battlefield was filled with smoke and the smell of blood. The enemy was trapped, with nowhere to escape. They could only fight desperately, trying to save their lives. However, facing the formidable firepower of Meng Shan's troops, they seemed powerless. The students from the logistics department had been trained to work in perfect harmony. Their attacks, like a torrential downpour, relentlessly hammered the enemy. Every shot was accompanied by the enemy's screams and wails. The entire battlefield was filled with the aura of death. Finally, the enemy was completely surrounded and annihilated, leaving only bloodstains and mutilated bodies. Although this was the first battle for these student soldiers from the logistics department, under Meng Shan's leadership, they gave Fang Tuo's men no chance. They ruthlessly poured their bullets into the enemy's bodies, striking them down one by one, until the battlefield was completely hushed. The wreckage and blood at the scene were oppressive and terrifying. But Meng Shan and the students from the logistics department remained unwavering. They knew that only by completely annihilating the enemy could they protect their own lives and those of their companions. Xianyuan Mingchen stood on a rooftop not far away. He watched Mingchen and the others fight until the last enemy was eliminated. His eyes gleamed, deeply shaken by the scene before him. These students had only undergone his intensive training as soldiers, without any detailed development. But the fighting power they displayed today was truly impressive. The boys were fine, after all, they were all passionate young men. They were the type to get angry at the slightest provocation, and a love of war was their nature. But the strength displayed by the girls was truly intimidating. Their ferocity and fighting power were no less than those of the boys. In fact, they were even more so, and when they went wild, they were even more terrifying than the boys. Mu Ranqing's shock made it even harder for her to calm down. What she witnessed today would surely be a scene she would never forget. As a woman herself, she was only a few years older than those girls. But she had always been suppressed by Fang Tuo's power. Not just her, but all the sisters in her team were shrouded in Fang Tuo's terrifying shadow. However, what she witnessed today made her feel deeply ashamed. Though those girls fought with guns, annihilating Fang Tuo's team in one fell swoop, this was real combat, not a game. Those who died at their hands were real deaths, not staged. Watching those students, both men and women, calmly pile the bodies together, then set them on fire, as if they were doing a chore, Mu Ranqing's lips trembled. She couldn't understand. What had these students experienced to become so indifferent to life? Ling Yi, what kind of person are you? Mu Ranqing muttered again, certain of it. Behind all of this, there is Ling Yi. Chapter 226. Just as Mu Ranqing was lost in thought, a tearful cry brought her back to reality. Sister Qing. Mu Ranqing quickly turned around and saw a long procession approaching. It was filled with men, women, young and old, and the voices calling her came from a group of ragged girls. Mu Ranqing looked at the disheveled girls, feeling a wave of confusion. She didn't seem to recognize them, yet they knew her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her heart trembled. Mu Ranqing quickly walked towards the group, scrutinizing their faces. Their faces were tear-stained, their bodies covered in wounds, and their eyes revealed helplessness and despair. Sister Qing, we're saved. One of the girls exclaimed excitedly, tears glistening in her eyes. Mu Ranqing studied the girl carefully. She asked uncertainly, her eyes filled with doubt. Are you Xiaomi? Woo-woo. It's me, Sister Qing. Xiaomi could no longer suppress her grievance and burst into tears. Mu Ranqing's body trembled, and she fought hard to hold back her tears. She hugged Xiaomi tightly, completely oblivious to her filthy stench. Just by looking at Xiaomi's injuries, she understood the hardship and suffering these girls had endured. They had been kidnapped by Fang Tuo and his men, imprisoned and tortured, struggling to survive. Don't cry, it's good that you're back. What about the other sisters? Where are they? Mu Ranqing comforted Xiaomi while inquiring about the others. Woo-woo, dead, all dead, tortured to death by those scumbags. Xiaomi had stopped sobbing, but now she was gasping for breath again. Mu Ranqing's face was pale. She gently patted Xiaomi's back, gritting her teeth. Tears streamed down her cheeks, tears of pain and regret. If she had been stronger, she could have stopped Fang Tuo's attack. Xiaomi and the others wouldn't have been captured. But it was too late. Mu Ranqing's eyes were red as she spoke emotionlessly. I will definitely avenge you. Those beasts must be hacked to pieces. Sister Qing, no need. They're all dead? Xiaomi's eyes flickered with relief as she spoke. What? All dead? Mu Ranqing cried in disbelief. Yes, it was that man. He brought dozens of my sisters with him to kill all those scumbags. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped. Xiaomi pointed in a direction. Mu Ranqing's gaze followed the finger. Ling Yi, clad in steel armor and holding a cigarette, strolled leisurely. He was followed by a group of women, each wielding a sharp blade and a murderous look on their faces. Mu Ranqing stared blankly at Ling Yi and the women behind him. A tangle of thoughts welled up in her mind. This man, who had filled her with fear and suspicion, was surprisingly powerful. The steel armor he wore made him appear even more majestic and imposing. He was like a battle-hardened ancient general returning triumphantly. Mu Ranqing glanced at the women behind Ling Yi. She saw that each of them was beautiful and agile. She could sense the strong murderous aura emanating from these women. She was certain Xiaomi wasn't lying. These women had just experienced battle. The bloodstains on their clothes, the stench of blood, all suggested they had killed someone. Ling Yi. Mu Ranqing muttered to herself, a complex gaze. She took a deep breath, suppressing the conflicting emotions within her. Now was not the time to dwell on these matters or doubt her choices. She needed to focus on the issues at hand. and find a new path forward for herself and the girls who had followed her. Xiaomi, let's go back first, Mu Ranqing said softly, with a hint of firmness and determination. She turned, ready to lead Xiaomi and the other girls forward into the unknown future. But Xiaomi and the other girls remained motionless, seemingly unwilling to follow Mu Ranqing. What's wrong, Xiaomi? I take you to meet the other sisters. Mu Ranqing looked at Xiaomi with confusion and said, Qing, Sister Qing, I'm not going back. I already promised my sister over there that I'd join them. I don't want to be bullied by bad people anymore. Xiaomi's tone was filled with determination and resentment. Mu Ranqing's outstretched hand faltered in midair. She stared at Xiaomi in disbelief, her heart filled with disappointment and self-blame. Silently lowering her hand, she sighed inwardly. Yeah. What's the point of coming back with me? I don't even have the ability to protect her. Mu Ranqing forced a smile and spoke softly. Joining them wouldn't be bad either, but Xiaomi, you must be obedient and learn your skills well, so you can protect yourself. I will, Sister Qing. I'm leaving now. Take care. Xiaomi nodded in agreement, then, along with the woman beside her, ran after Ling Yi. Take care. Mu Ranqing said dejectedly to Xiaomi's back. Watching Xiaomi's retreating figure, a faint sense of loss welled up in her heart. She and Xiaomi had once endured many hardships together, fighting together, and searching for a way out together. But now, Xiaomi had chosen a different path, joining Ling Yi's team. Mu Ranqing couldn't help but recall the promises and vows she had made. She had promised Xiaomi that they would find a way out together, that she would always protect her until they built a home of their own. But all of this was completely broken when Xiaomi was abducted. At this moment, Mu Ranqing felt only loss and loneliness. She had easily made the difficult decision not to join Ling Yi. And this decision would mean she would lose so much. Mu Ranqing felt a wave of powerlessness and despair. She once again began to doubt her choice. She once again began to doubt whether she had made the right decision. She squatted on the ground, alone, and began to think. Should she reconsider joining Ling Yi's team? That way, at least her sisters wouldn't have to live in fear following her. But I rejected Ling Yi's invitation before. Do you want me to beg you humbly? Mu Ranqing looked up again, in Xiaomi's direction. Seeing her excitedly following the team, her heart ached for no apparent reason. Mu Ranqing muttered softly, her tone filled with disappointment in herself. Perhaps I'm not a qualified leader. I don't even have the ability to identify people, to distinguish good from evil. What qualifications do I have to lead my sisters and build our own home? I'm terrified I lead them all into the abyss, one by one. Chapter 227. After a long moment of contemplation, Mu Ranqing abruptly stood up, her fists clenched. I can't act on my own? A little shame doesn't matter. Only by joining Ling Yi's team can I protect my sisters. Relying solely on our own, it's far too difficult to survive this apocalypse. Having figured this out, Mu Ranqing resolutely pursued Ling Yi. Just as she was about to reach him, a black figure suddenly appeared. Mu Ranqing paused, staring at the man in black in horror. In appearance, he resembled Ling Yi in stature, and both had red eyes. You're back? Everything resolved? Ling Yi asked, seeing the man in black grinning. My lord, everything is resolved. We just need to clean up the battlefield. Ing replied respectfully. Well, were there any casualties? Ling Yi asked calmly. Just a few scratches from a few clueless people, no big deal. Ing said calmly. This zombie virus shouldn't be underestimated. Have you used the vaccine yet? I don't want the people I've painstakingly trained to turn into zombies and attack us. Ling Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette and said. We observed everything, and there's nothing unusual. One thing is certain, a low-level zombie virus can't infect high-level enhanced or awakened beings. Only mutated zombies or mutant beasts would pose a risk of infection. Ing shared his speculation. Good news, remember to spread the word. This is great news. Blood Demon won't have to be timid in future battles. Let go fight like hell. If you're not afraid of mutations, then what's there to be afraid of? When encountering mutants and advanced creatures, just be careful. Ling Yi was quite interested in this news. He hadn't had time to research or experiment before. I didn't expect Ing to notice this. Captain, we finished cleaning up the battlefield here. At this moment, Mengshan also stepped forward to report on the battle situation. Ling Yi nodded, then asked. How are the students doing? Are they holding back? No, everyone is very excited and their actions are efficient and effective. The girls are even more formidable than the boys, Mengshan said with a smile. Oh, I didn't expect girls to have this side. It's incredible, good job this time. Go back and collect 30 bottles of strengthening fluid to be distributed according to merit. Ling Yi smiled faintly and gave out a number of rewards. Thank you, Captain, on behalf of the logistics department, Mengchen said excitedly. This meant that the logistics department would suddenly have an additional 30 enhancers. By the way, what about that Fang Tuo? Did you kill him? Ling Yi suddenly asked. Mengchen's smile instantly vanished upon hearing this, and he remained silent with a gloomy look on his face. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows at this and inquired. What? Ran away? Mengchen pouted and muttered, dead. Damn. Dead, so be it. What do you mean by that expression? Is Fang Tuo's beauty making you feel bad? Ling Yi jokingly smiled. Fang Tuo is just a rough guy. I'm upset that the credit was stolen, Mengchen said weakly. Stolen credit? Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, unable to understand what was going on. Ling Yi, it's a good thing you're here. I killed a big fish. What kind of reward do you think I give you? Xian Yuan Mengchen's voice suddenly echoed not far away. TSK? Speak of the devil, and he show up. What a shameless fellow. Mengchen muttered with disdain. Ling Yi glanced at Mengchen, then at Xian Yuan Mengchen, seemingly understanding what was going on. Come, bring the big fish up to Captain Ling. Xian Yuan Mengchen waved his hand with a smile, directing his men to throw a headless corpse to the ground. Mu Ranqing, standing not far away, couldn't help but shrink. The headless corpse was none other than Fang Tuo. Ling Yi, what do you think? A second-level big fish. What kind of reward do you think you can offer? Xian Yuan Mengchen rubbed his hands, looking like a money grubber. Ling Yi asked calmly, a smile curling his lips. You're just saying a headless corpse is a big fish. Who would believe that? No, Mengchen was chasing it relentlessly just now. It must be someone important. Xian Yuan Mengchen quickly explained. Oh. Since Mengchen had been chasing him, how did the body end up in your hands? Ling Yi rubbed his nose and voiced his doubt. Well, actually, Mengchen had almost finished him off. He just happened to be within my range, so I took advantage of this sniper rifle. Xian Yuan Mengchen patted the sniper rifle behind him, somewhat embarrassed. So, did you just take advantage of a loose end, or did you steal Mengchen's head? Ling Yi looked at Xian Yuan Mengchen speechlessly. This was a complete accident. Xian Yuan Mengchen rubbed the back of his head, looking awkwardly at Mengchen, who stood by with a disgruntled expression. Damn! You took advantage of a loose end, and you still have the nerve to ask me for a favor? How shameless! Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he roared. I admit the credit belongs to Mengchen, but bringing the body to you is worth the effort. After all, give me a little something. Look, the brothers are all staring eagerly. Come on! Brothers, shout in unison, thank you, Captain Ling, for the reward. Xian Yuan Mengchen said pitifully. Thank you, Captain Ling, for the reward. The soldiers behind Xian Yuan Mengchen shouted in unison. Ling Yi's mouth twitched even more violently, and those around him couldn't help but laugh. Mu Ranqing was initially a little nervous, struggling with how to approach Ling Yi. But after seeing Xian Yuan Mengchen's witty performance, she couldn't help but laugh too. She glanced around at the people around her, and was surprised to find that they didn't show any post-war fear, nor did they seem to be in any way out of character. She felt as if she were witnessing a scene before the apocalypse. Everyone was laughing heartily from the bottom of their hearts. Unlike her sisters, they were hiding in this city, trembling in fear. They were constantly afraid of being attacked by zombies, or ambushed by Fang Tuo. There was no trace of fear in Ling Yi's team. Everything was so relaxed and carefree, without a hint of the oppressive feeling of the end of the world. Mu Ranqing's gaze was fixed on Ling Yi. He's such a strange man. To strangers and enemies, his cold and ruthless face is intimidating. But with those around him, he's so kind and amiable. Perhaps this is what makes a true leader. If it were me in this situation today, I would have been at a loss, silently awaiting the judgment of fate. But this man before me was as steady as a rock, effortlessly defusing the crisis. Not only did he clear the zombie horde in the central area, but he also easily wiped out Fang Tuo's sneak attack scheme. Even more impressive was that, despite fighting on two fronts, Ling Yi, with only a few dozen women, raided Fang Tuo's lair and rescued thousands of survivors. Chapter 228. Mu Ranqing's mind raced, countless thoughts racing through her mind. But the only thing they shared was a deep awe for Ling Yi. Ling Yi's feats filled Mu Ranqing with confidence and admiration for him. She knew that as long as she followed Ling Yi, she could overcome any difficulty. I must join Ling Yi's team, even if it meant sacrifice. Mu Ranqing secretly resolved to put aside her previous hesitation and confusion. If not for herself, she would seek a bright future for her sisters. Let them face the challenges of the future with a smile, instead of living in fear and tears. Mu Ranqing stood there like a statue until Xianyuan Mingchen's loud voice brought her back to reality. Ling Yi, be more generous. The brothers are all watching you. Xianyuan Mingchen said with a sly grin. 10 bottles of strengthening potions. Ask your sister for them later. Ling Yi was truly speechless, and could only agree to give him some. That's right. I go find Shuer now. Xianyuan Mingchen was overjoyed upon hearing Ling Yi's agreement. He sprinted away, as if Ling Yi would regret it if he was even a step late. The crowd laughed even louder at this scene. Ling Yi patted Mingchen's shoulder and smiled. All right. Stop acting like a nagging woman. You can't take credit for this. I happen to have a fire-attributed weapon here. I take it as a reward for killing Fang Tuo. After saying this, Ling Yi's right hand suddenly grasped at the void. A spear with fire-attributed properties appeared before everyone's eyes. It's made of high-quality fire copper alloy, featuring a unique flame-textured finish. This gives the weapon a unique and imposing appearance. The spear's overall shape is slender and elegant, measuring approximately 2.5 meters in length. The barrel, with a diameter of 4 centimeters, is made of a red copper alloy, capable of withstanding higher temperatures. The handle is crafted from a high-quality, non-slip alloy, providing a comfortable and stable grip. Ling Yi performed a fancy spear dance before stepping out of the crowd, explaining. Don't think this is just a flashy, impractical weapon. This spear's greatest feature is its flame-throwing ability. A small groove cut into the end allows flames to emanate freely. Once injected with fire energy, the resulting high temperature will quickly transfer throughout the barrel, imbuing the entire weapon with a fiery aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi mobilized his fire powers to infuse the spear. A stream of fiery red energy instantly filled the small groove. As Ling Yi thrust the spear forward, the tip of the spear resembled a flamethrower. Instantly, a ball of scorching flames erupted, distorting the very air. This jetting ability is both powerful and concealed. In combat, it can catch the enemy off guard. Ling Yi casually tossed the flaming spear to Mingchen and grinned. Mingchen took the spear with a beaming smile, caressing it like a beloved woman, his fingers trembling with excitement. Everyone around him looked envious. A good weapon was like having an extra life. Mingchen looked up after a long moment, his brows furrowed slightly as he spoke. Captain, but I don't know how to use a spear. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he roared in frustration. Are you a man? You actually say you can't use a gun. If you don't know how to use it, go learn. Cold weapons will be the mainstream weapon on the future battlefield. Don't expect to fight high-level enemies with just a machete. Only by using weapons with corresponding attributes can you unleash your full potential. There are some experts with guns among the blood demons. Take the time to learn from them. Ling Yi's words caused everyone to burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, everyone fell into deep thought over Ling Yi's words. They began to seriously consider the truth Ling Yi had said. After all, the future battlefield will be cruel and ruthless. Only by constantly improving one's strength and skills can one survive in the apocalypse. Mingchen stood by and listened silently, feeling a sense of regret and loss. He realized that his choice of fighting style had been somewhat narrow-minded and conservative. He had relied too much on his own habits, overlooking the importance of other weapons. He felt that he had failed the captain's trust and expectations. Lu Zi suddenly spoke up. The captain is right. Each of us should constantly learn and improve. Only by using weapons with corresponding attributes can we unleash our maximum combat power. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing Lu Zi's words. They gradually realized that Ling Yi's words were correct. Possessing a variety of skills and being familiar with the use of various weapons can better cope with various combat scenarios. They can't just limit themselves to familiar weapons. They must choose the most appropriate weapon based on the needs of the battlefield. Only by adapting to combat can they adapt to various weapons. Make yourself more flexible and diverse. Each person can then unleash their full potential. Compared to the crowd, knowing the direction of future combat methods, Mu Ranqing was deeply shocked. This man is so mysterious, like a puzzle, deeply drawing her to explore. Not only can he summon objects from thin air, but he also possesses fire powers. And he seems to possess so many desirable things. Otherwise, why would Xianyuan Mingchen have the audacity to ask for a reward? What on earth can he do? I must join his team. Mu Ranqing's resolve to join grew even stronger. She slowly walked towards Ling Yi, her eyes fixed on him eagerly. As if sensing Mu Ranqing's gaze, Ling Yi suddenly turned to look at her. Mu Ranqing paused for a moment, then walked in front of Ling Yi. Her eyes were filled with determination and anticipation. Ling Yi smiled slightly and asked, looking at her. Miss Mu, do you have anything to say? Mu Ranqing felt a little awkward, as everyone's eyes were now fixed on her. She calmed herself, took a deep breath, and spoke firmly. Ling Yi, I decided to join your team. I'd bring my sisters with me. I hope you accept my request. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't answer immediately. He stared into Mu Ranqing's eyes, as if he could see right through her. This made Mu Ranqing nervous, and she could only stand there, waiting silently. After a moment, Ling Yi slowly spoke. Hee, why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you sure? Joining my team is no easy task. My future holds countless dangers and difficulties, and my enemies will be spread across the universe. Joining is just a word, but the action is a lifetime. You never want to know how I deal with traitors. So I'm asking you, are you sure you want to join? Chapter 229. Mu Ranqing didn't quite understand what Ling Yi said, thinking it was just a demonstration of loyalty. She nodded without hesitation. I'm sure. I thought it over carefully, and will move forward with you. Even though there will be risks and challenges, I believe this is the only way to survive in this chaotic world and truly realize my potential. Ling Yi smiled and extended his hand. Welcome to my team, Mu Ranqing. Mu Ranqing gently grasped Ling Yi's hand, feeling its warmth. A strange sense of peace and shyness welled up in her heart. She knew she had made the right choice. From this moment on, she would fight for survival alongside Ling Yi and the entire team. Have you held my hand enough? I'm blushing. Lu Zi leaned over to Ling Yi and whispered. Ling Yi glanced at Mu Ranqing's face, which was indeed a deep crimson. He slowly withdrew his hand, muttering to himself. You know what? Celebrities' faces are truly captivating. No wonder they have so many fans. Pervert, are you up to something sinister again? Lu Zi's voice drifted faintly into Ling Yi's ears. Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Lu Zi disapprovingly, who rolled her eyes in response. Uh-huh. Mingshan, stop touching that gun. It's almost rubbed raw. Ling Yi awkwardly tried to change the subject. Everyone looked at Mingshan, then laughed and started joking. No one noticed the awkward expression on Ling Yi's face. Captain, I just can't let it go. Mingshan scratched his head and chuckled. The blood demons have already taken over the central area. Tens of thousands of corpses. Can your logistics department handle them all? If you have any trouble, I have Xianyuan Mingshan arrange for help. Ling Yi looked at Mingshan and asked. No, Captain. The logistics department can handle it, we can handle it. I just recruited a new group of people, and it's a good time to take them out for some practice. Have Xianyuan Mingshan arrange for people to collect and cremate the bodies. Mingshan's tone was hurried, worried that Ling Yi would divide up the work. You know, every corpse is a point. Taking these points will create a new group of wealthy people in the logistics department. Then, they can exchange the points for enhancement resources, creating another group of enhancers. Ling Yi couldn't help but smile at this and said, Since you're so confident, then go. There's a celebration party tonight. If you haven't finished your work, you guys from the logistics department won't have to attend. I go. Time's running out. Logistics department, follow me and head to the central area. Mingshan shouted, then, dragging his rifle backward, he broke into a run. Hearing this, the surrounding logistics team members all ran after Mingshan. Mu Ranqing asked in disbelief. Ling Yi, is what you just said true? The zombies in the central area have been cleared. Ling Yi's lips curled slightly, as he replied calmly. Do I need to joke about this? He then turned to look at Ying behind him. Ying, are you kidding? No one will survive, all wiped out. Ying's voice was calm, as if he were speaking of something quite ordinary. Ling Yi shrugged at Mu Ranqing, then swayed and walked away. Lu Zi and the others followed him, slowly leaving the scene. Watching Ling Yi's retreating figure, Mu Ranqing suddenly called out. Can I take someone to the central area, or rather help? Ling Yi didn't turn around, but waved his hand casually. A light, airy voice reached Mu Ranqing's ears. With me, there's no need to be restrained. Feel free to do whatever you want. Mu Ranqing felt a surge of joy at Ling Yi's response. She felt Ling Yi's trust and tolerance. This strengthened her resolve. She decided to prove her worth through concrete actions. Lu Zi teased as she caught up with Ling Yi. Captain, are you tempted? Ling Yi smiled, tapped her head, and then gently shook his head. See, you sound jealous to me. Mu Ranqing is trustworthy, and it's only right to give her some freedom and opportunities. Ling Yi accepted Mu Ranqing's membership, because her loyalty rating had already exceeded 80. With time, becoming a truly loyal member was a no-brainer. A smile played on Lu Zi's lips. I'm just jealous. Anyway, I still think you have some special feelings for her. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, pulling Lu Zi close and pulling her into a hug. This sudden scene caught Lu Zi off guard, completely stunned. The crowd following behind them all stopped in their tracks. Then, in unison, they quickly disappeared in all directions. Lu Zi nestled in Ling Yi's arms, meeting his malicious gaze. Her heart was pounding for no apparent reason, and she muttered softly, What are you trying to do? There are people everywhere." Ling Yi smiled wickedly, and gently lifted her chin. "I'm doing my job. Who dares to stand by and watch? A beautiful woman is jealous, so I make it up to you first. How about that?" After saying that, Ling Yi slowly leaned his head towards Lu Zi's face. Don't do it here. It's so embarrassing in broad daylight. Wait until tonight. You can do whatever you want." Lu Zi's words had barely left her lips when Ling Yi easily captured her delicate little mouth. After a long moment, their lips parted, and Lu Zi, her face flushed, slumped against Ling Yi's shoulder. She felt her entire body limp, unable to muster a single ounce of strength. Ling Yi's kiss was too domineering, too fierce, leaving her breathless. This is what happens when you're jealous. Remember to come tonight. Your punishment isn't over yet. Ling Yi rubbed his lips against Lu Zi's earlobe, his voice soft. Lu Zi glanced at Ling Yi, her face flushed, then shyly broke free. A smile played on Ling Yi's lips as he watched Lu Zi stumble away. At this moment, Mu Ranqing was leading a team of hundreds of women, rapidly advancing towards the central area. After Ling Yi agreed to let her join the team, she was incredibly happy. She finally no longer had to worry about her survival, nor about the safety of her sisters. She had witnessed firsthand the sheer strength of Ling Yi's men. The central area, which she and Fang Tua had once avoided, was completely wiped out by Ling Yi's men in less than half a day. This was a result she had never dared to imagine. "Sister Qing, are you saying they're so powerful?" a young girl asked curiously. "Yeah, Sister Qing, even Fang Tua was no match for them. The whole team was wiped out. This is terrifying," another girl lamented. Chapter 230. Mu Ranqing turned to look at the women around her, smiled, and nodded in response. "Of course it's true. I saw Fang Tuo's headless corpse with my own eyes. And now I'm taking you to the central area to help clean up the battlefield. Sister Qing, do you think they ostracize us after we join?" a young girl asked worriedly. Mu Ranqing shook her head and replied without hesitation. "You worry too much. I was worried before too, afraid I send you into danger. But after much inquiry and personal experience, I discovered that this team is different from Fang Tuo's bunch of beasts. Don't you notice that all of their faces are filled with genuine smiles, without affectation, without worry, and without fear? What all this proves is that they feel a sense of belonging to this team. With such a popular unit, what do we have to worry about? Sister Qing, will we become as powerful as they are in the future?" a young girl asked, blinking. Mu Ranqing chuckled, then slowly spoke. "I used to be troubled by this question too. But after what happened today, I come to a profound understanding. Strong strength comes from teamwork and constant hard work and training. As long as you constantly improve your abilities, becoming stronger is only a matter of time. I heard Ling Yi is very powerful. Is that true?" a woman asked, blinking curiously. Mu Ranqing thought for a moment, then replied. "I don't know exactly how strong Ling Yi is. We haven't even seen him fight in person, but his leadership skills are evident to all of us. After all, this is a massive team of survivors. Under his leadership, everything is well organized, with clear divisions of labor. Last night's ferocious battle in the central area foreshadowed Ling Yi's immense strength. We didn't even have the courage to face the zombies there. But he plunged into the fray and annihilated the terrifying monsters in one fell swoop. Today, he even dispatched a team to completely annihilate the zombie horde in the central area. The strength of this team has far exceeded our imaginations." Another woman, hearing this, asked with some concern. "Sister Qing, they are so powerful. But we sisters are basically ordinary people. Will we be treated unfairly? What if we are used as cannon fodder, or become playthings for their men? What if they demand that we train and fight as well? I already considered this, and observed the current state of the team. There's no need to worry." Mu Ranqing paused before continuing. "Not everyone is cut out for war. Of course, in our current environment, we must constantly strengthen ourselves. Although we joined a strong team, only by becoming stronger ourselves can we survive better. We can't always rely on others to protect us. Each of us has our own strengths and talents. We should contribute to the team based on our unique characteristics. Only when everyone leverages their strengths can we better complete the mission and more quickly integrate into the larger group. Let me tell you, Ling Yi's team has a comprehensive merit system. So don't ever rely on luck, or think you can get something for nothing. Never have that thought. After hearing Mu Ranqing's explanation, the women nodded in understanding. Unknowingly, in a flurry of questions and answers, Mu Ranqing and the team had arrived at the central area. From a distance, Mu Ranqing heard Mengshan shouts. "Everyone, hurry up!" The captain said so. "If you can't finish cleaning before dinner, you won't be able to attend the celebration banquet." "I'm telling you, I just received reliable information. The chefs in the survivors team have already started preparing a feast. And Xianyuan Mengshan has already arranged for people to gather wine and drinks. Tonight's celebration banquet will be incredibly sumptuous. If you want to feast, don't be lazy. Act quickly and decisively. After we earn points, let's go to the banquet. Brothers and sisters, do you have confidence?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." The echoing voices echoed throughout the street. "Minister Ming, I have something to discuss with you." Chusun approached Mengshan and said respectfully, "Old Chu, we're all family. There's no need to be so formal. If you have anything to say, just say it." Mengshan patted Chusun on the shoulder. Chusun pointed at the people he brought with him, all sitting idly by. "Look, the people I brought with me have to wait until you dealt with the bodies before we can clean them up and burn them. I have a proposal. Please tell us what resources we need. I arrange for a group of people to help collect them, and then hand them over to you. You just need to distribute some food to them. Minister Ming will still earn points, and the battlefield cleanup speed will be increased. What do you think?" Mengshan's eyes lit up after hearing Chusun's suggestion. Glancing at the survivors chatting nearby, he felt this approach was feasible, and it could be continued in the future. I'm sure the logistics team would be happy to exchange some insignificant food for the resources within the zombies. Getting resources to exchange for points without having to do anything themselves is a good idea. Old Chu, that's a great suggestion. Okay, I do as you say. After the job is done, I give you 5 bottles of strengthening fluid as a reward. Mengshan patted Chusun on the shoulder and said excitedly, "Thank you, Minister Ming, for your generosity. I arrange for assistance right away, and I ensure you don't miss the celebration banquet." He came up with an idea, and got 5 bottles of strengthening fluid for free. He was so happy. Chusun praised Mengshan, then, beaming, went to gather the men and begin work. Mu Ranqing and the team arrived at their destination. The sight before them made them gasp. The women saw mountains of burning corpses, flames dancing and emitting bursts of scorching heat. Everyone's heartbeat quickened, and fear spread throughout their hearts. Atop the burning mountain of corpses, a putrid odor emanated from the wreckage, making one nauseated. The flames dancing on the mountain of corpses formed. It became a horrifying scene. It devoured everything around it, reducing everything visible to the naked eye to ash. Mu Ranqing's breathing became rapid, and she felt as if she were in hell. Her steps became heavy, unable to escape this terrifying aura. Her heart was filled with fear and despair. She could not imagine how many bodies were piled up in these mountains of corpses. The more bodies there were, the more it showed how many humans had become the abominable zombies. Mu Ranqing felt as if she were trapped in the shadow of death, unable to escape this terrifying bondage. Chapter 231. Many women were terrified by the sight before them, and began to cry. However, despite her inner fear, Mu Ranqing did not completely lose her courage. She knew that only by facing fear could she find hope for survival. Looking around, she saw the women she had brought with her were either vomiting or trembling with fear. Mu Ranqing took a deep breath and pulled herself together. "Everyone cheer up. If we can't even overcome this little fear, how are we going to survive in the future?" She led the team forward, heading towards Mengshan. The closer they got, the more the women felt something was amiss. They saw the scene of zombie dissections being carried out in the logistics department. An indescribable fear rose in their hearts. The corpses were no longer human. Their skin had turned a bluish gray. The blood had congealed within them, and their limbs were stiff and twisted in strange, distorted positions. These corpses had once been human, had family and friends, but now they had become like this, a chilling sight. Mu Ranqing's heart was filled with helplessness and despair. She had once believed herself to be brave and strong, capable of facing anything. But when she witnessed these horrific scenes with her own eyes, she realized her own fragility and helplessness. She felt a deep trauma, unable to recover. Mu Ranqing's team watched the logistics personnel dissecting the bodies. They seemed accustomed to these scenes. Each person had a clear division of labor, and they performed their tasks calmly and efficiently. Mu Ranqing couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to handle these bodies like them. Could she face it with strength? She fought back the churning in her stomach and surveyed the people she had brought with her. All right. I'm pretty strong. Mu Ranqing silently praised herself. The women she had brought with her had long since retreated to the side and began vomiting profusely. Just then, Mengshan approached her, asking in confusion. Hey! Miss Mu, why are you here? This isn't a place for you to be. The scene is too awful. Mu Ranqing's face paled as she forced a smile, but a glint of determination shone in her eyes. She looked at Mengshan, took a deep breath, and replied calmly. Minister Ming, I understand the situation here is indeed terrifying. But we joined this team, and we must share the hardships and never back down. Although this is your job, I feel we must face this together. Mu Ranqing's voice shone with determination and resolve. She knew that as the leader of these women, she had to remain calm and strong, giving her team members courage and support. Mu Ranqing walked towards her team members and clapped her hands gently. Although they vomited profusely, they still wiped the dirt from their mouths and looked up at Mu Ranqing. Don't be afraid. This is a necessary process. See those girls? They're younger than us, but they're working without batting an eyelid. She pointed at the students cleaning up the bodies and offered encouragement. After that, Mu Ranqing turned to face the corpses strewn across the floor. She took a deep breath and began to organize the team, directing everyone to come forward to observe and learn. She knew that disposing of corpses was a difficult and brutal task. While she didn't know what use Mengshan and the others had for the resources they were collecting from the zombies, everyone was diligently working on their task, which meant there must be a reason. After all, they had just joined the team, so it was better not to delve into certain matters. Mu Ranqing led the team, and everyone suppressed their nausea. Silently watching the logistics team members perform their dissections, no one dared to slack off. Mu Ranqing no longer felt the overwhelming nausea she had felt before. She focused her attention on the task, suppressing any discomfort. She displayed strength and decisiveness, leading the dissection of a zombie corpse and setting an example for the rest of the team. After a period of effort, the corpses were finally cleaned up before sunset. Although everything was brutal and disgusting, everyone in the team felt immense satisfaction and pride. Under Mu Ranqing's leadership, the women overcame their fears and completed their work. Mengshan walked towards Mu Ranqing, a look of approval on his face. Ms. Mu, you're truly amazing. Your strength and decisiveness have given the team members immense confidence. He explained with heartfelt admiration for this resilient woman. Mu Ranqing smiled and nodded at Mengshan. Thank you for the compliment, Director Ming. But we still have many difficulties to face, and I have much to learn from you. I admire your courage and determination even more, facing such a situation. You managed to remain calm, still chatting and laughing. It's simply incredible. Hearing this, Mengshan couldn't help but scratch his head, his face slightly flushed. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but the first time the captain forced me to do this, I was so scared I collapsed on the ground, vomiting all the while. Mu Ranqing covered her mouth, letting out a laugh, then asked curiously. So how did you overcome it? Mengshan shook his head helplessly, then looked up at the dim sky, muttering. The captain said you get used to it after vomiting. So now, everyone's used to it. Mu Ranqing couldn't help but laugh even more at Mengshan's words. She felt Mengshan's humor and optimism. This attitude was exactly what people in the despair of the end times needed. Haha. You mean we should slowly get used to this pattern, right? Lingyi is truly a special person. Mu Ranqing responded with a smile. Mengshan also chuckled softly, then spoke slowly. Captain, don't underestimate his age, he's truly remarkable. He always maintains an optimistic attitude in the face of adversity. He's an inspiration and encouragement to the entire team. His voice was filled with praise and admiration, and he continued. In fact, when faced with difficulties, each of us will overcome them in different ways. As long as we believe in ourselves, maintain courage and optimism, we can overcome anything. Mu Ranqing nodded, a glint of determination in her eyes, as she spoke seriously. Minister Ming, everyone on your team is remarkable. Everyone is constantly striving to survive. It is because of your support and dedication that we are able to bravely face difficulties and go further. After hearing Mu Ranqing's words, Mengshan quickly waved his hand. Ms. Mu, you're wrong. The reason we're still alive is entirely because of the captain, who has traveled thousands of miles. If it weren't for the captain's leadership, we would have perished in S City long ago. Chapter 232. The women in Mu Ranqing's team all heard these words. They were filled with curiosity about the captain Mengshan had mentioned. Minister Ming, is the captain really as formidable as you say, We're all curious. Who is the captain you're talking about? How did she help you become such a strong team? Oh, our captain's name is Ling Yi. He used to go to the same university as me. Mengshan smiled broadly and spoke proudly. He's the strongest member of our team and a role model for everyone. The frontline fighters you see now, including me, were all created by the captain. Through his actions, he gave us the strength we have today. He also taught us how to maintain courage and optimism in the face of difficulties, and strive to be our best and strongest. A college student, that sounds impressive. The woman exclaimed. I really want to meet him, to see him in person. Haha, you see him soon. Everyone, get ready to go back. It's time for the celebration banquet. Mengshan replied with a smile, then told the team to start heading back. In an empty square, the survivors gathered for a celebratory dinner. They cleaned the messy square spotlessly. Using various collected tables and chairs, they created a simple yet warm atmosphere. In the center of the square, a long table was laid out with food and drinks. Although simple, it was filled with the survivors' desire for life and their yearning for food. A variety of homemade delicacies, instant meals, and canned and packaged prepared foods exuded an enticing aroma. Everyone gathered together, beaming with smiles. They chatted, laughed, and shared recent anecdotes. The pain of losing loved ones and homes was soothed by the lively atmosphere of the celebration. Survivors who loved to sing spontaneously burst into song. Those who loved to dance found partners and began to dance, releasing their inner joy. Even in this difficult apocalypse, they demonstrated the resilience and tenacity of life through song and dance. The square reverberated with the survivors' cheers and well wishes. They toasted each other, boasting about their own achievements. This celebration was not only a celebration of their successful capture of the city, but also a tribute to hope and the future. At this rare gathering, the survivors felt the joy of survival. They all firmly believed that as long as they united as one, under Ling Yi's leadership, they could overcome any difficulties and embrace a brighter tomorrow. Sister Qing, is that the handsome young man Minister Meng talking about, Ling Yi? A woman excitedly shouted, pointing in a direction. Mu Ranqing glanced over and saw Ling Yi smiling, raising his glass and drinking with the people around him. Her eyes blurred, and she muttered involuntarily. Yes, he's Ling Yi, a man full of mystery. I almost missed the chance to join this team. Who would have thought that such a young man could make thousands of survivors forget they were in the apocalypse? Look at the smiles on their faces. They're so genuine, without a trace of forced emotion. I can't imagine how he managed to do this. Hey! Sister Qing, your eyes are full of stars. Are you moved? The woman who had spoken earlier said to Mu Ranqing with a teasing look. Mu Ranqing's face flushed slightly, but under the cover of night, it was barely noticeable. She smiled faintly and shook her head gently, saying, Girl, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not moved. I just admire Ling Yi's strength and leadership. Her tone revealed a hint of reverence and respect. As the leader of this team, Ling Yi demonstrated exceptional talent and leadership. He not only made wise and decisive strategic decisions, but also led his team members to perform at their best. All of this captivated Mu Ranqing, leaving her captivated by Ling Yi and filled with admiration. Ling Yi's strength also filled Mu Ranqing with awe. On the battlefield earlier, she had witnessed the corpse of the zombie python with her own eyes. Such a behemoth lay sprawled across the street. Combined with her previous knowledge, she knew full well how powerful the zombie python was. However, the lifeless corpse proved it all. It had been slain by Ling Yi. Of course, Mu Ranqing's decision to join Ling Yi's team wasn't motivated by personal feelings. For her, joining the team was about pursuing hope for survival and the future of her sisters. She hoped that under Ling Yi's leadership, her sisters would continue to grow and live peacefully in the apocalypse until normalcy returned to the world. Wow! The girls around Captain Ling are so beautiful. Just as Mu Ranqing was pondering, a woman suddenly exclaimed. Mu Ranqing looked over and saw, as expected, 10 girls surrounding Ling Yi. Some of them were girls she had seen before. These girls all had one thing in common. Each one was prettier than the next. Sister Qing, I think you're still the prettiest. Hurry up and go over there. Say hello to Captain Ling. Maybe you can even become his wife. A woman shook Mu Ranqing's arm, urging her. Why are you all making fun of me? If you want to be the captain's wife, then go ahead and do it yourself. I don't have that in mind. Though Mu Ranqing said this, she was thinking to herself. Are all these girls as women? It's said that a woman's sixth sense is incredibly sensitive. Mu Ranqing's guess was correct. The women surrounding Ling Yi were none other than Xia Mobing and the others. Ling Yi swung his wine glass around for a moment, before returning to his seat. Sitting around this enormous table were Ling Yi's closest friends. They could be considered the leadership of the entire team. "You're back, brother-in-law. Come, let me toast you. During this time, my brothers and I have been so grateful for your care. Otherwise, we would never have made it this far. Also, could you please find some strengthening fluid for me sometime? I help my brothers improve their strength." Xian Yuan Mingchen said, his arm around Ling Yi's shoulders. "Actually, I still miss the time when we first met." Ling Yi clinked his glass, gulped it down, and said. Xian Yuan Yushua, watching him, quickly picked up the bottle and refilled Ling Yi's glass. "What do you mean by that?" Xian Yuan Mingchen looked at Ling Yi in confusion, not understanding for a moment. Alas! From that fool back then, to this frivolous soldier now. It's truly hard to put into words. Ling Yi shrugged, his face resigned. Chapter 233. Xian Yuan Mingchen had just finished half his drink when he spat it out. He wiped the remaining drink from the corner of his mouth and said unhappily, "Don't tell me, is there anyone as mean as you? I didn't do anything to you." The people around him laughed at this scene. Xian Yuan Yushua gave her brother a sullen look, pursing her lips as if to smile, but not daring to. She was Xian Yuan Mingchen's closest person, and she knew only too well the changes in him. Ever since he decided to follow Ling Yi, his personality had completely changed. No longer the well-behaved man he had been in the army, he seemed to have let loose, his nature unleashed. "All right, everyone sit down. I need to tell you something." Ling Yi put away his playful smile and spoke in a serious tone. Seeing this, everyone calmed down and returned to their seats. Then, their eyes focused on Ling Yi. "I no longer intend to lead the team." Ling Yi's words shocked everyone, and everyone fell silent. For a moment, even the air seemed to freeze. Everyone was shocked by this sudden decision. Ling Yi was the leader of this team. If he didn't continue to lead, it would mean the team would face tremendous turmoil. No one present had the strength or ability to match Ling Yi. If he abandoned his duties, the entire team would be in dire straits, threatened by the apocalypse at any moment. As a new member, Mu Ranqing felt it was time to toast Ling Yi. But she hadn't expected to hear such devastating news, just as she approached this leadership area. Mu Ranqing felt a turmoil in her heart. She couldn't accept Ling Yi's departure. It could be said that Ling Yi's presence was largely the reason she joined the team. From her observation, Ling Yi's talent and leadership had always been the driving force behind the team's progress. If Ling Yi were to leave now, it would be a nightmare for Mu Ranqing and the entire team. "You can't leave," Mu Ranqing suddenly shouted, disregarding her image and rushing towards Ling Yi. The others turned to look at Mu Ranqing and nodded in agreement. At this moment, everyone was filled with different emotions. Some felt uneasy and fearful, worried that without Ling Yi's leadership, the team would fall into chaos. Some felt the future was dark, unsure of what to do. Xia Mobing and the others were even more panicked, fearing that Ling Yi would leave alone, abandoning them. Ling Yi slowly sipped his wine and glanced at the expressions of the crowd, unable to help but smile. "Captain, you can't abandon us. Without your protection, it's hard for anyone to survive here," Mingchen said, his eyes red. "Ling Yi, are you drunk? What nonsense are you talking about? We're all counting on you to lead the team to the military base." Xian Yuan Mingchen shouted sternly. The women's eyes trembled, but they didn't ask. They just stared at Ling Yi blankly, knowing he would explain. "Miss Mu, you arrived just in time. Find a seat and talk." Ling Yi pointed to an empty seat nearby and said to Mu Ranqing, "Captain Ling, you're too polite. Just call me by my name." Mu Ranqing, somewhat distraught, found a seat and sat down. Ling Yi nodded gently, then smiled faintly. "What are you all looking at? Who said I was leaving alone? I'm just planning to stop leading the team. I'm not abandoning you all." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, yet at the same time, they were filled with doubt. "Hubby, can you please finish your sentence all at once? I was so scared, I thought you were really going to abandon us all." Xia Mobing patted her chest, a look of fear on her face. "Hubby? Is he married already?" Mu Ranqing turned and couldn't help but glance at Xia Mobing a few more times. Ling Yi couldn't help but smile at Xia Mobing's words. "I wasn't even finished when you were interrupted." He turned to look in Mu Ranqing's direction. She exchanged a glance with Ling Yi and smiled awkwardly. Ling Yi smiled back and continued to explain. "Haha, I didn't expect my words to make everyone so nervous. Actually, I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you and get your opinions." Everyone's eyes turned to Ling Yi, anticipating his next words. "Lately, I've been pondering a question. What is the purpose of our advance? After Ling Yi finished speaking, he looked at the crowd, hoping for their answers. Mu Xia frowned and spoke slowly. Our goal is to capture my grandfather's base, then band together and fight for survival. Xian Yuan Mingchen echoed. What's wrong with you, kid? Isn't this the plan we agreed on? Why are you bringing this up out of the blue? Ling Yi's lips curled, and he spread his hands and continued. That was our original plan, but our team wasn't very large back then. Look at this square now, it's a sea of people. Eating, drinking, and defecating all require resources, even if we manage to reach our destination. After that, it's all just a matter of survival. And the sudden onslaught of so many people is also a strain on Mu Xia's grandfather. What's most lacking in the apocalypse? Food. Right now, we're relying entirely on what we collected along the way to barely keep the survivors fed. This is because the apocalypse has just begun, and much of the food is still within its expiration date. What happens after 1, 2, or 3 years? The existing food will either expire or be consumed. By then, what will the survivors eat? Are we going to cook and eat the zombies? At this point, Ling Yi slowly began to drink, giving everyone ample time to digest his thoughts. Mu Xia heard Ling Yi's consideration for her grandfather. Feeling sweet, she softly asked, Your consideration is very thoughtful. So what should we do next? Seeing that no one else asked, Ling Yi continued to explain. I plan to have the team stationed here, using this city as a base. Build our own fortress city. Everyone's eyes lit up. They finally understood Ling Yi's plan. Ling Yi's words excited everyone. This was a fresh start, a moment full of hope. Mu Ranqing stood up and said excitedly, Captain Ling, your proposal is fantastic. I will fully support your plan. She was born and raised in this city, and if she could continue to stay, it would be absolutely wonderful news. Xia Mobing followed suit. Hubby, I support you too. We must believe in our own strength and the power of our team. As long as we keep working hard and striving, we can definitely build the city into the image we envision. Chapter 234. Xia Mobing's words strengthened everyone's resolve. They nodded frequently, clearly agreeing with Ling Yi's proposal. Everyone knew this decision was the only correct one at this point. It was also their first step towards success. Everyone began to get excited, and no one wanted to continue wandering. After all, the journey was fraught with danger. A stable base to settle down would be ideal. Xia Maoyang clapped his hands excitedly. This proposal is absolutely fantastic. I'm tired of traveling all day. If we can settle down in this city, I wholeheartedly agree. Xia Mobing agreed, indeed. This city has a prime location, and its resources haven't been overly exploited. If we can build our own fortress city, it will definitely be of great benefit to our team's development. Watching everyone express their opinions, Ling Yi nodded slightly. Thinking things through was a good thing. He waited for everyone to calm down before continuing. Before, we needed to seek shelter at the military base because we lacked strength. But now, we have sufficient resources. We can completely hold our own on our own. Instead of wasting time traveling, it's better to stay where we are. Not only will we save on supplies along the way, but we can also use the saved time to build the city. Mu Ranqing nodded slightly in agreement. I think Captain Ling's idea is a good one. Once we have a fixed, safe place to stay, we can carry out various tasks, such as establishing medical facilities, researching and cultivating crops, and so on. Over time, the system will become increasingly refined, and we can fully achieve sustainable development. Xia Mobing glanced at Mu Ranqing with admiration, then added, Although we are already a very good team, if we don't constantly innovate and improve, relying solely on the internal consumption of existing resources, we will sooner or later be eliminated by the cruel apocalypse. Ling Yi listened to Xia Mobing's words and nodded slightly in agreement. He deeply understood that a team's success is inseparable from innovation and improvement. You are right. We can't be satisfied with the status quo. We need to constantly explore new areas and research new ways of survival. The world of the apocalypse has changed, and animals and plants have also undergone changes. If we still use the old ways and live according to the rules, then what awaits us all is certain destruction. Mu Ranqing took over Ling Yi's words and echoed. Therefore, we can improve our skills and understanding of the apocalypse through learning and research. I believe that once we firmly established ourselves, other survivors will surely join us. By then, our base will become increasingly bustling. The scene fell silent for a moment, everyone lost in thought. They all understood that to survive in this cruel apocalypse, they had to make changes. Survival of the fittest is an eternal truth. Ling Yi put down his glass and continued. Your ideas are all good. We absolutely cannot rest on our laurels. Only by continuously enhancing our strength and influence can we remain invincible in this apocalypse. Xianyuan Mingchen then added. In addition to innovation and improvement, we must also focus on team cohesion and collaboration. Only through unity and joint efforts can we overcome various challenges and achieve victory. Everyone nodded in agreement. They knew that only through continuous innovation and improvement, as well as team cohesion and collaboration, could they stand out in this apocalypse. Then let us work together, believe in the power of the team, and believe in our potential and abilities. We will definitely be able to build a strong and stable base in the future. Everyone was filled with confidence and motivation after hearing Ling Yi's words. They were determined to live up to Ling Yi's expectations and continue to innovate and improve, bringing more development opportunities to the current team and future base. They firmly believed that in this apocalyptic world, as long as they followed Ling Yi, they would surely achieve brilliant success. Everyone was cheering, but one person stood out from the others. She sat quietly, her thoughts unclear. Ling Yi patted Mu Xia's shoulder and said softly, "Xia, don't worry. I take you to see the old man later." "Really?" Mu Xia's eyes lit up, and she asked happily. "Of course. Although we settled down here, we're not resting on our laurels. We must go to the old man's place. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. My goal is to use this as a foundation and expand to the surrounding areas. Expand territory, continuously eliminate zombies, and expand the area where survivors can operate." Ling Yi's tone was filled with determination and dominance. "I believe you." Mu Xia gave a charming smile. Ling Yi clapped his hands, then spoke loudly. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me." After everyone in the room quieted down, Ling Yi continued. "Everyone here is like the leadership of our team. So, for future development, please discuss and plan for the future. Everything is starting from scratch. Don't be limited to pre-apocalyptic thinking. We must learn to adapt to the current environment, whether you're an enhancer or a psychic. As long as you're good at tapping into your potential, you can all contribute to this development. I hope everyone will work together and leverage their strengths. Build the city into a safe fortress. Don't you have any constructive suggestions? You sound like you're going to be a hands-off boss." Xianyuan Mingchen said with an unhappy look on his face. "Ahem. This is a chance for everyone to practice. Design it carefully, come up with a plan as soon as possible, and then start construction. But there's one thing you must consider." Everyone was stunned by Ling Yi's sudden serious tone and turned their gazes to him. "I have only one requirement for the city we're building. That is, the ground should be secondary, with the underground as the primary." Everyone was puzzled upon hearing this. "Why is that? The city's buildings are already there. We just need to move in. We just need to take defensive measures to prevent zombie attacks. I think this is the simplest and most convenient solution. Why develop underground?" Xianyuan Mingchen asked, puzzled. The others were also filled with questions, their eyes fixed on Ling Yi, awaiting his explanation. Chapter 235. Ling Yi listened quietly to Xianyuan Mingchen's question. Then he smiled and nodded as he explained. "Mingchen, your point makes sense, and it's the most practical and simple approach. But why should I develop underground? There are two main reasons." Ling Yi paused, raised a finger, and continued. "The first reason is safety. Although the city's buildings are already built, we can't ignore the existence of zombies or other threats. Even if we take defensive measures, we can't guarantee complete prevention of an attack. For example, flying mutant beasts and zombies that can climb walls are all possible. The most important point, as I said before, is that the enemy we face now isn't just zombies, there are also hidden forces. Don't forget where the nuclear bombs in S City came from. I don't want to be bombed by those lunatics again. So, we need to open up underground space. Not only will it provide an additional layer of protection, it can also serve as an emergency shelter, providing a safer living environment for survivors." Everyone listened attentively, not interrupting, because Ling Yi was telling the truth. Except for Mu Ranqing, who hadn't experienced a nuclear explosion, everyone else had narrowly escaped death. Ling Yi raised his second finger and continued his explanation. "The second reason is resource management and utilization. In the apocalypse, resources become more precious and limited. Underground space can be used to store and manage various resources, such as food, water, and energy. This allows for more efficient resource utilization and management given the limited resources on the surface. Of course, this doesn't mean we completely abandon surface construction. We simply use the underground as a supplementary and enhanced component. We need to consider the long-term development of the city and the diversity of its living environments. Underground construction will provide us with more options and flexibility, helping us better cope with uncertainties. After listening to Ling Yi's explanation, everyone pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Combined with Ling Yi's words, they began to realize that underground construction is a crucial aspect of urban development and survival. It can provide stronger security and resource support for their future. Ling Yi smiled at the expressions of approval. It seems everyone agrees with my suggestion. But this is just my rough idea. We need to discuss the details together. I look forward to us building this city into a solid, safe, and efficient shelter, providing a home where survivors can live and thrive in peace. Mu Xia frowned, pondering for a moment, then raised a question. If we follow your idea, it will be a massive undertaking. I'm not being self-deprecating, but considering all of us here, building the fortress city you're talking about is simply a pipe dream. Ling Yi looked around and noticed that everyone was frowning, seemingly perplexed by the project. Ling Yi smiled at Mu Xia and said encouragingly, Xia, it's understandable that you have questions about this massive project. I understand that this plan does sound far-fetched, but we absolutely have the ability to pull it off. Let me explain my thinking. Ling Yi stood up, pointed at the revelers in the square, and began to explain his plan in detail. First, we are no longer isolated individuals. We have a powerful team, each with their own unique skills and talents. They bring together talents from all walks of life. By simply grouping them, we can fully leverage everyone's strengths and jointly complete this massive project. Second, we simply need to completely capture the city. Temporary housing is not a concern. The city has abundant resource reserves to support the construction of the base and the living needs of the survivors. Although we lack advanced technology and equipment, remember that this is the end of the world. Anything is possible in the end of the world. The presence of enhancers and awakeners can compensate for the lack of equipment. Since we have decided to do this here, taking root, these survivors will form our population base. I will empower or awaken as many as possible. Then I will categorize and plan them according to their enhanced characteristics and awakened abilities. Each awakened ability possesses its own unique skills. In the early stages, they are weak and unable to overwhelm the enemy. But having them use their abilities to build an underground city is more than enough, I think. Perhaps using abilities for construction can greatly improve efficiency. Finally, I want to say that this isn't just about building a home for one person. It's about the survival of all of us. As long as everyone has unwavering faith and determination, I believe this fortress city will provide us with safety and shelter. Perhaps one day in the future, it will bring hope to humanity's future. Ling Yi's words inspired and bolstered the confidence of those present. They no longer doubted the feasibility of this project. Instead, they began to consider how best to assist and support Ling Yi's plan. Everyone began to discuss and plan with a flurry of activity. Everyone actively participated, offering their own suggestions and opinions. Ling Yi observed the lively discussion and silently raised his glass. As long as we are filled with passion and creativity, the dream of this fortress city will no longer be a distant fantasy, but a reality. The discussion lasted a long time, delving into many issues, including the selection of building materials, the layout and design of the base, and the safety and living needs of the residents. Everyone expressed their opinions and thoughts, and also raised questions and suggestions regarding others' views. Everyone, please stop arguing. There's no rush to build the base. We should all work towards this goal and proceed gradually. Now, all you have to do is share our vision with the survivors. Then we will begin to identify talented individuals from all walks of life and bring them together. Everyone put their heads together and then finalized the plan. Ling Yi loudly interrupted the quarrel, calming the situation slightly. Hubby, give our future city a name. Xia Mobing leaned over to Ling Yi and suggested. The others chimed in, waiting for Ling Yi to come up with a name. Name? Ling Yi muttered, raising his glass high. Through the red wine, a crimson blood moon met his eyes. Blood Moon City. The voice was quiet, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Hee. Blood Moon City. Such a distant yet familiar name. The figure standing behind Ling Yi, who hadn't taken a seat until now, suddenly laughed strangely. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines at the sudden laughter. Chapter 236. Ling Yi downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, then casually set it down. With his hands behind his back, he walked towards the RV with an air of prestige. Let's call it the Blood Moon City. Ling Yi's voice faded, and everyone watching his back felt a sense of sadness. Blood Moon City? What a strange name. Xia Maoyang murmured, tilting her head. Her question also caught the attention of the others. They all turned and responded to Xia Maoyang's question. Musia explained with a smile. Blood Moon City, while the name sounds a bit strange, has a profound meaning. The blood moon symbolizes tenacity and courage. We built this city to protect the survivors from external threats. It will become our fortress, safeguarding our future, Xia Mobing added. Furthermore, the name Blood Moon City is unique and memorable. It will attract more attention and attract more memories. When our city becomes a symbol in the hearts of the survivors, the 4 characters Blood Moon City will also become a symbol of our team's honor. After listening to Musia and Xia Mobing's explanations, everyone nodded in agreement. Xia Moyang suddenly understood. She realized that she had only misunderstood the name's superficial strangeness, ignoring its deeper meaning. In fact, none of them had correctly guessed Ling Yi's thoughts. Blood Moon City was his past life's residence, and also his burial place. It could be said that this was Ling Yi's greatest pain. But Ling Yi casually uttered these 4 words. But soon, it became a name brimming with hope and dreams. Everyone living within it worked tirelessly for its future. Through everyone's collaborative efforts, the Blood Moon City became a prosperous, safe, and vibrant home. Survivors from other places considered the Blood Moon City a sacred place in their hearts. They dreamed of joining this city of abundance and strength. Seeing Ling Yi leave alone, the table didn't dwell on it, and resumed their previous conversation. No one noticed the 4 petite figures quietly leaving the scene. Ling Yi showered and lay quietly in bed, gazing out the window at the bustling square, his mind racing. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door abruptly brought Ling Yi back to reality. He turned curiously towards the door, and saw Lu Zi tiptoeing inside. She was wearing a school uniform skirt, knee-high white socks, and small leather shoes. "Z, are you trying to seduce me with your uniform again?" Ling Yi, seeing this, couldn't help but understand Lu Zi's intentions, and started teasing. Lu Zi stepped forward, a blush spreading across her face. She lowered her head, bit her lip lightly, then raised her head, and smiled at Ling Yi. "I'm just trying to satisfy your craving, yet you're teasing me?" She poked Ling Yi's chest with a finger, and said in mock anger. Ling Yi smiled, cupping Lu Zi's face, and speaking gently. "Because I just love seeing you shy." Lu Zi's blush deepened, and she gently pushed Ling Yi's hand away. "Don't worry, there's a surprise." A hint of sweetness lingered in her eyes, as she whispered softly. "Surprise? Are you planning a passionate dance for me?" Ling Yi lit a cigarette, took a puff, and leaned against the headboard, asking with a smile. Snap! Lu Zi flicked off the bedside lamp, and spoke softly. "Close your eyes first. Open them only when I tell you to." Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, and closed his own. To him, there was no difference between closing his eyes and opening them. He could clearly perceive Lu Zi's every move. So there's more than one. No wonder it's so mysterious. Damn! What's the point of this? They're really playing with the uniform allure. Si Shui, in a nurse outfit with white stockings. Lu Yuan, in a hip skirt with red stockings. Su Ruoling, in a stewardess outfit with black stockings. Watching the 4 figures slowly approach him, Ling Yi felt his heart racing. An unprecedented sense of excitement and tension washed over him. He knew it was Lu Zi's sisters, wanting to surprise him with a special dinner. Ling Yi's thoughts raced, trying to find an appropriate way to handle this situation. He tried to remain calm, but he couldn't suppress the excitement inside. "You? What the hell are you doing?" Ling Yi asked, barely maintaining his composure. But his eyes revealed a hint of joy and desire. Snap! The lights in the room turned back on, and Lu Zi pouted. "This isn't fun at all. You can see clearly even with the lights off. There's no sense of mystery at all." Si Shui, Lu Yuan, and Su Ruoling all walked over to Ling Yi, each looking at him shyly. Lu Zi sat on the edge of the bed, a playful smile on her face. "I wonder if the way we sisters dress is to your taste," Lu Zi whispered, her voice full of teasing. Ling Yi felt his body warm. He looked at Lu Zi and her sisters, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement and anticipation. "Are you blatantly teasing me?" Ling Yi's voice was a touch excited, and his eyes revealed a hint of desire. Si Shui, Lu Yuan, and Su Ruoling all crawled over to Ling Yi, looking at him shyly. Lu Zi rested her hands on her cheeks, looking at Ling Yi with a smile. "We just want to make you happy," Lu Zi whispered. "Don't you like it?" Ling Yi's heartbeat quickened, as he felt the tenderness of Lu Zi and her sisters. He tried to control his emotions, but the desire within him was unstoppable. Ling Yi didn't know what had happened to him in this life. In his previous life, his desire for women wasn't that strong. But in this life, he seemed to have an inexplicable, extravagant craving for women. As his strength grew, his desires grew immeasurably. Ling Yi took a deep breath, stubbed out his cigarette, and whispered, "I can't describe how I feel right now. All I want to do right now is love you dearly." The smiles of Lu Zi and her sisters brightened even more. Hearing these words, it was clear that their efforts had paid off. "Then let's spend an unforgettable night together." Lu Zi looked at Ling Yi with a charming, affectionate gaze. A fire ignited within Ling Yi, and he decided to cherish this special moment and savor this love and tenderness to the fullest. He took Lu Zi's hand and pulled her into his arms. The other 3 women also came forward, and a heartwarming story unfolded within the room. Chapter 237. Time flew by. A few months later, this pre-apocalyptic city had been transformed. In this new city, which Ling Yi referred to as the Blood Moon City, first, the city's architectural structure was improved. Originally, dilapidated buildings were redesigned and renovated to adapt to the needs of survival in the apocalypse. Based on the central area, a large area was demarcated, and a wall was built to enclose this space. Suitable high-rise buildings were selected to serve as military bases, medical centers, and other emergency facilities. Various equipment was collected and assembled, and construction was gradually completed. This provided a safe and convenient living environment for the survivors. Second, the city's transportation system was optimized and improved. Roads and bridges were repaired and reinforced, and transportation was updated and improved. Abandoned vehicles were all recycled by Ling Yi and forged into alloy steel plates for use in the construction of defensive facilities. In addition, the city's defense system was strengthened and improved. The construction and use of defensive facilities such as the inner city's walls, outposts, and guard towers have made the city safer and more reliable. Captain, the team excavating the underground space reports that they discovered a massive tunnel beneath. There are numerous giant snake eggs inside. What should we do with them? Mengshen hurriedly reported to Ling Yi. Snake eggs? Could they be those left behind by that zombie python? Let's go and take a look. Ling Yi stood up and, led by Mengshen, headed towards the scene. When Ling Yi and Mengshen arrived at the underground entrance, the Earth-type psychics gathered at the entrance, staring at the dark hole with fear on their faces. I never seen eggs this big. I seen dinosaur eggs in museums before, but they weren't that big, were they? It's terrifying inside. I wonder what kind of monster will hatch. Make way. The captain is here. Great. Now that the captain is here, things will be easier. Ling Yi smiled and nodded to the people around him. He and Mengshen stopped at the cave entrance and immediately felt a strong, eerie aura. Come inside and see what's going on, Ling Yi said to Mengshen. Yes, Captain, the construction work in the surrounding area was normal. But when we arrived in this area, someone discovered this huge tunnel. So they sent people to investigate along the tunnel and found these snake eggs. Mengshen explained as he followed. How did you know they were snake eggs? Ling Yi asked curiously. One of the members, out of curiosity, destroyed an egg. And inside, they found a writhing snake, incredibly hideous, like those zombies. Mengshen had clearly seen the scene, his voice filled with surprise and fear. Could these really be the eggs left behind by that 7th-level zombie python? Ling Yi couldn't help but think of this again. This isn't good news. If zombies could reproduce, it would be a disaster. The passageway emanated a damp and rancid odor. As the 2 men went deeper, the passageway became wider. Giant snake eggs lay scattered across the ground. Ling Yi squatted down and examined them carefully, discovering that the eggs had hard shells emitting a faint, strange glow. Just from the surface, Ling Yi realized these snake eggs were unusual. They might be harboring some supernatural creature, or perhaps even containing the eggs of a zombie python. These eggs look unusual. We must handle them with caution, Ling Yi said, gazing intently at them. Mengshen stared intently at the giant eggs, a tinge of fear rising in his heart. Captain, what should we do with these eggs? I'm afraid they could hatch at any moment. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of someone. He quickly instructed Mengshen. I remember when we encountered the swarm of mutant wasps. There seems to be an entomologist in Xianyuan Mengshen's team. Go find him immediately, I need to ask him something. Also, tell everyone at the cave entrance to remain vigilant and ensure safety. Until we determine the cause of these eggs, you must not act rashly. Mengshen nodded in agreement and hurried out of the cave. Ling Yi watched Mengshen swiftly depart, hoping he would find the entomologist as soon as possible. He wanted to know the origin and properties of the snake eggs. It was extremely important. If his suspicions were correct, it would be a serious problem. He looked to an entomologist, possessing relevant knowledge and experience. Although all plants and animals had changed in the apocalypse, overall, the shifts were relatively minor. While waiting for Mengshen's return, he recalled his initial encounter with a swarm of mutant wasps. He recalled the name of the entomologist in Xianyuan Mengshen's team, Zhao Han. He later learned that Zhao Han was a world-renowned entomologist. Despite his youth, he possesses a profound understanding of the characteristics and habits of various insects. He has provided invaluable assistance to Xianyuan Mengshen's team in several critical moments. Ling Yi fully understands Zhao Han's importance, so he specifically sends Mengshen to find him. He believes Zhao Han will surely provide some answers to the mystery lingering in his mind. Just as Ling Yi gazed at the snake eggs, his thoughts racing, Mengshen hurried back, his face beaming with joy. Zhao Han has been found, and he's willing to help resolve the situation. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Mengshen to quickly arrange for Zhao Han to arrive. He then reiterated that those at the cave entrance remain vigilant and ensure safety. Soon after, Zhao Han appeared before Ling Yi. He was dressed simply, but his eyes revealed a depth and wisdom. Captain Ling, Minister Meng has briefed me on the situation, and I have a general understanding of it. Let's go to the scene first to see the specifics, and I make my own assessment. Zhao Han stated his needs simply and clearly. Ling Yi nodded and took the initiative to lead Zhao Han towards the underground passage. Stopping before the snake eggs, Zhao Han was completely stunned. He kept muttering to himself. This is truly a miracle. It's incredible. I can actually witness such a shocking scene. Ling Yi noticed Zhao Han's exclamation, turned his head, and looked at him seriously. These snake eggs are indeed very unusual. We need to deal with them calmly. And I suspect they are the eggs of the zombie python I killed earlier. Zhao Han was slightly surprised by Ling Yi's words. He frowned and began to examine the eggs. The surface of the eggs was very smooth, but they looked very hard. The interior exuded a chilling aura, making anyone afraid to approach them easily. Zhao Han began analyzing and evaluating the eggs. These eggs have very unique properties, seemingly possessing some unknown biological energy. I believe they may harbor a powerful force within them, potentially even posing a threat to humans. Chapter 238. Ling Yi listened to Zhao Han's analysis and agreed with his point of view. They all understood the immense power contained in these snake eggs. They needed to be handled with extreme care and caution, Ling Yi added, narrowing his eyes. Zhao Han, your observation is very sharp. These snake eggs are indeed potentially threatening. I can tell you clearly that I sense the aura of that zombie python on them. And my perception clearly tells me that once these eggs hatch, they will be at least the strength of a third-level mutant python. So, we must find a suitable method to control them to prevent incalculable damage to the entire base. Zhao Han and Mengshen exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of surprise. If he hadn't heard correctly, Ling Yi had said to control them, not to destroy them. After all, there were over 30 giant eggs here, and they were third-level creatures. Captain Ling, you want to hatch all these snake eggs, not destroy them? Zhao Han felt his body tremble. Ling Yi's idea was truly insane. Ling Yi looked at Zhao Han and Mengshen's surprised expressions, and explained with a smile. Yes, Zhao Han, I don't intend to destroy these snake eggs. On the contrary, I hope to fully control them, and use these mutant pythons to protect the base. After a pause, Ling Yi continued. You must understand that these snake eggs are all third-level creatures. Even the young snakes possess tremendous energy and potential power. If we can harness their power and utilize it effectively, it will bring enormous benefits to the base. Zhao Han was somewhat shocked and confused after hearing Ling Yi's explanation. He knew the idea was daring and risky, but he also understood that Ling Yi's primary motivation was to protect everyone's safety. Zhao Han took a deep breath, trying to dissuade Ling Yi from the idea. Captain Ling, I understand your intentions are good, but these snake eggs are truly dangerous. We need to carefully consider how to handle them. Ling Yi waved his hand, then smiled. Your mindset hasn't changed. Why do you think I can't control them? Have you seen my pet spirit cat? It's also a mutant, yet it obeys my orders. Hearing Ling Yi's reminder, Mengshen's eyes lit up, and he spoke. Yes, how could I have forgotten? The spirit cat has been a great help to us along the way. He's always obedient to the captain, never resisting, and very friendly to us. Captain Ling, do you mean to say you have a way or means to control the mutant beasts? Zhao Han looked at Ling Yi with excitement. That's quite an impressive ability. Ling Yi nodded and asked. Actually, the most important reason I called you here is to help me see when these snake eggs were formed. Zhao Han was stunned at this. Is this question that important? Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he spoke tremblingly. Are you worried that these snake eggs were bred by zombie pythons in their later stages? Zhao Han, you're quite good. Your guess is spot on. Although you're an entomologist, you should be familiar with the habits of these reptiles. I think you understand my concern. The ability of mutant beasts to reproduce is a natural phenomenon. But if zombies can reproduce, it would be a catastrophic disaster for us survivors. Zhao Han was stunned after hearing Ling Yi's answer. He stared at Ling Yi in surprise, a chill welling up in his heart. If this is truly a late-stage zombie python, then the result would be devastating news. Zhao Han's voice trembled. I hope you can study these snake eggs and find the answers you can. Ling Yi said seriously, his tone revealing a willingness to take no for an answer. Zhao Han swallowed and nodded, agreeing to Ling Yi's request. He understood the importance of this mission and couldn't afford to be careless. After a moment's thought, Zhao Han offered a suggestion. I need to find some help from the survivors. And immediately find a way to isolate these snake eggs. Seal them in special containers to prevent them from hatching suddenly. Ling Yi carefully considered Zhao Han's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Mengshen, please cooperate with me on this matter. I don't want any accidents to happen. From now on, create an underground space to avoid this area. Designate this area as a research area and assign personnel to guard it. No one is allowed to enter. Yes, Captain. We will complete the mission. Mengshen replied confidently. Over the next few days, under Zhao Han's command, Mengshen immediately took action to isolate and seal the snake eggs. They carefully placed the eggs in a specially designed container and sealed it with an alloy material manufactured by Ling Yi. This way, they could effectively control the snake eggs' movement area after hatching, to avoid potential threats to the survivors in the city. Zhao Han looked at the isolated and sealed snake eggs, still feeling a tinge of unease. He knew this was only a temporary solution. Further research and exploration was needed. A safer and more reliable method must be found to handle these snake eggs. And most importantly, it was necessary to determine when they were formed. Zhao. The incubation time and requirements for python eggs before the apocalypse vary depending on the species. Typically, python eggs take approximately 80 to 120 days to hatch into baby snakes. During the incubation period, the mother snake continuously sucks out yolk from her mouth to feed the young snakes to ensure their survival. Furthermore, python reproduction is also affected by the external environment, such as temperature, humidity, and food availability. According to Captain Ling, the zombie python has been dead for several months. This means these snake eggs have been deprived of nutrients for months. It's unclear whether they are all stillborn in the eggs, a white-haired old man said to Zhao Han. He was one of Zhao Han's hired helpers, and had experience studying reptiles. Mr. Gong, these snake eggs are definitely alive. I accidentally broke one earlier, and saw the young snake moving. Zhao Han explained. What? Still alive? How bizarre. Mr. Gong circled the sealed eggs again and again. Captain Ling's biggest worry is that the eggs are the product of a late-stage zombie python. Zhao Han, feeling a little dizzy as he watched Mr. Gong circling, spoke quickly. Absolutely impossible. This assumption is wrong. Mr. Gong waved his hands, his expression intense, and continued. Along the way, I also studied some zombie corpses. Their internal mechanisms have been completely destroyed by the virus, their cells necrotic, and they absolutely have no reproductive capacity. Chapter 239. Mengshen frowned slightly after hearing Elder Gong's words, and asked with a hint of doubt. Gong, are you sure zombies don't reproduce? But we're seeing an increasing number of zombies. If they don't reproduce, what's going on? Gong shook his head, and explained seriously. Minister Meng, you may not know that zombies don't reproduce through traditional methods. The virus has altered their biological mechanisms, enabling them to spread the virus by infecting other organisms. This method of infection, similar to the spread of a virus, isn't true reproduction. Mengshen became even more confused. He frowned and scratched his head, pondering the question. Zhao Han also echoed his explanation. Minister Meng, Elder Gong is right. Zombies don't rely on their own reproductive capacity to increase their numbers. They reproduce by infecting and transforming ordinary people. This is why we're seeing more and more zombies appear. Mengshen shook his head sharply, then pointed at the snake eggs and questioned. Since you're so sure zombies can't reproduce, how do you explain these snake eggs? Well, Zhao Han lowered his head in shame. It had been several days. They also extracted genes from the snake eggs for research. But they still hadn't found any useful information. Perhaps there's a possibility. Old Gong stared intently at the snake eggs through the sealed container's observation port. I suspect the zombie python Captain Ling killed bred snake eggs before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, Its body was infected with the zombie virus. It transformed into a giant zombie python, and the snake eggs remained within it. Over time, the snake eggs absorbed the zombie virus from the python. This caused the snake eggs to mutate, becoming what they are today. After listening to Elder Gong's words, Zhao Han rubbed his chin in thought, and spoke for a moment. I agree with Elder Gong's speculation. This is the only explanation for why these snake eggs are still alive. Only the zombie virus can keep the snake eggs alive without nutrients. After hearing the conversation between the two, Mingxin couldn't help but raise a question. According to what you two said, those pregnant women who became zombies after the apocalypse. A baby zombie will slowly develop inside your body? Hiss. Old Gong and Zhao Han exchanged glances, each gasping. They imagined what a horrific disaster it would be if a pregnant woman infected with the zombie virus gave birth to a baby zombie. These babies might not grow normally. They would become zombies from birth. They would only attack humans with even more brutality, becoming their natural enemies. If some unforeseen circumstances caused the baby zombies' abilities to become even more powerful, the consequences would be unbearable for humanity. You thought of this, which shows you put a lot of effort into your research. Excellent. At this moment, Ling Yi and Ning appeared before the three of them. Captain Ling, it seems you already thought of this. That's why you asked us to study these snake eggs, isn't it? Zhao Han asked, suddenly realizing. Ling Yi nodded slightly and continued. The most important thing for you now is to find a way to hatch these snake eggs. I want to see what exactly makes them different. Old Gong rubbed his hands, looking troubled, then slowly expressed his doubts. Captain Ling, we also want to hatch these snake eggs as soon as possible. But although the snake eggs have transformed into zombies, they are not completely dead. But without the nutrients provided by their mother, they are now just immortal eggs, unable to grow and hatch. Yes, Captain Ling, without the mother snake to incubate them, and without professional facilities, it would be extremely difficult to successfully hatch the young snakes. Zhao Han also echoed from the side. And because the snake eggs have mutated, ordinary incubation methods are no longer suitable. Old Gong added. You mean, these mutant snake eggs need nutrients to continue growing? Ling Yi frowned slightly. This was a bit of a problem. Yes, these snake eggs contain enormous amounts of energy. If they can't be replenished with enough energy to grow, they won't hatch at all. Old Gong stared at the eggs, his face filled with disappointment. For a reptile researcher, being able to personally hatch a batch of mutant pythons would be a groundbreaking development in the biological world. Need energy to continue growing? Ling Yi stroked his chin and began pacing back and forth. Zombie python? Mutant snake eggs? Zombie virus. Ling Yi muttered to himself, trying to find some clue. Suddenly, he paused, his eyes fluttered open, and he spoke loudly. I know what to do. After saying that, Ling Yi flipped his right hand, and several zombie crystal cores appeared in his palm. What are these? Zhao Han and Old Gong gathered around, looking at the crystal cores in Ling Yi's hand, full of confusion. Zombie crystal cores. These are taken from the heads of zombies. A mysterious energy substance, the source of zombie energy. Take them, and try them out, see if they work. Ling Yi handed the crystal cores to Zhao Han, asking them to test their effects. Zhao Han gave a few to Old Gong, then took them to the snake eggs. Carefully, he placed the crystal cores closer to the eggs through the observation port. Ling Yi nervously watched Zhao Han's every move, hoping the crystal cores would have any effect. If the zombie crystal cores could work on the eggs, then the young snakes might hatch. Zhao Han's hands trembled slightly, as he slowly placed the crystal cores closer to the eggs, observing their reaction. He noticed that the surface of the eggs began to vibrate and change slightly. The young snake inside seemed to be absorbing the crystal core's energy. There's a reaction. The snake egg is shaking slightly. Zhao Han whispered excitedly. Hold steady. You must hold steady. Don't scare the young snake. Elder Gong also warned excitedly, lowering his voice. Ling Yi was delighted, knowing this was a good start. He encouraged Zhao Han to continue the experiment, telling him to remain calm and focused. Zhao Han followed his instructions, and continued to place the crystal core close to the snake egg. As time passed, the crystal core in his hand slowly shrank, turning into powder. The vibrations on the surface of the snake egg became more and more obvious, eventually forming a tiny crack. Keep nourishing with the crystal core. Elder Gong urged hurriedly, as he watched the crystal core turn into powder, and slowly fall to the ground. Zhao Han excitedly placed another crystal core into the observation port. This time, however, the snake egg showed no reaction, and the crystal core remained intact. This made Mr. Gong and Zhao Han a little at a loss, not knowing what went wrong. Chapter 240. Ling Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry. I suspect this snake egg has reached a critical point in its energy absorption. It could also mean it's full. Try another one." Upon hearing this, Elder Gong immediately placed a crystal core into the observation port. As expected, just as before, the core was slowly absorbed by the snake egg. The egg didn't crack, even after the core completely reduced to powder. When Elder Gong continued to insert crystal cores, the egg stopped absorbing energy, showing no reaction at all. After Zhao Han and Elder Gong tested several more snake eggs, they were finally able to confirm that Ling Yi's theory was correct. "Captain Ling, your guess is absolutely correct. This is incredible." Zhao Han observed the crystal core in his hand, his face filled with disbelief. This is a miracle in the biological world. Just this tiny crystal. It can actually allow a mutant snake egg to absorb and grow. It's simply incredible. Even Elder Gong was incredibly excited, his white beard trembling. Ling Yi looked at the two men's excited expressions, and said with a faint smile, "Don't get so excited, you two. You encounter more miracles in the future. Now, I trouble you two to find a way to hatch these snake eggs as quickly as possible. I advance your wages. What do you think? Of course, if you have any other requests, feel free to ask." Old Gong was the first to refuse. "Captain Ling, you're too polite. Allowing me to participate in this mission is already the greatest reward I can offer you." Zhao Han nodded in agreement. Old Gong is right. Without Captain Ling's protection along the way, we would have become zombies long ago. We don't know how to repay you, so how dare you even ask for a reward? Ling Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "I admire your selflessness, but you definitely appreciate this reward." After that, Ling Yi took out 2 awakening beads, 1 wood and 1 light. Gong Lao and Zhao Han's eyes lit up when they saw the awakening beads in Ling Yi's hand. "This is also a crystal core so big?" Zhao Han swallowed, surprised. "This isn't a crystal core, but a bead that awakens superpowers. It can grant ordinary people superpowers. Are you sure you don't want it?" Ling Yi briefly explained, a smile playing on his lips. "What? It can awaken superpowers?" Zhao Han and Gong Lao were immediately horrified, at a loss for words, almost rushing forward to grab it. Ling Yi looked at their shocked expressions. He understood their excitement. Possessing supernatural powers is an irresistible temptation for every survivor. Ling Yi continued to explain, "Yes, these beads can awaken supernatural powers in ordinary people. They contain endless supernatural power, allowing ordinary people to break through their own limits." Zhao Han and Elder Gong were overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing this. They couldn't wait to possess this power to combat the threat of the zombie virus. They shouted almost simultaneously, "We want it. We absolutely must." Ling Yi nodded in satisfaction. It would be truly strange if the two of them were determined not to accept it. He handed the 2 supernatural awakening beads to Zhao Han and Elder Gong respectively. Zhao Han has active light energy within his body. Taking this will awaken light-related supernatural powers. After Elder Gong consumes it, he can awaken his wood-type supernatural powers. Zhao Han and Elder Gong carefully took the supernatural awakening beads. They clutched the beads tightly in their hands, a sudden urge to swallow them directly. Ling Yi saw the eager look in their eyes, and quickly persuaded them. "You two should find an open area later to consume the supernatural awakening beads. Because the awakening will cause strange phenomena, I'm afraid you might destroy this place." Hearing this, the two reluctantly put the awakening beads into their pockets and clutched them tightly. "If you need anything in the future, just go to Shadow Commander behind me. I have him find a way to get you a few pregnant zombies. We must find a way to uncover the secrets we need to know. This is a matter of vital importance to the survival of all of humanity. Now that we discovered it, we must get to the bottom of this hidden threat and understand it thoroughly to avoid being caught off guard in the future." Zhao Han and Elder Gong felt a surge of conviction upon hearing Ling Yi's words. They understood the importance of this mission, and knew they couldn't take it lightly. "Captain Ling, we understand," Zhao Han said solemnly. "We will do our utmost to understand the secrets of these zombies, and identify the threat they pose to humanity." Elder Gong nodded repeatedly in agreement. "We will cooperate with Shadow Commander, and work together to solve this mystery." Ling Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, I believe you can do it. The future is in your hands. We must do everything we can to eliminate all threats." Zhao Han and Elder Gong bowed deeply to Ling Yi, expressing their gratitude and determination. "Thank you for your trust and support, Captain Ling. We will do our best to live up to your expectations." Ling Yi smiled and nodded, then spoke. "Go ahead, prepare to awaken. Your heavy burden is about to begin. Remember, Only by uniting as one and daring to try can you find the answers you seek. Zhao Han and Elder Gong nodded earnestly, and turned to leave the underground passage. After preparing to awaken, they would continue their research and hatching of the snake eggs. They knew it was a difficult task, but they had unwavering faith and determination. They believed that by working together, they could uncover this hidden secret. They would never let Ling Yi down for his trust and help. Watching the two men leave, Ling Yi turned and spoke to Ying. Completely transform this place into a research base. It will be of great use in the future. Security must be heightened. I don't want anyone to know what's going on here. Ling Yi paced back and forth for a moment before giving some specific instructions. First, establish strict security measures, including increasing the number of guards. Second, establish a dedicated research team. Intensify efforts to recruit experienced scientists and researchers, especially those with extensive knowledge and skills in the biological field. Also, equip them with advanced laboratory equipment and instruments. Ensure they can conduct their experiments and research smoothly. Have the researchers draw up a list, and you can issue it as a task. Have the survivors collect the resources, and then provide them with certain resources in return. If necessary, resources like strengthening fluids can be distributed. As long as our strength continues to grow, we won't have to worry about external forces targeting us. Just proceed with full force. Ling Yi paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, unintentionally emitting a chill. Chapter 241. Ling Yi's voice gradually grew colder, no longer as affable as before. Finally, we must maintain the utmost confidentiality. Ensure no information related to the research is leaked. After all, what I want to learn is somewhat perverse for a normal person. All researchers, I need your absolute control, even if it means sacrificing souls. Only in this way can we conduct our research with peace of mind and achieve the ultimate breakthrough. Do you understand, Ying? This mission is extremely important. We must give it our all and allow no accidents. To return to the top, we must use the necessary means. We must learn from what we should learn. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. It should be quite interesting. Ying nodded slightly, indicating that she understood Ling Yi's meaning, and then replied respectfully. I will do my best to follow your instructions. Ensure that this research base fully meets your requirements and maintains the utmost confidentiality. Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction, then spoke slowly, hands clasped behind his back. Once I have some results on the mutant snake egg, I might go out for a bit. You will be responsible for the security of this base. Ying raised her head slightly, a hint of doubt in her voice. What should I do if those mistresses insist on entering this research base? Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, Actually, let them do whatever they want. If they want to enter this research base, just tell them I won't allow it. Are you sure this will work? Ying asked uncertainly. Don't underestimate the mechanical star's loyalty system. I still haven't figured out its underlying principles. This thing is even simpler than soul sacrifice, but the effect is surprisingly good. After saying this, Ling Yi headed out of the passage. Ying said nothing more, following closely behind him, like Ling Yi's shadow. At the cave entrance, Ling Yi glanced at the dark entrance and couldn't help but ponder. Now that everything is on track, it's time to go out and have some fun catching those hidden rats. Ling Yi walked towards a tall building, which was now the nominal headquarters. Hello, Captain Ling. The team members and survivors who were working saw Ling Yi arrive and greeted him. Ling Yi smiled broadly in response. Captain, what are you doing here? Mengshen heard the commotion and hurried out to greet him. Come and see the progress of the project. How's the secret room I want? Ling Yi asked with a smile. We already penetrated 120 meters underground, and the excavation is nearing completion. The surrounding soil has been repeatedly compressed by Earth-type psychics, so there's no chance of collapse. We're currently arranging strength-type enhancers to construct the framework with the alloy steel plates you created. Mengshen reported on the progress of the project, and Ling Yi nodded repeatedly. I spliced the alloy steel plates together. Just fit them together properly. No secondary reinforcement is required, saving a lot of time. After this is completed, we continue to develop other underground areas. I want a vast underground city. I find a way to continue producing alloy steel plates to ensure the safety and stability of the underground space. You should also begin arranging personnel to collect some daily supporting facilities. Assign professionals to professional tasks, and find a way to transform the underground space into a comfortable living environment. Mengshen nodded deeply and responded. Captain, rest assured. I will strictly follow your instructions. Ling Yi turned to Ying and instructed. Ying, lead the blood evil to eliminate all dangers within the city as quickly as possible. Then, conduct a blanket cleanup of the surrounding area, slaying all creatures that pose a threat to the base. Ing nodded immediately upon hearing Ling Yi's instructions. Yes, master. I will act immediately and eliminate all dangers within the city as quickly as possible. After making these arrangements, Ling Yi returned to his residence and logged into the system, checking his attributes. Host, Ling Yi. Occupation, Ability Enhancer, Level 6 sealed. Attribute points, Strength plus 6,000, plus 4690, Defense plus 6,000, plus 4570, Speed plus 6,000, plus 4812, Spirit plus 6,000, plus 4980, Gold 5589. Wood 3,500. Water 3,500. Fire 3,500. Earth 4,000. Wind 3,500. Ice 3,500. Thunder 3,500. Light 3,500. Dark 3,500. TSK. Those attribute points are quite impressive, over 20,000. If I were to add all of them, my strength would increase dramatically. What a shame, what a shame. To avoid being ostracized by the rules of this plane, I'd better stay hidden. First, improve the overall strength of those around me. That's the most important thing to do right now. Ling Yi pondered silently, then communicated with the system. Host, is there anything I can do? I promise not to delay. The system's tone was filled with flattery. Stop wasting my time with this useless talk. What about the instructions you promised me? How are you going to handle this? Ling Yi demanded coldly. This is all an accident. Accidents are inevitable. The system mumbled, its speech becoming incoherent. Accidents? 1 is an accident, but 2, 3 is still an accident? I don't think this is an accident, but you did it on purpose. You just want to kill me. Tell me, what's your motive? Everyone else is fine. Why do I almost die every time I come across you? Ling Yi's voice rose steadily. If the system had a physical form, it would have been beaten up by him long ago. Host, I want to know why too. Every month, whenever you enter a dungeon, the dungeon plane you're in collapses. This has never happened before. You saw that your team members all emerged safely after entering. The system was truly speechless, at a loss for words. It turned out that over the past 2 months, Ling Yi had not only sent the 10 women and Luo Chen into the dungeon space for trials, but had also entered twice himself. However, everyone else completed their dungeon missions normally, and was safely transported out. Both times, he encountered danger aplenty, just as he had the first time. As soon as the mission was completed, the dungeon plane collapsed. However, due to its limited authority, the system had no way of knowing what had happened within the dungeon plane. If it knew that the controllers of both dungeon planes had been slain by Ling Yi, and that their life essences had been devoured by him, the system would surely collapse in shock. Unfortunately, Ling Yi wouldn't tell the system the truth. He was still planning to devour the controllers of other dungeon planes. The opportunity to devour the controllers and rapidly increase his strength was simply too good to be true. Chapter 242. Ling Yi watched the system, bewildered and distraught, but he couldn't help but feel delighted. You've been playing tricks on me from the beginning. Now you're dumbfounded, right? Ling Yi chuckled inwardly, but his voice was filled with rage. You want to know the reason, too? Please! This is the space you created. Since it's so unstable, it seriously threatens my life. If you don't give me a clear answer, I won't give up this time. The system was silent for a long time, then asked tentatively. How about you just stop entering the dungeon space? Ling Yi was stunned by the system's words. It actually told him not to enter the dungeon space. Are you kidding? I'm also going to devour the controllers of the dungeon planes to increase my strength, and every time I devour a controller, I gain a drop of life essence. You know, each drop of life essence can create an independent clone. I can't enter the dungeon planes, so where else can I find such a chance to snag a bargain? In my previous life, to destroy a plane, I had to completely destroy the entire plane. As for those controllers, who couldn't reveal themselves, even if they perished along with the plane, it would be difficult to force them out, given our weaker enemy. They would rather die than fight, just to avoid being captured and enslaved. So, in order to control the plane controllers, and use them for his own purposes, the Machine King came up with the idea of cultivating them himself, and controlling them directly through the system. Although it's time-consuming and laborious, cultivating just one is bound to yield a bountiful reward. Ling Yi's thoughts wandered far and wide, and he pondered many things. When he came to his senses, He began to roar at the system again. What did you say? You told me not to enter the dungeon space? This is my right, you know? Do you still want me to improve my strength? Since this function has been enabled, there's no reason to deny me entry. I don't care what your motives are, but expecting me to not give up the dungeon space trials is absolutely impossible. The system listened quietly to Ling Yi's roar, understanding his anger and dissatisfaction. Even as a system, it felt the pain. 3 times entering, 3 times the plane collapsed. It was like seeing a ghost, and the system could only offer humbly soothing advice. Host, please understand, I'm not trying to stop you from entering the dungeon space. I'm reminding you to try not to cause too much noise once you're there. This way, you won't be in danger, and will ultimately improve your strength. The system tried to offer its advice in a gentle tone. Ling Yi wasn't going to let it go. He narrowed his eyes, and spoke in a cold tone. You're telling me to give up the trial in the dungeon space. Don't make too much noise, you're kidding. If I don't give it my all, do you think I can defeat those dungeon bosses? Your settings are such that the bosses are stronger than the entrants. Are you going to let me enter with my hands tied, and allow them to completely overwhelm me? After hearing Ling Yi's words, the system was at a loss for words. After a while, it muttered, It's a pity I can't contact my king. Otherwise, I could ask him the reason. Ling Yi curled his lips, chuckling inwardly. Still thinking of contacting the king of machinery? You're dreaming. You've been trapped in my brain by my life force. You only be used silently by me for the rest of your life, and yet, you still think of controlling me, waiting to be a watchdog. Thinking, Ling Yi stopped dwelling on the issue and said, changing his tone. Forget it, I won't argue with you. This is how it is. I enter the dungeon again, regardless of whether it collapses or not. I just want the results of the trial and the rewards. As for whether you can fix it, that's none of my business. Just ensure my safety every time. The system hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly, speaking somewhat dejectedly. This is the only way it can be. Please try to be more careful. Ling Yi mused, a smile curling his lips. You don't need to worry about my safety, you should worry about it. How many plane controllers are left for me to devour? On the surface, Ling Yi spoke calmly. Continue the production of the alloy steel plates until my metal resources are exhausted. Also, I need to use the existing resources to create a batch of full-body armor. The quantity is tentatively set at 500 sets. Please research and see if you can create it. The system was stunned upon hearing this and asked in confusion. Host, aren't you going to improve your strength first? With so many attribute points, you can raise the power of all your abilities by several levels. That way, the time to break the seal won't be far away. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, then said indifferently, Are you trying to teach me how to do things? The system was startled and quickly explained. Host, you misunderstood. I'm only assisting your growth. How dare I command you? I'm simply offering a suggestion, one that benefits both you and me. Ling Yi snorted coldly, then continued. All right, stop with this useless talk. I know you just want me to be freed from the seal as soon as possible, so you can level up further. But I have my own plans. Before I understand this plane, and the true extent of the dangers it presents, I need to conceal my strength. Isn't this the plan you all made long ago? To prevent me from being targeted. Otherwise, why would your king set up a seal mode? The system felt a little stuck, and for a moment, it seemed to think Ling Yi's words made perfect sense. Ling Yi couldn't help but laugh at the system's stunned silence, and continued. Don't dwell on that for now. I need to suppress my own strength. Then I need to find a way to improve the strength of my teammates. So, based on my current attribute points and materials, start calculating and give me a plan. I need to know how to maximize their use, and create a batch of suitable equipment. The system breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Ling Yi's words. According to Ling Yi's request, it immediately began analyzing how to maximize the production of suitable equipment. The system pondered for a moment, then, using the prompts from the forging system, offered suggestions. Host, based on your current attribute points and needs, I recommend focusing on the following aspects when crafting equipment: material selection, crafting techniques, and additional attributes. Choosing the right materials determines the quality and attributes of your equipment. Mastering exquisite crafting techniques allows you to create even higher quality and powerful equipment. Additionally, adding additional attributes, such as attack damage bonuses, defense boosts, and health regeneration, can enhance the equipment's practicality and combat effectiveness. Of course, to maximize the effectiveness of your equipment, you also need to consider your team members' strengths and needs and develop a reasonable equipment allocation strategy. Also, don't forget to maintain good communication with your team members. Get their opinions and suggestions to ensure the equipment is suitable and meets their needs. Chapter 243. After listening to the system's introduction, Ling Yi found himself unsatisfied with the solutions it offered. He frowned, indicating his dissatisfaction with the suggestions. System, I don't think your suggestions are what I'm looking for. I need a more practical solution, not just some general suggestions. Can you provide a detailed and specific solution and forging method? Ling Yi's voice was filled with dissatisfaction and disappointment. The system's solution felt somewhat perfunctory. If that was all it took, it would consume its own attribute points. Ling Yi would never let the system forge the forge. It would be better to use the more economical and standard forging method, saving even the attribute points. I need a more specific and practical forging plan, not just some vague, empty talk. You can start by researching your team members' strengths, attributes, and potential in the system database. Develop a detailed plan to maximize the use of attribute points to forge additional equipment effects. I hope you will seriously consider my opinions and suggestions, and provide a more practical and feasible plan. Let's not waste our time. Ling Yi stated his requirements clearly to prevent the system from cutting corners. Ling Yi's seriousness caught the system's attention. It pondered for a moment, and then proposed a new forging method for Ling Yi. Host, based on your requirements, I have calculated a new forging method. It can better balance the bonuses to strength and agility. This method allocates attribute points to different equipment components to improve overall strength. First, let's consider attack power and physical defense. We can spend attribute points to craft weapons and armor. By utilizing existing materials and refined forging techniques, we can create durable weapons and armor that offer both offensive and defensive capabilities. This will enhance our team members' power and survivability in combat. Second, to increase speed and agility, we can spend agility points to craft shoes and gloves. These items will improve our team members' movement speed and reflexes, making them more agile and maneuverable in combat. Furthermore, we can use attribute points to craft auxiliary equipment, such as belts and necklaces. These items can provide additional attribute bonuses, such as health regeneration and spell enhancement, to enhance our team members' combat capabilities. This way, we can better balance the distribution of strength and agility, and improve our overall strength. Of course, the specific forging method will need to be adjusted and optimized based on the team member's strengths and needs. I hope this method meets your needs. If you have any other ideas or questions, please feel free to let me know. I do my best to provide you with support and calculations. After listening to the system's proposal, Ling Yi finally nodded. If I follow this forging plan, even if I use up all my attribute points, it would be worth it if I could complete 500 sets of equipment with guaranteed quality and quantity. Ling Yi suddenly thought of something and spoke to the system. I want standard equipment, with red as the primary color. The weapon is based on the Blood Evil long sword in my hand. As for the weapon attributes and equipment's additional effects, just tailor them according to the attributes of the Blood Demon's current 500 members. After Ling Yi issued the order for expansion, Ing had already increased the Blood Demon's personnel strength to 500. It wasn't that he didn't want to recruit more, but Ling Yi needed elite troops. Behind the 500 Blood Demon members, 1,000 escorts were also recruited. These people served as the Blood Demon's reserve force. Training alongside the Blood Demons was carried out in accordance with frontline combat requirements. During marches, they were responsible for escorting the Blood Demon members' daily necessities. In wartime, each Blood Demon member was equipped with 2 escorts to help remove and store heavy equipment. Just as Ling Yi was distracted, the system's questioning voice sounded. Host, are you sure everyone is using swords? After all, everyone has their own familiar methods of weaponry, and a sudden change might make people uncomfortable. You don't need to worry about that. Just follow my instructions. Ling Yi offered no further explanation, instead insisting the system forge according to his specifications. Although the system had some doubts about Ling Yi's decision, it understood that as an intelligent assistance system, its duty was to carry out tasks according to its host's instructions. Therefore, the system began forging weapons and equipment according to Ling Yi's requirements. Fearing Ling Yi would find fault again, the system carefully calculated and maximized resource utilization. During the intense and exciting forging process, the system utilized advanced technology and techniques to meticulously craft a new set of weapons suitable for the Blood Demon members. This set of weapons and equipment not only reached top-tier quality and performance, but also focused on the individual characteristics and attributes of each member. Ling Yi personally inspected the equipment and expressed satisfaction with the system's performance. He firmly believed that this new equipment would enhance the combat effectiveness and survivability of the Blood Evil members. However, he also understood that new weapons were only part of the story. The true determinant of victory or defeat lay in the Blood Evil members' individual strength and coordination. 3 days later, 500 sets of brand new blood red equipment rested quietly in Ling Yi's system backpack. Afterward, Ling Yi organized a solemn and inspiring ceremony to distribute the new weapons and equipment to the Blood Evil members. Ling Yi stood on a high platform, gazing down at the 500 Blood Evil members below. Ling Yi took a deep breath and began to speak. Brothers, there are many new faces standing here today. I am delighted to have you join us. Over the past few months, I have fought countless tough battles alongside the veterans. We have all endured much pain and injury together. But we did not give up. On the contrary, we strengthened our faith and resolve. Today, we embark on a new chapter. You will receive new weapons and equipment. Use these in our battles, fighting for our own survival and ours. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Demon members below burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Ling Yi waited a moment, until the noise from below died down, before continuing. But please note, these new weapons and equipment are merely tools. The key to ultimate victory lies within ourselves. Only through the continuous improvement of your own strength and skills, and the continuous improvement of your rapport with your companions, can we truly unleash the full power of these weapons. Chapter 244. Ling Yi's speech was filled with passion and motivation, and every member of the Blood Demons was moved by him. Ling Yi glanced around at the excited crowd and spoke again. Our future will bring us even more intense and brutal battles. There will be more enemies and tests awaiting us. But I hope you will have faith in yourselves and continue to strive. Bravely move forward until the final victory belongs to us. I firmly believe that everyone standing here will fight tooth and nail. For our loved ones and allies, for the home we have worked so hard to build. The Blood Moon City. Now, I will begin distributing the new weapons and equipment to you. This set of equipment is engraved with your names. I forged it individually according to your individual conditions. It can be said to be tailor-made unique. I have given this set a name, the Blood Moon Set. Now, let your commander and 2 deputy commanders distribute your weapons and equipment to you. At this point, the atmosphere in the room reached its highest point. The Blood Demon members rose to their feet, arms raised high and waving. They responded to Ling Yi with the loudest cheers. This speech not only brought the distribution of the new weapons and equipment to a perfect conclusion, but also injected new inspiration and strength into the entire Blood Demon team. Ling Yan, and Gu Hao shouted out the names on the equipment one by one. The Blood Demon members rubbed their hands together, excitedly stepping forward to receive their equipment. After everyone had received their equipment, the crowd was filled with excitement, some expressing melancholy. Noisy discussions began to ripple out. This set of gear is so cool. Yeah, it's absolutely stunning. Wearing it out to pick up girls will definitely elevate your image. This armor is so cool, but that sword, ugh. I usually use a gun, I don't know how to use a sword. Lung Yan leaned over to Ling Yi and whispered. Captain, I usually use a broadsword and have learned some techniques, but I'm not used to this long sword. Yi's lips curled up in a smile, then he patted his shoulder without answering. He shouted to the crowd. Brothers, please be quiet. I know many of you aren't proficient with long swords. Don't panic. I have a secret sword manual called 7 Evil Swords. I have your leader teach it to you, and I guarantee it will satisfy you. Captain, is this 7 Evil Sword powerful? Gu Hao asked curiously, stroking the long sword in his hand. All the Blood Evil members stared at Ling Yi in amazement, waiting for an explanation. Ling Yi glanced at the curious faces, smiled faintly, and then began to explain. The 7 Evil's blade is feared for its unparalleled murderous aura. Its blade techniques are exquisite, possessing a power that can sever mountains and rivers, shocking the heavens and earth and making ghosts weep. Firstly, the 7 Evil's blade possesses exceptional slashing techniques. When wielding the 7 Evil's blade technique, the wielder can effortlessly slice through objects as hard as iron. Neither enemy weapons, armor, nor stubborn obstacles can withstand the 7 Evil's blade's sharp power. Secondly, the 7 Evil's blade is characterized by rapid, continuous attacks. The wielder can unleash multiple blade energies in an instant, piercing through enemy defenses as swiftly as a waning moon. This continuous attack leaves the enemy no breathing space, forcing them into a passive defensive position. Furthermore, the 7 Evil blades are unparalleled in their use of blade energy. The wielder can imbue their blade techniques with powerful blade energy, creating a wave-like effect. This blade energy condenses boundless power, capable of sweeping across all directions, crushing any enemy standing in its way. The power of the 7 evil blades lies not only in its ability to sever mountains and rivers, its power to shake the heavens and earth, but also in the wielder's comprehension and mastery of the technique. Only by truly mastering the essence of the 7 evil blades can one unleash its full might, becoming unrivaled on the battlefield. After hearing Ling Yi's introduction, everyone's blood boiled with excitement. They had never imagined they could learn such a powerful sword technique. Their only thought now was that if they could master the 7 evil sword technique in battle, they would surely achieve a world-shaking feat in the days that followed. The Blood Evil members actively engaged in training and the battle to eliminate the remaining zombies in the city. Through constant drills and actual combat, they gradually became familiar with the characteristics and usage of the new weapons. Everyone found the design of this new equipment to be truly exceptional. It allowed them to better utilize their strengths and skills, and their combat effectiveness and survivability were constantly improving. Ling Yi witnessed the growth and progress of the Blood Evil members, which brought him a heartfelt sense of satisfaction and recognition. He knew his decision was the right one. This equipment not only gave the Blood Evil members greater combat power, but also laid a solid foundation for the entire team. As time goes by, the Blood Demon members' synergy with the new equipment will reach its peak. The entire team will surely transform into an invincible fighting force, displaying unparalleled might and courage on the battlefield. Ling Yi will lead the Blood Demon members, wielding their sharp blades, forge one glorious victory after another, and become the guardian of the Blood Moon City. One day, Ling Yi, utterly bored, began wandering around again. Ing led the Blood Demons to earn attribute points. He had long since become a hands-off boss, no longer having to worry about his various tasks. Even the women around him were busy with their own affairs. It was difficult to see them during the day. Only at night would they creep into Ling Yi's room one after another. And they always came at the right time, and when one left, another would immediately replace them. There were always 3 or 4 of them every night, and no 2 were the same. For countless nights, Ling Yi had a melancholy feeling. Why do I look like a duck? Ling Yi was completely unaware of his good fortune. Beautiful women were rushing to his doorstep, yet he was still complaining about being pushed back. In reality, Ling Yi knew the itineraries of the 10 women, including what the others were doing. Ever since merging with the source of life, his memory had been restored, and his mental power had skyrocketed. His range of perception, coupled with his renewed cultivation techniques from his previous life, now revealed every move in the entire city. It could be said that Ling Yi was watching everything. Even an ant could be detected through his senses if he wanted to. Captain Ling, you idler, how did you find the time to wander to the logistics department today? Mu Ranqing couldn't help but smile and exclaimed, seeing Ling Yi wandering aimlessly. Ling Yi put his wandering thoughts aside, and turned to look at Mu Ranqing, who was not far away. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he slowly walked towards Mu Ranqing, teasing her. Hey, beautiful Qinger, look, I'm here to see you, aren't I? Chapter 245. He winked and continued his praise. Besides, the logistics department has made great contributions, so it's only right that I come to see them. Without your silent support behind the scenes, the soldiers on the front lines wouldn't be able to fight effectively. Mu Ranqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yi in annoyance. That fleeting glance was pure charm. Ling Yi's heart fluttered, and he cursed inwardly. What a charming little enchantress. Mu Ranqing noticed Ling Yi staring at her, secretly amused, but didn't show it on the surface. Captain Ling, why do you keep staring at me? Do you think I'm beautiful? Ling Yi raised his eyebrows, chuckled a few times, and then said, Of course Qinger is beautiful. I just think you look even prettier today than usual. He winked at Mu Ranqing as he spoke. Mu Ranqing chuckled. You're so good at talking. Would you like to praise me more? Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, then said with a playful smile. Okay, then I say it again sincerely. Qinger, you're truly beautiful. The most beautiful woman I ever seen. You're worthy of being called a fairy in the film and television industry. Your reputation truly lives up to your name. He complimented her with a beaming smile, not seeming artificial at all. Mu Ranqing couldn't help but blush slightly at this. She knew Ling Yi was a playboy, but he always managed to fool her with his innocent smile and sweet talk. She didn't know if it was because of this. She felt increasingly irresistible to Ling Yi's charm. Mu Ranqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yi again, then spoke softly. Captain Ling's sweet talk is truly mastered. As soon as they meet, he calls me Qinger, praising me with unwavering compliments. I wonder what the 10 beauties would think of you after hearing your words. Since joining Ling Yi's team, Mu Ranqing has been getting to know him through time. Through the people around her and her own interactions with Ling Yi, she has long known Ling Yi's character, a typical polarizing personality. To his enemies, he can be as brutal as a hungry wolf. But to his own people, he's like a close friend with years of experience. Through constant communication, their relationship has grown closer. Their occasional bickering becomes a daily occurrence. Well, I can't answer your question either. How about you become the 11th one? Talk to them, and I'm sure you get the answers you seek. A wicked smile curled the corners of Ling Yi's mouth, his tone filled with teasing. Mu Ranqing felt her cheeks flush. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Ling Yi's gaze. She frantically pretended to adjust her clothes, trying to conceal her inner excitement. Ling Yi sensed Mu Ranqing's shyness and uneasiness, and a wicked smile played on his lips. He gently lifted Mu Ranqing's chin, allowing her to meet his gaze. Ling Yi's eyes revealed a deep warmth and doting. "Qinger, there's no need to be shy. I just want to be closer to you." Ling Yi's voice was tender and gentle, like a warm current that flowed into Mu Ranqing's heart. Mu Ranqing's eyes kept dodging, and she bit her lip and spoke cautiously. "Ling Yi, I also hope to be closer to you. But I still can't quite believe that everything is real right now. And I never really considered relationships." Ling Yi smiled and gently stroked Mu Ranqing's cheek. "Qinger, love doesn't require a rush for answers. We can use time to cultivate and strengthen our relationship, slowly getting to know each other better." Mu Ranqing's heart stagnated for a long time. She understood Ling Yi's point. But the thought of Ling Yi already having 10 women around her was hard for her to accept. So, she gently shook her head, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. "Ling Yi, I hope to use time to prove whether there's a chance between us, rather than making a choice now." Her voice shone with a hint of firmness and determination. Ling Yi saw Mu Ranqing's hesitant expression and resolute tone, and instantly understood. He gently cupped Mu Ranqing's face, and placed a gentle kiss on her jade-white forehead, separating them in an instant. "Qinger, you're one of a kind, so I just want to tell you that you eventually be my woman." The soft touch on her forehead made Mu Ranqing's heart flutter. She had never been this close to a man before. This was her first intimate contact. Mu Ranqing felt Ling Yi's sincerity and resolve, and her hesitation faded somewhat. She felt a lingering urge to simply agree. She slowly relaxed, thought for a moment, and then smiled at Ling Yi. "I believe you, but I still hope we can give our feelings some time. Let it develop naturally. Now, let me be with another woman. Sharing a husband is something I find difficult to accept for the time being." Ling Yi didn't show any displeasure when he heard Mu Ranqing's words. He naturally lowered his hands, and said with a faint smile, "I like your personality. I wait for you to offer yourself to me." Mu Ranqing glared at Ling Yi and said unhappily, "Bah! I'm not offering myself to you. You act as if no one wants me." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Ranqing's eyes suddenly rolled, and she smiled mischievously. She gently patted Ling Yi's shoulder. "Captain Ling, since you're so interested in me, I feel awkward if I didn't show some appreciation. So, I give you some special treatment." Ling Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Mu Ranqing curiously, demanding, "Special treatment? Qinger, are you thinking?" Mu Ranqing saw Ling Yi's lecherous look and smiled, shaking her head. "How could you, a pervert, get special treatment so easily? Looking at that sleazy look on your face, you're definitely up to no good. Listen carefully, the special treatment I'm giving you is just to help me move these supplies." She pointed to a pile of boxes and sacks not far behind her. Ling Yi touched his nose, shook his head helplessly, his face filled with disappointment. "Alas! I like to turn my heart to the bright moon, but it only shines on the ditch. Never mind. Since Qinger asked sincerely, I mercifully help you." Seeing Ling Yi like this, Mu Ranqing couldn't help but chuckle. "You're such a scoundrel. You just love to talk nonsense." But Ling Yi simply raised his finger, and the boxes and bags began to float up, automatically flying toward the nearby warehouse. This scene left Mu Ranqing stunned. She had seen Ling Yi fly with a sword before, but she hadn't expected him to be able to fly with objects. Chapter 246. Mu Ranqing suddenly remembered what Mengxian had told her before. Ling Yi's true strength was far greater than this. Everything he saw on the surface was just a drop in the bucket. At this moment, Ling Yi turned around and smiled gently at her. "Qinger, do you have any other special treatment?" Mu Ranqing could clearly hear Ling Yi's emphasis on the word special treatment. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she spoke shyly. "Ling Yi, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. No wonder everyone is so in awe of you." Ling Yi laughed heartily, and gently patted Mu Ranqing's shoulder. "Qinger, this is nothing. I still have many secrets waiting for you to discover." Mu Ranqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, and she couldn't help but ask, What other secrets do you have? Ling Yi smiled faintly and asked mysteriously. These secrets aren't to be revealed lightly. Only in the dead of night, when it's just you and me. Only when we're alone, with no one to disturb us, can I show you. His voice was low and alluring, as if tempting you to reveal something taboo. Mu Ranqing felt her cheeks grow hot. She lowered her head shyly, clearly understanding that Ling Yi was teasing her. Ling Yi watched Mu Ranqing's expression, a rage rising within him. No man could tolerate such a delicate beauty. She stood before him, shy and coy, her image both reluctant and willing. He gently stroked Mu Ranqing's hair and spoke tenderly. So do you want to know my secret? Puff. Mu Ranqing's expression instantly changed, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. You look like a weird uncle holding a lollipop, tricking a little girl. Is this how you always trick girls? Ling Yi was stunned. Looking at Mu Ranqing, who looked up with a smile on her face, the corners of his mouth twitched. Slightly embarrassed, he withdrew his hand, narrowing his eyes, as he stared at Mu Ranqing, a wicked smile curling his lips. I don't usually trick girls, especially naughty ones like you. Mu Ranqing giggled softly, then spoke proudly. You're saying I didn't, but your words and actions are trying to get me to. Wishful thinking. I'm not a pushover. Ling Yi shook his head, then spoke slowly. Alas. You look like a proud little princess right now. Usually, I have better ways to deal with beauties like you. Mu Ranqing brushed her bangs back and looked at Ling Yi with a smile. Really? Then I like to witness the depths of Captain Ling's deception. Mu Ranqing had barely finished her words when Ling Yi pulled her into a hug. Her tender red lips were immediately blocked by Ling Yi's large mouth, and she could only make mumbling sounds. Mu Ranqing felt herself becoming panic-stricken. Her eyes widened, her mouth open, but no words came out. This, in turn, gave Ling Yi's tongue an opening, gliding smoothly into her mouth. Mu Ranqing felt as if she were completely engulfed by Ling Yi's kiss. She felt her heart beating rapidly, and her breathing quickened. This feeling made her feel a little shy, yet also a little pleasurable. Ling Yi kissed her domineeringly, gradually feeling the softness and warmth coming from Mu Ranqing. He took a deep breath, then let her go. My little princess, how does it feel? He asked with a smile. Mu Ranqing lowered her head, a faint blush spreading across her face, her chest heaving. You're just a domineering pervert, she whispered softly, then turned and ran off into the distance. Looking at Mu Ranqing shyly running away, Ling Yi's lips curled with a smile. Alas! A perfectly good cabbage, once again being taken advantage of by a pig. Hearing this, Ling Yi turned his head and glanced not far away. He saw Xianyuan Mingchen, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his hands clasped behind his head. He walked towards him with a sloppy, scoundrel-like demeanor. Ling Yi shook his head, feeling both helpless and amused at Xianyuan Mingchen's expression. How could a commander's guard, once a good-looking man, have become like this? Why are you here, if not leading the people and rebuilding the city? Ling Yi asked with a sullen look. Xianyuan Mingchen smiled, then stubbed out his cigarette and tossed it to the ground. I'm just imitating you. There's someone else working down there, so I'm just strolling around. It won't delay any work. Xianyuan Mingchen casually handed Ling Yi a cigarette, lit it for him, and then finished one himself. Huh? Ling Yi blew out a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. You're so bored. Why not find a woman to hang out with? Shuer has complained to me so many times. Xianyuan Mingchen waved his hand, looking as if he wasn't listening. Come on. You think everyone's like you. Surrounded by women, with red flags flying at home and colorful flags fluttering outside. Ling Yi smiled and took a deep drag on his cigarette. You idiot, aren't you afraid I beat you up right there? How dare you make fun of me? Xianyuan Mingchen laughed heartily, smoke swirling in the air. Don't try to fool me. I'm not afraid of being scared. But I'm much better than you. At least I don't lie to innocent girls. Ling Yi's mouth twitched helplessly. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How could I have lied to a girl? Did I lie to your sister? Hearing this, Xianyuan Mingchen shouted hastily. Stop! Stop! I was wrong, isn't that enough? Xianyuan Yushua had come to him on her own, which was Xianyuan Mingchen's most depressing thing. All you do is make a fuss all day long. If you have the time, why don't you just find a wife? Ling Yi began to criticize Xianyuan Mingchen. Xianyuan Mingchen's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. What are you mumbling about? Tell me, and I promise I won't beat you to death. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianyuan Mingchen. TSK? I was really afraid you beat me to death. You're saying it nicely, telling me to find a wife, but you don't even think about the hardship behind it. Xianyuan Mingchen's tone was filled with helplessness. Why did you suddenly become like a nagging wife? Ling Yi was baffled by this change. It's all because of you. Now that we settled down here, who wouldn't want a partner? You think I don't want a girlfriend? I'm content to be single. Xianyuan Mingchen took a deep drag on his cigarette, looking unhappy. If you want to find one, go find one. What's it got to do with me? Ling Yi twitched his lips, bewildered, and muttered. How bizarre. You can't find a girlfriend, and you blame me. Xianyuan Mingchen saw Ling Yi's innocent expression, and couldn't help but feel furious. You've been hanging out all day, haven't you noticed anything unusual? Chapter 247. Abnormal? What's abnormal? Everything seems normal to me. Look at everyone, so happy and smiling. Isn't this what we were hoping for? Ling Yi expressed his confusion, spreading his hands and asking curiously. Xianyuan Mingchen shook his head with a look of despair, speaking in a gloomy tone. Haven't you noticed that all women look at you differently? They all look infatuated and adoring. I feel like they're practically glued to you. Take Mu Ranqing, for example. She was a big star before the apocalypse, after all. Before Xianyuan Mingchen could finish his words, Ling Yi interrupted him. You're not in love with her, are you? Why didn't you say so earlier? This whole thing. Xianyuan Mingchen felt his face twitch. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Don't interrupt me. I know my own worth. Besides, Mu Ranqing isn't my type, I was just giving an example. Ever since she joined our team, she's been asking about you everywhere she goes. Every time she hears about your exploits, her eyes light up with excitement. Ling Yi smiled slightly at Xianyuan Mingchen's words, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Mingchen, do you know why Mu Ranqing is so interested in me? Xianyuan Mingchen shook his head and said, she didn't tell me the specific reason. She just said you're a hero in her eyes. She admires your achievements and wants to get to know you better. Isn't that a classic sign of falling in love with you? And didn't you just give her a kiss? Ling Yi felt his eyes twitching and said coldly. Can you speak humanly? Xianyuan Mingchen waved his hand, showing no sign of correcting himself, and continued. That's just an analogy. There are many other girls. In their free time, they're always looking for those close to you to inquire about your daily life. TSK. It's already like this. What can we singles do? The sky is completely dark, with not a single ray of dawn. Ling Yi casually flicked the cigarette, but from his hand, and said with a smile. You're just being blatantly jealous, a typical case of sour grapes. You can't find a girlfriend, yet you blame me for my charm. Xianyuan Mingchen. Why do I feel like your face is getting thicker and thicker? How about embedding you in the defensive wall? You'd definitely be able to block a few bullets. Xianyuan Mingchen felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. He was about to open his mouth to retort, but Ling Yi's voice rang out again. Okay. I reorganize things over the next 2 days, and then I be heading out. You bachelors, just work hard and have a baby boy. It also brings some popularity to our Blood Moon City. Xianyuan Mingchen was shocked and puzzled upon hearing this. What? You're leaving? From the sound of your voice, you might not be back anytime soon? Ling Yi nodded and explained. I promise ya, I take her to her grandfather. I can't break my promise. And there are some things I need to discuss with her grandfather. Too many hidden forces have emerged in the apocalypse, posing a danger to all of humanity. If the old man you're talking about is a reasonable person, we might still be able to cooperate in the future. Xianyuan Mingchen smiled faintly after hearing this. Don't worry about that. The old man is a reasonable and open-minded person. He's not as stubborn as some old fogies. And you brought Mu Xia with you. The old man probably won't lash out at you. Ling Yi thought the first part of the sentence was normal, but the latter part sounded awkward. However, he didn't delve into it further, and just asked casually. Do you want to go back and report your arrival or safety? Xianyuan Mingchen waved his hands quickly, looking reluctant. No, absolutely not. I won't go back. It's great here. No worries about food or clothing, just freedom. These past few months, I gotten used to a life without restrictions. Ling Yi shrugged at Xianyuan Mingchen's response, understanding his yearning for a free life. After all, life in the army is monotonous and tedious. For someone accustomed to freedom, reverting to a life of constraints is a difficult choice. Okay, since you decided to stay, enjoy your free time. But remember, freedom doesn't mean indulgence or irresponsibility. As a team commander, you still have responsibilities and missions. Your current 4th level strength is still too low. You must train hard. Our high-end combat power is far from sufficient. The high-end combat power of each level in a zombie swarm is enough to defeat you without a fight. Although we have established a defense system, you must know. Once the zombie army consumes all the food available to them, what do you think will happen? Xian Yuanmingchen's expression gradually grew serious after hearing Ling Yi's reminder. You have a point. I will practice diligently and improve my strength. At the same time, I will shoulder my responsibilities and protect our hard-earned survival base. Xian Yuanmingchen said solemnly. Ling Yi nodded, looking at him with great satisfaction. Although Xian Yuanmingchen seemed detached at ordinary times, he was quite reliable when it came to serious matters. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to go somewhere else. You can go about your business. With that, Ling Yi turned and left, his figure slowly disappearing from Xian Yuanmingchen's sight. Xian Yuanmingchen watched Ling Yi's retreating back, a strange emotion welling up in his heart. Level 4. So weak? It seems that my recent comfort has made me a little too proud. Xian Yuanmingchen knew that although Ling Yi always teased him and made fun of him, this was also a form of indirect closeness, and the reason for all this was because of their relationship as his sister. As Ling Yi's brother-in-law, he suddenly felt ashamed, and even more so, sorry for his sister, Xian Yuanyushue. It seemed as if his sister's realm was even higher than his own. Xian Yuanmingchen felt his blood boiling, his heart screaming. I must become stronger. I must not lose face for my sister and Ling Yi. Ling Yi had high expectations for him, hoping he could become a formidable fighter. He also hoped he would rise to the top of the team's leadership ranks. Xian Yuanmingchen understood all this. His thoughts went back to the past, recalling the ordinary days before the apocalypse. Back then, he was just a security guard at headquarters, full of anticipation and longing for a military career. Finally, the apocalypse changed everything. He and his sister both awakened their special abilities. He also achieved his wish, becoming an officer in a small squadron, entrusted with important tasks by the commander. Chapter 248. However, Xian Yuanmingchen was forced to accept the harsh reality of the zombie epidemic and scarce resources. He and his sister became the vanguard of the search and rescue team to rescue the experts. The journey was full of dangers, and they nearly lost their lives several times. If it weren't for his chance encounter with Ling Yi and his relationship with Mu Xia, he and his sister might have already become part of the zombie horde. In this zombie-infested world, while others were still worried about daily food and clothing, while others were lonely and helpless, fleeing everywhere, pursued by the zombies, Ling Yi had already led them to establish a relatively safe base. However, the base's safety did not mean it was free from danger. As Ling Yi said, the zombie horde was constantly devouring the surrounding resources. Thus, the base was constantly under threat from the outside world. To protect the survivors within the base and his sister, Xian Yuanmingchen deeply understood the weight of his responsibility. He could not simply enjoy his freedom, nor could he rest on his laurels. Instead, he must remain vigilant and continuously improve his strength. Xian Yuanmingchen dropped cigarette butts one after another at his feet. He secretly made up his mind to start replanning his cultivation plan. With such a wealth of magical cultivation resources, if he still couldn't surpass others in strength, then it would be a shame for his sister and Ling Yi's good intentions. Xian Yuanyushue always gave him a lot of cultivation resources in private. If Ling Yi hadn't given his approval, given his sister's personality, she would never abuse her power and use a backdoor for herself. Xian Yuanmingchen was no fool. His mind was as clear as a mirror. If it weren't for his sister's whispering, Ling Yi would never have acted this way. Xian Yuanmingchen clenched his fists and secretly decided to join the Blood Demon's daily training. The Demon Commander. Ying's name was well known to him. This most powerful of Ling Yi's generals was not only formidable, but also highly efficient and effective in training. Although the Blood Demon members were exhausted and injured every day, completely unrecognizable, but with the effects of healing potions, they were full of energy the next day, ready to endure Ying's torture once again. And it was undeniable that the intense and devilish training and actual combat had exponentially increased the strength of the Blood Demon members. Xian Yuanmingchen heard that Leng Yin and Gu Hao had both reached the peak of the 4th level. They were only one opportunity away from breaking through to the 5th level. And the other veteran Blood Demon members had basically already reached the 4th level. Even some of the newest members had reached the 3rd level. He had awakened before them, and his sister was secretly giving him some special training. But the result was that he was surpassed in strength by the others, a shame he felt when he told anyone about it. Faced with the embarrassing situation of being surpassed, Xian Yuanmingchen began to reflect. Maybe I become too comfortable, leading to a bit of laziness. I can't go on like this, or even I look down on myself. Let's not talk about Xian Yuanmingchen's silent regrets and his determination to strive for success. Let's talk about Ling Yi's return to the underground research facility. The entrance to the cave had been sealed with an alloy door, and several logistics personnel were standing guard with loaded guns. Once inside, the entire passage was paved with alloy steel plates. Lights were also installed on the ceiling, their light reflecting off the alloy steel plates, illuminating the passageway as bright as daylight. As for the source of electricity, it was, of course, generators collected by the survivors and designed and installed by engineers. Since this city was to be built into a survival base, the essentials of daily life were crucial. We couldn't just make do as we pleased, like wanderers. We had to do it to the best of our ability. This was Ling Yi's warning to everyone. And the entire team kept this in mind. So, they didn't expect 100% perfection. But they would definitely do their utmost to complete the task at hand. Walking through the long alloy tunnel, Ling Yi nodded to himself, gazing at the cameras overhead, constantly tracking his presence. After passing through a password-protected alloy door, he finally entered the laboratory. The scene that greeted him was deeply moving. It had completely changed. In the laboratory, under the bright lights, the hum of various instruments could be heard. Countless glass instruments filled with various colored liquids were placed on the laboratory tables. A large pile of sketches and research reports hung on the alloy walls. The cellular structures and genetic compositions of various organisms were densely labeled. Dozens of researchers busily shuttled back and forth between the various lab tables, occasionally exchanging experimental results and data analysis. In a separate chamber nearby, the zombie python eggs were isolated in cylindrical glass cases, neatly embedded in the wall. Data cables and transmission tubes from various instruments covered the entire ceiling. In this technologically advanced laboratory, every detail reflects the researchers' dedication to life science research and exploration. From the neatly arranged rows of instruments to the densely packed reports on the walls, every area exudes a mysterious and awe-inspiring atmosphere. At the central control console, a white-haired elderly man in a white lab coat and a young man were engaged in a ceaseless discussion, intently analyzing data. They were Elder Gong and Zhao Han. Zhao Han held a piece of paper with a complex chart drawn on it. Elder Gong's brow furrowed slightly, as if he were pondering something important. This data is indeed somewhat unusual, he muttered to himself. We need to conduct further research. If we find a breakthrough, this will be a quantum leap in our cultivation methods. Ling Yi stood at the doorway, seemingly invisible. Everyone was busy, oblivious to his presence. Zhao Han stared at the chart in his hand, gesturing with his fingers. Suddenly, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Turning to Elder Gong, he spoke excitedly. Gong, based on this data, I come up with a new experimental method. Perhaps we can use this method to improve the efficiency of snake egg cultivation. A flurry of technical terms, incomprehensible to Ling Yi, sprang from Zhao Han's mouth. Even Elder Gong's eyes flickered with excitement upon hearing Zhao Han's words. He patted Zhao Han's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Young people are naturally bold. Okay, let's begin the experiment right away. This could be our chance for a breakthrough." Zhao Han scratched the back of his head and replied modestly, Gong, you're too kind. It's all because I remembered what the master said. He once said that the world has changed, and everything is possible. Let's not be bound by our old ways of thinking. Gong's face was filled with piety, his voice filled with awe. Master, he is like a god. Everything we have now was given to us by him. We can't fight on the battlefield, but the tasks the master has assigned us are our strengths, and we must complete them well. Chapter 249. Ling Yi listened to the conversation and shook his head, chuckling inwardly. It seems Hing has already used soul sacrifice. What a sinister power! After sighing for a moment, Elder Gong and Zhao Han quickly sprang into action. They directed the staff to reconfigure the laboratory equipment for this new experiment. Then, they carefully prepared the various reagents and crystal cores to ensure the smooth progress of the experiment. Finally, everything was ready. Zhao Han displayed the chart on the screen. Elder Gong stood at the control panel, ready to start the experiment. Begin. It's time to witness a miracle, Elder Gong said with anticipation, pressing a button. The equipment in the laboratory began to rumble. A snake egg encased in a glass case in the secret room was slowly pushed out of the wall by a robotic arm. It stopped in the open central area. The other snake eggs were sealed with sliding alloy doors to prevent any accidents. A mysterious energy flowed through various tubes toward the central glass enclosure. The strange energy permeated the glass enclosure, creating a hazy mist. Everyone could only vaguely discern the vague outline of the snake egg. At this moment, Ling Yi's perception noticed a subtle shift in the snake egg within the glass enclosure. The previously fuzzy outline of the snake egg gradually became clearer. It seemed to be madly absorbing the mysterious energy that permeated the air. Zhao Han and Elder Gong were overjoyed at this scene. They knew this meant their experiment was succeeding. Everything was going as they expected, except for the final outcome. A few minutes later, the mist dissipated, revealing a small snake within the glass enclosure. Its body was completely black, its azure eyes gleaming brightly. Zhao Han and Elder Gong were both amazed. This was their first successful experiment to cultivate a new species of snake. It looks like an ordinary snake. Compared to the zombie python, it's nothing, Zhao Han said somewhat disappointedly. Elder Gong observed the small snake intently, seemingly contemplating something. No, you're wrong. This snake has a very high IQ. Did you see its eyes? They're so lively. Ling Yi also observed silently from the side, deeply impressed by the talent and perseverance of these two scientists. They were able to break through their own limitations and create astonishing results. Ling Yi firmly believed that as the experiment continued, Zhao Han and Elder Gong would continue to explore new areas and experimental methods. As long as they persevered, they would surely bring more breakthroughs and changes to the apocalypse. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes as he stared at the little snake, his heart awestruck. He had previously sensed that these snake eggs all possessed third-order energy fluctuations. However, after these two's torment, the black snake that had hatched had actually attained fifth-order strength. This was incredible. The little snake's skin was black, emitting a chilling aura. Its teeth were incredibly sharp, gleaming with an icy light. Its eyes were like azure gems, deep and mysterious. At this moment, it was constantly moving within the glass enclosure. It let out sounds of sorrow, pain, or anger, sending chills down your spine. The body was slender and soft, covered in scales that shimmered with a dark glow. Suddenly, Ling Yi opened his eyes and discovered two small bumps on the snake's head. Oh my goodness! Did these two somehow create a Jialong? Jialongs are legendary, mysterious creatures. They are giant dragon-like creatures with a snake's body, scales, and a dragon's head. This looks like a Jialong no matter how you look at it. We found a treasure. Just as everyone gathered around the glass dome, excitedly observing it, the small snake suddenly roared and began to pound frantically against the glass. The piercing sound was chilling. Its eyes were filled with rage and bloodlust, attempting to escape this unfamiliar environment. The people outside the glass dome were horrified to discover that the snake's target was actually them. The snake leaped, and two dark beams flashed above its head. It instantly broke through the glass enclosure, sending fragments scattering towards the crowd. Instantly, the entire laboratory erupted in chaos. Everyone fled in all directions, frantically searching for shelter. Old Gong and Zhao Han realized that the little snake they had created had gone out of control. This left them utterly panicked, unsure how to handle this sudden incident. Moreover, they had no idea what disastrous consequences it would unleash. Just as the snake grew increasingly ferocious, ready to attack the crowd again, Ling Yi, clad in heavy armor, suddenly rushed forward and casually grasped the snake's head. The snake thrashed frantically, trying to break free. Ling Yi's narrowed eyes suddenly flashed red, staring intently at the snake's pupils. The snake's body instantly went limp, a look of confusion in its eyes. After a while, Ling Yi dropped it to the ground. The snake's body finally returned to normal. Strangely, it no longer struggled, nor continued to search for a target. Instead, it docilely crawled to Ling Yi's feet and nudged his trouser leg. Master, thank goodness you're here, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Old Gong panted, a look of fear on his face. The others nodded, clearly frightened as well. Ling Yi bent down and extended a hand. The snake docilely climbed onto his arm and coiled around it. The snake's transformation was due to the soul sacrifice. Using his powerful mental power, Ling Yi instantly shattered the snake's soul defenses. At the same time, he captured its soul and sacrificed it directly to himself, resulting in the previous scene. Gently stroking the bump on the little snake's head, Ling Yi turned to look at Elder Gong, Zhao Han, and the others. You know the consequences are disastrous. You dared to act so blindly without any defensive measures. You all think your lives are too long, don't you? You can risk your lives, but if you all die, who will continue my research? Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Zhao Han hurriedly spoke. Master, we admit our mistakes. We will be extra careful in the future, and there will be no more accidents. Looking at Zhao Han before him, and then at the little snake on his arm, Ling Yi still admired him. After all, the hatching of this little snake was a miracle thanks to Zhao Han's sudden inspiration. Zhao Han, you're amazing. You actually managed to hatch a mutant dragon. Keep up your efforts, and go all out. The same goes for all of you present here. Just serve me well. I will reward you with rewards. Ling Yi stopped blaming them, and began to praise and encourage them. We will do our utmost to serve our master. Everyone knelt respectfully and shouted. Chapter 250. Everyone get up. You all performed well this time. Everyone will receive a reward. I have someone deliver the reward later. I stay at the institute to handle emergencies. In my absence, his words are my orders. Ling Yi continued to instruct the group. We will obey our master's orders. Everyone responded in unison. Ling Yi nodded, then turned and walked outside, teasing the little snake with his fingers. He murmured, Little one, from now on, you be called Black Dragon. I'm curious what you become when you grow up. The little snake, Black Dragon, flicked its tongue and swam happily on Ling Yi's arm, seemingly pleased with its name. The institute erupted in excitement as they watched Ling Yi's retreating figure. Zhao Han excitedly spread his arms, spinning in circles, laughing heartily. Ha. Mr. Gong, did you hear that? The master said that little snake was a dragon. We actually raised a dragon. This is a legendary creature. Mr. Gong laughed heartily, his white beard trembling. This is a miracle in the biological world. I'm so lucky to have personally created a paleontologist. I can die in peace in my lifetime. Zhao Han looked at Mr. Gong excitedly. Mr. Gong, we really did it. We created a legendary creature. This will change the entire field of biology, even redefining evolution and genetics. Mr. Gong nodded in agreement, then said with a serious expression, Indeed, this is our achievement. We finally achieved a breakthrough in our field. But we must also be aware that continuing this experiment could bring significant risks and instability. Zhao Han's expression froze upon hearing this, and he asked tentatively, Are you saying the organisms could get out of control? Elder Gong nodded, then continued, We need to carefully assess the risks and take measures to prevent this from happening. Zhao Han nodded silently. They understood the importance of this experiment. Before the peaceful apocalypse, many experiments were prohibited. Some were simply too embarrassing to discuss, or even violated ethical boundaries. However, in times of chaos and war, all sorts of bizarre experiments are conducted in secret. Scientists are crazy, and research is endless. Only unfettered, bold imagination can create miracles. Just then, a man in black armor entered the research institute. He was carrying a bag. After listening to the conversation between Elder Gong and Zhao Han, he frowned and said in a deep voice, Don't be too happy. This mutant dragon has shown its murderous side since its birth. This isn't much different from the zombies out there. You need to ensure that what you research is truly within your control, not like a blind box with too much randomness. If one day, you create a creature we can't suppress, not just all of you here, but the entire survival base will be in danger. Zhao Han and Elder Gong felt their hearts tighten. They stared in terror at the person, who suddenly appeared behind them. The voice was surprisingly similar to Ling Yi's, but his entire body and face were shrouded in black armor. Are you Commander Ying? Zhao Han asked uncertainly. He had seen Ying before, but the aura emanating from this man was different. Ying was constantly radiating a murderous aura, as if he existed solely for war. But the man before him exuded a darkness and coldness. The master has granted me the name Ying Yi, and I will be fully responsible for the research institute from now on. Ying Yi replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. Everyone was stunned. Ling Yi had previously said he would send someone, but he hadn't expected someone to arrive just as he left. We greet Master Ying Yi. Old Gong and his group hurriedly bowed in greeting. These are the rewards the master asked me to bring. Various potions. Divide them among yourselves according to your contributions. This place will need to be expanded in the future, and we need to recruit more scientists to conduct various research. These potions, including these, must all be included in your research plans. As for talent, I will try to expand the recruitment. Zhao Han nodded and quickly asked, Master Ying Yi, what should we focus on next? Expand first, or continue cultivating these snake eggs? Ying Yi glanced at the eggs in the secret room. Then, his blood-red eyes fixed on the group, he spoke slowly. Continue incubating the eggs, calmly analyzing and studying them. Find a way to identify the cause of the loss of control, and take appropriate measures. Zhao Han and Elder Gong nodded repeatedly, indicating they had understood the problem. Watching Ying Yi's retreating figure, Zhao Han said with lingering fear, Master Ying Yi's aura gives me an uncontrollable chill. It's terrifying. Elder Gong stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. No matter what, since we've been sent by the master, we simply follow his orders. I suspect mastering is quite powerful. This is also a good thing for us. At least we don't have to worry about being unable to suppress the powerful creatures we researched. Then the two exchanged a cheerful laugh. Ingi was actually Lingi, creating a second clone using the life essence of the plane controller he had devoured in the replica space. As for the personality differences between Ing and Ingi, that was intentional on Lingi's part. He discovered that he could imbue his clones with emotions and personalities. So, based on the needs of different industries, Lingi gave them personalities suited to their specific industries. This way, they could thrive in their respective fields and operate more efficiently. Furthermore, Ingi's strength was not low, having derived 70% of Lingi's power as a foundation. His highest mental power attribute was nearing the peak of the 9th rank. As for his other attributes, they were generally around the mid-7th rank. Ingi's current strength was comparable to Ying's. After several months of self-cultivation, Ying's strength was rapidly improving. Lingi had originally planned to wait until his own strength was stronger before creating a clone. This would directly increase the clone's base strength and save resources and precious time. However, after seeing Ying's rapid improvement, after careful consideration, Lingi felt it necessary to create Ying. Not only would he be able to monitor anti-human research, but he would also provide the base with a high-end combat force, allowing him to travel with peace of mind. After all, the situation in the apocalypse was too chaotic. If something unexpected happened, Lingi, far away, would be powerless. The black-robed figure and the zombie python that appeared in this city earlier were prime examples. The enemies hiding in the shadows were quite powerful. This was Lingi's recent concern. Before leaving, he had to ensure the base could develop in relative safety. Chapter 251. Lingi teased Black Dragon all the way back to the RV. But he discovered that none of the girls had returned. Only Luo Ning was on the roof, playing with the spirit cat. "Ninger, why are you alone? Where are the others?" Lingi leaned back in the recliner and asked Luo Ning. Luo Ning seemed delighted to see Lingi and ran happily towards him. Then, her little hands began to flutter like butterflies again. Lingi's face twitched. This damn sign language, he really didn't have the time to learn. Luo Ning gestured for a while, then saw Lingi's stunned expression and felt a little disappointed. She quickly turned and ran back into the car. Lingi thought he didn't understand, causing the little girl to run away sadly. He was about to call out when he saw Blackie fly out unsteadily. Huh? So she went to find an interpreter. She scared me. Lingi breathed a sigh of relief. Master, Luo Ning said the older sisters are busy with their own affairs and won't be back until late. Luo Ning nodded her head repeatedly after Xiaohei finished translating. Lingi smiled slightly, casually placed the black dragon on the ground, and then said, "Black Dragon, Spirit Cat, you two should get to know each other. You be fighting partners from now on." Meow. Hiss. A pair of large cat eyes met a pair of triangular eyes. The energies of the two mutant beasts collided in midair, causing the air to distort slightly. They were both at the 5th level of strength, almost identical in strength, and their eyes met, and they began to compete. Lingi snorted, instantly dispelling the two colliding energies. "I was hoping you'd get along, but since you're so determined to determine who's better, let's go out in the open and have a proper fight. Whoever wins will get a reward," Lingi said coldly to the two mutant beasts. The black dragon and the civet cat stared at each other for a moment, a glint of challenge in their eyes. They were both powerful mutant beasts, each unwilling to accept the other's sudden intervention. The world of beasts is like the apocalypse we're in now. Whoever has the bigger fist is boss. At this moment, their master, Lingi, allowed them to fight. This filled the two beasts with a surge of interest and fighting spirit. The civet cat spread its wings and soared fiercely into the air. Its body was as black as ink, brimming with power and majesty. It didn't resemble a cat at all, but rather a winged black panther. The energy emanating from it was astonishing. It circled in the air, like a prehistoric beast descended upon the mortal world. His gaze fixed intently on the black dragon perched atop the car, the intensity of his challenge unmistakable. The black dragon's triangular eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty gleam. Its scales shimmered with a brilliant black light, lending it a mysterious and profound aura. The electric energy contained between the two bulges on its head was too great to underestimate. Suddenly, the black dragon's body shot out like lightning. By the time they could catch sight of it, it had already entangled itself in a nearby treetop. The slender snake's tongue flickered continuously, its gaze coldly fixed on the civet cat in the sky. Lingi stood up, his hand on the railing, watching the impending confrontation. He knew this battle would be more than just a contest of strength. It was a test of each other's strength and skill. The black dragon, impatient, launched the first attack. It opened its mouth and spurted a stream of blazing flames at the acidic cat in the air. The flames instantly ignited in the air, forming a massive dragon of fire that hurtled straight towards the acidic cat. The acidic cat dodged swiftly in the air, nimbly weaving through the flames. With lightning speed, it swiftly approached the black dragon in the tree. The acidic cat suddenly roared, its entire body shimmering with dark energy. A protective shield formed around it, completely enveloping it. The acidic cat's attack was fierce, swooping down directly at the black dragon perched on the treetop. A streak of dark light flashed, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire tree was shattered by the acidic cat's impact, and dust instantly rose in the air. Amidst the dust, the black dragon roared and transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the acidic cat. Its head radiated lightning and thunder. The acidic cat advanced instead of retreating, nimbly dodging the black dragon's attacks while simultaneously counterattacking with its own dark powers. The battle became intense and thrilling. The black dragon and the acidic cat were equally powerful, and every clash unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Ling Yi couldn't predict who would win. But no matter the outcome, this battle would strengthen both the black dragon and the acidic cat. Finally, with a deafening roar, the two powerful forces collided. The air was thick with a strong electric current. It was as if the entire world was enveloped by the power of destruction. Amid the intertwining of lightning and dark energies, the black dragon and the acidic cat retreated. A series of fluctuating energy waves, both bright and dark, formed between the two beasts. A faint golden light began to shimmer on the acidic cat's body. Its claws slowly transformed into a pair of sharp golden claws. The acidic cat growled and lunged at the black dragon again. The black dragon twisted its body to meet the attack head-on, a glint of ferocity flashing in its eyes. Its body began to tremble, as if gestating some immense power. Suddenly, the black dragon roared, and its entire body began to emit a dazzling light. The light was as bright as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. The acidic cat paused in midair, caught in the radiance. It felt itself growing extremely weak. But it did not give up, still resolutely lunging towards the black dragon. The two forces collided again, and this time, the black dragon had a slight advantage. It used all its strength to knock the acidic cat flying. The acidic cat fell to the ground in disarray, its energy radiance gradually fading and returning to its core. It panted heavily, but it showed no sign of giving up the fight. The acidic cat stubbornly and slowly stood up, a flicker of determination in its eyes. The black dragon also remained vigilant, twisting its body constantly. It hissed continuously, ready to attack again. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Enough! Ling Yi flashed between the two beasts and said to the black dragon and acidic cat, "You can stop now. This battle is over." The black dragon and acidic cat reluctantly stopped their attacks. They looked at Ling Yi with confusion in their eyes. Ling Yi explained, "Your strength is equally matched. Through our battles, I clearly learned your strengths. From now on, you must coexist peacefully and stay by my side. In the future, we will fight side by side and face the enemy with a united front." The black dragon and the acidic cat exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Although their battle was fierce, it also deepened their mutual understanding and respect. Under Ling Yi's arrangement, the black dragon and the acidic cat began to coexist peacefully. Through their subsequent battles, they forged a deep friendship. Chapter 252. After drinking the healing and energy potions, the acidic cat spread its wings and soared into the sky, while the black dragon coiled on its back. Ling Yi's lips curled up as he lay back in his chair, muttering to himself. It seems this entire research institute is still necessary. The black dragon is so powerful even after hatching. If only more were produced. In the near future, equipping the blood demon members with mutant beast mounts wouldn't be impossible. Just as Ling Yi was contemplating the future, Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out. "Master," Luoning asks, "is this little snake Big Brother's new pet? It looks so powerful, it can even fight a acidic cat on equal terms." Ling Yi smiled faintly, and reached out to gently touch Luoning's little head. "Yes, that's my new pet, Black Dragon. Ninger is pretty impressive too, now a level 2 light-type psychic." Luoning seemed especially delighted at the compliment, and threw herself into Ling Yi's arms. Her little head rested on Ling Yi's chest, her eyes narrowed into crescents. "Girl, aren't you afraid of squashing me into a meat pie?" Ling Yi smiled and stroked Luoning's cheek, his eyes filled with doting. Luoning giggled, seemingly oblivious to Ling Yi's words. Her little hands continued to pat Ling Yi's chest, as if feeling the warmth emanating from his body. Ling Yi looked at Luoning, feeling an inexplicable feeling of emotion and touch. He knew he and this little girl had formed a deep bond, like family. Luo Chen and Luo Ning, brother and sister, were two completely different extremes. The brother's mind was preoccupied with revenge, and he naturally awakened his dark powers. The sister, innocent, adorable, and kind-hearted, also awakened her light powers. The only regret was that she was born mute, unable to speak normally. Perhaps Luo Ning's cheerful personality was inseparable from Luo Chen's doting. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and bore all the suffering and hatred alone. But he left all the good things to Luo Ning. Ling Yi gently picked up Luo Ning and scurried to sit on the grass nearby. The setting sun shone through the leaves, warm and comforting. "Ninger, how do you like our life now?" Ling Yi suddenly turned and asked. Luo Ning raised her little head, frowned, thought for a moment, then began to gesture with her fingers. Ling Yi slapped his hand on his forehead and scratched his hair vigorously. "This is really torturous." Ling Yi frowned, his eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly slapped his thigh. "No, I must find a way to cure you and enable you to speak on your own." Luo Ning was startled by Ling Yi's sudden shout. But after hearing Ling Yi's words, her eyes lit up with anticipation. Looking at Ling Yi, who closed his eyes in deep thought, Luo Ning's small hands tugged at the corner of her clothes to hide her inner nervousness. Ling Yi directly communicated with the system and asked, "System, is there any way I can cure Luo Ning?" The system said after a moment of deep thought, "If I were on my home planet, I would have hundreds of methods to treat you. But now I can't, because there's no treatment equipment." Ling Yi felt the vein in his forehead throbbing as he spoke coldly. "If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I won't give you a single attribute point." The system's attitude instantly changed upon hearing this. No, host, I find a way right now. Don't worry." Ling Yi told himself that he had to find a way to help Luo Ning regain her ability to speak. Let her be able to express her thoughts and feelings independently. Let her be able to communicate and make friends with her peers, just like her peers, so that she can become a normal little girl instead of being ridiculed by other children. The system pondered for a moment, then began searching the database. It searched through various materials on superpowers, hoping to find some useful information. Just as Ling Yi was getting impatient, after some searching, the system finally found information on superpowers that could cure aphonia. From the information, it understood that the healing power of light-based superpowers could be used to help Luo Ning regain her speech. The system shouted happily, relieved. "Host, I found it! I found it! As long as you raise your light-based abilities to level 5, you master a skill called Holy Light Healing. This skill can bring the critically injured and near-death back from the brink of death. And the inability to speak is likely due to a vocal cord injury or congenital damage. I believe that if I can master this skill, healing Luo Ning will be a piece of cake." After hearing the system's explanation, Ling Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Holy Light Healing? I hope it really works. System, thank you for this." Ling Yi's sudden gratitude left the system speechless. "This annoying guy, all he does is glare at me. Today, you actually said thank you to me for the first time ever. How bizarre." Ling Yi entered his attribute panel and immediately invested 2,000 attribute points in his light power, instantly breaking through to the mid-level 5th stage. He absorbed the new light power skills in his mind, focusing on Holy Light Healing. After a while, Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes and pulled Luo Ning to his side. Gently holding her hand, he spoke softly. "Ninger, I found a way to cure your aphonia. There's a skill in the light power that should help you regain your ability to speak. Are you willing to try?" Luo Ning looked into Ling Yi's eyes, sensing a deep doting affection. Her eyes were filled with trust and anticipation, and she nodded desperately. Ling Yi smiled faintly and touched Luo Ning's face. Then he closed his eyes, focused his attention, and began to mobilize his light energy. His palm gently rested on Luo Ning's neck. A soft, pale golden light emanated, encircling Luo Ning's throat. Slowly, Ling Yi's light energy seeped into Luo Ning's body, gently repairing her damaged vocal cords. Ling Yi carefully sensed every flow of energy, ensuring it wouldn't cause any harm to Luo Ning. Sure enough, it's because of a congenitally damaged vocal organ that she can't speak. Ling Yi's perception clearly identified the root cause. After a period of treatment, Ling Yi finally stopped. A satisfied smile curved his lips, and he gently held Luo Ning's small hand, smiling. "Ninger, try to speak. Don't be nervous, take your time." During the treatment, Luo Ning didn't feel much, only a cool, comfortable sensation in her throat. She swallowed nervously at Ling Yi's words of encouragement. She opened her mouth again and again, unsure what to say. Chapter 253. Ling Yi could see Luo Ning's nervousness, so he didn't urge her. He simply smiled, quietly watching her, his eyes filled with anticipation and encouragement. Luo Ning bit her lip, seemingly finding immense confidence. She gazed into Ling Yi's eyes, her heart filled with excitement. She opened her mouth slightly and whispered a few words. Big brother. At the sound of Luo Ning's voice, a flicker of joy crossed Ling Yi's eyes. He knew his healing powers had succeeded. Ling Yi laughed heartily, picked up Luo Ning, and spun her around on the grass. Ha. That's great. Ninger can speak normally now. Luo Ning was gently held in Ling Yi's arms, her heart filled with gratitude and joy. Thank you, big brother. She whispered a few more words, but to Ling Yi's ears, they sounded particularly moving and touching. Ling Yi gently patted Luo Ning's back, a gentle glint in his eyes. Ninger, you can make friends with anyone normally from now on. You don't have to worry about communication difficulties anymore. Luo Ning nodded, her arms tightly wrapped around Ling Yi's neck, as if wanting to hold Ling Yi close to her forever. Feeling Luo Ning's inner joy and excitement, Ling Yi gently stroked her hair and spoke softly. Ninger, sweetheart. Big brother will always be by your side, protecting you like your brother. The sun set, and the evening breeze blew gently. Ling Yi sat quietly on the grass, while Luo Ning curled up in his arms, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Hubby, you and Luo Ning are here. Hoo. I was so scared. I thought Ninger had gotten lost, and the sisters were all frantically searching for her. Xiao Mobing's figure slowly appeared before them. Sorry, Sister Bing. Luo Ning said apologetically, twirling two fingers in circles, appearing innocent. Ninger, it's okay. We were just worried. You can talk. Oh my god! Ninger, you can talk. This is incredible. Xiao Mobing said it was nothing, but suddenly realized something was wrong. It wasn't Ling Yi who answered her, but Luo Ning, who was born mute. This surprised her immensely. Ling Yi smiled and said jokingly, Bing, your husband is amazing, isn't he? Using his light-based abilities, he successfully cured Ninger's muteness. Hubby, we all know you're the best. Xiao Mobing replied to Ling Yi, then took Luo Ning's hand in delight. Ninger, that's great. You can finally communicate with us normally. Luo Ning nodded, eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Ling Yi. Well, thanks to Brother Yi's help. Xiao Mobing turned to look at Ling Yi, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. She narrowed her eyes, and repeated Luo Ning's address in a faint voice. Hubby. Brother Yi. Are you planning to spare even little girls? Ling Yi was stunned by Xiao Mobing's words, confused. Then, seeing Xiao Mobing's disdainful expression, he suddenly understood, and his mouth twitched. Bing, do you think I'm the kind of person who eat anything when I'm hungry? Ninger is still just a little girl. Xiao Mobing flirted naturally, then said with a sweet giggle, Little girl, you grow up. It seems the busy sisters don't catch your eye. Our Captain Ling, lately, feels that wildflowers are more fragrant than domesticated ones, right? Ling Yi suddenly felt extremely depressed, and hurriedly explained. Bing, you misunderstood. I always treated Ninger as my own sister. She's not as frivolous as you say. Xiao Mobing pouted in a deliberately cute way, disbelieving. Humph, I don't believe it. Captain Ling, you're such a good excuse. Sister. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, trying to explain. Bing, don't let your imagination run wild. This is ruining my reputation. Our relationship is just brother and sister. There's absolutely no other meaning. But then, Luo Ning suddenly interrupted. Her words sent Ling Yi plump into a pit of despair, from which he could barely recover. Brother Yi, when Ninger grows up, she sleep with you like the older sisters, okay? Ling Yi and Xiao Mobing, Ling Yi was completely devastated by Luo Ning's words. He froze in place, unsure how to respond. He could only cough awkwardly, a sullen expression on his face. Ninger, you're still young and don't understand these things. When you grow up, we have more ways to spend time together. Xiao Mobing couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing so hard she collapsed. Ha. It seems the little girl is really clever. Ling Yi shook his head and sighed in frustration. Ruining someone's innocence. Xiao Mobing burst out laughing. Hey! Husband, you still have your innocence. You flirted with a virgin in public. You even gave away the 11th seat, so why didn't she agree? Ling Yi looked up suddenly, surprised at the smiling Xiao Mobing. How did you know about this? Xiao Mobing wrinkled her nose. Humph. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Why don't you just hide when you're doing bad things? Why not hide in a corner? Why do you have to stay out in public? Ninger, let's go and ignore this pervert. The sisters made you something delicious. Let's celebrate your ability to speak normally. It's a great thing. Wait, go get Luo-chan and make your brother happy too. Watching the two figures gradually disappear, Ling Yi stood alone, disheveled in the wind. Oh my goodness! I looked around, and there was absolutely no one else around. Where did Bing Bing get that information? Ling Yi couldn't figure it out, but Xia Mobing was incredibly happy at the moment. She flicked her sleeve, and a colorful butterfly flew out. Wow! What a beautiful butterfly! Sister Bing Bing, is this your pet? Luo Ning suddenly saw the butterfly and asked in surprise. Yes, sister, isn't that amazing? I tamed this butterfly myself. Xia Mobing held out a finger, and the butterfly landed neatly on her fingertip. This butterfly has a special ability. It can become invisible and remain unseen. Xia Mobing explained proudly. Wow! So impressive. Did it discover Brother Yi's secret date? Luo Ning approached the butterfly curiously, as if trying to see through it. Ninger, keep it a secret. This is a secret between us, don't tell anyone else. Xia Mobing gently covered Luo Ning's mouth, not releasing her until he nodded. Chapter 254. By the time Ling Yi returned to the car, the 10 women had all returned. When they learned Luo Ning could speak, they were incredibly excited. They surrounded her, asking her questions, as if they were determined to uncover everything about Luo Ning's experiences over the past decade. Ling Yi sat on the sofa, watching the 10 women chattering away, and couldn't help but laugh. Don't ask so quickly. Ninger needs time to answer you. Luo Ning smiled faintly, gesturing to indicate that she was fine. Then she continued to recount her experiences before and after the apocalypse to the 10 women. The 10 women listened with rapt attention, sometimes marveling, sometimes moved to tears. Ling Yi looked at Luo Ning's lively eyes and listened to her clear, oriole-like voice, feeling a surge of joy. In his previous life, he had been cold and cruel, unable to comprehend such a heartwarming scene. Even his loyal subordinates were silent in fear when facing him. Perhaps this is how a plane should be. Family, friendship, love, all of these are indispensable. Ling Yi sighed deeply, his heart filled with emotion. He began to understand how absurd and undesirable his previous path had been. In this plane, he must cherish every person and every relationship. He could no longer be solitary as before, or he would miss out on so many precious things. Even if he created a new plane in the future, he planned to preserve the emotions of this plane. He would also take everyone he cared about away from this world. Let them strive together, let go and create a new dimension, a dimension of their own. Ling Yi, what's wrong with you? Mu Xia saw Ling Yi was a little distracted and spoke, breaking his reverie. Ling Yi shook his head and smiled. It's nothing, just a little sentimental. Mu Xia stood deftly behind him, her hands gently resting on Ling Yi's shoulders, gently massaging them. What are you sentimental about? Can you tell me? Ling Yi stretched his shoulders comfortably, then spoke slowly. I think I'd taken many wrong turns. In the past, I was always pursuing power and profit, but neglected these precious emotions. Mu Xia's lips gently pecked Ling Yi's cheek, soothing him. Don't blame yourself for your past choices. Everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is that you recognize them now, and are changing yourself. As long as you stay firmly on the right path, you will surely have a brighter future. Ling Yi gently patted the back of Mu Xia's hand, feeling the warmth and smoothness of her skin. He resolved to cherish everything he had. Protect those around him, cherish his woman. Alright. It's getting late. Sisters, hurry up and make a hearty dinner. Xia Mobing clapped her hands and suggested loudly. Yeah. Great. We've been eating bread and dried meat for months. I almost forgotten what good food tasted like. Xia Maoyan was the first to cheer. The other women were eager to try, some rolling up their sleeves, some putting on aprons. When Xian Yuan Yushua opened the refrigerator, she was stunned and screamed. Ah! There's only drinks in the fridge, no ingredients. The 10 women were stunned for a moment, their minds blank. Yes, they had forgotten how long it had been since they cooked. And it had been months, so the supplies they had gathered were just canned goods and packaged instant foods. Ling Yi looked at the stunned women and couldn't help but tease them. They say if you capture a man's stomach, you capture his heart. You don't even have ingredients to cook with. How are you going to get by from now on? Xia Mobing put her hands on her hips, looking furious. Humph! Is this your excuse for being so philandering? All eyes were instantly fixed on Ling Yi. For a moment, his body felt frozen. Even the hands massaging his shoulders intensified their pressure. That damn girl, she keeps bringing up all sorts of things. It's really annoying. It seems I need to investigate thoroughly. This girl must be hiding something from me. How else could she possibly know my whereabouts, and even know everything I said? Ling Yi grumbled inwardly, his body slipping away from Mu Xia's grasp without a trace. He slowly stood up and feigned a cough. Why are you all looking at me like that? I knew you were all careless. I've been secretly scavenging all along the way. Come and take a look. Do you think you can use anything? After saying that, Ling Yi approached the dining table and waved his hand. From his ring, he poured out a large pile of fresh ingredients, vegetables, fruits, fish, duck, and chicken. Wow! So much food. Wow! I've forgotten what chicken soup tastes like. I'm going to make some later. The abundance of ingredients caught the women's attention, temporarily resolving Ling Yi's dilemma. Looking at the 10 women gathered around the table, happily selecting ingredients, Ling Yi couldn't help but wipe his forehead of non-existent sweat and let out a long sigh. However, before he could recover, Xiao Mobing's words immediately made him the center of attention again. Hubby! Go get Xianyuan Mingchen and Luo Chen too. We're all family, so let's have a lively meal together. Oh, and that superstar, Mu Ranqing, you're pretty close to her, right? Invite her too. We need a set of dishes. At first, the 10 women seemed perfectly normal. Xianyuan Mingchen was Shuer's brother. Luo Chen was Ling Yi's apprentice. They could both be considered family. But the next sentence changed the tone. Why invite Mu Ranqing? It had already been mentioned earlier that they were family, but then an outsider was brought in. There was a contradiction hidden within these words, and none of the women present were foolish. Combined with Xiao Mobing's earlier sour remarks against Ling Yi, they all understood instantly. Looking at Ling Yi stunned, they all covered their mouths and chuckled. Of course, they didn't know what was going on. This, isn't it? Why did you have to invite Mu Ranqing? We're not that familiar with each other? Ling Yi hesitated, trying to explain. Oh really, we're not that familiar. Xiao Mobing deliberately dragged out her words, as if she'd tell him everything if he didn't go. Ling Yi suddenly shuddered and spoke quickly. Stop! 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 I can't just go! Seriously, why do you have to make me go? Ling Yi was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, practically exploding with fur. He sighed helplessly, and left the car shaking his head. Chapter 255. Bing Bing, has Ling Yi found us another sister? Sister, will Mu Ranqing be Xiao 11 from now on? Where did you get this information? Is it accurate? I didn't even see the meet. It felt so sudden. The women were filled with curiosity and began gossiping, but they didn't stop working. No matter how many women he finds, it's not our place to interfere. But there's one thing I absolutely cannot tolerate. A man who wants us, yet she's putting on a coquettish, half-hearted attitude. We must teach her what it means to be a good wife and mother. Xiao Mobing looked indignant, but she wouldn't explain the whole story. This made the other women feel like they were being scratched by a cat. I accompanied Brother Yi to find my brother. Luo Ning tugged at the hem of her skirt and tiptoed out of the carriage. Xiao Mobing gave a wry smile, looking at Luo Ning's back, and said quietly, Alas! You're still curious about little 11, but you don't know little 12 has already been booked. Little 12. Everyone looked at each other, their minds racing. But they couldn't find anyone who matched the name. Suddenly, Xianyuan Yushua's eyes lit up, and she asked in disbelief. Bing Bing, you're not referring to Luo Ning, are you? What? Luo Ning, Ling Yi's tastes are too strong. No, we must stop it. We can't let Ling Yi get away with it. Yes, I understand lust, but you can't be so desperate. The women were talking back and forth, practically labeling Ling Yi an unforgivable criminal. You guys are overreacting. I didn't say Ling Yi ate Luo Ning. Look how upset you are. Xiao Mobing said helplessly, then continued to explain. That's just little Luo Ning's own idea. It can't be taken seriously. When she reaches adulthood, things will probably change. That's why I said it was a reservation. But looking at Ling Yi's charisma, I don't think the little girl can escape his clutches. Xiao Mobing's point drew a nod of agreement from everyone. Ling Yi, however, was extremely depressed. He put his hands in his pockets and muttered as he walked. How on earth did Bing Bing manage to know my whereabouts so well? This is truly bizarre. I guess I need to use my senses more often to check things out, otherwise I feel uneasy. Brother Yi, I know the reason. Do you want to know? At this moment, Luo Ning had already caught up with Ling Yi, and her voice reached him. Ling Yi turned and saw Luo Ning jogging towards him, arms outstretched. Oh my god! You little girl, aren't you afraid I won't be able to catch you and drop you? Ling Yi caught Luo Ning's petite body and held her in his arms. As long as Brother Yi is here, Ninger isn't afraid of anything. Ling Yi scratched Luo Ning's nose and said with a smile, You little girl, you can talk now, and you're so sweet. I'm so happy. Luo Ning happily kissed Ling Yi on the cheek and smiled slyly. Brother Yi, I know Sister Bing Bing's secret. Do you want to know? But I promised Sister Bing Bing to keep it a secret. But I really want to tell Brother Yi, and it's so difficult. How about this? Brother Yi, if you promise me one thing, I tell you the secret. Looking at Luo Ning's playful and adorable face, Ling Yi couldn't help but smile. Okay. Ninger is so cute, I agree to 10 things, not just one. Hearing this, Luo Ning held out her hand, looking triumphant. Brother Yi, let's make a promise. Whoever doesn't keep it is a puppy. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, and could only reach out and hook his hand with hers. Make a promise. Hang me for 100 years, and don't change. Anyone who changes is a dog. Luo Ning shouted with a smile on her face, eyes narrowed. All right. The oath is fulfilled. What do you want me to promise you? Ling Yi asked as they walked. Luo Ning hooked her arms around Ling Yi's neck, leaned her head close to his ear, and whispered softly. When I grow up, I want to be Brother Yi's woman. Ling Yi's steps stopped instantly, his mouth twitching, and he groaned inwardly. My little girl. How old are you? Do you know what this means? What a sin! Luo Ning lay quietly on Ling Yi's shoulder, unable to hear his response. Her lips pouted slightly, looking unhappy. Her eyes darted around, as if she was considering what to do. In truth, Ling Yi had underestimated Luo Ning's emotional intelligence. This girl had been born into a wealthy family. And because she was born mute, her understanding of the ways of the world was even more sophisticated than Luo Qin's. Add to that, after awakening her supernatural powers, her mental strength had skyrocketed. Ling Yi thought she was still young and naive. On the contrary, Luo Ning understood everything. She knew exactly what the girls, including Xiao Mobing, were doing in and out of Ling Yi's room every night. Woo-woo. Brother Yi is a liar. You don't even like Ninger. You even go back on your promise. Luo Ning buried her head in Ling Yi's shoulder and sobbed heartbrokenly. Ling Yi felt incredibly distressed and could only cough awkwardly. Then he gently stroked Luo Ning's back, trying to change the subject. Ninger, you're still young. Don't worry about these things now. When you grow up, we can talk about this, okay? Luo Ning raised her head, her eyes gleaming. Woo-woo. Brother Yi, I know I'm still young. But now I want you to know my feelings. I'm willing to wait until the right time. But I just want a promise from Brother Yi himself. Ling Yi was moved by Luo Ning's determination and stubbornness. He looked deeply into Luo Ning's eyes and said, Ninger, I promise you, if you still don't change your mind when you grow up, then no matter what happens in the future, I will be with you through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Although he said this, Ling Yi was still muttering in his heart. Little girl, you're naive. You won't think this way when you grow up. Let's just deal with it for now. Luo Ning smiled through her tears and nodded, knowing that her goal had been achieved. As long as Ling Yi agreed personally, their relationship could be completely exposed. No one could interfere anymore, and it would no longer be a brother-sister relationship, but a deep emotional bond. Luo Ning knew she was still young and couldn't do many things adults could. But she and Ling Yi could share each other's company and care. This would be a precious and special friendship. Ling Yi hugged Luo Ning tightly. He actually loved this innocent and lively little girl. Of course, it wasn't the same feeling Luo Ning had for him. It was the same care Luo Chen had for his sister. Ling Yi secretly made up his mind. No matter what the future holds, I will protect and safeguard Luo Ning with all my heart, allowing her to grow up happily and peacefully. Chapter 256. Luo Ning had been sharing interesting stories with Ling Yi the entire way. Ling Yi, however, was lost in thought, his mind racing. His mind replayed Luo Ning's words. He slowly began to reflect on whether his attitude and opinion of Luo Ning were correct. Perhaps he had truly underestimated Luo Ning's understanding and maturity. Ling Yi muttered to himself. Perhaps I should pay more attention to Luo Ning's opinions and feelings. Although she may be young, her experiences and living environment have made her mature and intelligent at an early age. We must never treat her like an ignorant and naive child again. Just as Ling Yi continued to ponder, Luo Ning's voice warned him. Brother Yi, you've been distracted. You're almost going too far. Ling Yi shuddered, suddenly coming to his senses. He looked up and glanced around. Okay, he had indeed gone too far. He turned and headed toward Xianyuan Mingchen's residence. "Hello, Captain Ling." The guard saluted Ling Yi respectfully. Is Xianyuan Mingchen here?" Ling Yi smiled in response, then asked. "Captain Xianyuan probably won't be back for a while. I can help you convey your request," the guard said respectfully. "All right. Tell him to hurry up and eat," Ling Yi said, then turned and headed in the other direction. Xianyuan Mingchen returned shortly after, arriving at the door. Caught off guard, the guard shouted. "Captain Ling just visited and told you to hurry up and eat." Everyone around him, having heard this, suppressed their laughter, their faces flushing red. "If you want to laugh, just laugh. It's so uncomfortable to hold it in. He's a big shot. Telling us to leave is already being polite." Xianyuan Mingchen simply said this, expressionless. The soldiers around him looked at each other in bewilderment as they saw Xianyuan Mingchen leave alone. "Captain, you're not in a good mood today." "Yes. Normally, you'd be furious. This atmosphere is so eerie." Unbeknownst to them, Xianyuan Mingchen was feeling a mixture of emotions. He walked towards Ling Yi's RV like a walking corpse, muttering to himself. "Alas! Looks like Ling Yi is leaving soon. Why does this meal feel like a farewell dinner?" Xianyuan Mingchen had unknowingly accepted Ling Yi's status as his brother-in-law. And in his heart, he considered him his most important friend. Ever since his last conversation with Ling Yi, he had been feeling an invisible pressure. Especially upon learning that Ling Yi would be leaving the base. This left him feeling lost, as if the road ahead was a sea of thorns and fog. Without Ling Yi blazing the trail, without Ling Yi lighting the way, Xianyuan Mingchen felt uneasy and lost. He needed to think about how to face the road ahead. He also realized that although Ling Yi was leaving, it didn't mean he had no motivation to move forward. "I can't always rely on Ling Yi, assuming that I have him to protect me. I need to learn to think independently and find my own path. Swear, I will always have your back." Thinking of this, Xianyuan Mingchen's heart gradually calmed down. No matter what challenges the future holds, he must bravely forge ahead, fearless of failure, and determined to take each step forward. "Brother Yi, what do you think my brother's expression will be when he sees me and can talk?" Luo Ning asked softly, leaning on Ling Yi's shoulder. "Little fool, why bother asking? He'd be incredibly excited." Luo Ning's voice suddenly became melancholic, as if filled with despair and pain. She whispered in Ling Yi's ear. "Brother Yi, do you know? After my family was wiped out and my loved ones were killed, only my brother and I were left. To protect me, my brother had to face all kinds of hardships and setbacks. During our escape, we endured stormy days. Hunger and cold became our closest companions. To ensure I had a bite to eat, my brother often shared his share with me, while he himself silently endured the torment of hunger. However, after the apocalypse, food became even more scarce. But this was only part of the difficulties we faced. With me, my brother had to face the pursuit and capture of zombies and monsters. He did his utmost to protect me, and never gave up. During the long escape, we suffered constant physical and mental damage. But my brother persevered. He told me that only by surviving could we hope to change our fate. During this difficult journey, my brother not only had to face external difficulties, but also had to comfort my emotions and fears. Whenever I was frightened or afraid, my brother would silently hug me, gently soothing and encouraging me to calm down. My brother always believed that I needed his comfort and support. So he made himself stronger and braver. During those days, my brother gradually grew into a brave and resolute little man. I witnessed his transformation firsthand. From his initial self-destruction to his gradual transformation into a resolute and courageous man. But my brother never knew that I wanted to fight too, and I wanted to protect him. He always protected me, unaware of the pain I felt inside. My brother, he has sacrificed so much for me. As she spoke, Luo Ning's voice became choked, gradually turning into sobs. Perhaps because she could speak now, she spoke more than usual. Or perhaps it was because she had never had anyone she could trust to confide in. This time, finally close to Ling Yi, Luo Ning poured out all the secrets hidden deep within her heart. Ling Yi had been listening silently the entire time. He could tell from Luo Ning's narration. This little girl had a very high emotional intelligence, or perhaps, she was very precocious. Only when Luo Ning began to cry softly, did Ling Yi gently pat her back and offer comfort. "Ninger, you should be proud to have a brother who loves and protects you." Luo Chen understood deeply that only by becoming stronger could he protect you and change his own fate and yours. Though you had endured many hardships and difficulties, Luo Chen never lost hope or faith. Because he believed that with unremitting efforts, there would always be a chance for recovery. Ling Yi paused, then continued. "Ninger, do you know? I've been an orphan since I was little, and I don't even know who my parents are. I experienced most of the suffering you endured firsthand. But Ninger is luckier than me, because you have a brother who loves you like a treasure. And I've been silently enduring hardships and difficulties. After listening to Ling Yi's words, Luo Ning wiped away her tears and said apologetically, Brother Yi, I'm sorry for bringing back sad memories. Chapter 257. Silly girl, what's there to apologize for? The past is gone with the wind, and we must always look forward. Just like your brother firmly believes that as long as we're alive, there's hope. Aren't you all living well now? And you must believe that our future will be even better. Ling Yi gently comforted Luo Ning, expressing his complete disregard for the past. Well, as long as Brother Yi is here, Ninger isn't afraid of anything. Luo Ning hugged Ling Yi tightly, as if afraid of losing him in the next second. Ling Yi could only pull his lips together helplessly, and gently stroke her back. As they approached the blood demon's base, Luo Ning reluctantly asked Ling Yi to let her down. Brother Yi, go find Sister Mu Ranqing. I go find brother myself and give him a surprise. Ling Yi said with a smile as he put Luo Ning down. Okay, Ninger, I listen to you. I think you have a lot to say to Luo Chen. Go! Ling Yi patted Luo Ning's head and slowly laid her down on the ground. Just as Ling Yi bent down, Luo Ning leaned close to his ear and whispered, Brother Yi, Sister Bing Bing has a colorful butterfly. That butterfly has a special ability. It can turn invisible. Now you understand why she knows your whereabouts so well. Luo Ning smiled faintly, and then left alone. After hearing Luo Ning's words, Ling Yi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. He muttered to himself. She actually used the mutated butterfly to track my whereabouts. When did she capture this girl? She's been hiding it quite well. Ling Yi instantly released his senses, thinking to himself. This girl won't let butterflies follow me all the time, will she? As his senses probed outward, a faint wave spread out in all directions. Soon, a colorful butterfly flew from the sky and landed on a tree not far from him. The butterfly's wings were covered in vibrant patterns. It was like a beautiful painting, imprinted on its wings. The moment Ling Yi glanced at it, the butterfly suddenly vanished. Wow! This little creature is quite alert. Ling Yi's lips curled up in a smile, surprised by the butterfly's reaction. He began to carefully observe his surroundings, trying to find the invisible butterfly. However, relying solely on perception, he couldn't detect any signs of the butterfly's movement. Interesting. Ling Yi smiled slightly. The mutant butterfly's special ability to remain invisible piqued his interest. It could actually evade detection. It was incredible. He knew he had to resort to some special means to find it. Ling Yi continued to use his perception, concentrating on observing the subtle changes in his surroundings. He then mobilized his various supernatural powers, integrating them into the elemental energy in the air. Through meticulous observation and perception, he gradually discovered the mutant butterfly's presence. Ha ha! I finally found you. Ling Yi muttered to himself. This mutant butterfly's invisibility is truly impressive. If Ninger hadn't warned me in advance, I really wouldn't have noticed it. Ling Yi fixed his gaze on the mutant butterfly's location. He decided to employ a special method to capture it. You idiot girl, you're so arrogant. How dare you command a mutant butterfly to spy on me? If I catch it, I wonder what expression you have. Bing Bing, I'm really looking forward to seeing how varied your expression will be. Ling Yi began to circulate his internal cultivation techniques, his thoughts flooding out like a tide. That's right, he didn't use his supernatural powers. After regaining his memories, he began to practice the blood demon reincarnation technique from his previous life. The blood demon reincarnation technique is an extremely domineering and brutal technique. Its unique feature is that practitioners can gain immense power by devouring the life force of their enemies. This perverted ability is enough to terrify anyone. When a practitioner unleashes the blood demon reincarnation technique, their body transforms into an incredibly ferocious demon god. A vast blood force flows through their body. This power is imbued with a brutal and bloodthirsty aura. The practitioner's eyes reveal a ferocious, bloodthirsty look. In battle, a cultivator can unleash a terrifying devouring force. This blood-colored energy, like a black hole, can absorb the enemy's life force at a speed visible to the naked eye. When a cultivator unleashes this devouring force, the surrounding air seems to be filled with a sea of blood. Completely distorted, deathly silence and terror envelop the battlefield. Once devoured, the enemy's life force is transformed into the cultivator's own strength. The cultivator can feel the enemy's life force churning within their own body, their blood boiling, and their strength constantly growing. This absolute devouring power makes the cultivator nearly invincible in battle. It can be said that those who practice the blood demon reincarnation technique will become braver and stronger with each battle. However, this powerful devouring force does not come without a price. As practitioners devour their enemy's life force, they will find it difficult to control their own greed and brutality. If practitioners cannot suppress these greedy and violent energies, they will easily be corrupted by the devouring force, eventually losing their true self and becoming a true blood demon. Therefore, when practicing the blood demon reincarnation technique, practitioners must constantly be vigilant against the dark side of their hearts. Only through strong mental cultivation and self-discipline can they maintain their sanity and kindness. Otherwise, this powerful devouring force will become a practitioner's greatest nightmare. In his previous life, Ling Yi was able to suppress this backlash, but his temperament also changed drastically, causing those around him to avoid him, fearing the wrath of this demon god. Because of this technique, Ling Yi's strength in his previous life soared. Deep within, his desire for power grew stronger. So he began leading his subordinates, constantly conquering one plane after another. Then he devoured the life force of each plane to bolster his own strength. Ling Yi's own growth and strength was unprecedented and unparalleled. He was the fastest being in history to reach the 9th level of civilization. But what was the consequence of this unbridled war? He became the public enemy of the entire universe. As the saying goes, if the lips are cold, the teeth will perish. To survive, the lower-level planes had no choice but to turn to other higher-level civilizations, repeating this cycle over and over again. This finally affected the interests of the top 9-level masters. The birth of a crusade alliance signaled the beginning of Ling Yi's decline. Although Ling Yi's own strength was immense, he only had one plane. The combat population was simply no match for the coalition forces. The number of people dwindled, until he was completely alone, surrounded by 9 peak controllers. If he hadn't cultivated the blood demon reincarnation technique, imbuing his own power with a single drop of blood, Ling Yi would have perished along with his own dimension. Chapter 258. After my last life, I won't repeat the same mistakes in this one. Just like the system, if you want to control me, be prepared for my counterattack. Although Ling Yi continued to practice the blood demon reincarnation technique, he also figured out how to channel the negative emotions that were affecting him out of his body. That was through clones. When Ling Yi created a clone, he would transfer some of his emotions to it. This allowed him to maintain a balanced control over his emotions. This prevented the technique from causing him to become ruthless and extremely violent. At this moment, Ling Yi locked onto the mutant butterfly. A powerful aura gradually emanated from his body, forming an invisible bloody pressure. This bloody pressure enveloped the entire surrounding space, trapping the mutant butterfly within. As the pressure continued to increase and shrink, Ling Yi could feel the mutant butterfly desperately struggling, trying to escape this space. But no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from Ling Yi's restraints. Hee hee. I finally caught you. Ling Yi laughed excitedly. He knew this mutant butterfly. It held special meaning for Xia Mobing. It wasn't just a mutant pet that Xia Mobing had personally tamed. It was also a spy that could be used to track the enemy's whereabouts. Now that he had suddenly captured it, Xia Mobing would surely be extremely anxious. Furthermore, the space at this moment was completely isolated by the blood demon reincarnation technique. Even if the mutant butterfly tried to send out a distress signal, it would be completely intercepted. Ling Yi carefully placed the mutant butterfly in a transparent glass bottle and opened a ventilation hole in the top. Then he casually put the bottle in his trouser pocket and applied partial isolation. Hey Bing Bing, I asked you to monitor me. Now that I can't sense the mutant butterfly, what will you do? Xia Mobing was cooking with the other women. Suddenly, her body froze, and the connection with the butterfly in her mind was severed. What's going on? Why can't I sense the butterfly? Is there danger? This shouldn't be the case. There are no enemies nearby. What happened? Xia Mobing frowned, wondering to herself. Sister, what's wrong with you? You look so distracted? Xia Maoyang waved his hand in front of Xia Mobing's face. Seeing that she ignored him, he asked. I can't sense the butterfly. Xia Mobing's tone was a hint of panic. In fact, the 10 women present all knew about the butterfly's existence. But they didn't know Xia Mobing had sent it to monitor Ling Yi. I go look for them first. Xia Mobing grew increasingly anxious and sprinted out of the carriage. Ling Yi, however, was remarkably relaxed at the moment, whistling as he staggered to the logistics area. Someone spotted Ling Yi from a distance and hurried to inform Mengshen. A moment later, Mengshen approached with a smile. Captain, what brings you here? Do you have a mission? Ling Yi smiled, patted Mengshen's shoulder, and said, Nothing, just wandering around. You've been working hard lately on the overall base construction, and the logistics staff have all been working hard. Mengshen shook his head and laughed. Captain, you're joking. It's not that hard at all. Everyone's so enthusiastic. Finally, they settled down and are so full of energy, there's no need to rush them. Ling Yi nodded approvingly at Mengshen, his heart filled with satisfaction for him and the logistics department. Mengshen, you've always been one of the people I trust most. I believe you lead the logistics department to even greater heights. Mengshen grinned, feeling deeply honored. Ling Yi's praise and recognition were his greatest pride. Captain, I'm a little embarrassed by your words. However, I will continue to work hard to ensure the smooth operation of the logistics department. Ling Yi smiled and patted Mengshen's shoulder, encouragingly. Very good, I'm sure you do an excellent job. If there's anything I can support or help you with, please let me know. Mengshen nodded confidently. Thank you, Captain. Everything is normal in the logistics department for now. I report if you need anything. Ling Yi smiled and nodded, then asked nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, where's Mu Ranqing? I need to discuss something with her. Mengshen glanced at Ling Yi and asked with a somewhat lewd tone. Captain, should I start calling her sister-in-law? Ling Yi's smile froze for a moment, and he spoke awkwardly. What nonsense! I'm looking for her on official business. You guys, aren't you tired of working all day? All you talk about is gossip. Mengshen was completely bewildered by Ling Yi's illogical remarks. After a moment, he blinked, opened his mouth, and spoke. Oh yes. It's official business. Please wait, I go get her right away. Let her have a nice, romantic chat with you under the moonlight about future business. Mengshen finished, then burst into laughter and turned to run. Ling Yi's furious roar came from behind. What's the point of your sarcastic remarks, kid? If you dare, don't run away. Let me examine your recent strength growth. Mengshen's pace quickened at Ling Yi's threats, and he mentally exclaimed. You're kidding. After the captain examines me, I'd be skinned alive if I don't die. Ling Yi looked at Mengshen, who had plunged into the logistics department, and smiled, shaking his head. On the surface, he seemed furious, but inside, he was incredibly happy, a smile playing on his lips. Those who played jokes on me in my previous life seemed dead, but this kind of relationship without any grudges is actually quite nice. While waiting, Ling Yi leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and appeared quite casual. Mu Ranqing, upon receiving Mengshen's notification, hurried over. When she stopped in front of Ling Yi, her bangs were a little disheveled, and she was breathing heavily. Watching the rhythmic surges, Ling Yi's throat churned unconsciously. Ling Yi, what's going on? Why are you so anxious? Mu Ranqing hadn't noticed that Ling Yi's eyes flashed a bewitching red. She bent down, her hands resting on her knees, and asked angrily. It's not urgent. Mengshen can't even convey a message properly. Ling Yi averted his gaze, grumbling at Mengshen in frustration. Huff, I thought there was some emergency. Mu Ranqing panted heavily, her cheeks puffed out with a hint of helplessness. Ling Yi flicked out his cigarette butt and smiled faintly. You're here, come with me. Mu Ranqing looked at Ling Yi, somewhat bewildered. Where are you going? Ling Yi turned and smiled. Follow me, and you find out. Mu Ranqing looked up at the sky, then looked at Ling Yi with some confusion. When Ling Yi smiled, he always looked like a big bad wolf. Chapter 259. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and Mu Ranqing unexpectedly felt a chill. A few months had passed, and autumn had already begun, and the evening breeze had begun to grow chilly. You aren't up to something bad, are you? I'm not a casual woman. I haven't thought it through yet. Mu Ranqing carefully tugged at her collar, as if to envelop herself completely. It was as if Ling Yi could see through her, and would pounce on her and devour her in the next moment. Looking at Mu Ranqing's defensive expression, Ling Yi felt his eyes twitch. Was his personality so bad? All right. Why are you being so secretive? I'm not going to eat you. I prepared a party, and came here specifically to invite you to join us. Mu Ranqing was taken aback by this. She opened her mouth and spoke after a long pause. Is that all you want? I thought you wanted to. She was too embarrassed to say the rest of the sentence. It was completely her own fault. Ling Yi saw Mu Ranqing's awkward expression and explained. I simply wanted to invite you to the party, along with a few other people. Mu Ranqing breathed a sigh of relief, but still hesitated. Well, after all, I just joined not long ago. Wouldn't it be too abrupt to attend the party with you? Ling Yi smiled faintly, and was about to respond when a voice rang out from afar. It's not abrupt at all. We're all family, just normal. They both turned to see Xiao Mobing jogging towards them. Beads of sweat covered Xiao Mobing's forehead. Seeing both of them looking at her, she could only offer a nonchalant expression. I just happened to be passing by and heard you talking, so I came over to say hello. Ling Yi smiled, well aware of Xiao Mobing's reasoning. She must have discovered she'd lost contact with the mutant butterfly and was out looking for it. He feigned indifference, asking curiously, Hey! Bing Bing, weren't you helping with the cooking? Why are you here? Xiao Mobing hesitated in response to Ling Yi's question. Well, the girls are all busy and almost done. I couldn't help, so I came out to look for my husband. Just so you guys know, hurry back. Though she said this, her eyes were constantly scanning her surroundings. Ling Yi could sense that Xiao Mobing was actually releasing her senses to investigate. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, a hint of pride forming in his heart. Little brat, I completely isolated the mutant butterfly since you hid it from me. This alone won't help you find it. Ling Yi asked with feigned curiosity. Bing Bing, are you looking for something? Xiao Mobing's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Did my husband notice? Was I really that obvious? She withdrew her gaze from everywhere and said calmly. Oh, nothing much. I just saw a beautiful butterfly. I just followed it all the way here. Husband, did you see it? Xiao Mobing looked at the two of them expectantly, hoping to get some information about the colorful butterfly. Mu Ranqing simply shook her head and said, I just came out too. I didn't see any butterflies. Ling Yi casually lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. A butterfly? Isn't it a colorful mutant butterfly? Xiao Mobing's eyes lit up instantly. She eagerly stepped forward, took Ling Yi's arm, and asked expectantly, Honey, did you see the mutant butterfly? Tell me where you saw it. Ling Yi smiled faintly, deliberately teasing Xiao Mobing. That mutant butterfly is so annoying. It keeps hanging around me, like it's spying on me. I got so mad at it, I just blasted it with a fireball, turning it to charcoal. Xiao Mobing panicked upon hearing this. Her eyes gleamed with fear, and she trembled as she asked, How could you do this? That butterfly might be the only one left, and you. As she spoke, tears began to fall unconsciously. Ling Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart at Xiao Mobing's heartbreak. It felt like he'd gone a little too far. He pulled Xiao Mobing into his arms, gently stroking her hair and soothing her. Okay. You're an adult and you're still crying? I was just joking. Xiao Mobing breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked with a hint of uneasiness. Honey, are you serious? Is the butterfly okay? Ling Yi reached into his pocket and pulled out the glass bottle, smiling. Look, it's right here, isn't it? Take it. If it happens next time, I might actually roast it. Xiao Mobing joyfully released the colorful butterfly from the bottle, a smile breaking through her tears. Watching the colorful butterfly fluttering docilely around her, Xiao Mobing lowered her head sheepishly. She said weakly, a little embarrassed. Honey, you know everything? Ling Yi exhaled a puff of smoke and said unhappily, Do you think I don't know? This mutant butterfly has quite a few skills. If you train it well, it'd be a great help to you in the future. Xiao Mobing realized Ling Yi wasn't really angry, and happily threw her arms around his neck. He then, oblivious to the others, gave her a sweet kiss. Stop it! There's people around, Ling Yi said helplessly, cupping Xiao Mobing's pretty face. I won't. Mu Ranqing isn't a stranger. Just give her a kiss. Xiao Mobing's true nature returned, completely oblivious to the presence of others. Watching the two of them casually displaying affection, as if she weren't there, Mu Ranqing felt her face twitch. You really don't treat me as an outsider. Do you treat me as your own? Ugh. What the hell am I thinking? Mu Ranqing thought to herself, then shook her head vigorously, turned her back, and said helplessly, You guys go ahead. Ignore me. Just pretend I don't exist. Xiao Mobing kissed Ling Yi as she wished, then contentedly left his embrace. She took Mu Ranqing's hand and said playfully, Let's go! Let's go to the party. The sisters should be almost ready. Mu Ranqing hadn't expected Xiao Mobing to invite her. She seemed a little taken aback, hesitating. I better not go. Xiao Mobing glanced at Ling Yi and then half pulled him. Let's go! We're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about? Xianyuan Mingchen is here too. Mu Ranqing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Since it wasn't Ling Yi's family party, it shouldn't be a problem for her to go alone, but she didn't know that those gathered tonight were arguably Ling Yi's closest friends. Describing them as family wouldn't be an exaggeration. She watched as Xiao Mobing dragged Mu Ranqing back. Ling Yi smiled helplessly and followed. Chapter 260. By the time Ling Yi and the other two returned, the banquet was almost ready. Luo Chen, why are you standing here? Why don't you get in the car? Xia Mobing and Mu Ranqing had returned earlier. Seeing Luo Chen standing respectfully by the car door, Xia Mobing asked curiously. Master's wife, I'm waiting for Master. Luo Chen greeted Xia Mobing respectfully. Oh, he's right behind us. He should be arriving soon. Let's get in first. Xia Mobing said with a smile. No, Master's wife, you two go first. I wait. Luo Chen shook his head gently, declining Xia Mobing's offer. Helpless, Mu Ranqing pulled herself into the car first. A moment later, a figure slowly emerged from the night. It was Ling Yi. Luo Chen, why aren't you going to the banquet? What are you doing here? Ling Yi spotted Luo Chen from a distance and couldn't help but ask. Luo Chen took 2 steps at a time and came directly in front of Ling Yi. Plop! Bang! 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 Luo Chen knelt neatly on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. This sudden movement startled Ling Yi, who quickly helped Luo Chen to his feet. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling down before your master? Luo Chen, guided by Ling Yi's strength, stood up and spoke excitedly. Master, you not only saved Ninger and me, you even cured Ninger of her muteness. You've been so kind and generous, like a second parent to us. I just wanted to express my gratitude. Ling Yi smiled faintly and gently touched Luo Chen's head. Ninger is like a sister to me. You made her a talking girl. This is our greatest hope. As a teacher, I have the ability to do this, and of course I will spare no effort. Luo Chen was deeply moved upon hearing Ling Yi's words. He knew his sister was born mute. When the family was still around, they had tried every possible treatment, but nothing could be found. Many renowned doctors were helpless because of this stubborn condition, but now Ling Yi was able to do it. This deepened Luo Chen's admiration for Ling Yi. Master, you are truly amazing. I know my parents took my sister to many doctors before, even abroad, but none could help. I never expected that Master would be able to cure her so easily. Luo Chen flattered Ling Yi with deep emotion. Ling Yi simply shook his head and said calmly, Master, it was just a sudden inspiration. I used my light-based healing powers and did my best. From this point of view, my speculation was correct all along. If you want to become a truly powerful person, you must excel at discovery and research. Take a path others dare not consider, dare not attempt. Everything has changed in the apocalypse, so cast aside those useless pre-apocalyptic theoretical constraints. As long as you dare to think, dare to act, and dare to do, there will surely be a viable path. Even if there isn't, you must do everything you can to carve out a path of your own. Hearing Ling Yi's words, Luo Chen's face was filled with determination. Master, please rest assured. I will definitely work hard. Luo Chen replied with a resolute expression. Ling Yi nodded and smiled. It's good that you have this determination. How is your practice of the blood demon reincarnation technique that Ing taught you going? Master, I reached the middle stage of the first level. I can already activate the devouring power, and I feel my strength has greatly improved, Luo Chen replied excitedly. Not bad, Ling Yi nodded approvingly. Once you successfully cultivate this technique, your strength will be transformed. However, be careful not to overdo it, as this can easily cause backlash. Master, I understand. I will practice slowly, and will never rush for quick results. Luo Chen nodded, answering confidently. Ling Yi smiled faintly, his hands behind his back, and began to explain. The blood demon reincarnation technique is an extremely dangerous and powerful technique. It requires immense perseverance and determination to successfully cultivate it. It's certainly not easy for you to be taught by your master, but I believe you can master it. Ling Yi looked at Luo Chen's determined eyes, and continued with satisfaction. Practicing this technique requires a series of trials and tribulations. First, you need to cultivate both physical strength and mental willpower. Only through constant hard training and challenging yourself can you break through your limits. Secondly, the blood demon reincarnation technique contains a powerful dark force. You must learn to control this force and transform it into your own. Ling Yi paused, speaking seriously. During the practice, it is crucial to maintain inner peace and clarity. 9 out of 10 people who practice this technique go insane. In the end, they become mere carriers of the technique. Your master does not wish to see that happen to you. Luo Chen, upon hearing Ling Yi's words, suddenly became more cautious. Ing had merely taught him the technique, but not in the detail Ling Yi had. But after practicing it, Luo Chen realized how arduous it truly was. But he also knew that his master hoped this method would help him improve his strength more quickly. Master, please rest assured. I will follow your instructions and maintain inner peace and clarity. Luo Chen promised solemnly. It's good that you understand. The evil thoughts in your heart can't be suppressed with just words. I once failed to suppress them, which ultimately led to a drastic change in my personality and an irreversible disaster. Think more about Ninger and the future. Don't constantly live under the shadow of revenge. It will only accelerate the darkening of your heart. Remember my words. The Fong family is just an ant, not a driving force for your strength. After a while, go out with me for training and find an opportunity to destroy the Fong family. This will help you resolve the knot in your heart and focus on improving your strength. In the future, you can follow me and conquer the entire starry sky. That will be your true reason for becoming stronger. Ling Yi pointed to the sky, a wicked smile playing on his lips, as if he were discussing something insignificant. Luo Chen was deeply moved by Ling Yi's words. He had always been troubled by his own desire for revenge. But Ling Yi's words made him realize that revenge wouldn't truly make him stronger, and it could even turn him completely evil. The only true path forward is to continuously improve one's own strength. Under immense power, all conspiracies and schemes are but a joke. Master, I understand, Luo Chen replied respectfully. I will keep your words in mind and become even stronger, becoming the sharpest blade in your hand. Very good, very good. Ling Yi nodded approvingly, very pleased with Luo Chen's attitude. You have a firm and unwavering heart, which is very important. Only with a determined heart can you become stronger and go further. Chapter 261. Master and Disciple, how long are you planning to talk? Everyone's waiting for you. The banquet can start any time. Xiao Mobing urged, poking her head out of the car window. Ling Yi smiled and waved, then led Luo Chen towards the car. After entering the car, everyone was already seated at the dining table, awaiting Ling Yi and Luo Chen's arrival. The table was laden with a variety of delicious dishes and desserts, emitting an enticing aroma. There were roast duck, braised pork, steamed fish, sweet and sour spare ribs, and other sumptuous dishes. There were also cakes, cookies, fruits, and other desserts of various flavors. Every dish looked incredibly delicious, mouth-watering. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We're all family here. There's no need to be so formal. Let's just start eating. Ling Yi said with a smile as he walked to the main seat and sat down. Luo Chen also found an empty seat and sat down quietly. The proper ceremony is still necessary. You're the head of this family. You haven't even started eating yet, so how can we possibly taste it first? Xiao Mobing sat beside Ling Yi and gently handed him a pair of chopsticks. Ling Yi smiled and nodded, unfazed. He picked up his chopsticks and gestured for everyone to begin enjoying the food. Everyone followed his lead, savoring this sumptuous family feast. The aroma of the dishes filled the air, making one saliva water. After the apocalypse, such dishes became increasingly rare. How many people couldn't even afford a full meal, let alone such exquisite delicacies? Beneath the golden, crispy skin of the roast duck was tender and juicy meat. The braised pork was a vibrant red, and the steamed fish was tender and flavorful. Each dish was a delicacy passed down from before the apocalypse, leaving a lasting impression. Everyone savored the flavors of each dish, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction and joy. Luo Ning gently picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in her mouth. The delicious flavor filled her mouth with each bite, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This braised pork is absolutely delicious. Xian Yuan Yushua was intently pouring wine for Ling Yi. She meticulously cared for Ling Yi, just as she had promised, silently performing her duties as a personal maid. Ling Yi felt immense happiness and satisfaction as he watched everyone gathered around the table, sharing a delicious meal. In the apocalypse, family feasts like this may seem a bit extravagant, but they are still necessary. Sure, please keep a record of the food cultivation and find a way for someone to try it. I hope that in the future, our Blood Moon City will be self-sufficient, and everyone will have fresh food. Ling Yi paused and continued. I decided that every year, Blood Moon City will hold a large, nationwide banquet to celebrate our hard-earned living space. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing Ling Yi's words. Mu Xia smiled. Ling Yi is right. We should work hard for the future of Blood Moon City. Growing food is a crucial task. We must constantly explore and experiment to find farming methods suitable for the apocalyptic environment. The others also expressed their support. Yes, we can't always rely on external resources. Self-sufficiency is the long-term solution. Xiao Mobing echoed. Holding a family banquet every year is a good idea. Let's gather together and feel the warmth of home and the power of unity, Xiao Maoyang added. Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction. What we want is unity and joint efforts to make Blood Moon City a prosperous and flourishing home. And this family banquet is a symbol of our unity and joy. Let's continue to enjoy the food before us and savor this rare peace. Come, let's raise our glasses and wish for a better life in the future. Everyone listened to Ling Yi's words, nodded in agreement, and happily raised their glasses. In this apocalyptic world, survival itself is a daunting challenge. But Ling Yi led his family and other survivors. It's not just about survival, it's about pursuing a better quality of life. Everyone stood up happily and raised their glasses high. He raised his glass, a genuine smile on his face. However, one person's behavior was particularly abrupt, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence. Xianyuan Mingchen sat absent-mindedly in his chair, seemingly lost in thought. Even as everyone raised their glasses, he remained expressionless. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Xianyuan Yushua hurriedly asked. This shout instantly awakened Xianyuan Mingchen, who had been daydreaming. "I said, Mingchen, you can even get distracted while eating. What's wrong with you?" Ling Yi asked after taking a sip of his drink. "When are you planning to leave?" Xianyuan Mingchen didn't attempt to explain his unusual behavior, but instead addressed Ling Yi directly. Upon hearing Xianyuan Mingchen's question, everyone turned to look at Ling Yi, expressions of surprise and confusion. "Ling Yi, are you leaving?" Mu Ranqing asked first, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Ling Yi felt somewhat relieved by everyone's reaction, but he remained grave. "Actually, I always emphasize this point. There are many unknown enemies hidden in this apocalypse. And their strength is far beyond your imagination. Remember that zombie python in this area, its strength was already over rank 7. Everyone gasped. The strongest one in the room was barely rank 4. If they had encountered that zombie python back then, they would have been slaughtered. Ling Yi observed everyone's panicked expressions, and offered no words of comfort. He continued. "And I discovered something even more important. The zombie python is being manipulated. The person controlling it possesses 7th level strength. You can imagine the power behind this force. Just imagine, if one day the Blood Moon City were to encounter such a powerful enemy. Would you have enough strength to deal with it?" Ling Yi's words shocked everyone. They began to seriously consider the crucial information Ling Yi had revealed. Xianyuan Mingchen's brow furrowed. He understood that the enemy Ling Yi was referring to was so powerful that it would pose a massive threat to the entire Blood Moon City. "So what are your plans now?" Xianyuan Mingchen asked, frowning. "I don't have a specific plan yet, but I will do my best to investigate the true purpose and origins of the force behind this." Ling Yi replied calmly, shaking his head. The others exchanged glances, but nonetheless expressed their resolve and plans. "We will also strive to improve our capabilities and contribute to the safety of the Blood Moon City," Mu Xia said firmly. Xiao Mobing nodded slightly in agreement. "We must unite and face the dangers lurking in the shadows together." Chapter 262. Everyone shared their thoughts and plans, a sense of determination permeating the air. They decided not to passively react, but to proactively pave a safe path for themselves and the Blood Moon City. At this point, Mu Ranqing pondered for a moment and added, "Ling Yi, according to you, your so-called leaving doesn't mean abandoning us, nor does it mean abandoning the Blood Moon City. Rather, it means exploring the wider world, finding more resources and allies, so as to better protect the Blood Moon City?" Ling Yi looked at Mu Ranqing approvingly and nodded gently. "You're very clever. My purpose this time is, firstly, to contact Xia's grandfather and see if there's any room for cooperation between us. Secondly, to explore other survivor bases. We try to win over those we can, and annex those we can, and try to recruit as many people as possible into our team. The population of the apocalypse is decreasing day by day, and without sufficient personnel to replenish it, we won't be able to effectively build a strong armed force. Without a strong armed force, how can we protect ourselves and keep the Blood Moon City standing?" Everyone felt deeply saddened upon hearing this. They had always been satisfied with the current situation, feeling that as long as Ling Yi was there, they could survive well. But after Ling Yi's in-depth analysis, they realized that danger was everywhere, and they were facing the possibility of extinction at any moment. Ling Yi's concerns were not unfounded, but everyone felt that precisely because of this, Ling Yi himself could not easily leave the Blood Moon City, because his immense strength is everyone's talisman. If Ling Yi weren't there to guard the area, if a hostile force truly invaded, the consequences would be disastrous. "Brother-in-law, since you described it as so dangerous, you can't leave so easily. It's definitely dangerous out there. What if you're surrounded by enemies? Besides, we need you to be here so that even if an enemy attacks, we don't have to be afraid." Xianyuan Yushua thought for a moment before speaking. I think what Ling Yi and Xiao Maoyang said is not entirely wrong. After all, we can't always hide in this small place. We need to explore the wider world and find more resources and allies. However, we can't easily abandon the Blood Moon City. It's our base of survival. I suggest sending some personnel to explore and search for resources. As the strongest combat force, Ling Yi should guard this place to ensure absolute safety. Of course, this requires careful planning and coordination, and we must take a long-term approach. After hearing this, the others expressed their agreement. Everyone agreed that their top priority was to protect Blood Moon City, while also finding ways to explore the wider world. Ling Yi's lips curled slightly at the suggestions, and he felt a slight sense of peace. He knew that in this apocalyptic world, no place was completely safe. Only through continuous effort and exploration could they better protect their homeland. Those present could be considered the top leadership team of Blood Moon City. If they lacked their own intelligence and couldn't think about how to face difficulties, they would simply wait for Ling Yi's orders whenever something happened, which would be a surefire disaster. Ling Yi took a sip of his wine and smiled. It's great that you're open with your opinions. My temporary departure is inevitable, and there's no need to discuss it further. As for your concerns about the base's safety, rest assured. I have Ing and Ingy stay here. They both have mid-level rank 7 strength, and their strength is increasing rapidly. As long as they don't encounter overly powerful enemies, they'd be more than capable of handling the situation. I know Commander Ing, but who is this Ingy? Xian Yuan Mingchen asked curiously. Ling Yi smiled faintly. They're both my clones. There's no need to worry about their safety or loyalty. Everyone gasped and looked at Ling Yi in disbelief. If 2 clones were already at the 7th level, how strong was Ling Yi himself? Brother Yi, what level are you at now? Luo Ning asked expectantly. The others were also excited, eager to know just how strong Ling Yi was right now. Ling Yi simply smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Originally, I defined the realms of enhancers and awakened powers as 9 levels. But now I realize that this division might not be appropriate for me. Whether there are any restrictions for you, however, remains to be seen. If the 9th level is considered the peak, my current strength has already surpassed it. Everyone was stunned when they heard Ling Yi's words. They had always thought they were already very powerful. Although Ling Yi was also very strong, they had always assumed he was only around the 7th level. But no one expected Ling Yi's strength to have surpassed the 9th level, which was incredibly shocking. Wow! Brother Yi, you're so strong! Luo Ning exclaimed excitedly. Haha. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's simply incredible. Xian Yuan Mingchen exclaimed with astonishment. Ling Yi's women were filled with pride and tenderness. This was their man, an incredibly powerful man. Mu Ranqing felt her heart pounding. She could never have imagined that Ling Yi had become so powerful that she couldn't even look up to him. Luo Chen clenched his hands, his face filled with excitement. This is my master, a powerful being beyond our reach. No wonder the Fong family isn't even a stumbling block in Master's eyes. Luo Chen's heart was filled with excitement as he pondered silently. Ling Yi looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd and said with a smile, Strength is only one aspect. I hope you can believe in your own potential. Everyone has limitless potential. With hard work, you can surpass yourself. After hearing Ling Yi's words, everyone felt filled with hope and motivation. They realized that Ling Yi's strength didn't come out of thin air. It was the result of his continuous hard work. Although outsiders often saw Ling Yi wandering around, seemingly not taking his training seriously, his closest friends knew that he had already begun training alone while everyone else was still asleep. And his training was completely beyond his limits, leaving no room for improvement. Everyone was determined to continue following Ling Yi's footsteps, constantly challenging themselves and striving for higher realms. Okay, I'm not leaving anytime soon. And for now, you've proven you're more than capable of handling the situation. So let's not discuss this now. The food's getting cold. Everyone, open your hearts and enjoy your food. Come on, cheers! Ling Yi smiled and raised his glass again. Cheers! Everyone put aside their thoughts, smiled broadly, and raised their glasses. Chapter 263. The entire family dinner was filled with laughter and joy. Everyone cherished this rare gathering, especially Ling Yi. He found himself increasingly drawn to this free and loving life. Everyone present could feel the warmth of home. Everyone sat together, sharing their stories and life experiences. They recounted their own difficulties and setbacks, their own successes and joys. But the most eye-catching person at this gathering was Mu Ranqing, sitting in the corner. She wore a light blue dress and sat quietly gazing out the window. Her eyes revealed a deep and mysterious feeling, as if they concealed endless secrets and wisdom. And yet, at this moment, she was silently thinking, this family dinner is absolutely perfect. Here, I can feel the love and support of my family. Here, I can find my own sense of belonging and security. Here, I can release my emotions and stress. All of this makes me feel incredibly happy, fulfilled, and joyful, especially that man, so young, yet relying solely on his own strength, he saved so many survivors. He even built this city into a survival base. Mu Ranqing's gaze involuntarily turned to Ling Yi. An inexplicable feeling of admiration and respect welled up in her heart. She was captivated by the courage and wisdom Ling Yi displayed. She sensed the confidence and determination that emanated from him. Mu Ranqing began to pay attention to Ling Yi's every move and expression. She felt a unique charm about Ling Yi. That radiant light emanated from within, captivating her heart. Every conversation and interaction with Ling Yi filled her with a special kind of nervousness and excitement. It was as if time became more interesting when he was around her. She went from initial curiosity to seeking a deeper connection with Ling Yi, towards a desire to understand his inner world more deeply. In this ever-changing state of mind, and as they spent time together, Mu Ranqing unknowingly discovered a stronger attraction to Ling Yi. Although Ling Yi sometimes seemed less than formidable and somewhat careless, all this was based on the fact that he was close to her. When dealing with his enemies, he could ruthlessly annihilate them without even blinking an eye. Mu Ranqing began to reflect on her feelings for Ling Yi. She realized she was deeply drawn to him. This stirring feeling filled her with courage and determination. She felt an urge to express her feelings and her love. Because Ling Yi could leave at any moment, she feared this relationship would fade with time, becoming a thing of the past. Mu Ranqing, caught in this turmoil, unknowingly welcomed the end of the banquet. Sister, brother-in-law, I had a little too much. I'm leaving now. Xianyuan Mingchen stood up unsteadily and began to walk out of the carriage. Brother, let me take you home. Xianyuan Yuxia quickly stood up and supported him. Mu Ranqing, at this moment, felt extremely depressed and couldn't help but complain inwardly. Xianyuan Mingchen, you idiot. If you can't drink, just drink less. You only been here for a short time, and you're already clamoring to go back. What should I do? I can't stay any longer. She sighed helplessly, then added, it's getting late, I should go back too. Thank you all for your hospitality. I really enjoyed the atmosphere and the food. Ling Yi nodded gently. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I treat you again if there's an opportunity like this again. Mu Ranqing forced a smile in response. Thank you, Ling Yi. I definitely come again. But she was still mumbling inwardly, seeming a little dissatisfied. Humph. Can't you just ask me to stay a little longer? Even if you didn't, you could still send me back. You're not a gentleman at all. Xia Mobing, however, smiled at Mu Ranqing, glancing at Ling Yi and saying, Mu Ranqing, it's so late, why don't you just stay here? There's an empty room on the bus, number 11. Just stay there for the night. Ling Yi looked at Xia Mobing in confusion, muttering to himself. There's no room number on the bus, so where does number 11 come from? Mu Ranqing's face flushed instantly. They say girls are perceptive. She immediately caught on to Xia Mobing's hidden meaning. Isn't this implying that she be Ling Yi's 11th woman? Just as Mu Ranqing was hesitating whether to agree, a voice suddenly rang out. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Xia Mobing was happy. She remained calm on the surface, but inside, she was beaming with joy. Mu Ranqing was worried. She glanced at Xianyuan Mingchen with resentment, wishing she could strangle him to death. Xianyuan Mingchen, burping, said, no need to bother. It's just on the way. Let's go together. This was a perfect coup for Xia Mobing. She had been waiting for this very moment. But for Mu Ranqing, it was like a bolt from the blue, leaving her completely speechless. Should she reject Xianyuan Mingchen's proposal and tell everyone that she wanted to live here, that she wanted to be Ling Yi's woman? Mu Ranqing considered herself too shameless to do that. If she did that, what would the people present think? They would definitely think she was a fickle woman. After all, Xia Mobing's words had made it crystal clear. If she stayed, she would be Ling Yi's woman, but she had to know her place. The first come, first served rule had to be followed. She could only be 11th in line. This could be considered Xia Mobing's subtle show of force. Mu Ranqing glanced at Ling Yi furtively, noticing that he didn't offer to persuade her to stay. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and could only sigh helplessly, then force a smile. It's not far from the base, just a few steps away. Everyone, get some rest early. Bye. Perhaps only Mu Ranqing could sense the disappointment she felt. But she also knew she couldn't rely too much on others, and had to learn to be independent and strong. He didn't want his feelings to affect the atmosphere of Ling Yi's family, so he chose to leave on his own initiative. As Mu Ranqing turned around and waved goodbye to everyone present, she couldn't help but think of Ling Yi. Perhaps their fate wasn't there yet, and it would take time to forge a connection. She felt a little regretful. If she had just agreed to Ling Yi directly, could she stay here openly now? Mu Ranqing quietly left the carriage, secretly resolving to work harder to improve her skills and become a strong person who could fight alongside Ling Yi. She hoped that one day, she could openly fall in love with Ling Yi and impress everyone. Chapter 264. With this determination and expectation, Mu Ranqing set out on the journey back to the base. Though she still felt a tinge of discomfort, she understood. What was missed, and there was no regret to make up for it. It was all fate. Xia Mobing watched Mu Ranqing's departure, somewhat bewildered. She hadn't intended to force Mu Ranqing out, she was simply using the opportunity to give her a warning. Her ultimate intention was to keep her, not to force her out. Xia Mobing opened her mouth, wanting to ask her to stay, but she didn't know what to say. She gently tugged at Ling Yi's sleeve and said apologetically, "Honey, I didn't mean to force her out. How about you ask her to stay?" Ling Yi patted her head and smiled. "Why keep her? What's going on in your little head all day? Can't you focus all these messy thoughts on your cultivation?" Xia Mobing let out a playful ouch, and then said with a smile, "Hubby, don't you like her? Go get her back. My sisters and I stayed away tonight, letting you spend your wedding night." Ling Yi rubbed his temple, feeling a slight headache, and said angrily, "I'm saying, why are you even more impatient than me? Luo Chen and Luo Ning are still here. What are you yelling about? You're corrupting the kids." Luo Chen was listening to the conversation and sipping his drink. He was startled by what he heard and choked on his drink. Cough. Cough. Luo Ning's eyes darted around. She came over to Luo Chen, patted him on the back, and suggested, "Brother, come for a walk with me. I have so much to tell you." Luo Chen was just beginning to wonder when he saw his sister blinking at him. He suddenly understood. He quickly wiped the drink from his mouth and said, Master's wife, you two chat first. I take Ninger for a walk." Watching the two little ones trot away, Ling Yi shook his head helplessly. "Such sensible children," Xia Mobing said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Yi couldn't help but curl his lips, unsure how to respond. Xia Moyang, however, cleverly approached Ling Yi and asked, "Brother-in-law, when are you planning to leave? Will you take us with you?" Everyone's eyes were immediately fixed on Ling Yi. They were filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, Ling Yi's choice and answer were destined to disappoint them. Ling Yi glanced at the crowd, sighed softly, and shook his head. "Moyang, I understand you all care about me and want to go out and face the world together. But this time is different from the past. It involves many dangers and unknowns. It's fraught with danger, so I can't let you get hurt." Xia Moyang pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. "But brother-in-law, we can help you too. Sisters are no longer weaklings. We all have the ability to protect ourselves now." The other women nodded in agreement. Ling Yi shook his head gently and spoke gently. "I know you're all very capable now, but I can't risk letting you follow me. Besides, you still be needed to oversee the construction of this base. So the burden on your shoulders is still very heavy. Don't worry, I finish my work as soon as possible and then come back to reunite with you." Xia Moyang lowered her head after hearing Ling Yi's words, speaking sadly. "Okay, brother-in-law, I believe you. But you must take care of yourself and don't let us worry." Ling Yi gently patted Xia Moyang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I take good care of myself. You should also take care of yourselves. When I come back, we be together again." Xia Mobing suddenly asked at this moment, "Hubby, are you planning to leave alone without anyone?" Ling Yi hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. "This time, I'm mainly going to the Southern Military Region base to meet Mu Xia's grandfather. So I'm taking Xia with me. Her identity will make it much easier to discuss cooperation. Also, I plan to bring Luo Chen along. He's quite talented. I haven't had time to teach him lately, so I can give him some pointers along the way." Mu Xia's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she looked at Ling Yi with gratitude. Although she didn't usually say it, she was deeply concerned about her grandfather's longing for her and her parents' safety. The other women were filled with disappointment upon hearing Ling Yi's words. Although Ling Yi spoke lightly, as if he were just going on a trip, they knew in their hearts that the journey was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Furthermore, Ling Yi might not be back for 10 days or half a month. Ling Yi noticed the disappointment in their eyes, and felt a little distressed. He sighed softly, then spoke softly. It's not like I'm leaving forever. This is our future home. I'll be back as soon as I'm done with my business. Everyone has their own role and mission. You play a very important role in this family. I hope you can take care of and support each other. I also believe that you can keep the base running well without me. A glimmer of hope flashed in everyone's eyes after hearing Ling Yi's words. Looking into Ling Yi's sincere eyes, they felt his care and reluctance, and their moods gradually improved. Ling Yi smiled and nodded at this, continuing. We each have our own strengths and values. I hope you can discover and leverage your strengths, pursue your dreams and goals. Only then can you grow together and create a bright future. The women nodded in understanding again, determined to find their own direction, enrich themselves, and no longer rely on Ling Yi for everything. Husband, when will you be back? Do you have an approximate time? Xiao Mobing looked at Ling Yi expectantly. I can't be sure. It might be soon. But there's no guarantee there won't be any unexpected events. But don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible. After all, there are so many beautiful women waiting for me back home. Ling Yi said with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Xiao Mobing, however, looked unconvinced and pouted. Men's words are deceitful. You can't guarantee they won't want to come back after leaving. It's the end of the world out there, with zombies roaming everywhere. But there are still many survivors. I'm sure there are many beauties waiting for you to discover. Ling Yi's mouth twitched after hearing this, while the other women covered their mouths and giggled. Is that what I am in your eyes? There are so many beautiful women in our base now. Have you ever seen me flirting with anyone? Ling Yi spread his hands, looking wronged. Chapter 265. Xiao Mobing couldn't help but chuckle at Ling Yi's rebuttal. But she still maintained an expression of disbelief. She curled her lips playfully, and said to Ling Yi, Humph, I know your true nature. You might say nice things now, but you're completely powerless against beautiful women. Ling Yi felt a little embarrassed when he heard Xiao Mobing's words. He knew Xiao Mobing was alluding to his previous flirting with Mu Ranqing. A man without lust won't be loved by women. No man, not even a gentleman, can truly resist the allure of a beautiful woman. Ling Yi knew that he did face temptations when he was out. But he also knew that his feelings for the women around him were genuine. He looked Xiao Mobing in the eye seriously and said, Bing Bing, you should know that my feelings for you are genuine. No matter what happens in the future, my love for you will never change. Xiao Mobing's eyes softened at Ling Yi's words. She knew Ling Yi was sincere toward her, and she also knew he always doted on her. Even though she constantly argued with him, Ling Yi remained unfailingly kind to her. She sighed softly, hugged Ling Yi, and said, I know my husband is a good man, he just gets worried sometimes. Ling Yi hugged Xiao Mobing tightly, gently comforting her. It's okay, I understand your worry. But a family should trust each other, and face the challenges of the world together. The other women, seeing this scene, couldn't help but tinge with envy. From the beginning, they realized that they were inferior to Xiao Mobing. Their place in Ling Yi's heart was still just a little off. Xiao Mobing could play pranks and joke with Ling Yi without restraint. But they didn't dare. Perhaps only Mu Xia could say a few words. Perhaps it was because Xiao Mobing was Ling Yi's first woman. Was it just the first feelings of a young man? In any case, they couldn't understand or figure it out. As long as Ling Yi had a place for them, that was enough. Hubby! Xiao Mobing suddenly called out, nestled in Ling Yi's arms. Ling Yi responded. I want a baby. As soon as these words came out, the room fell silent, and everyone stared at Xiao Mobing in surprise. Xiao Mobing, sensing the gazes of those around her, lowered her head somewhat sheepishly. After a brief pause, Ling Yi stroked Xiao Mobing's hair and whispered softly, Okay, we can consider having a baby. A touch of emotion flashed in Xiao Mobing's eyes at these words. She hugged Ling Yi tightly, feeling his warmth and love. The others also felt the warmth and happiness of this family. At the same time, her heart was filled with anticipation and fantasy. Perhaps she could also consider having a child. With the fruit of her love with Ling Yi, the bond between them would surely be even stronger. Mu Xia remembered that Ling Yi had joked with her before, saying he wanted a baby. This made her blush slightly, and she muttered to herself, Is this guy really going to have a baby? At this moment, Xian Yuan Yushua suddenly spoke up. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought about it. We've been together for a long time, but none of the sisters have gotten pregnant. You know, we didn't take any contraceptive measures. Isn't that incredible? Lu Zi echoed. Hearing you put it that way, it does seem quite problematic. We have a population of several thousand, but I haven't heard of any pregnancies or births. Ling Yi tapped his fingers on the table, then spoke slowly. In the context of the apocalypse, due to changes in human genetics, pregnancy has become extremely difficult. This will become a common problem. After hearing Ling Yi's explanation, everyone fell silent. They began to ponder this question, realizing the impact of genetic changes in the apocalypse on human fertility. Mu Xia's face paled slightly, and she suddenly remembered a novel she had read before the apocalypse. The novel explained that due to environmental changes, radiation, and other factors in the apocalypse, the human reproductive system had been severely affected, leading to a significant decline in fertility. Will we no longer be able to have children? Mu Xia's voice was filled with helplessness and disappointment. Ling Yi looked at Mu Xia and gently held her hand. Perhaps humans won't be able to conceive and bear children as easily as before. But that doesn't mean we don't have other options. Ling Yi's tone was firm and warm. Everyone raised their heads at Ling Yi's words, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They knew Ling Yi never fought a battle unprepared. Since he had spoken now, he must have a way to handle this matter. Ling Yi smiled slightly, released Mu Xia's hand, and stood up. He began to walk around the room, gently shaking his hands, as if communicating with the energy in the air. Everyone watched him silently, their hearts filled with anticipation. Suddenly, Ling Yi stopped, and a brilliant light emanated from his body. The light gradually condensed into a small ball of light, floating above his palm. This is a light-based ability. Holy Light Healing. Ling Yi's voice rang out, brimming with confidence and strength. Actually, I long since discovered this problem, but we all been wandering. We've been homeless, so even if we had a child, expecting it to grow up healthy would be a pipe dream, so I never paid much attention. Now that things have settled down, and you both want a child, I can try to repair your genes. I can use the energy of Holy Light Healing to guide the recombination of a woman's fertility genes, thereby increasing the chances of pregnancy. Everyone's eyes filled with hope as they heard Ling Yi's explanation. Ling Yi had already asked the system about this matter and received the answer he was looking for. Combined with Shadow King's description, understanding the key is not difficult at all. The forces behind the zombies ultimately want the Zombie King, because their ultimate goal in cultivating zombie kings is to obtain high-level crystal cores for their own needs. Thus, the entire human race can be said to be merely food for the zombie kings. After all, zombies are infertile, while mutant beasts and humans can. If the powers behind them do not restrict the development of humans and mutant beasts, then, as one grows while the other shrinks, the zombie population will become increasingly rare. That outcome is not what the powers behind them desire. So, they can only control the birth rate by altering genes. Understand that when human genes are altered, the genes of their offspring will also change. This means that the stronger the parent's strength and qualifications, the more powerful the child they conceive. They may be born as enhanced or awakened. Chapter 266. The growth of a newborn baby hinders the forces behind the scenes from cultivating a zombie king. While the birth of a new life can provide more food for the zombie horde, the forces behind the scenes don't have the luxury of waiting for the newborn to grow. They need humans to grow and become stronger rapidly. The stronger the human the zombies devour, the more energy they gain. The forces behind the scenes want a streamlined method for cultivating a zombie king, not a lengthy and tedious one. Once humans have concerns or children, their energy is dispersed. This becomes a stumbling block to their strength growth. In short, all of this is manipulated. Recovering his thoughts, Ling Yi called the women forward and said, "Come forward, I begin recombining your reproductive genes." Everyone excitedly stepped forward, awaiting Ling Yi's treatment. "Brother-in-law, do you need to undress?" Xiao Maoyang asked curiously, stretching her neck. If you want to take it off, I don't mind," Ling Yi said with a smirk. The others covered their mouths and chuckled. "You just know how to bully me," Xiao Maoyang said with a displeased pout. Ling Yi gently pulled Xiao Maoyang closer and smiled. "Since you're so curious, let's start with you." Without waiting for Xiao Maoyang to reply, Ling Yi closed his eyes and focused. He concentrated the holy healing energy ball in his right hand. Then he gently placed it on Xiao Maoyang's lower body. The cool air entered her body, causing her to moan in pleasure. "Sister, brother-in-law, do we need such an intimate position? Why don't we go to the room? I'm so embarrassed being watched by the sisters." The other women blushed at this scene and involuntarily squeezed their legs together, especially when they heard Xiao Maoyang's uncontrollable, intermittent moans. It was like a demonic sound piercing their ears, making everyone's heartbeat accelerate. I'd better go to the room and wait," Lu Zi said, quickly leaving. "Me too." Several women simply couldn't bear this erotic, torturous sound. So, They all fled simultaneously, leaving only Ling Yi and Xia Mobing at the scene. As time passed, Xia Maoyang gradually felt a change in her body. She felt a warm and vibrant energy growing within her. A strong maternal instinct surged within her, making her realize that she was about to embark on a new life. How does it feel? Ling Yi withdrew his energy and asked curiously. After all, he was still trying. Although he had simulated it countless times in his mind, this was his first time actually doing it. Xia Maoyang's eyes were charming, a seductive and intoxicating glint in their gaze. She bit her lip, tightly grasped Ling Yi's hand, and spoke softly. "Brother-in-law, I want it." Her voice was filled with anticipation. "I want a child of ours." Ling Yi felt sweat break out on his forehead. This reaction was too much. Xia Mobing, however, gently slapped Xia Maoyang on the butt. "Look at you, you look so unsatisfied. Hurry back to your room, take a cold shower, and calm down. There are other sisters waiting for treatment, so we can't waste any time." Xia Maoyang pouted, made a reluctant face, and slowly left. Hubby, it's my turn. Hurry up and help me get treatment too. I want to give you a son as soon as possible." Xia Mobing rushed into Ling Yi's arms when she saw her sister enter the room. "You're so impatient. I'm not leaving right away. I stay for another 10 days, half a month, to spend time with you." Ling Yi gently scratched her nose and said, "Yeah. That's great. Then promise me one thing." Xia Mobing happily gestured. "Tell me," Ling Yi asked with a smile. Xia Mobing leaned close to Ling Yi's ear and whispered, "Honey, I want you to promise me I get pregnant before you leave." Ling Yi's mouth twitched when he heard that. "No, you think getting pregnant is like planting a seed? Besides, there's no guarantee a seed will sprout. How can you guarantee it just by planting it? You're too delusional. I'm not a god." Xia Mobing lowered her head in disappointment after hearing Ling Yi's words. Ling Yi saw this and quickly took her hand, comforting her. "Why are you still sad? Don't worry, I do my best." He gently stroked Xia Mobing's hair. Xia Mobing raised her head, her eyes glittering with hope. "Really? You've always been a god in my heart. Just like now, even the problem of infertility can be solved. I believe you have a way to get me pregnant." Xia Mobing whispered with hope and determination. Ling Yi paused at this, his movements uncontrollably, his heart tingling with emotion. How could he not know what Xia Maoyang was thinking? On the surface, this girl appeared incredibly generous, like a housewife. She was completely obedient to Ling Yi, even doing her best to bring him together when it came to expanding his harem. But deep down, she was always competitive. Whether it was in terms of strength or closeness with Ling Yi, she always wanted to outdo the others. She always considered herself Ling Yi's first woman. And naturally, she believed she had to be better than the others. This was the only way to secure her position as the head of the harem. To be honest, Ling Yi was deeply in love with Xia Mobing. Although she could be unreasonable and even a bit cunning at times, her starting point and her destination always revolved around Ling Yi. This woman was jealous, yet also capable of acting like a spoiled child. She understood Ling Yi's thoughts perfectly. What to do and what not to do. When to stop and when to push too far. Xia Mobing's grasp of this balance was incredibly precise. Thus, compared to other women, Xia Mobing was more suited to the role of housewife. Ling Yi thought carefully. Of the 10 women around him, it seemed only a few truly pleased him. The likable Xia Mobing, the playful and adorable Xia Maoyang, the well-behaved and sensible Xian Yuan Yuxue, the hot and cold Mu Siye, and the cool, domineering Lu Zi. As for the other 5 women, they were more or less lacking in character. Ling Yi shook his head, glancing at Xia Mobing with some resentment. It seemed as if she had orchestrated the other women into his bed. While these 5 women were loyal and obedient, it was much less fun. When I was with myself, I didn't feel as free and unrestrained as I did with Xia Mobing and the others. It seemed more like a sense of awe and respect, and I lost my own personality. Chapter 267. Actually, Ling Yi did have a way to control the fertilization rate. He hadn't considered this before, but after using his supernatural powers to cure Luo Ning, Ling Yi felt like he had discovered a new world. He could definitely use his supernatural powers to become a miracle doctor. Medical problems that were unsolvable before the apocalypse could be solved perfectly with the help of supernatural powers, without any side effects. "Hubby, what are you thinking about? You're lost in thought?" Xia Mobing asked, seeing Ling Yi silent, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. Ling Yi came to his senses and gently patted Xia Mobing on the back. Then he smiled slightly, a hint of confidence and mystery in his eyes. I do have a way to get you pregnant right the first time. But are you truly ready to be a mother? Xiao Mobing sensed the slightly serious look in Ling Yi's eyes. A wave of emotion began to stir within her, and her thoughts gradually cleared. She gripped Ling Yi's hand tightly, and spoke firmly. Hubby, I always wanted a child, the fruit of our love. Although I know being a mother isn't easy, I'm willing to shoulder this responsibility. I also believe you can bring endless possibilities and miracles to our child. Her voice was filled with anticipation and fulfillment for the future. Xiao Mobing was completely prepared. She loved Ling Yi deeply, and was willing to create a new life with him, shouldering the responsibilities of parenthood side by side. Xiao Mobing looked at Ling Yi affectionately and continued. I believe in you, husband. Your abilities give me confidence in the future. No matter what difficulties and challenges our child faces after birth, we will face them together with love and wisdom. We will be the best parents and provide our child with a happy and warm environment to grow up in. Ling Yi felt Xiao Mobing's determination and love, and a flicker of emotion and relief flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, he was a lonely man, having given up so much in pursuit of strength. In this life, Ling Yi no longer wanted to live in a muddle. He would avenge his vengeance, but not by turning himself into a demon, seeking reckless revenge. Ling Yi hugged Xiao Mobing tightly, and whispered softly. Bing Bing, I'm so grateful to have met you, and to have experienced this apocalyptic journey together. Let us create our own miracle together. With me here, our child will be happy and proud. Because he will have a brave and gentle mother like you. Xiao Mobing's heart surged with happiness and gratitude. She knew she had made the right choice. She had originally worried that Ling Yi didn't like children. That's why, for so long, none of the sisters' bellies had gotten pregnant. Now, Ling Yi wasn't what the sisters had suspected. He wanted to have his own child. Xiao Mobing clenched her hands and vowed to herself. I will strive for my child's future, no matter how difficult the road ahead. Even if Ling Yi is busy with his duties, the sisters will support each other and move forward hand in hand. Hubby, I hope to be the first of all the sisters to get pregnant. Take me back to the room and eat me. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Xiao Mobing resumed her coquettish demeanor. Her slender legs were wrapped around Ling Yi's waist, ready for his attention. Ling Yi let Xiao Mobing cling to him like a koala. He held her soft hips with a hint of helplessness, teasing him. Just now, when Ma Yang asked, you acted so righteous and awe-inspiring. Why are you acting so shameless now? Aren't you ashamed? Xiao Mobing winked coquettishly and pouted. She gently leaned her head forward, offering a kiss, then spoke seductively. Hubby, don't you like me being coquettish? Now that I made my decision, I must give it my all and enjoy being pampered. Ling Yi couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Mobing's adorable appearance. He freed one hand and gently patted Xiao Mobing's butt, saying with a sly grin. You little rascal, you're becoming more and more like a scoundrel. Since you enjoy acting like a spoiled brat so much, I do my best to satisfy your needs. The more you act like a spoiled brat, the more excited I get. Let's go! Xiao Mobing's face flushed, and her smile widened. She hugged Ling Yi's neck and giggled. You're truly the best husband in the world. I love you. Ling Yi carried Xiao Mobing into the house, gently kissing her forehead, his eyes filled with love. Once Xiao Mobing lay obediently on the bed, Ling Yi put away his playful mood. He placed his palm on Xiao Mobing's lower abdomen, closed his eyes, and focused on channeling his light-based abilities. As his palm began to tremble slightly, a powerful and peaceful energy flowed from his palm into Xiao Mobing's body. Under Ling Yi's control, he could sense the presence of every cell, understanding their state and needs. He channeled his thoughts into these cells, guiding them on their path to self-recovery. Then, using this energy, he began precisely activating and stimulating the eggs within Xiao Mobing's body. Time ticked by, sweat soaking Ling Yi's clothes, but he didn't stop. Unlike Xiao Maoyang's treatment, which merely activated the cells, Ling Yi's efforts were arduous because he was completely devoted to the egg ripening process. This left no room for carelessness. He required constant focus and precision. Gradually, Ling Yi felt the eggs within Xiao Mobing begin to activate intensely. He slowly withdrew his hand, panting slightly. Finally, he had succeeded. Xiao Mobing now gazed at Ling Yi with a seductive gaze. Tenderness filled her eyes, and her delicate red lips moved. She panted softly, wrapping herself around Ling Yi like a water snake. She spoke charmingly, her breath sweet as orchid, her voice full of teasing. Hubby, I want you. The following 10,000 words omitted, please use your imagination. Dry wood meets fire, and it ignites instantly. This time, Ling Yi also focused all his energy on insemination. He meticulously guided his supernatural powers, controlling the fusion of sperm and egg. After a long moment, Ling Yi gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "Bing bing, now we can only wait. I hope this insemination is successful." Xia Mobing, with a look of satisfaction on her face, hugged Ling Yi tightly and said confidently, "I believe in you, we will definitely have a healthy and beautiful child." After a pause, Xia Mobing asked hesitantly again, "Honey, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Ling Yi patted Xia Mobing's head gently, soothing her. "Silly girl, whether it's a boy or a girl, I will love them unconditionally. What matters is that they grow up healthy and happy." Xia Mobing breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ling Yi with a bright smile. "Well, I will learn to be a good mother. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they will become the most precious treasures in our lives." Chapter 268. The two smiled at each other, their hearts filled with anticipation and happiness. No matter what changes the future held, they would face them together. Together, they would create their own family happiness and joy. After another tender moment, Ling Yi gently kissed Xia Mobing's forehead and said, "Okay, you get some rest. I still need to go treat other people." Xia Mobing smiled infatuatedly as she watched Ling Yi's retreating figure. She gently stroked her smooth belly, muttering to herself, "You must do your best. Don't let mom and dad down." After leaving Xia Mobing's room, Ling Yi began to enter the boudoirs of each woman. He treated several other women in turn, diligently and responsibly fulfilling his duties as a doctor. Of course, there were inevitably some embarrassing moments along the way. Ling Yi didn't follow through with the precise seating he had with Xia Mobing. Without her direct request, he naturally let things take their own course. But after their treatment, the other women all exuded a subtle, maternal softness. This made them appear even more charming and alluring, arousing Ling Yi's lust. He had originally planned to leave in a few days, but he dragged on for nearly half a month before deciding to embark on his journey. One day, Ling Yi stood at the edge of the city, followed by Muxia and Luo Chen. Just as they were about to leave, they felt a sudden, fragrant breeze sweeping over them. He turned and saw Xia Mobing and the other women running towards him. Their eyes were filled with attachment and reluctance. Ling Yi hadn't informed them of the exact time of his departure, fearing the sadness of parting. But the women kept a close eye on Ling Yi's whereabouts, fearing he might leave without saying goodbye. Xia Mobing walked over to Ling Yi, tears welling in her eyes. She gently took Ling Yi's hand and said tenderly, "Honey, remember to come home early. No matter where you go, take care of yourself." The other women also expressed their reluctance to leave Ling Yi. They all stepped forward to hug him, gave him a farewell kiss, and expressed their deep attachment to him. Ling Yi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It was truly a wonderful thing to have their love. He looked at them affectionately, his gaze lingering on each face, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. You too, don't let your strength down. I hope when I return, you will all tell me the good news. I'm a father." Ling Yi finished, smiled, waved, and turned to walk forward. Muxia and Luo Chen said goodbye to the other women, and quickly caught up with Ling Yi. The women watched Ling Yi and the other two walk away with deep affection, a sense of melancholy and reluctance in their hearts. Atop a tall building, a figure quietly watched Ling Yi's retreating back. "He's gone. Why does my heart ache? Have I truly fallen deeply in love with this man?" Mu Ranqing's pupils trembled. She wanted to say goodbye, but ultimately remained motionless. She simply watched Ling Yi and the others disappear from view. Xia Mobing and the others returned to normal after a long moment. "Sisters, although Ling Yi has temporarily left, we must cheer up. He made ample preparations for us and our base. With Ying and Yi, two other masters, in charge, ordinary dangers are unlikely. What we need to do is, before Ling Yi returns, improve our strength and work hard to build our own city." The women nodded in agreement, hoping that Ling Yi would see a different Blood Moon city upon his return. In fact, Ling Yi had made thorough preparations before leaving this time. He personally discussed the responsibilities of each leadership level. And, underground in the Blood Demon base, within a vast alloy chamber, Ling Yi had left most of his resources there, leaving them in Ying's care. He had basically stored the potions, weapons, and food that had exploded from the various systems in the secret room. This was used to strengthen the base's population. These were enough to significantly increase everyone's strength. Ling Yi's request before leaving was that, aside from the old men, there wasn't much left. Most were wiped out when the apocalypse broke out. Those who survived until now were completely lucky. Because they had always followed the main force, they avoided the zombie attacks. Ling Yi deeply understood that in this harsh environment of the apocalypse, people's survival and combat capabilities had become extremely fragile. Therefore, he had to push his own people to grow stronger. It wasn't that he was so noble as to want to save the homeless in the apocalypse. He now cared only about the people closest to him. Compared to his previous life, his personality had changed significantly. But at heart, he was still the same terrifying demon. It was just that this side of him had yet to be fully understood. Ling Yi's reason for taking in the survivors was simply to increase their numbers and combat power. So before leaving, he asked Ying to utilize the system's resources to help as many people as possible and improve their strength. Ling Yi made a request to Ying, through various training and missions, transform all current personnel into enhancers or awakeners. After Ling Yi left, Ying and Xianyuan Mingchen discussed and implemented a point system for everyone. This move sent the survivors into a frenzy. Besides the necessary work, they all began earning points to exchange for resources. The entire Blood Moon City was bustling with activity. Ying and Xianyuan Mingchen immediately went to work, planning and organizing various training and missions. They designed a rigorous and challenging training program, including physical training, weapon handling techniques, tactical response, and more. They ensured that everyone received effective training and gradually improved their strength and skills. The results were surprisingly good. Although most people were originally ordinary, perhaps due to the changing environment of the apocalypse and the abundance of elemental energy in the space, the human body is also slowly changing. Therefore, through arduous training, the survivors gradually demonstrated astonishing progress and potential. Some even awakened their special abilities without taking the awakening pearl, becoming true awakeners. This made Xianyuan Mingchen extremely pleased, and he was deeply impressed by Ling Yi's foresight. He knew that only through continuous hard work and training could people survive in this perilous world. After Xianyuan Mingchen understood these benefits, he hoped that through training and missions, he could provide more people with a path to become stronger and protect themselves and others. Although Ling Yi had temporarily left the survival base, the measures and supplies he left behind would definitely equip everyone to the teeth. The people of the entire Blood Moon City were filled with immense pride. With the protection of the great god Ling Yi, they simply worked hard to improve their strength. They are completely fearless in the face of any difficulties or dangers. Chapter 269. Ling Yi, along with Mu Xie and Luo Chen, embarked on a journey through the apocalypse. They journeyed through desolate and dilapidated towns. Everywhere were collapsed buildings, shattered streets, and desolate scenes. After the apocalypse, cities lay ravaged by zombies. These cities, once bustling, were now transformed into a gloomy and terrifying scene. The streets were littered with shattered buildings and debris. Snapped wires and shattered glass were everywhere. The once bustling commercial streets had become zombie territory. Everywhere was bloodstained, and the stench was overwhelming. As the mutant zombies grew stronger, their frenzied destruction worsened the damage to the buildings. The walls of houses collapsed, leaving only broken bricks and rebar exposed. Ling Yi and the other two walked through the ruins with heavy hearts. Every step they took felt like a hammer hitting their chests, leaving them breathless. They skirted the zombie gathering places, avoiding the rotting corpses. The three witnessed countless tragedies, witnessing the devastation and horror brought by the apocalypse. Everywhere, human life was gone, leaving only a shattered silence. And those zombies, though their limbs were mangled, their eyes shone with the ferocity and thirst of bestial beasts. They prowled, searching for any edible creature. Their deep, terrifying roars seemed to announce the city's fall. Despite all the desolation and terror, the three did not retreat. Especially Ling Yi, with his memories from his past life, he had seen every kind of mountain of corpses and sea of blood. To him, this scene was nothing more than a minor spectacle, and he remained completely unperturbed. Mu Xie and Luo Chen, however, were deeply moved, their eyes filled with sadness. But they also understood that they had to face reality and confront the cruelty of the apocalypse. Only in this way could they better protect themselves and those around them. Mu Xie and Luo Chen followed Ling Yi closely. Facing this ruined city, they were filled with fear and uneasiness. But seeing Ling Yi strolling leisurely, as if on a picnic, they gradually calmed down, and bravely and resolutely followed. Although the ruined city evoked a sense of despair and helplessness, they thought of the Blood Moon City they were building. Their eyes were fixed on Ling Yi. Because of his presence, they could survive safely. They didn't have to hide in ruins swarming with zombies, struggling to survive. They firmly believed that under Ling Yi's leadership, as long as we unite and persevere, we will surely find new hope and a chance for survival. Ling Yi led the two forward, his steps firm and powerful. The three of them tried their best to avoid the zombie swarm's range. Any sporadic battles were left to Luo Chen to resolve. In this regard, Luo Chen was self-aware. One was the master, and the other was the master's wife. He couldn't just let them fight zombies. So, whenever there was danger, he would rush forward and resolve the battle as quickly as possible. One day, Lingyi stopped. He gazed at the ruins of the city before him, his heart filled with emotion. The once prosperous city was now in ruins. The traces left by humanity were slowly eroded by time and the baptism of the apocalypse. Lingyi turned, looked at Mu Xie and Luo Chen, and said with a smile, "See? In less than a year, the world has changed. But humanity will not be easily defeated. As long as we remain optimistic and brave, and believe in our own strength, there will be new hope for survival." Mu Xie and Luo Chen, though confused as to why Lingyi suddenly said this, nodded in agreement. They knew that under Lingyi's leadership, the survivors of Blood Moon City would overcome difficulties together and create their own future. "Let's go! Once we pass through this city, we'd be one step closer to our destination," Lingyi said slowly. Mu Xie's face lit up with a smile. She would soon see her grandfather. "I haven't seen Grandpa in over 6 months. I don't know how he's doing now," Mu Xie said excitedly. "Now you miss your family. Why did you even think of running away in the first place?" Lingyi said to Mu Xie with a smile. After hearing Lingyi's words, Mu Xie couldn't help but recall the time she ran away from home. At the time, her parents' pressure to marry had left her weary of everything at home. She felt she should find her own life and future. But now, the cruelty and bloodshed of the apocalypse had made her understand the importance of family even more, and she cherished the time she could spend with them even more. "Yes, I was really too impulsive back then," Mu Xie sighed softly. "But now I understand that in the apocalypse, family and friends are our most important assets. If I had the chance to choose again, I would still run away from home." Lingyi nodded in deep agreement with the previous statement. Only in adversity do people begin to cherish things they once thought were insignificant. Everyone who survives the apocalypse has their own story and experiences. But only with unwavering faith and mutual support can one navigate this desolate and devastated land and find new hope. Lingyi curiously asked Mu Xie's second half of the sentence. "Given the chance to choose again, why did you run away from home? Knowing the existence of the apocalypse, still so stubbornly choosing to leave your family, it seems contradictory." Mu Xie held Lingyi's hand, looked at him tenderly, and whispered softly, "Because I ran away from home, I met you. It was destined." Luo Chen consciously took the first step when Lingyi and his partner were talking. Master and his mistress chatted affectionately. He listened from the side, but it didn't seem right at all. Hearing Mu Xie's answer, Lingyi couldn't help but feel a shock. He held Mu Xie's hand tightly, feeling her tenderness and sincerity. "I'm also very grateful to have met you," Lingyi replied gently. "Because of you, my life has become more meaningful. Because of you, I have a goal to strive for." Mu Xie took the initiative to snuggle into Lingyi's arms, her heart filled with sweetness. In this apocalypse, Lingyi had become her strongest support and protector. "No matter what happens, I will face it together with you. For eternity, I will reincarnate with you." Mu Xie gently kissed Lingyi on the cheek. "I will always be with you." Their eyes met, revealing a resolute determination. Whether facing zombies or other difficulties, they were willing to bravely face them and overcome them together. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, their love grew stronger and more precious. Mu Xie believed that as long as they stood by each other and supported each other, they could overcome all difficulties. Chapter 270. Luo Chen, twin blades in hand, cautiously navigated the ruins of the city. His strength wasn't yet as strong as his master's, allowing him to ignore any danger. He encountered numerous mutated zombies along the way, creating a high risk of destruction. One moment of inattention could lead to an irreversible attack. Luo Chen's eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any potential danger. Traveling in the apocalypse, every moment carries danger and uncertainty. But he didn't retreat, instead moving forward with determination. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, alerting him. He immediately turned and ran in the direction of the sound. Luo Chen gripped his twin blades tightly, bracing himself for the impending change. He quickly moved to a high building amidst the ruins, surveying the surroundings. The streets were littered with rubble and dilapidated buildings. Zombies roamed everywhere, emitting low growls. A large number of zombies gathered in front of the building, charging relentlessly towards the closed door. Luo Chen peered closely, muttering to himself. "I can vaguely see some movement inside the building. Could they be survivors?" Thinking of this, he once again observed his surroundings. Judging from the current situation, it would take some time for the zombie swarm to break through this area. Luo Chen quietly, and slowly made his way back. He decided to report to Ling Yi first, and see what Master planned to do. Returning to Ling Yi, Luo Chen reported, "Master, a zombie swarm has been spotted not far ahead, besieging a building. Should we take a detour or provide support?" Ling Yi squinted his eyes, sensing for a moment, then spoke slowly. "You should go and clean it up. It's just the right time to get used to the power of the 6th level." Returning to Ling Yi's side, Luo Chen reported, "Master, a horde of zombies has been spotted not far ahead, besieging a building. Should we take a detour or provide support?" Chen's excitement was undisguised upon hearing this. "Yes, Master." Watching Luo Chen flee at a rapid speed, Mu Xie couldn't help but sigh. Luo Chen's strength is growing incredibly fast. No wonder you accepted him as your disciple. Before, I thought you were joking. But after observing this for a while, I've seen that your vision is truly sharp. This child is not only strong-willed, but also possesses exceptionally high aptitude for understanding. My sisters and I are far superior to him in strength. It's truly unbelievable." Ling Yi smiled faintly upon hearing this, then said, "If I had poor judgment, how could I have won over such a beauty as you? Let's go and check out the situation. We can also contact the survivors here and get some information." Mu Xie curled her lips, muttered, and hurried to catch up with Ling Yi. "You're just a chatterbox." Luo Chen's rapid strength increase is inseparable from the blood demon reincarnation art. As long as there is combat, every time Luo Chen kills an enemy, he can absorb a stream of energy for his own use. This is why Ling Yi wanted to bring Luo Chen along. On the one hand, he can guide his training at any time. On the other hand, he can keep an eye on his internal condition to prevent the art from eroding his mind. But from what he's seen so far, Luo Chen possesses a fortitude far superior to others. Faced with the temptation of rapidly increasing his strength, he manages to control himself perfectly. Until he's completely assimilated the alien energy, he won't absorb even a single drop. This is a temptation many adults find irresistible, but Luo Chen, on his own, sticks to his guns. Speaking of Luo Chen, he rushed to the outskirts of the building he'd been in. After once more scouting the surrounding zombies, confirming there were no high-level zombies that could threaten him, Luo Chen scanned the hideous mass of corpses before him. His eyes revealed a cold and murderous look. Gripping a sharp short blade in each hand, Luo Chen moved nimbly among the zombies. Every time he swung his blade at a zombie, a subtle, sharp, piercing sound echoed. His movements were fluid and precise, each strike carrying a deadly threat, striking directly at the zombie's weak spot, its head piercing. The zombies suddenly erupted in chaos, a strong aura of life intensifying. The zombies' terrifying screams echoed in the air. They began to swarm frantically towards Luo Chen, surrounding him and attempting to devour his flesh. Luo Chen's body was already drenched in dark blood. His entire body exuded a sickening odor. But Luo Chen ignored them, maintaining his fighting stance. A glimmer of madness gleamed in his eyes. He seemed completely absorbed in this bloody battle. "Ha ha ha! You ugly creatures are no match for me!" Luo Chen shouted. "I am the king of hell, the reaper of your ugly souls." Inside the building, the trapped survivors were shocked by Luo Chen's frenzied performance. Since the apocalypse, they had never seen such a brave and fearless human. Never had they imagined they would have the privilege of witnessing such a bloody battle. "We too must avenge our lost loved ones," a young man shouted. "Let us follow that young man and fight together." The other survivors also grasped their various weapons, ready to fight. The impact of Luo Chen's frail figure was incredibly inspiring. The survivors' eyes were filled with determination and courage. Watching Luo Chen's formidable strength as he ravaged the horde, they firmly believed that only by uniting could they defeat these terrifying zombies. As the young man opened the door, everyone roared, brandishing their weapons and charging out. They slowly gathered around Luo Chen, and under his leadership, everyone bravely charged forward, tackling the zombie horde and engaging in a fierce battle. On a nearby rooftop, Ling Yi, his hands behind his back, led Mu Xie. The two silently observed their surroundings, waiting for the battle to end. This small zombie horde posed no threat to Luo Chen. So Ling Yi wasn't worried about Luo Chen's safety at all. He didn't even need to compete with his apprentice for kills for a few attribute points. "Ling Yi, look, there's a group attacking the zombie horde on the outskirts." Mu Xie pointed in a certain direction. They seem to be trying to rescue the trapped people. But they appear to be the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Should we go help? Ling Yi looked in the direction indicated and saw, as expected, a group of people desperately charging towards the building. He could clearly see several people already being tackled and mauled by the zombies. But the people around them, led by an elderly man, fearlessly continued to battle the zombies with various weapons. Go ahead, and be careful. Ling Yi smiled, as he saw Mu Xia's eager expression. Chapter 271. Mu Xia smiled gently after receiving Ling Yi's consent. I'm now a 5th level dual element psychic. I won't be harmed by these zombies. With that, she quickly went downstairs and headed towards the survivors. Yes, after the women learned that Xia Mobing had acquired dual element psychic powers, they all knew that Ling Yi was the instigator of all this. So, every now and then, in the dead of night, they would bend over backwards and beg Ling Yi to help them awaken their dual element psychic powers. Mu Xia already had mastered water element psychic powers. Now that she had awakened ice element psychic powers, she was like a tiger with wings, greatly increasing her combat power. Mu Xia suddenly appeared on the battlefield, her eyes becoming extremely serious. Waving her hands, she began to mobilize water and ice element energies. Condensing the surrounding water energy into ice blades, she formed a series of razor-sharp attack barriers. At the same time, Mu Xia used her speed to swiftly advance towards the survivors. During the battle, Mu Xia constantly changed her attack methods and the form of her supernatural powers. Sometimes she used ice blades to slice through the zombies' bodies. Sometimes she used water to condense chains to block their movements. Each attack caused great chaos and casualties among the zombies. Mu Xia was extremely fast, weaving through the zombie swarm like a nimble cheetah. She used her supernatural powers and speed to advance swiftly. Each attack inflicted heavy damage on the zombies that tried to block her. As Mu Xia continued to attack, the zombie swarm became increasingly chaotic. Their attacks became more intense and frantic. They seemed poised to tear Mu Xia apart. Mu Xia sensed the zombies' attacks intensifying, and she knew she had to act quickly. The longer they dragged on, the greater the danger to the survivors. She decided to harness her special abilities, unleashing a powerful ice-based skill. This wave of ice energy rapidly spread under Mu Xia's outburst, freezing the surrounding zombies into lifelike ice sculptures. The zombies, unable to move, maintained their ferocious expressions. They could only watch helplessly as Mu Xia unleashed a water dragon, shattering them into smithereens. Do you think you can stop me with numbers? Mu Xia's voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain. How ridiculous. I'm no longer the person I was at the beginning of the apocalypse. Back then, I could only be hunted by you ugly zombies. But now, you only be killed. As Mu Xia finished her words, she charged toward the remaining zombies again, unleashing a flurry of water and ice abilities. Pitch-black blood covered the streets, and the zombies let out shrill howls. The survivors who had arrived to reinforce her trembled at the sight. This beautiful woman, who had suddenly joined the fray, was far more powerful than they had imagined. And surprisingly, no one present had any impression of the woman before them. She seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, all to save them. Indeed, at this moment, Mu Xia was like a goddess descended from heaven. In the eyes of the survivors, Mu Xia faced the zombie horde with remarkable ease. An old man asked in surprise, What's going on? How is she so strong? A young girl exclaimed joyfully. I never seen someone so powerful. She's like the pinnacle of the new humans. The leading elder was deeply shocked and excited. At least, we're saved. If it weren't for her reinforcements, we have a hard time breaking through the zombie swarm and rescuing Qingzi and his group today. As everyone discussed this privately, Mu Xia's battle was nearing its end. After all, Luo Chen was facing the front lines, so the zombies weren't numerous. Mu Xia was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a massive zombie. This mutant zombie was enormous, its muscles bulging, and it looked incredibly ferocious. Damn it! This mutant zombie's defenses are too strong. Ordinary supernatural attacks can't hurt it at all. Mu Xia's brow furrowed as she fought and pondered a countermeasure. The battle between Mu Xia and the zombie intensified, and the air around them seemed to freeze. She knew she had to come up with a countermeasure quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to defeat this powerful mutant zombie. If Ling Yi had to intervene in the end, it would be truly humiliating. After all, this mutant zombie was only at the 4th level, a level lower than himself. The only problem was its iron-hard body. Just as Mu Xia was lost in thought, she heard Ling Yi's voice. Restrict movement, and use a single point to penetrate the entire area. Ling Yi's sudden reminder made Mu Xia's eyes light up. She was not a fool, and a plan instantly formed in her mind. She quickly distanced herself from the mutant zombie. She mobilized her special abilities, and began looking for an opportunity to attack. Now! Mu Xia suddenly shouted, concentrating all her icy energy. She aimed at the mutant zombie's chest and fired. A powerful icy aura instantly froze the mutant zombie in place. Seizing this opportunity, Musia quickly pulled out the pistol from her waist. The Golden Desert Eagle, the one Ling Yi had originally given her for self-defense. It was that magical pistol with immense power and self-replenishing ammunition. Bang! 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 Musia used her senses to lock onto the frozen mutant zombie's head. She aimed for its eyes. In the blink of an eye, all her bullets were expended. The mutant zombie's body began to tremble violently, and blood gushed from its hollow eye sockets. As its movements intensified, a powerful force erupted, shattering the ice that had encased it and spreading outward. Musia dodged the flying ice and quickly struck again. A sharp cone of ice condensed between her hands. She stared at the mutant zombie with a sharp gaze, moving nimbly. At the critical moment, she seized her opportunity and aimed directly at the mutant's eye socket. Whoosh! The cone of ice pierced through the surrounding ice barrier with incredible speed. It pierced the mutant's injured eye socket with precise and silent precision. Explode! Musia said softly, a smile on her face. Bang! The mutant's head exploded with a terrifying sound, as Musia's cone of ice shattered. Skull shattered, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the entire scene was filled with an atmosphere of death and destruction. The bloody scene made the survivors gasp. To them, the powerful and invincible zombie was destroyed by the woman before them in just a few moves. It was truly shocking. Musia was agile, quickly clearing out the surrounding zombies. Then she turned to face the mutated corpse. A glint of triumph shone in her eyes, yet also a hint of fatigue. I won! Musia seemed to be talking to herself, but also to someone else. Chapter 272. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief and began to cheer. They had witnessed with their own eyes the immense power displayed by Musia. You're amazing! A young man exclaimed excitedly. You're my goddess. The others looked at Musia, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. You're truly amazing. A young girl exclaimed excitedly. Your strength is simply unbelievable. Another boy said with admiration. Your immense strength gives us immense peace of mind. Thank you for saving our lives. An old man said with emotion. Without your help, we would all have been devoured by zombies today. Musia smiled and shook her head. We all managed to survive the apocalypse with great difficulty. I'm just doing my part. The survivors didn't see Musia's modest answer that way. Over the past 6 months, they had experienced the ups and downs of the apocalypse. Regardless of their status before the apocalypse, whether they were rich, powerful, or influential, after the catastrophe, there's only one hard truth. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. You get food, you get power, you get women. As long as you're strong, the weak will cry out for you, kneeling down to lick your toes. It's because following the strong gives you a chance to survive. Those who have suffered so much bullying know that in this world, not all strong people are as selfless as Musia. Her actions deeply reveal the beauty and strength of human nature. One could even say that the feeling of being protected is truly wonderful. Just as everyone gathered around Musia to praise her, the old man who had led the team slapped his thigh and shouted, "Oh no! We must hurry to help Li Qing and the others. If anything happens to them, we'd be lost." The crowd, upon hearing the old man's cry, realized the urgency of the situation. Their purpose wasn't to eliminate the zombies here, but to break through the encirclement and find a way to evacuate Li Qing and his group. Just as everyone was about to act, they suddenly remembered that they had a powerful backup. And so, everyone turned toward Musia. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Musia, and they could all sense the powerful aura she emanated after the battle. Sir, I beg you to help us one more time. Rescue our trap search team. At this moment, our lives rest in your hands, the old man in the lead declared passionately. Musia couldn't help but feel confused after hearing the old man's words. Sir? Why did he call me that? Was it a slip of the tongue? She was about to open her mouth to announce that Luo Chen was already fighting, but the scene suddenly became noisy, and the survivors began to chatter. We need your help, a young girl said eagerly. Our search and rescue team has been trapped here for a long time. Now only your power can save them and break free from this encirclement. That's right, another boy added. You are our savior. Please help us escape. Everyone shouted in unison. Please help us. Everyone acted as if they couldn't survive without your help. Musia had come to help, so naturally she was ready to agree. Her brows furrowed slightly, her lips parted slightly before a sound could form. An untimely, cold voice suddenly rang out, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Humph! Why do you demand she help you? Ling Yi's figure slowly and lazily appeared behind the crowd. Musia's brows relaxed slightly at the sound of that cold voice. She turned around, her gaze gently resting on Ling Yi. "Who are you?" the old man asked, puzzled. "Why are you trying to obstruct our actions?" Ling Yi chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "You, the old man, are so self-righteous, you're so self-righteous." "You?" The old man raised his trembling hand, pointing at Ling Yi. Ling Yi slowly approached the old man, his gaze cold and emotionless. "What do you mean by you? It's none of your business to decide who I am. Whether she saves people depends entirely on her mood." Ling Yi's voice was low and cold. "I still want to see the despair and helplessness you showed earlier. Your complacent attitude now makes me sick." Everyone was stunned when they heard these words. The old man sensed Ling Yi's aura and narrowed his eyes, knowing he wasn't a good person. "Young man, aren't you going too far?" He couldn't help but scold. "We are all human beings who have managed to survive with great difficulty. We're not enemies. We need to help each other. Right now, we're just trying to rescue our companions trapped here." Ling Yi sneered after hearing the old man's words. "Oh, rescue your companions? Are you sure you're not saving your food?" Ling Yi shook his head and scoffed contemptuously. "I see you guys. You're really just a bunch of self-righteous, selfish people." The anger and resentment intensified after hearing Ling Yi's words. They all glared at Ling Yi. At the same time, they realized that this seemingly arrogant and indifferent young man was not the one they knew. And he seemed filled with resentment and contempt for them. The old man trembled and clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with an unspeakable light. He decided not to be swayed by Ling Yi's taunts. And he couldn't let him hinder the help of that powerful woman. "Young man, you may have your reasons and your own opinions." He tried to calm himself and spoke slowly. "But please understand us. Everyone has their own way of survival." The crowd listened silently to the old man's words, their hearts filled with admiration and gratitude. Yes, everyone has their own choices and ways of living. The old man noticed the atmosphere in the crowd, and he was moved by his own actions, a smile playing on his lips. He ignored Ling Yi and turned to Musia, saying with a smile, "Sir, I hope you won't listen to the gossip of others. You are the only one who can save all of us." The crowd's eyes once again focused on Musia, all filled with anticipation. Musia looked at Ling Yi with some confusion, wondering why his attitude had suddenly changed. Hadn't he agreed with the rescue attempt before? Why would he suddenly change his mind now? But after spending so much time together, she knew Ling Yi wasn't the type to act without reason. Since he was interfering with her actions, there must be a reasonable explanation. Chapter 273. Thinking of this, Musia walked up to the crowd, gazing at them with a determined gaze. "Everyone, I understand your concerns and expectations. But what I want to say is, whether to save him or not is his decision." Her voice surprisingly tinged with sweetness and obedience. At Musia's words, the atmosphere in the crowd instantly grew tense. They stared at her in surprise, their hearts filled with confusion and bewilderment. You mean, you will obey his orders?" The old man undoubtedly felt as if he had instantly fallen from the summit of a mountain. Such a dramatic reversal of events was more than his age could bear. Musia replied with a faint smile. "Well, because he's my boyfriend." Boyfriend? Everyone's expressions were filled with astonishment. This young man was actually her boyfriend. Musia's words left everyone bewildered. They couldn't believe their ears. You're actually with him?" The old man stared at Musia and Ling Yi in disbelief, his heart filled with mixed emotions. A terrifying thought germinated in his mind. Could this young man also be a powerful figure? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. You're also a new human?" Ling Yi was startled by the old man's question. Then he realized that this was probably how they referred to those who had enhanced powers and awakened abilities. However, Ling Yi didn't reply, merely glancing at the old man. Then he took Musia's hand and said with a faint smile, "Overall performance today was good, but the variety of combat elements still needs improvement. Only by being adept at identifying the enemy's weaknesses can one fight with ease." Musia nodded slightly after hearing Ling Yi's words, a glint of pride in her eyes. It's truly rare to get Ling Yi to sincerely praise someone. This proves that her performance was still commendable, at least he didn't ridicule her. She squeezed Ling Yi's hand tightly, her voice brimming with determination. "I will continue to work hard to improve my abilities, and won't let you down." Everyone present was stunned. Musia, possessing extraordinary strength, could be as gentle as a little girl in front of this young man. They all wondered who this young man was. The old man was completely bewildered and numb. Reality was changing so rapidly. This completely deviated from his plan, leaving him feeling helpless. Just then, a childish voice suddenly rang out. "Master, I got it done over there. No one will be left alive." Everyone looked up at a thin young man striding towards them with a group of people. The old man was completely stunned and numb. Reality was changing so rapidly. This completely deviated from his plan, leaving him feeling helpless. Just then, a childish voice suddenly rang out. "Master, I got it done over there. No one will be left alive." Everyone looked up at a nearby distance. A thin young man was striding towards them with a group of people. The old man. The man rubbed his eyes, looking at the crowd behind the young man in disbelief. Li Qing and the others actually showed up? The survivors were also extremely surprised. The search team was surrounded by the zombies. It was a near-death experience, but they hadn't expected to find themselves in such a situation. The only consolation was that the casualties didn't seem to be very high. Ling Yi looked at the excited Luo Chen and nodded with a smile. Luo Chen, upon approaching Ling Yi, stood quietly and respectfully to the side, not uttering a single word. "Hello. My name is Li Qing. I presume you are the master that little brother mentioned, Mr. Ling? Thank you so much for your help this time, otherwise, my brothers and I would have perished here." Li Qing was a sturdy middle-aged man, and his tone towards Ling Yi was filled with respect. Ling Yi glanced at Li Qing calmly, smiled faintly, and said, "I'm just passing by, so I like to lend a hand. You're quite capable as a peak level 2 power enhancer, but unfortunately, your brain isn't working very well." When Li Qing heard Ling Yi mention the enhancer, his mind went haywire. But when he heard the following sentence, his face turned slightly uncomfortable, and he pondered to himself, "Why am I not working very well?" However, Ling Yi didn't explain anything, instead addressing Muxia and Luo Chen. "Now that the matter is settled, let's continue on our journey." The two simply nodded. They turned their heads and followed Ling Yi's steps. Watching the three departing figures, everyone present was filled with confusion. This young man's behavior and personality were truly bizarre. Why would he just leave so suddenly? Li Qing was also bewildered. This didn't align with what Luo Chen had said. "My master is an approachable, charitable, and kind man. He's built a survival base, and everyone has no worries about food and clothing." Luo Chen and Muxia both followed Ling Yi silently, their hearts filled with confusion. They knew Ling Yi had a somewhat casual personality, but they hadn't expected him to leave so decisively today, seemingly unwilling to say even a word. "Master, didn't you say our base was short on personnel? Why don't you recruit these ready-made ones?" Luo Chen couldn't help but ask. Ling Yi simply glanced at Luo Chen and smiled faintly. "You still have a lot to learn, kid." "Sia, do you know why I intervened to stop you just now?" Muxia was startled by the words. Why was he suddenly dragged into this? She pondered for a moment, then tentatively replied. "From your conversation with the old man just now, you seemed quite dissatisfied with his attitude. But you didn't explain that Luo Chen was already rescuing their people. This really puzzles me. How could such a simple problem suddenly become so complicated?" Although Muxia didn't say it explicitly, it was Ling Yi's own problem. She truly felt that the survivors had no problems at all. It seemed as if Ling Yi had been making a fuss over nothing from the beginning. Ling Yi could clearly hear the implication in Muxia's words, but he didn't offer any rebuttal. He simply lit a cigarette silently, took a deep breath, and spoke. "In the apocalypse, humans are even more terrifying than the zombies. After all, the zombies simply treat humans as food. And the deceitful intrigues among humans, the sinister and dark side of the human heart, gradually reveal themselves. Those who were once kind can become cold and heartless. They no longer care about the lives of others, pursuing only their own interests and power. Some, to achieve their goals, will exploit, deceive, and even betray others by any means necessary. They have no regard for the pain and sacrifice of others. They only seek to satisfy their own desires and selfishness. These people will tolerate any means necessary to survive. Mutual slaughter, deception, and betrayal have become the norm." Muxia and Luo Chen's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and sadness after hearing this. Ling Yi was right. In the apocalypse, the human heart has become so filthy and dark. To survive, many have abandoned the kindness of humanity. They no longer believe in friendship, love, or the power of justice. They only care about their own interests and safety. For all this, they will betray without hesitation, even killing those who once fought alongside them. Chapter 274. The more Muxia thought about it, the more terrified she became. She understood that Ling Yi wasn't exaggerating, but rather objective facts. Although under Ling Yi's leadership, the survivors of Blood Moon City had largely avoided the aforementioned problems. But it's undeniable that these things had happened before. Teacher Zhao at school, and the incident with the mutated hornets on the way were all personal experiences. So Ling Yi wasn't exaggerating, but there was one thing Musia didn't understand. How did this relate to the current incident? They had just stumbled upon this zombie attack. They hadn't had any contact with anyone here before. How did Ling Yi gather so much information, especially towards the ordinary survivors who came to rescue? His attitude was extremely rude. They were risking their lives to save people, not harming anyone. Luo Chen was confused and didn't bother to think about these questions. In his mind, he would do whatever his master said. Mu Xia, however, was pondering this seriously. She understood that this was Ling Yi indirectly teaching her the principles of survival in the apocalypse. Ling Yi looked at Mu Xia, whose brows were furrowed, and nodded with satisfaction. All right. Don't worry. The reason my attitude changed so quickly is because I know something you don't. Mu Xia suddenly looked up, curiously gazing at Ling Yi. What news? Ling Yi smiled faintly, then spoke slowly. I accidentally sensed something about the current situation in this city. There are far more survivors in this city than just the people we've seen. There's also another force at work. The people we rescued today were merely abandoned bait. Bait? Mu Xia muttered, looking at Ling Yi in confusion, awaiting his explanation. In reality, these people are merely slaves held captive by the forces behind the scenes. Their sole purpose is to draw the zombies' firepower at designated times and locations, allowing the forces behind the scenes to effortlessly collect supplies. What? Mu Xia's scalp tingled instantly. This news was truly shocking. Luo Chen's heart trembled as well. He hadn't expected the middle-aged man to possess such a powerful identity. Both were utterly shocked. They couldn't believe what Ling Yi had said. The current state of this city actually concealed such a dark secret. How is this possible? Mu Xia stammered, her voice filled with disbelief. Ling Yi sighed softly at Mu Xia and Luo Chen's reactions. Yes, the darkness of this city is far more complex than we realize. He continued to explain. These captives are innocent victims, forced to act as bait. The forces behind them are using their presence to attract the zombies' attention, allowing them to safely access more resources. They're so pitiful. Why did you leave so decisively? I believe that if you just openly recruit them, they definitely join our team. Mu Xia raised her thoughts, a question she had been meaning to ask. Pathetic? No. Those people you just saved aren't pitiful at all. On the contrary, the truly pitiful ones are Li Qing's rescue team, who risked their lives. Ling Yi paused and continued. They were the bait. They were the ones who endured the zombie attacks. They were the ones who went hungry and cold. After hearing Ling Yi's words, Mu Xia and Luo Chen were both stunned. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Master, are you mistaken? Uncle Li and his men are mostly enhancers. Even if they're being manipulated by a force behind the scenes, given their strength, getting food is easy. How could they possibly be hungry and cold? Mu Xia nodded, agreeing with Luo Chen. Ling Yi smiled faintly, seeing the two's confused expressions, and could only continue explaining. You may have overlooked something. I didn't say Li Qing and his men were incapable of self-sufficiency. With their current strength, as long as they weren't surrounded by a large-scale zombie horde, survival would be easy. But didn't you notice that Li Qing and his men were all sallow and thin, and their clothing was tattered? However, those who survived later were not like that. Although they weren't radiant, and their clothing wasn't bright, they formed a stark contrast to Li Qing and his men. Mu Xia lowered her head, and recalled what Ling Yi had described. It seemed that everything he had described was true. Luo Chen looked at Ling Yi with admiration. He hadn't expected his master to be so observant. He hadn't noticed these subtle details before. Mu Xia's mind stirred, and a question suddenly occurred to her. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Could it be that Li Qing and his group have some unspeakable secret? Luo Chen followed suit. Yes, that's a bit hard to believe. Why do powerful people live worse than ordinary people? Ling Yi flicked his cigarette but away with a carefree air, then spoke calmly. This can only be attributed to Li Qing's personality. He's not suited to surviving in the apocalypse. He's being used as a tool, yet he's happily rushing forward. Like you, for example. At a few proddings, you rush right in. You don't even consider if there's a conspiracy behind it, if they're setting you up. Mu Xia was startled when she heard Ling Yi start to criticize her, then said unhappily, Why are you bringing this up on me again? I don't think I've done anything wrong. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly and smiled. That old fellow you met wasn't a pushover. Do you really think he was here to reinforce Li Qing? He was simply afraid that Li Qing and his men would be wiped out by zombies. Then what awaited him was either a slow death, or being used as bait by the forces behind the scenes. That's why he was so eager to bring reinforcements. However, from beginning to end, this old fellow was the loudest. But his feet seemed nailed to the spot, not moving at all. Mu Xie recalled the scene again, and was surprised to find that everything seemed just as Ling Yi had described. If he hadn't pointed it out, she wouldn't have noticed these tiny details. I never expected you to be so observant. And you can deduce so many conspiracies and schemes from these small details. Your understanding of human nature has reached a terrifying level. Mu Xie looked at Ling Yi in disbelief, her heart filled with admiration. Although Luo Chen didn't dwell on it, he had understood a great deal after listening for so long. Ling Yi's words also led him into deep thought. He gradually recalled everything that had happened before, including some of the events during the battle. Chapter 275. Luo Chen nodded silently, his admiration for Ling Yi's abilities growing. A question suddenly occurred to him, and he asked, "By the way, Master, what do you think we should do next?" Ling Yi said with a faint smile, "We don't need to do anything extra, just find a place to rest for the night. Are we just going to ignore Li Qing and the others? I think we can absorb his team into the Blood Moon City. After all, there are so many enhancers, and that's a force to be reckoned with." Mu Xie tried to change Ling Yi's mind. She still hoped to help Li Qing and the others. If it was as Ling Yi suspected, then these people were truly pitiful. And if this continued for a long time, the forces behind them would surely push them into the abyss. Ling Yi looked helplessly at Mu Xie's determined expression. He knew this woman was filled with kindness and a sense of justice, and he understood her desire to help others. Although she had changed a lot compared to before, at least she was no longer self-righteous and arbitrary. Ling Yi sighed deeply. Mu Xie's kindness and sense of justice were worthy of respect. Unfortunately, these are the end times. If you lack the strength to intimidate others, then your so-called kindness will only allow others to exploit you, leading you to a desperate situation. Ling Yi didn't directly answer Mu Xie's question, but instead asked abruptly, "When that old man asked you to rescue Li Qing and the others, what were you going to do?" This sudden question left Mu Xie somewhat bewildered. She looked at Ling Yi with confusion, unaccustomed to this kind of erratic conversation. This made her feel like her brain wasn't keeping up with Ling Yi's pace. Suppressing her inner complaints about Ling Yi, Mu Xie answered without hesitation. "I was just about to tell them that Luo Chen had gone to help. So there was no need to worry about the safety of Li Qing and the others. But before I could even say anything, you suddenly appeared." Ling Yi shook his head slightly, looking into Mu Xie's eyes gravely. Because she didn't fully understand the crux of the matter. If Luo Chen and I weren't there at the time, and you were alone, faced with that old man's demands, and the pleas he encouraged from the crowd, what choice would you make? Mu Xie was even more confused. She didn't understand why Ling Yi was dwelling on this question. Such hypothetical questions were meaningless to her, because these things had never happened. "Of course I would help. It's just a piece of cake." Mu Xie answered Ling Yi's question anyway. Ling Yi chuckled. "So you're just a silly girl." Mu Xie blinked, looking at Ling Yi with annoyance. "Why am I a silly girl?" Ling Yi turned to Luo Chen and asked, "Luo Chen, if it were you, what would you do?" Luo Chen was lost in thought when he heard Ling Yi's question, and was momentarily stunned. "Ah. As for me, of course I listened to my master." Mu Xie burst out laughing at that. Ling Yi, Ling Yi shook his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "You two are both such a pain in the ass. Can't you use your brains a little more?" Sold out, yet still happily counting the money. The first rule of the apocalypse is to always put your own safety first. Otherwise, if you die, there's no one to collect your body. Stop laughing, Xie. You have the most serious problem. Take the previous situation. Did you understand the scale of the zombies? Did you assess your own combat capabilities? When they asked you to rescue people, you rushed in with your sword in hand. A huge battle had just ended, and you were already panting. They didn't even care if you were injured or needed a rest, but urged you to continue fighting. What kind of behavior is this? My own interests are above all else. Your life and strength are merely bargaining chips. If I wasn't afraid of showing you my brutal side, I wouldn't have angrily confronted that old man. I would have killed him with a single blow. How shameless. You dare to use my woman as a pawn, and treat her like a fool." Mu Xie's face paled when she heard Ling Yi's words, and recalled the situation. She hadn't really thought much about it, she simply thought, "I can do it, so I do it." But after hearing Ling Yi's explanation, she once again deeply understood the treacherous nature of human nature. She was lucky to have met Ling Yi, otherwise, she would have died 1,000 times over. Mu Xie lowered her head, and silently bit her lip, unsure how to respond. Ling Yi looked at Mu Xie's expression, feeling a little pity. But he also understood that to survive in the apocalypse, one must know how to make choices. Be kind, but do it within your means. If you blindly consider others, only destruction awaits you. These apocalyptic experiences can't be taught like a student. You can't wait for them to digest slowly, you must use a quick method. If you want Musia to grow, you must use the most direct approach. Lingy walked over to Musia and gently patted her shoulder. Don't be sad. I'm not criticizing you for doing something wrong. I'm trying to urge you to be vigilant at all times and not easily trust a stranger's words. Learn to discern, choose, and say no. This will help you live a better life and prevent you from being exploited. Remember this, as long as you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want. That old man's lame trick is nothing more than moral blackmail. He incites the crowd to praise you to the highest point, pushing you to the forefront. And then, turning around, he asks you to do it or not. If you don't do it, you're being unkind and unjust, and if you do, you're doing it in vain. Musia and Luochen listened quietly to Ling Yi's words, which were deeply etched in their minds. Ling Yi's words plunged them both into deep thought. They began to silently contemplate their own survival strategies in this apocalyptic world. After a long pause, Musia raised her head, a determined glint in her eyes. Ling Yi, you're right. I was a little careless this time. From now on, I never trust strangers easily, and will carefully discern them. She continued, but I won't be completely aloof or arrogant. As long as it's within my capabilities, and doesn't endanger my own safety, I will still take action. Ling Yi didn't try to correct Musia's decision. As the saying goes, it's easy to change a country, but difficult to change one's nature. Just like the personality traits that have become ingrained in him after awakening his past life memories. From time to time, they influence his own style. Luochen narrowed his eyes and nodded. I must learn to protect myself and those around me. I will never let bad people harm the people most important to me. At the same time, I must always remain vigilant and not let the interests of others sway my thoughts. I will show no mercy to those who dare to harm us. Chapter 276. After Luochen finished speaking, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened, emitting a fierce murderous intent. His gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if ready for a fierce battle. Ling Yi, upon seeing this, a sinister smile curled up his lips. This was exactly what he wanted. If he wasn't cruel to his enemies, would he be tortured by them? So what do we need to do now? Rest for the night and leave? Or should we contact Li Qing and see if we can recruit him? Musia asked. Ling Yi put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, no need to do anything. Someone will naturally come to find us tonight. Musia was stunned by his words. What do you mean? However, Ling Yi only glanced behind him obliquely and said nothing more. Ling Yi's words made Musia feel uneasy. Could something else happen tonight? She knew Ling Yi was known for his prudence and tact. But his words at this moment left her feeling somewhat baffled. Ling Yi, what do you mean? Musia couldn't help but ask. Ling Yi, however, smiled faintly. Nothing, we just have to wait. Musia still felt a little confused, but she knew Ling Yi always had his own ideas and plans. She decided not to question him, taking things one step at a time and following his instructions. Time passed, and night slowly fell. Inside a building, Li Qing was anxiously pacing around. Suddenly, the door opened, and a thin figure flashed in. How's it going? Have you found their whereabouts? Seeing the newcomer, Li Qing was excited and asked quickly. Brother Qing, we've found them. The newcomer replied breathlessly. You're a good kid. I knew you were the right person for this mission. Come on, take me there quickly. Our lives depend on tonight. If Brother Luo isn't lying, this Mr. Ling is definitely a formidable figure. If we can earn his approval, we won't have to worry about our lives anymore. Led by the frail young man, Li Qing arrived at the entrance of a building. It was a high-end apartment building, remarkably luxurious. Li Qing patted the frail young man on the shoulder and instructed him. Go back and pretend nothing happened. Keep an eye on my place. Don't let any sneaky people know my whereabouts. The frail young man nodded vigorously, then quickly turned and left. Li Qing cautiously entered the apartment, carefully observing his surroundings, trying to find where Ling Yi and the others were staying. Suddenly, Li Qing heard soft footsteps. He immediately became alert, striving to remain quiet as he quietly approached the source of the sound. As the footsteps drew closer, Li Qing spotted a small figure. Uncle Li, there's no need to be so cautious. My master has been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up and go in. The person who came was Luochen, who had come to pick up Li Qing at Ling Yi's request. Wah, what? Mr. Ling knew I was coming? Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Chen looked at him with amusement and nodded slightly. Then he pointed to a lighted room and said, "It's in that room. Go ahead. I have something else to do, so I excuse you for now." Li Qing hurriedly thanked him and headed towards Ling Yi's room. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He faintly sensed a flash of murderous intent. He turned to look at Luo Chen in panic, only to see him unconsciously groping for the dagger at his waist. Li Qing thought Luo Chen was going to kill him, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing that he had no intention of attacking him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wow! I was scared to death. Such murderous intent. Luo Chen's figure had now slowly disappeared from his sight. Ling Yi, who was inside the room, immediately sensed the murderous aura emanating from Luo Chen. His brows raised, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is this kid going to? But before he could think, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, is Mr. Ling here? Li Qing requests an audience. Ling Yi said calmly, his lips curling slightly. The door's unlocked. Please come in. As the door opened, Li Qing walked in. He was dressed in a black long-sleeved shirt, his expression stern yet respectful. Hello, Mr. Ling. I'm deeply sorry to bother you so late, Li Qing said apologetically. Ling Yi waved his hand, gesturing to a nearby chair. Sit down. You know you shouldn't bother me, but you're here anyway, so let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. Hearing Ling Yi's words, Li Qing's face twitched, and he muttered to himself. Is this really necessary? I was just being polite. You don't have to be so blunt, you know? It's really embarrassing, you know? Li Qing could only let out a dry laugh, and sat stiffly in his chair. Haha, Mr. Ling, you're so blunt. I'm sorry for being so rude. After saying this, he kept scanning every corner of the room, as if searching for something. Ling Yi couldn't help but shake his head at this. This guy was truly cautious. It's just you and me right now. Walls have no ears. After hearing Ling Yi's words, Li Qing awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Inwardly, he was secretly shocked. Mr. Ling's perceptiveness was truly remarkable. It was just a casual safety measure, but he hadn't expected the other party to catch on. Ling Yi hadn't lied. It really was just him and Li Qing right now. Luo Chen had gone out earlier, and Mu Xie, she had recently been dragged into a solo practice session by Ling Yi, and was now tucked away in a bedroom dreaming. Even if she were awake, she probably wouldn't even have the strength to raise her hand. Seeing Li Qing hesitate to speak, Ling Yi didn't bother to press him. He casually lit a cigarette, and tossed the whole pack in front of Li Qing. Light it up yourself. Time is precious. I don't have time to sit around with you. Li Qing heard the impatience in Ling Yi's tone. But when he saw the cigarette in front of him, his eyes lit up. He quickly lit one, took a deep breath, and a look of satisfaction crossed his face. What a great thing! I almost forgotten this euphoric feeling. After taking a drag, Li Qing suddenly seemed a different person. He abruptly stood up, and said respectfully to Ling Yi, I'm here hoping Mr. Ling can help me. Ling Yi puffed on his cigarette without replying, simply gesturing to the chair and saying calmly, Sit down and talk. I don't like looking up at people. Hearing this, Li Qing hurriedly sat back in his chair. He gripped the armrests tightly, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. A hint of pain and helplessness lingered in his eyes. Mr. Ling, there's another force behind this city. They're like a bunch of heartless bastards. They don't want to unite the survivors and fight the zombies together. But he's been plotting every day how to wipe us out. Chapter 277. Li Qing's voice trembled as he continued. We, the excluded, are like bound prisoners. They threaten our families, friends, and even our lives. We are powerless to escape their control. His eyes revealed deep helplessness and anger. I tried to resist, but each time I failed. They possess immense resources and power. And we can only passively endure their manipulation. Li Qing's voice gradually deepened. But I never thought of giving up. I must find a way to break this dilemma. Your appearance has given me a glimmer of hope. Ling Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette, and looked at Li Qing calmly. So you came to me, hoping I could help you seek justice, or perhaps even destroy them? Li Qing nodded repeatedly and continued. Yes, that's exactly why I came. I believe that with your strength, dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Ling Yi stubbed out his cigarette, and chuckled sarcastically. Why do I feel like you're being a bit fanciful? We're not even related, and we don't even know each other. What price would you pay to help me? Food, power, or something else? Li Qing's eyes dimmed at this. The young man before him was absolutely right. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ling Yi's sarcasm made him feel a little awkward and helpless. Li Qing understood that he held no special status or value in this city. At most, he was just a power-upper, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. However, despite this, Li Qing maintained his inner resolve and courage. He knew his existence was meaningful to the current team. Even a tiny ray of light was enough to illuminate the people and things around him. If he lost his persistence and resistance, perhaps within a few days, everyone around him would be harmed by those bastards and become food for the zombies. Li Qing took a deep breath and looked at Ling Yi with determination. As long as Mr. Ling can help me, I agree to anything you ask. Ling Yi shook his head and said, I don't like empty promises. In my opinion, you're broke and have a bunch of ne'er-do-wells. What do you think I can get from you? Nothing tangible that I can offer. Do you think I'm the kind of selfless person who doesn't seek rewards? Li Qing's gaze dimmed, and he felt the urge to get up and leave. Ling Yi's words were filled with indifference and disdain, as if he was tired of Li Qing's words. Li Qing, you keep saying you repay me, but you haven't actually put your words into action. Your empty promises and hypocritical pleas only make me more suspicious of your true intentions. A hint of anger and disappointment lingered in Ling Yi's voice. If you truly want me to help you, don't just talk. You need to prove to me that you have enough capital for me to invest. Ling Yi's words gave Li Qing a glimmer of hope. He knew his promise might not meet the other party's expectations. But he didn't want to give up, because he believed he could persuade the other party to change their mind and be willing to help him. I know there's nothing I can do to satisfy you right now. Can you tell me what you need? I do my best to meet your needs. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Qing, speaking slowly after a moment. I want your life. Ling Yi's words shocked and horrified Li Qing. He hadn't expected the other party to make such an extreme demand. You want my life? Li Qing asked tremblingly. Why? I haven't offended you. A hint of unease and doubt lingered in his voice. Ling Yi replied with a faint smile. You haven't offended me, but you want my help. You don't have any bargaining chips. Then I can only offer the most precious thing, your life. Ling Yi's words sent a chill down Li Qing's spine. He didn't understand why the other party was so determined to take his life. Li Qing clenched his hands, his entire body trembling, his mind screaming. Why has the world become like this? I just want help, but why are you exploiting me? I just want to save my family, I don't want to see them tortured. After a long moment, Li Qing slowly loosened his grip, his entire body slumping against the chair. I promise you, I give you my life, but only after you completed your mission of helping me. After saying this, Li Qing's dejected demeanor gave off the air of despair. Ling Yi twitched his lips and spoke calmly. Don't act like you're about to die. Your life is worthless to me. All I want is for you to work for me. These words infuriated Li Qing even more. He knew he was trapped, practically offering himself up to exploitation. The other party's tactics were undoubtedly the same as those others. They were simply exploiting him, seeking to achieve some hidden secret. You are all demons, Li Qing shouted. I will not yield to your threats. However, facing Ling Yi's cold, ruthless gaze and overwhelming pressure, he struggled to even breathe. A firm conviction surged within Li Qing, and he resolved not to be bound by constraints. Although physically and mentally exhausted, the fire within him burned even brighter. I would rather die, he shouted with his last remaining strength. But I will never be your slave. Li Qing's voice was filled with determination and resolve, and he faced Ling Yi's threats without flinching. Ling Yi sneered, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Do you think you have the right to choose? In this world, only the strong survive. Li Qing clenched his fist tightly and laughed bitterly. If I have to become your slave, how different is that from my current situation? Just escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's den again. Am I walking into a trap? Ling Yi shook his head and spoke slowly. Don't be so quick to reject my proposal. The reason you're unwilling to work for me is because you don't understand me or my strength. Ling Yi tapped his fingers on the table, a mocking smile on his face. Those forces you consider troublesome are like ants to me. As long as you work for me willingly, the benefits will be numerous. You have the strength and the resources. My only requirement is that you control all the survivors in this city. Chapter 278. Ling Yi's words were filled with confidence and arrogance. He seemed to have absolute faith in his own strength and influence. Li Qing hesitated for a moment, knowing that this proposal could trigger a series of chain reactions. But the benefits Ling Yi promised also tempted him. If all this were true, then not only would he be able to break free from the manipulation of the forces behind him, but he would also be able to rescue his family. But all this shone with unreality. Li Qing frowned at the young man before him, his heart filled with doubts. After a long pause, he finally spoke hoarsely. After all this, you only spoke in empty words. Besides, why should I believe you? I don't believe I have the ability to complete the task you require. Li Qing visibly relaxed. After all, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if all this were true? Ling Yi's lips curled up, a faint smile etched in his eyes. Don't worry, I'm just informing you of the compensation I need. Now, what do you want me to do for you? Li Qing was stunned, then felt like 1,000 horses galloping through his heart. What's going on? He was forcing me to submit to him before. Why is he changing his tune now? Is he trying to tease me? He didn't know that Ling Yi's attitude had changed so drastically. He simply wanted to test Li Qing's character. If he were the kind of person who fawned over others and flattered them, Ling Yi would definitely use the system to enslave him, or even sacrifice his soul to control him. But Li Qing's performance was quite good. He remained true to himself and didn't succumb to threats or inducements. For someone like him, Ling Yi didn't mind letting him develop freely. Only by willingly and wholeheartedly serving someone can one unleash their full potential. Seeing Li Qing speechless and stunned, Ling Yi said helplessly, "If you don't seize the opportunity, seize the time, I leave tomorrow morning." Li Qing, startled, glanced at Ling Yi uncertainly. Then he took a deep breath and said, "I hope you can help rescue my family and the families of my brothers." Ling Yi frowned and asked speechlessly, "Is it that simple? Why not make it more complicated?" Li Qing was stunned, feeling completely lost in Ling Yi's train of thought. Complicated? What do you mean?" Ling Yi tapped the table lightly, then spoke slowly. "For example, completely annihilate your hostile forces, leaving no one alive." Li Qing's pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked at Ling Yi with a hint of fear. Ling Yi smiled softly at Li Qing's terrified expression. He knew Li Qing was a clever man, but he also knew that sometimes being too clever can actually restrict one's actions. "Since you decided to act, then be straightforward. Leaving some hidden dangers behind, are you planning a protracted war?" Ling Yi said with disdain. Li Qing quickly tried to dissuade him. "Mr. Ling, I know you're powerful, but the enemy has a large number of people, hundreds of enhancers. And among them are several awakened ones. They also have firearms they obtained from who knows where. I think we need to take a long-term view. I asked Mr. Ling to take action after I gather all the information." Ling Yi shook his head and said, "Do you have any of your people among them?" Li Qing blinked, a bit unresponsive, but nodded in response. "Yes." Ling Yi rubbed his chin, muttering to himself with some hesitation. "Your men are still here. This is a bit tricky. It's easy to accidentally injure someone. It seems we should be more direct. Capture the leader first, shoot the horse first." Li Qing was terrified. Was this a planned decapitation operation? That was too much of a joke. "Mr. Ling, they have our family members on their hands. If something goes wrong, the consequences would be disastrous." Ling Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry, it's just a minor incident. No need to panic. Action is worse than thought. Let's get going now. The sooner this is over, the sooner I can get on my way." Li Qing looked at Ling Yi in surprise. He suddenly wondered if he had found the wrong person. No plan, no strategy, no manpower. He just patted his head and said, "Just go ahead." Mr. Ling, I think we should discuss countermeasures first." Li Qing felt that Ling Yi was too arrogant. Was he planning to go it alone? Even if you're powerful, you can't be so arrogant. The other party isn't a pushover, ready to be manipulated. Ling Yi smiled nonchalantly, a hint of dominance flashing in his eyes. "Li Qing, you still don't understand what true strength is. Today, I show you that if you choose to work for me, you won't regret it. Stop dithering and lead the way." Li Qing felt a little unreliable, but under Ling Yi's piercing gaze, he could only grit his teeth and turn around to walk ahead, muttering to himself, "Forget it. Given the current situation, I'm destined for death sooner or later. I just go along with him on this madness." Just as the two were about to leave, Luo Chen's figure flashed by. "Luo Chen, come with me," Ling Yi called out. At Ling Yi's call, Luo Chen quickly stopped and came over. "Yes, master." Luo Chen stood aside and replied respectfully. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes at Luo Chen, then asked calmly, "Did you just go and kill someone?" Luo Chen's hands trembled, and he lowered his head and whispered, Li Qing glanced at Luo Chen furtively, secretly startled. Kill someone. Who did you kill, brother Luo?" Ling Yi didn't blame Luo Chen, but chuckled. "Kill him if you will. Those who deserve to die will die. But remember, don't be too murderous." Luo Chen replied solemnly. Disciple will follow master's instructions. Ling Yi nodded, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued walking forward, his words drifting lightly. Well, then follow me and continue killing people. Yes, master. Li Qing, standing by, felt a chill on his back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Are these two masters and apprentices mentally sound? Why do I feel like something's wrong? Ling Yi saw Li Qing standing still, and called out. Li Qing, hurry up and lead the way. I don't have that much time to waste. Confused, Li Qing finally came to his senses, and quickly responded. Oh, I lead the way, right away. After saying that, he wiped the sweat off his face, and ran forward. I didn't dare look at Ling Yi and Luo Chen again. It was too terrifying, too abnormal. The street was quiet, save for the occasional roar of zombies. The only sound was the sound of their footsteps, especially distinct in the still night. Approaching a building, the three of them saw a brightly lit scene. TSK. Not bad. Looks like they got a lot of generators. These people really know how to enjoy life. Chapter 279. Hearing Ling Yi's words, Li Qing's face turned cold, and he said bitterly, Everything they enjoy now was earned at the cost of my brothers and my lives. For this batch of generators, we lost 7 men, and what did we get in return? Only a few boxes of rotten bread. Ling Yi patted Li Qing on the shoulder and said, Let's go! There are grievances to be complained about today, revenge to be taken. Let's settle this. After hearing Ling Yi's words, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in Li Qing's eyes. That's right. I can't let those people have it easy. Blood debt must be paid with blood. He clenched his fists. I want justice for our brothers. Looking at Li Qing, who was peering around the corner, Ling Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. Then why are you still hiding here? Come on! Li Qing's expression froze, and he turned around with difficulty and asked, Just the three of us, are we really going to just barge in without a plan? Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, and casually lit a cigarette. Then he strode towards the building in front of them, Luo Chen following closely behind. Li Qing gaped in horror, staring at the two men's backs, his heart pounding with confusion. Just brazenly marching into their lair? Seeing Li Qing didn't move, Ling Yi shouted impatiently. If that's all you got, I don't think there's any need to attack. Li Qing heard the discontent in Ling Yi's voice. He hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Before the three of them reached the door, they heard the sound of loaded guns, and the shouts of expulsion from afar. Who are you? Don't you know this is a restricted area? Get out of here! As soon as he finished speaking, the lobby door was flung open, and several armed men rushed out. Weapons in hand, they stared fiercely at Ling Yi and the others. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on our base? A man in a black uniform demanded. I'm looking for Li Qing. Who are we looking for? Ling Yi was halfway through his sentence, when he suddenly turned to ask Li Qing, who was standing behind him. Li Qing? The man in the black uniform raised an eyebrow, and followed Ling Yi's gaze. At this moment, Li Qing felt like he was being tossed about in the wind. This Mr. Ling was truly speechless. He sighed deeply, then stood up and spoke with a righteous air. We're looking for Huang Kai. The man in the black uniform snorted, mocking him. I was wondering who was so bold. It turns out to be you, the troublemaker. You think you can call Boss Huang by his name? Don't you want to live? Li Qing's heart tightened at the man in the black uniform's words. At this moment, Ling Yi, standing beside him, chuckled softly. You're so arrogant. Call Huang Kai out now, or you face the consequences. The man in the black uniform frowned upon hearing Ling Yi's words. Who are you, kid? How dare you be so arrogant? He roared. I'm telling you, this isn't a place you can just walk into. If you don't want to get into trouble, you better leave immediately. Ling Yi sneered. What if we don't cooperate? As Ling Yi spoke, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became eerie. The man in the black uniform felt the oppressive aura emanating from Ling Yi and took a step back. A flicker of hesitation and vigilance flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he raised his pistol, aiming at Ling Yi. Seeing this, several people behind him also raised their weapons. However, one person was even faster than them. A dark shadow flashed by, and the scene was instantly filled with wails. Ah! My hand? It hurts. Li Qing gasped at the sight of the people lying on the ground. Luo Chen held a pair of gleaming short blades, his gaze cold and sharp. You people are truly so self-righteous. Luo Chen's voice was tinged with sarcasm. But unfortunately, your strength is far from enough. As he finished speaking, a powerful dark force emanated from him. The man in the black uniform and his accomplice were instantly pinned to their knees. Now, can you tell me where Huang Kai is? Luo Chen sneered. Li Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Luo Chen's strength was not to be underestimated. But he hadn't expected him to subdue several armed thugs in the blink of an eye. His movements were so fast that even the naked eye couldn't follow them. The man in the black uniform clutched his severed hand, gazing at the young man before him in horror. He trembled. You're an awakened one? The short blade in Luo Chen's hand slashed in a graceful arc. The only sound at the scene was a continuous gurgling sound. The man in the black uniform's pupils suddenly shrank. He was shocked to see that the people around him were simultaneously clutching their necks. They opened and closed their mouths, but no sound came out. Blood oozed from between his fingers, unstoppable. Li Qing was also frightened and took a few steps back, stunned by Luo Chen's ruthlessness. Over a disagreement, he had actually killed several people with a single blow, and several of them had their throats slit simultaneously. Speak nonsense again, and you be next. Luo Chen's voice was cold and emotionless. The man in the black uniform's teeth were chattering as he spoke tremblingly. Huang. Boss, on the top floor. Swish. Luo Chen shook his head, gently sheathing his short blade, muttering nonchalantly. Why didn't you just say so, and be done with it? Why waste time? Li Qing's eyelids twitched, his pupils trembling. Who had he asked for help? Why did they just slash his throat over a disagreement, looking at the man in the black uniform, twitching unconsciously on the ground? Li Qing's face was pale and weak, and he secretly glanced at Ling Yi. Seeing the other party's indifference, as if nothing had happened, he couldn't help but feel filled with fear. Suddenly, Ling Yi turned to look at Li Qing, frightened so much that he shuddered and nearly fell to the ground. Li Qing, just start shouting and tell Huang Kai to get out of here. If I have to wait any longer, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Li Qing was instantly terrified when he heard Ling Yi's words. He hadn't expected Ling Yi to be so arrogant, domineering, and ruthless. This isn't good. What if they all come out in full force? We won't be able to stop them, right? His voice was filled with pleading. Why don't we go back and make plans later? Ling Yi, unconcerned, continued. Just shout loudly, don't worry about anything else. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Li Qing, knowing he had no other options. Okay, I do as you say. He screamed frantically in his heart. Damn it! They're crazy. They're all crazy. How could I be so blind that I had to find two crazy people to help me? Chapter 280. Li Qing's heart was filled with helplessness and regret. He seemed to have no way out. Following these two cold-blooded lunatics meant either following their instructions completely, or being bled dry, like the others on the ground. Li Qing shook his dizzy head. He could only bite the bullet, and take a few steps forward, then close his eyes and shout. Huang Kai, you coward, get down here right now. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, I raze this place to the ground. After shouting this, Li Qing felt his entire body drain of strength, his legs trembling. In a room on the top floor, a man was embracing a gorgeously dressed woman. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Both the man and the woman were startled, and they quickly separated and adjusted their clothes. The man frowned and quickly walked to the door. When he opened it, he saw that it was his trusted confidant. What did I tell you to do? Don't knock on the door for no reason. Huang Kai roared angrily. The confidant apologized. Sorry, boss, this is urgent. Huang Kai asked angrily. The sky is falling, or there's a zombie tidal wave, and you have to knock on the door when I'm having a good time. The confidant hurriedly said. Boss, someone's causing trouble downstairs, and has already killed several of our brothers. Huang Kai's face flickered with displeasure when he heard this. You need to report such a trivial matter? Just kill them. And what's Lu Daozi for? He can't even guard a door. The confidant didn't dare look up the entire time, hesitating. Brother Lu is dead. Huang Kai was furious, momentarily unable to hear the words clearly, and continued to roar. It's better for him to be dead. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. He deserved it. Wait. What did you just say? Lu Daozi is dead. When his confidant nodded, Huang Kai was stunned, his expression instantly becoming serious. Although Lu Daozi wasn't the strongest of his men, he was still a third-level warrior. How could he just die so suddenly? There's no mention of any other forces nearby. Huang Kai's expression shifted between gloom and brightness. After a moment's silence, he spoke slowly. Lu Daozi. His voice was a little gloomy. How did he die? Who was so bold as to wreak havoc on my territory, Huang Kai? The confidant lowered his head. I'm sorry. I don't know who killed Brother Liu. He paused for a moment. But there's someone I know. It seems to be Li Qing. Huang Kai took a deep breath, a murderous glint in his eyes. Li Qing. His voice was low and cold. This dares to go against me. Does he really think I won't do anything to him? This time, I'm going to catch him. And then, right in front of him, I perform a live sex show with his sister. I've been lusting after that girl's tender body for ages, and today I'm going to kill her right here. Just as Huang Kai was grumbling, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Boss, this is bad. Another henchman stumbled over, shouting. Huang Kai looked up and saw the henchman in panic. His face was pale, and beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. His eyes were confused and terrified, as if he'd been terrified by the suddenness of the situation. Even his entire body was trembling slightly. What are you panicking about? What happened to scare you so much? Huang Kai frowned at the confidant. The confidant's breathing became rapid and irregular, and his eyes revealed helplessness and fear. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice was trembling and weak. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. After a while, he finally spoke tremblingly. Boss! Boss! They're coming to kill us! Run! The confidant's voice trembled, with a hint of fear and despair. He tried to say more, but his throat only rasped weakly. After hearing this news, Huang Kai was shocked and confused. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps, accompanied by heavy breathing. The confidant's face paled even further, and he bit his lip tightly, his entire body slumping to the ground. Too late, too late. The confidant's face was filled with terror, as if he were about to encounter a demon. Huang Kai turned his head and looked toward the corridor, only to see his men running towards them like stray dogs. Their eyes were filled with terror, and they kept glancing back, as if they were being pursued by some prehistoric beast. Huang Kai narrowed his eyes and gazed towards the end of the corridor. 3 figures slowly emerged. The leader was a young man, followed by a teenager and a middle-aged man. They were Ling Yi and his 2 companions. Huang Kai stared coldly at Li Qing, his face expressionless. After a while, he spoke coldly. Li Qing, you loser. How dare you bring people to cause trouble on my territory? Get these 2 bastards out of here right now. His voice radiated authority and unquestionable power. But the next moment, he flinched. His face twitched involuntarily, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His eyes trembled as he glanced at the cold, gleaming short blade at his neck. If you dare insult my master again, I silence you forever. Luo Chen stood beside Huang Kai, his gaze venomous. The sharp edge of the short blade in his hand had already sliced through his neck, oozing a trickle of blood. Huang Kai's voice grew hoarse and weak as he spoke with difficulty. Have mercy. I know I was wrong. Just treat me as if I were talking nonsense. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. The young man beside him was very powerful, even though he was already a level 4 speed enhancer. But the murderous aura and imposing presence emanating from the young man overwhelmed him from afar. Are you Huang Kai? Ling Yi's fingers flickered with flames as he casually lit a cigarette. Huang Kai, upon hearing the young man's question, stared intently at the flame. He muttered to himself, a fire-type awakened one. Where did that Li Qing find his help? But he was unequivocal, responding quickly. I'm Huang Kai. May I ask what this boss's name is? I don't think I know you, let alone have any offense. I wonder why you want to destroy my place and kill my brothers. Ling Yi casually popped out his cigarette, his lips curling slightly as he spoke. You're playing dumb, aren't you? I warned you to get down here and see me. You dispatched group after group of men to trouble me. Since this is your way of treating guests, I just fight back and fight my way up to see you. Let's see if our boss Huang has the audacity to be so arrogant. Chapter 281. Ling Yi's tone was filled with disdain and contempt. He sneered at Huang Kai and continued. Who do you think you are? Just relying on the skills of your men and a few fire sticks, you think you can shut me out? Ling Yi's gaze was sharp and cold, as if he could see through everything. Huang Kai was completely bewildered. After hearing Ling Yi's words, he explained bewilderedly. I didn't send anyone to stop you. If I had known it was you visiting, I would have definitely welcomed you. A sneer curled up at the corner of Ling Yi's mouth after hearing Huang Kai's explanation. He walked over to Huang Kai and stared into his eyes. There's no need to explain so much. It's meaningless to me now. After all, I'm already standing before you. I have a few questions for you. Whether you're willing to answer them or not is irrelevant. But I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Ling Yi's voice was filled with indifference and threats. His gaze was sharp and cold, sending a chill down Huang Kai's spine. His body trembled involuntarily, causing the short blade to cut several more times on the wound on his neck. Feeling the icy chill on his neck, Huang Kai quickly begged for mercy. Ask me anything. I will tell you everything I know, and will never lie. Ling Yi smiled faintly, then spoke. Send Li Qing's family to me immediately. 5 minutes, every minute longer, and I cut them. Li Qing looked at Ling Yi gratefully, knowing his gamble had paid off. This mysterious Mr. Ling hadn't taken any action the entire time. His disciple, Luo Chen, alone had decimated Huang Kai's men, leaving them heartbroken. Luo Chen alone was so formidable, so how much stronger was Ling Yi, their master? This question deeply stung Li Qing, and he was glad he had persevered. If he had walked away earlier, given the bloodthirsty methods of the two masters and apprentices, he would have been dead on the street long ago. Huang Kai swallowed cautiously, seeing his men frozen in silence. He growled with a distorted expression. You idiots, didn't you hear what the boss said? Hurry and bring Li Qing's family. No, invite them over. His voice echoed in the air, sending a chill through the surrounding men. Everyone knew Huang Kai's ruthlessness. If he didn't die today, there would be a vengeance later. Several of his men immediately took off running, quickly completing their assigned tasks. Though they wanted to escape, in this damned apocalypse, they simply couldn't survive on their own. So they could only obediently follow Huang Kai's orders. Even if he died today, there would still be a new boss here. Ling Yi gently beckoned a finger toward a chair not far away. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as the chair slowly flew behind him. Looking at Ling Yi, who sat nonchalantly on the chair, everyone's hearts were filled with fear, and they began to speculate about his true strength. They had just known that he was an awakened fire-type ability user, and now he had performed a telekinesis. Everyone stared in amazement at Ling Yi's figure sitting on the chair. Their hearts were filled with awe and curiosity. Who is this boss? Why is he so powerful? Someone murmured quietly. Is he the legendary genius? Another person exclaimed in surprise. Look at how relaxed he is. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ling Yi, anticipating his next performance. Ling Yi, crossing his legs, continued to ask Huang Kai. Now what's with those guns? Where did you get them? This question confused the crowd. It was the end of the world, and anything could happen. It's just guns. As long as you have the ability and the courage to go out and search, what's there to worry about not being able to get them? I picked these guns up, Huang Kai replied quietly. Ling Yi frowned and said coldly. It seems you don't intend to cooperate properly. Let's teach him a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen waved his other hand gracefully. Then Huang Kai's heart-wrenching scream was heard. Everyone gasped after seeing the situation clearly. Huang Kai clutched his left face with one hand, his palm drenched in blood. At his feet, a bloody ear lay unseen. Do you remember now where this gun came from? Ling Yi's voice rang out again, devoid of any emotion. Huang Kai's face twisted in agony, completely terrified. The young man before him was playing by his own rules. He feared that if he delayed his response, his other ear would be lost. I'm telling you, I stole these guns from the military search and rescue team, Huang Kai replied in a trembling voice. Ling Yi sneered, his eyes piercing Huang Kai like a knife. Tell me more about this search and rescue team. If you keep any secrets, you know the consequences. In fact, Ling Yi had been filled with doubts the moment he saw the firearms. He was so familiar with them, they were all the same model as Shandyuan Ningxin's troops. So, he had a suspicion. Perhaps the owner of these guns was someone from the South China military region. Huang Kai's fear became increasingly apparent, his body trembled constantly, and his lips began to turn pale. Now, his fate was completely in Ling Yi's hands. This madman's life could be in danger at any moment if he wasn't satisfied. I was wrong. I didn't know they were your men. Please let me go. I promise I never mess with you or your men again. Huang Kai's words were filled with pleading and regret. He had assumed Ling Yi had come for the search and rescue team. Ling Yi's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. Just from hearing Huang Kai's words, he knew that this search and rescue team was doomed. You killed them? Ling Yi erupted with a fierce murderous intent, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. I deserve it. I shouldn't have been so greedy. If you let me go, I compensate you. Yes, whatever you want. Huang Kai was now terrified and at a loss for words. Even a fool could tell that this young man was definitely connected to the search and rescue team. At this moment, Li Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. He leaned over to Ling Yi and whispered, "Mr. Ling, I rescued a wounded man a while ago. It seems he's from the search and rescue team. He's recovering at our base." Ling Yi nodded, then turned his gaze to Huang Kai. "Since you want compensation, then go downstairs and discuss it with the search and rescue team." Hearing Ling Yi's words, Huang Kai's pupils suddenly shrank, and he roared with a ferocious expression. "You bastard!" Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Luo Chen severed his head with a single blow, gushing blood staining the ceiling red. Chapter 282. Ling Yi looked coldly at Huang Kai's limp body, without a trace of pity. He said calmly, "This is the result of your sins. You brought this upon yourself." Huang Kai's men were terrified and took a few steps back. They couldn't believe the scene before them. It was too shocking and bloody. Boss Huang, always aloof and disdainful of everyone, had now become a cold corpse. Ling Yi glanced at the crowd with a cold expression. "From now on, I have the final say here. Feel free to raise any objections. I promise to satisfy you from the inside out." His voice was filled with authority and irresistibility. "The ringleader has been eliminated. As long as you obey, I won't do anything to you. Li Qing, you will arrange the rest of the matter. Lead your men to directly annex this stronghold. From now on, you will be the boss here." For Li Qing, whose loyalty rating had already exceeded 85, Ling Yi simply became a hands-off manager. Li Qing's heart surged with excitement upon hearing Ling Yi's words. He knew his persistence had paid off. The other party had fulfilled their promise. Now it was time to make good on his promise. Although Ling Yi appeared ruthless, his strength was undeniable. Following him might be daunting, but it was undeniable. This was also a rare opportunity. As long as he worked diligently, the benefits would undoubtedly be plentiful. "Thank you, Mr. Ling, for your trust. I will do my best to serve you." Ling Yi stood up, gently patted Li Qing's shoulder, and said, "Send the search and rescue team to my residence, and then stabilize the situation as quickly as possible." With that, Ling Yi strode outside, Luo Chen following closely behind. Huang Kai's subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, having never expected the situation to change so quickly. However, this incident had made everyone aware of Ling Yi's authority and power. No one dared challenge his authority anymore. So, they all began to pledge their loyalty to Li Qing. Didn't that boss say that Li Qing would be in charge of this place from now on? "Brother Li, don't worry about what happened in the past. Yes, we were forced by Huang Kai, and we didn't mean it sincerely. From now on, if you say go east, I won't dare go west." Everyone feared Li Qing's revenge later, so it was best to act like a grandson. Li Qing, upon hearing their expressions, smiled slightly, expressing his understanding. "Let's not dwell on the past. I understand your situation back then. But remember this, your loyalty isn't to me. It's to Mr. Ling, our new boss." Li Qing paused and continued. "I'm just helping the boss handle things and following his instructions. So from now on, I'd be responsible for management and decision-making here. Our mission is to complete everything the boss tells us to do." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Li Qing didn't care about the past. Besides, the current boss was incredibly powerful, which indirectly meant that their survival was guaranteed. This was a rare benefit in the end times. Who wouldn't want a powerful backer to rely on? Everyone responded excitedly in unison. "Yes, we follow Brother Li's orders in everything." No one present was stupid. Clinging to Ling Yi was simply out of the question. So, the only way to ensure their survival was to hold onto Li Qing's legs tightly. Just then, a pleasant female voice echoed from the corridor. "Brother." Li Qing looked over and saw a young woman supporting two elderly people approaching. Li Qing's heart surged with excitement. He ran forward and hugged the two elderly people tightly. "Mom, Dad, and Sister, I'm glad you're all right," he whispered, his voice choking. "I failed to protect you. I'm sorry you suffered." Li Qing's parents patted his shoulders gently. "Son, we're all fine. If it weren't for you, we and your sister don't know how long we'd be imprisoned." Li Qing nodded in comfort. "That kind of thing won't happen again. That Huang Kai is dead. No one will ever do evil again." Li Yao asked, eyes widening. "Brother, you said Huang Kai is dead. Is that true?" Li Qing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he couldn't be deader. If it weren't so gory, I'd take you to see the scene," Li Yao said excitedly, her face filled with surprise. "That's great. That comes to me every day, always using threats and bribes. I'm so fed up with him. Brother, how did he die? How did you do it?" Li Qing smiled faintly. "I was lucky. I met a master who killed Huang Kai. He's my boss now, and I'm helping him. Li Yao suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked uncertainly. Brother, is the boss you're talking about a young man, and is there a young man with him? Li Qing was stunned at the words. Do you know him? Li Yao said, shaking her head. We just saw them on the road. Wherever they passed, Huang Kai's men moved away. It was as if they had seen some terrifying figure. Li Qing finally understood what was happening and smiled. You guessed right. It's that young man, Mr. Ling, my current boss. Li Yao blinked curiously, muttering to herself. Mr. Ling, is he really that powerful? Li Qing suddenly slapped his head and shouted. Look at my memory. I still need to go back to the base and send the man I rescued to my boss. Li Yao's eyes rolled as she spoke. Brother, give me the address and I send him over. Li Qing was stunned, then replied. You and your parents just got out. Go back and get some rest. Li Yao persisted, pressing on. Brother, I'm going to take my parents back to the base anyway, so I can just drop them off on the way. You must have a lot of urgent matters to attend to here, so I let you handle these small matters. Li Qing rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Okay, let's do this. You go back and take a few people with you to take the rescue team back to the base. Remember, don't talk nonsense, and don't act naughty. My boss has a strange temper, so don't mess with him. If you get a chance, thank Mr. Ling. After all, it's all thanks to him that you and your parents are back safely. You could say he's our family's savior. Li Qing was worried that his sister, with her unruly personality, might accidentally anger Ling Yi. He was a demonic god who killed without blinking an eye, so he had to explain carefully to avoid any accidents. Brother, it's okay. I'm not a child. I understand these social conventions. Don't worry, I serve your new boss well. I never let you lose your job or leave. Watching Li Yao help the two elders leave, Li Qing froze in his tracks, blinking. He had a feeling his sister's words were off. What did it mean to serve one's boss well? Oh! I hope this girl learns to be smart and doesn't cause any trouble. Chapter 283. Li Qing shook his head, no longer thinking about his sister. He decided to focus on the issues at hand. His new boss was no pushover. If his arrangements didn't satisfy him, he dreaded the consequences. Li Qing gathered his thoughts and began arranging personnel. He first assigned people to organize the existing personnel's information and eliminate all the unstable and loyal members of Huang Kai's staff. At the same time, he assigned experienced personnel to handle security issues and ensure the safety of the base. The first thing we need to do now is ensure the safety of the base, Li Qing said loudly. You need to strengthen security and patrols to prevent any accidents. Yes. One of the team members responded immediately. We will do our utmost to maintain security around the perimeter and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Then Li Qing ordered his men to begin clearing the bodies from the building. Surveying the surroundings, Li Qing gave his instructions again. Release all the hostages held captive by Huang Kai, Li Qing ordered. They're our allies too. They suffered enough from Huang Kai's oppression. Now, we can finally set them free. After all the hostages were released, they looked at Li Qing gratefully. Most of them knew him. Now that their lives had been saved, each one was filled with gratitude. Thank you. One of them said excitedly. We won't have to suffer anymore. Li Qing was also very clever, putting all the credit on Ling Yi. He hadn't done anything himself, so he didn't dare to take credit for it. Next came the new plan. Abandoning the original base and gathering all the survivors here. We need a safer, more stable place to live. So, I decided to gather everyone here, Li Qing explained, looking at the crowd. This way, we can better manage resources and organize daily operations. Everyone present expressed their agreement and support. Even if they wanted to object, they didn't dare to speak up at this moment. The bloody bodies were still being cleaned up, and no one wanted to be part of that. That's right. We should build this into a stronger stronghold. One of them echoed passionately. I believe that as long as we unite as one, under the leadership of Boss Li, we can overcome any difficulties. The survivors, led by Li Qing, were enthusiastically working on various tasks. Li Yao, meanwhile, was standing outside a luxurious apartment building with a few others, supporting an injured young man. Li Yao surveyed the surroundings and carefully identified the house number. This must be it. Li Yao muttered to herself. A knock sounded, and the apartment door slowly opened. Luo Chen appeared at the doorway. Who are you? What's going on? He looked at Li Yao calmly and asked. The moment she saw Luo Chen, Li Yao knew she had found the right place. She smiled. Little brother, I'm here to see Mr. Ling. Luo Chen squinted his eyes as he studied Li Yao, muttering to himself. What do you want from my master? He's resting, so he doesn't have time. He turned and prepared to close the door. Master? Li Yao was stunned by Luo Chen's words. When she had met Ling Yi before, she had noticed that he was about the same age as her. But this young man called Ling Yi master. This relationship seemed rather strange. While Li Yao was stunned, Luo Chen had already half closed the door. Hey! Wait a minute, little brother. My brother is Li Qing. He asked me to bring someone to see Mr. Ling. Luo Chen tilted his head and glanced at the three people behind Li Yao. One of them was wearing a worn camouflage uniform. His breathing was weak, and he was clearly seriously injured. Why didn't you just tell me earlier? Send him to the living room. I go notify master. Li Yao muttered to herself. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. You acted like you were keeping me at arm's length. Seeing Luo Chen walk into the house, she quickly directed someone to help the seriously injured man inside. After placing the man on the sofa, the two attendants left on their own accord. But Li Yao didn't leave. She just stood there, stunned, waiting for Ling Yi to appear. Why hasn't he come yet? Li Yao muttered softly. Just as she was growing impatient, Ling Yi's figure slowly appeared in sight. Luo Chen followed closely behind, and after Ling Yi sat down, he stood respectfully beside him. Li Yao stared at Ling Yi with wide eyes, as if she could see through him at a glance. Ling Yi was also looking at Li Yao. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, slightly curled, swaying gently with her movements. Her eyes were bright and spirited, like two crystal-clear gems, revealing a firmness and intelligence. Her nose was straight and delicate, perfectly matching her face shape. Her rosy lips curled slightly, radiating a sense of confidence and charm. She wore a simple yet elegant white dress. She displayed a noble and refined temperament and taste. She exuded a captivating charm and confidence. Are you Li Qing's sister? Ling Yi asked with a smile. Hello, Mr. Ling. I brought someone to you. Ling Yi nodded and glanced at the man sitting on the sofa. Little girl, sit down and talk. Li Yao sat down on the sofa nearby, pouting unhappily. I'm not some little girl. Ling Yi then approached the man. Are you in the military? What's your name? Which unit are you from? The man eyed Ling Yi warily and spoke slowly. My name is Fan Wen. I'm sorry, I can't reveal my unit number. Ling Yi frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. But he wasn't angry. Every profession has its own rules, and he could understand that. Ling Yi took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I didn't ask you to come here to get any information, nor do I want to harm you. I just want to learn some things from you. Perhaps we could be friends. Fan Wen simply stared at Ling Yi silently, not saying anything. This left Ling Yi speechless. He was truly unresponsive. Li Yao, seeing this, interjected. This guy has been like this ever since my brother rescued him. He only told me his name, and refused to say anything else. Ling Yi nodded in understanding, then asked tentatively. From what I understand, the nearest military region is the South China military region. You can't be from another military region, right? Fan Wen's pupils shrank noticeably when Ling Yi mentioned the South China military region. But his expression remained unchanged. However, Ling Yi's perception was now incredibly sharp. Fan Wen's subtle movements were completely invisible to Ling Yi. Chapter 284. It seems my guess was correct, Ling Yi said with a faint smile. A hint of alarm flashed across Fan Wen's eyes. He knew his identity had been discovered. This young man's perceptiveness was truly remarkable. You think you can force me into submission like this? Don't dream. Fan Wen's voice was tinged with sarcasm. Even if they knew my identity, I wouldn't easily reveal my unit or location. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, impressed by Fan Wen's steadfastness. You're truly a true warrior. Your conviction comforts me. Now that I confirmed your identity, I won't beat around the bush. Do you know Xianyuan Mingchan and Xianyuan Yuxue? Fan Wen jerked at the mention of these two names. His breathing became rapid, causing the wound to burst, and his shirt instantly stained bright red. Ugh! Fan Wen groaned in pain, clutching his chest with both hands. Ling Yi casually handed Luo Chen a bottle of healing potion. Hurry, have him drink it. Luo Chen took the potion, stepped forward to support Fan Wen, and said, Open your mouth and drink the potion. It will heal your injuries. Fan Wen painfully opened his mouth and swallowed the potion with difficulty. As the potion flowed in, his breathing gradually became steady, and the wound on his chest began to heal. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fan Wen's life was saved. He had finally found someone who understood the military region's situation. Watching him die before his eyes would be unbearable. Fan Wen felt the changes in his body. The wound on his chest healed instantly, and the pain subsided. His eyes widened in surprise, and in disbelief, he reached inside his clothes, trembling as he touched the wound. What's going on? He muttered to himself. My injuries have healed so quickly. Ling Yi smiled faintly, looking at Fan Wen's surprised expression. This is a healing potion I specially formulated. It can quickly repair damaged tissue. Fan Wen's eyes flashed with gratitude, mixed with a hint of confusion. Why did you save me? And how did you know the names of the two Xianyuan commanders? Ling Yi touched his nose and spoke slowly. Xianyuan Yushue is my woman, and Xianyuan Mingchen is my brother-in-law. What? You're married? Two different voices rang out simultaneously, especially the surprised female voice, which startled Ling Yi. Ling Yi turned to look at Li Yao in confusion and asked, What are you doing, girl? Why are you so excited about whether I'm married or not? You're so shocked. Li Yao finally realized that this didn't seem to concern her. She blushed slightly and explained awkwardly. I'm sorry, I'm just surprised you're getting married at such a young age. Ling Yi's mouth twitched. He turned his head back to Li Yao and muttered softly. You're so jumpy. You're sick. Li Yao had heard it all so clearly, and was about to retort when she suddenly remembered her brother's instructions. She could only suppress her frustration, secretly shouting inwardly. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Fan Wen looked at Ling Yi in disbelief, his face filled with disbelief. If you're going to lie to me, you should have a more reasonable explanation. The tempers of the two Xianyuan commanders are well known to everyone in our team. If you say you have a grudge against them, I can believe it to some extent. But if you say you're related to them, I never believe it. Tell me, what exactly do you want from me? If it's about the base, then forget it. Although you saved me, I will never be a traitor. You can kill me or cut me up, as you please. Everyone's mouth dropped open after hearing Fan Wen's long speech. But everyone was thinking completely different things. Li Yao was now covering her mouth with her hands and laughing, occasionally glancing at Ling Yi. I'm dying of laughter. You actually made up such a lame lie. Now you've been exposed. Your dignity is completely shattered. How shameful. Luo Chen looked at Fan Wen speechlessly. Master's wife and brother Mingchen, how could they be described as ferocious beasts from ancient times? Is it so surprising that Master is in-laws with them? Ling Yi's face twitched, as if he had swallowed a fly. He took a deep breath, trying not to let his anger flare up. Since you don't believe me, let me mention someone else. You should know Musia, the old man's granddaughter. Fan Wen lost his composure this time, leaping to his feet. His eyes widened, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his voice trembling. Have you met Miss Mu? Ling Yi nodded affirmatively, then smiled. Of course, because she's my woman too. Fan Wen's face froze, and he didn't know what to say. Li Yao also stared at Ling Yi in bewilderment. Inwardly, she was complaining. Is this guy mentally ill? Even though she's a woman, he still claims she's his woman. Will he tell everyone I'm his woman later? Oh my god. This is truly horrible. Should I just run away now? Ling Yi's smiling face darkened when he saw Fan Wen's expression, and he cursed inwardly. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I'm telling the truth? Ling Yi's gaze icy, his voice filled with chill. You don't believe me? Fan Wen, unfazed, narrowed his eyes and replied. Do you think I believe it? Don't waste your time. Forget trying to get information from me. Ling Yi brushed his face with one hand, his face gloomy, and it took a while for him to calm down. Luo Chen, go call your master's wife over. Luo Chen, stifling a laugh, didn't dare to answer. He vanished from the living room in a flash. Ling Yi glanced at Fan Wen and said calmly. Sit down and wait. I'm too lazy to talk to you right now. You're like a stone in a toilet, stinky and hard. Fan Wen simply sneered, plopped down on the sofa, arms folded across his chest, and said nothing. Li Yao, noticing the tension, tried to speak up. Mr. Ling. Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, Ling Yi interrupted her. Shut up and sit still. Ling Yi shouted. Li Yao was startled by the sudden shout. She pouted, her face aggrieved. Humph. This guy is exactly like what my brother said, with a really weird temper. I was trying to lighten the mood, but he actually yelled at me. I don't think it's a temper issue at all, it's completely a mental issue, and he loves to brag, bah. If you weren't my brother's boss, I'd definitely give you a good beating today. Ling Yi had no idea what Li Yao was thinking. If he knew, he'd probably be devastated. Chapter 285. After a while, Mu Xia's lazy voice echoed from the stairs. Ling Yi, why did you call me so urgently? I'm so sleepy. Li Yao and Fan Wen looked over, stunned. Wow! She's so beautiful, Li Yao exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of her heart. Fan Wen, however, stood up in shock again, trembling and shouting. Miss, it's really you. I'm not dreaming. Musia, hearing someone calling her, looked at Fan Wen in confusion. Who are you? Fan Wen was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. I'm Fan Wen, commander of the 9th Reconnaissance Company, under the command of Division Commander Hong Wu. Musia's sleepiness vanished instantly. She quickly approached Fan Wen and asked, Are you really one of Uncle Hong's men? Fan Wen nodded desperately, tears welling in his eyes. Miss, Commander Mu and Commander Hong were so worried about you. I'm so happy to see you're okay. Musia asked softly, trying to hold back her tears. My grandfather and Uncle Hong, are they all right? Fan Wen replied, wiping a tear from his eye. They're all fine. I just miss you, young lady. I've been losing my appetite every day and lost so much weight. Musia couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and she burst into tears. Ling Yi quietly approached Musia, gently holding her in his arms and comforting her. Everything's fine. Why are you crying? You should be happy. It won't be long before you can see them in person. Musia pursed her lips and nodded. Thank you, Ling Yi. If you hadn't been here with me, I'd be fine. I don't know when I can be reunited with Grandpa and the others. Fan Wen saw Musia nestled in Ling Yi's arms, his mouth wide open. It seems the young man wasn't lying before. Li Yao also kept studying Musia, and was filled with curiosity about Ling Yi. Such a beautiful woman, willingly nestled in Ling Yi's arms. He must have some alluring charm, otherwise, how could anyone throw themselves at him? Fan Wen pointed at Ling Yi and asked somewhat awkwardly. Miss, this is your... Musia glanced at Ling Yi tenderly, then smiled. His name is Ling Yi, and he's my boyfriend. Fan Wen swallowed hard, looking at Ling Yi sheepishly. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and asked provocatively. Now you believe I wasn't lying, right? From the beginning, you've been guarding me like a thief. Isn't that interesting? Fan Wen's face twitched, and he chuckled to ease his embarrassment. It's because I can't confirm your identity. If I knew you were the young lady's boyfriend, I would have told you everything I know. Musia looked at the two of them in confusion and asked curiously. What's going on? Ling Yi wiped the tears from Musia's face, pulled her to sit on the sofa, and recounted what had just happened. Musia couldn't stop giggling, and she looked at Fan Wen with a hint of amusement. Ling Yi wasn't lying. Xianyuan Yushua was indeed his woman. Correspondingly, Xianyuan Mingchen was naturally his brother-in-law. Fan Wen looked at Ling Yi in disbelief, then at Musia. But young lady, you and him. Musia knew what Fan Wen was trying to say, so she waved her hand and smiled. Okay. Don't get involved in these matters. They're all our family affairs. From now on, whatever Ling Yi asks you, you just answer, okay? Fan Wen suppressed the turmoil within him, just as Musia had said. Those were their family affairs. He had no right to interfere. Even if there were any headaches, they were Commander Mu's, not his. Thinking of this, Fan Wen sat upright and addressed Ling Yi respectfully. Mr. Ling, please forgive me. I will tell you everything I know. Ling Yi nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Li Yao beside him. She was resting her chin on her hand, staring at him with glowing eyes, unblinking. Ling Yi felt beads of sweat on his forehead. This scene was too eerie. Little girl, we need to get down to business. Isn't it time for you to step aside? Li Yao was instantly awakened by Ling Yi's words, realizing what she had just done. A blush rose involuntarily, and she quickly spoke. Sorry. I leave right away. With that, she hurriedly stood up and headed outside, glancing back at Ling Yi from time to time. Why do I feel like you seduced this girl again? Musia teased softly. Ling Yi pouted. Don't talk nonsense. This girl is Li Qing's sister. She was the one who just rescued Fan Wen. Luo Chen, it's late now. It's not safe for her to be alone. Send her back. Luo Chen responded, then chased after Li Yao. Yeah. You're becoming more and more compassionate towards women now. While I was sleeping, what earth-shattering deed have you done? Ling Yi pinched Musia's cheek in annoyance and said, Why do I feel like you become more and more mischievous since we got out here? He didn't do anything, but led Luo Chen and Li Qing to eliminate the leader of the other faction. He also promoted Li Qing to the position of managing and responsible for the survivors here. Fan Wen's composure frayed upon hearing this, and he asked with wide eyes, Is the leader of the other faction you're talking about Huang Kai? Ling Yi nodded and smiled. Well, this time it's all thanks to him. If it weren't for his men using your standard equipment, I wouldn't even know you existed. Fanwen gritted his teeth. That Huang Kai, he was the one who tricked my team. He led us into an ambush and besieged us by hundreds of them. My life was saved by the lives of my brothers. They fell one by one in the siege to cover my retreat. If it weren't for my good fortune to be rescued and hidden by Li Qing, I would have surely perished. After Fanwen finished speaking, his eyes flushed red, like a beast on the verge of prey. Mu Xia pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, trying not to choke. But the tears flowed uncontrollably, streaking across her delicate face, leaving 2 distinct tear marks. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his fists clenching and cracking. His fury threatened to erupt at any moment. I'm not letting him die so easily. This scum deserves to be hacked into pieces and thrown to the zombies. Ling Yi's rage burned, and he felt the rage within him was unquenchable. Seeing this, Mu Xia gently held Ling Yi's hand and comforted him. Don't be angry. At least you killed him, avenging the fallen warriors. I believe they will rest in peace in the other world too. Chapter 286. Ling Yi tightly grasped Mu Xia's hand, feeling her warmth and comfort. His anger gradually subsided. Fanwen stood up and saluted respectfully. Mr. Ling, thank you for avenging our brothers. The 9th Reconnaissance Company will take note of this. Ling Yi watched Fanwen rise and salute, a complex wave of emotions welling up in his heart. Ling Yi sighed deeply. Although dying on the battlefield is a soldier's fate, this kind of sacrifice, stabbed in the back, still makes one feel incredibly angry. Fanwen forced a smile in response. This is our duty. I'm deeply grateful that you avenged our brothers. Ling Yi waved his hand, motioning Fanwen to sit down, and then asked, as far as I know, your base is several hundred kilometers away. However, you suddenly appeared here. Is there some emergency? Fanwen sat upright and answered seriously. Mr. Ling, you might not know that a month ago, Commander Mu led his troops out of base and led us to capture the nearest city. Our current base is less than 100 kilometers away. I was ordered to lead a team to this city to investigate the situation 2 weeks ago. After hearing Fanwen's words, Ling Yi frowned and speculated. It seems your situation is not good. Is it because your supplies can't keep up with the team's consumption? Fanwen looked at Ling Yi in surprise, his eyes filled with admiration. Mr. Ling is truly amazing. Your guess is absolutely correct. We already have tens of thousands of soldiers, and we later rescued many survivors. After the disaster, supplies were cut off, and the warehouse inventory alone wasn't enough for daily consumption. Fanwen paused before continuing. So Commander Mu led everyone to expand outward, striving to alleviate the shortage, and to find ways to achieve self-sufficiency and avoid a food crisis. After hearing this, Mu Xia looked at Ling Yi with some concern, a hint of pleading in her tone. Ling Yi, Grandpa must be in a difficult situation right now. Do you have any ideas to help him? Ling Yi looked at Mu Xia deeply, sensing her genuine concern. He tapped his fingers lightly, thinking through every possible solution. I don't have any good solutions for now. After all, the food shortage won't be solved overnight. But after much thought, Ling Yi reluctantly stated his conclusion. Mu Xia frowned upon hearing this, appearing even more worried. Ling Yi patted the back of her hand with a touch of heartache. Don't worry too much. There will definitely be a solution. If the situation is truly urgent, I can just go clear the zombie hordes. There'll still be bread and water. Fanwen, listening in bewilderment, muttered to himself. There'll still be bread and water? What the hell? How can I get these things by clearing the zombie hordes? Even if there were, it's been so long since the apocalypse, the bread would have gone moldy. But Mu Xia understood the meaning. Ling Yi was referring to the system supply drop. Ling Yi thought for a moment and continued. But even if we can barely provide food and clothing, it's not a long-term solution. We must achieve self-sufficiency, just like I did in Blood Moon City, gathering scientists from all walks of life for research. Therefore, the most important thing now is to find a way to overcome this food crisis. Then we can slowly begin planting crops suitable for apocalyptic survival, thereby achieving self-sufficiency. Ling Yi's words gave Mu Xia a glimmer of hope. Only through self-sufficiency can we truly solve the problem of supplies and protect the lives of the survivors. Mu Xia nodded and said, You're right. We need to focus on developing agriculture suitable for the apocalypse. Relying solely on existing supplies won't sustain us for long. Fanwen echoed. Mr. Ling's ideas are surprisingly consistent with Commander Mu's. Commander Mu has already arranged for professionals to use scientific research to test the yield and quality of crops suitable for the apocalypse. Ling Yi nodded and smiled. Grandpa's actions are timely. The only challenge now is finding food for the transition period. Fanwen, Do you know if there's a granary nearby that was used to store food before the apocalypse? Fan Wen looked at Ling Yi as if he had seen a ghost. After a while, he finally spoke. Actually, my mission this time is to investigate the granary. Mu Xia's eyes lit up at this news. Great. If we can find this granary, we solve Grandpa's problem. Ling Yi was also stunned. He hadn't expected the old man to come up with this idea. Fan Wen organized his words and continued. My mission is to locate a granary nearby. According to the descriptions of the survivors at the base, there's a granary within this city. While we don't know exactly how much food is inside, it's definitely enough to sustain the base for a long time. Ling Yi's brow furrowed slightly after hearing Fan Wen's words. In the apocalypse, food is the key to survival. Having enough food is fundamental to survival. Since there's a granary in this city, how could Huang Kai and the others remain indifferent? As long as they capture this granary, they can rest easy. No need to risk their lives daily collecting supplies, and no need to coerce Li Qin and the others into serving as bait. Is there something hidden here? Thinking of this, Ling Yi asked Fan Wen. How did you get in touch with Huang Kai, and how did he trick you? Breaking up the question again, Fan Wen's face paled. His expression grew solemn. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. When we first arrived here, we immediately contacted Huang Kai and the others. After all, they've been here for a while, and are familiar with the surrounding situation. And Huang Kai was trying very hard to get close to us, hoping to follow us back to base. This was the perfect opportunity for us, and I agreed immediately. When I asked him to help find the granary, he became even more enthusiastic. He even offered to take us there, claiming he knew where it was. This was a truly wonderful event for us. After a pause, Fan Wen continued. Later, he did take us there, and we vaguely saw the outline of the granary. Just as we were ecstatic, something unexpected happened. A swarm of zombies descended from all directions, surrounding us. And then it became like this. All my brothers died, and I, barely alive, survived. Ling Yi asked, puzzled. So the granary does exist, and Huang Kai didn't lie to you. As we were almost at our destination, the zombie horde attacked you en masse. How did Huang Kai escape? And how did he obtain your weapons amid such a massive zombie horde? Chapter 287. Fan Wen was visibly taken aback by Ling Yi's question. He frowned, as if reminiscing. Now that you ask, I think back to that scene. It was indeed quite bizarre. Those zombies attacked us like crazy, but it seemed they were deliberately avoiding Huang Kai. I remember him leaving the battleground quite leisurely, not in a state of distress. Mu Xia's composure frayed at this, and she murmured softly. That's unusual. Why would zombies deliberately avoid him? Could he be a zombie too? That's unrealistic. Ling Yi sneered, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. I think I know what's going on. It seems they're very well organized. Wherever there are a large number of survivors, there are these despicable rats. I can even speculate why Huang Kai coerced Li Qin and the others into serving as bait. It's simply providing them with fresh food. Fan Wen and Mu Xia were both baffled by Ling Yi's words. It was completely incomprehensible. Mu Xia asked, bewildered. What do you mean? I don't understand a thing. Ling Yi smiled faintly. Remember the black-robed figure I heard about? Mu Xia's eyes narrowed, her voice tinged with fear. What? You mean those people are here too? Ling Yi nodded. If my guess is correct, there must be a black-robed figure here raising corpses. Raising corpses? Raising corpses? The two were horrified by Ling Yi's words, utterly shocked and terrified. The horror of the zombies was already despairing, and now there were actually people raising corpses. This is an outrage both human and divine. If such a situation truly exists, it would be a tragedy for humanity. Ling Yi lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then explained. The giant zombie python I killed in Blood Moon City was raised by the Black-Robed men. They don't raise ordinary zombies. They seek out mutated and powerful zombies to cultivate as zombie kings. His. Mu Xia and Fan Wen both gasped at this. Their fear deepened. They realized that the Black-Robed men's plan had surpassed human imagination. If a so-called zombie king were truly artificially cultivated, what would become of the surviving human race? Would there still be a peaceful place in this land in the future? So what should we do now? Mu Xia asked anxiously. Ling Yi exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. Find it and destroy it. Fan Wen was stunned by Ling Yi's ease and asked in confusion. But we don't know where it's hiding, so how can we find it? And with our current manpower, we're no match for it. Mu Xia wasn't worried about Ling Yi's strength, but she spoke up anyway. Since the Black-Robed man is raising the zombie king, that speaks volumes about the strength of this mutant zombie. It must be very powerful. Are you in danger? Ling Yi smiled faintly. Given his current strength, which had surpassed the 9th level, and his blood demon reincarnation technique was constantly operating, constantly increasing his cultivation. Even if he deliberately suppressed his strength, there was no guarantee that anyone in this plane would be able to fight him. Perhaps Pangu, the ruler of this plane, can use the power of rules to suppress me. Ling Yi thought to himself. Don't worry, these things pose no threat to me. As for where they're hiding, Huang Kai actually told us they're hiding in the granary. The zombies didn't attack Huang Kai because he's long been working for the Black-Robed Man. Mu Xia and Fan Wen exchanged glances, each seeing the other's surprise. I hadn't expected that in such a short time. From just these few words, Ling Yi had already deduced the entire story. It was as if he had experienced it firsthand, and not a single detail escaped his comprehension. Fan Wen, go to Huang Kai's base and find Li Qin now. Tell him to halt all plans, gather all the survivors, and prepare to abandon this city. Then, search for trucks suitable for transportation. Tomorrow, we go to the granary to move the food, and then we head to Grandpa's base together. Fan Wen was stunned upon hearing this order, feeling somewhat bewildered. Mr. Ling, aren't you rushing too far? Since we know the granary is in such a precarious situation, I think we should first contact Commander Mu. Let's take a long-term view, request support, and work together to capture the granary and eliminate the danger. Mu Xia also advised. Ling Yi, although I know you're very powerful, Fan Wen is also right. After all, there are powerful mutant zombies and black-robed men. Let's not underestimate them. Ling Yi smiled faintly. I'm about to see your grandfather. After all, I've stolen his precious treasure. On our first meeting, we should definitely give him a gift. This food crisis is the perfect gift. Mu Xia's heart was filled with sweetness as she heard Ling Yi's explanation. So he's doing this because of me. Mu Xia smiled sweetly. I know you're doing this for my own good, but I don't want you to be in danger. Ling Yi smiled faintly and patted her head gently. I never fight a battle without confidence. Since you made such a bold promise, you have a 100% chance of winning. Just wait and see tomorrow. Fan Wen was still a little worried after hearing this, but he knew that further persuasion was futile. He could only say goodbye and carry out Ling Yi's orders, taking things one step at a time. Seeing Fan Wen leave, Mu Xia threw herself into Ling Yi's arms, saying softly, You really don't need to risk such a great risk going to the granary. I understand how good you've been to me. Besides, my grandfather isn't a dullard, he won't mind these formalities. Ling Yi cupped Mu Xia's face and gently kissed her forehead. Silly girl, staying with me is already a disservice to you. Now I'm going to meet your family, and I can't go empty-handed. I'm still your son-in-law, even if old master doesn't care. I can't let others look at you with strange eyes. Mu Xia could feel Ling Yi's tenderness and care, and a warm current surged in her heart, filled with gratitude and happiness. Thank you, Ling Yi. I don't feel wronged at all staying with you. On the contrary, I feel like the happiest woman in the world. I'm truly grateful for your continued tolerance and love. I will cherish this relationship and stay by your side forever. The two of them stared at each other, their eyes filled with deep affection. Mu Xia slowly closed her eyes and kissed him. Ling Yi smiled faintly, lifted her up, and headed upstairs to the bedroom. Chapter 288. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, illuminating the earth. It brought a touch of warmth to this desolate world. A gentle breeze caressed the ruined buildings and desolate land, bringing a breath of fresh air. Ling Yi, clad in heavy armor, stood at the front of the group, his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced around at the assembled survivors. Thousands of people swayed in the ranks, and trucks lined up on the road, stretching as far as the eye could see. Are you all ready? His voice was deep and resolute. I will take this granary in one fell swoop. Everyone nodded in preparation. They all knew the importance of this battle. Food was their lifeline. If the granary was captured, they would no longer face famine and hardship. Although everyone was uneasy, wondering what the young man before them had the guts to boast about taking the granary, they all knew exactly what had happened last night. Huang Kai, who had been exploiting them, was dead, easily killed by this young man. Huang Kai had always been a supreme ruler, powerful and ruthless. Though everyone hated him, no one had the strength to challenge him. However, the appearance of this young man easily brought down the Huang Kai era. Now he was even threatening to seize the granary and solve everyone's food problems. More importantly, he promised to lead everyone out of this dangerous city. Living in a military base was everyone's dream. No one could resist the security of a base, so they all willingly participated in this operation. At Ling Yi's command, The team began their march towards the granary. All the way, the survivors cautiously navigated the dilapidated streets, fearing a sudden zombie attack or a massive swarm. However, Luochen and Musia fought diligently, and those scattered zombies failed to even break through the edge of the convoy and perished on the streets. Ling Yi didn't even have a chance to attack. They were just ordinary zombies. He just treated them as a training ground for Musia and Luochen. Finally, the group arrived at the granary's entrance. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Ling Yi kicked the door open and walked inside. The modern storage facilities that greeted them were a dazzling sight. Tall, single-story warehouses were neatly arranged, and next to them stood a row of cylindrical, 30-meter-high shallow silos. The shallow silos had a smaller footprint, but a greater storage capacity. Multiple pipelines stretched across the granary's roof, carrying food and other supplies. The sight inside shocked everyone. The survivors paused at the granary's entrance. Their eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. This was the moment they had longed for. Huang Kai had led a team here before, but none of them returned. Only Huang Kai escaped, and since then, no one had dared to venture here. But now they stood here, and within them, an endless supply of food awaited them. With this food, no one would ever have to worry about starvation again. A young man spoke excitedly. We finally arrived? This granary is our hope. The other survivors nodded in agreement. Yes. With this food, we won't have to risk our lives gathering supplies anymore, a middle-aged man cried. A woman said excitedly. We can start a new life and never have to worry about starving again. Just as the crowd was buzzing with excitement, a dark figure suddenly appeared on top of a granary. Ha 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 ha. You ignorant humans. I hadn't even thought of looking for you. You all come so voluntarily to my door. So leave all this food for my pets. Hearing the shadow's words, a chill ran down the survivors' spines. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who was that shadowy figure, fooding his pets? What kind of pets were they? Ling Yi curled his lips and smiled faintly. Just as I expected, you, a timid rat, are hiding here. Feeling Ling Yi's gaze, the black-robed figure felt a tinge of fear. Who are you? Ling Yi slowly stepped forward, speaking with disdain. I'm here specifically to kill you, a rat. Stop wasting time and let your pet out. I want to see what you have. The black-robed man's face darkened upon hearing Ling Yi's words. He could sense that Ling Yi was an extremely powerful being. But calling him a rat filled him with immense anger and dissatisfaction. You arrogant fellow. The black-robed man roared. Do you think you can defeat me? You are so naive. Ling Yi sneered. Defeated? No, I think you misunderstood. I once encountered a rat as conceited as you. Guess what? He and his pet were reduced to ashes. Ling Yi continued to stride forward, his gaze gleaming with murderous intent. So today, you will follow in his footsteps. And die. The black-robed man was stunned by Ling Yi's words, an overwhelming fear welling up in his heart. After hearing Ling Yi's words, he suddenly remembered something. Some time ago, the higher-ups did report that something had happened in a city. The breeders and the mutated zombies had been wiped out, and the city had been occupied by humans. The black-robed man pondered inwardly. Could this young man before me be the powerful and cruel being mentioned above? If so, then he's definitely not an enemy I can easily defeat. Wait! The black-robed man tried to stop Ling Yi's actions. He was responsible for his own fate. I can give you something in exchange. And you need food, right? I let you move it. Exchange? Ling Yi paused, his eyebrows raised slightly, and said with a hint of amusement. Are you kidding me? I just kill you. Everything here belongs to me. It has nothing to do with you. The black-robed man gritted his teeth in the face of Ling Yi's tough attitude. He was even more certain that this young man was the powerful one who had killed his companions. The black-robed man took a deep breath, trying to appear humble. I can give you power and immortality. All you have to do is let me and my pets go. Eternal life? Power? You're such an interesting fellow. A wicked smile curled the corners of Ling Yi's mouth. Your words might be enough to fool ghosts, but you want me to become like you, half human, half ghost. Are you still half asleep, you ugly, disgusting rat? Chapter 289. The black-robed man, enraged by Ling Yi's words, turned livid. Unfortunately, the large hood obscured his presence. He knew his situation was extremely dangerous, and needed to find a way to escape quickly. You damn bastard! He roared. Since you refuse to accept my toast, let me give you a proper lesson. Ling Yi sneered, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh! I didn't realize you were quite courageous. Come on, I'm waiting for your toast. It seems you're truly courting death. The black-robed man roared angrily, then began to mumble incomprehensible words. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes, and addressed Mu Xia and Luo Chen behind him. Take your men and retreat. Leave this to me. Watch out for the zombies out in the distance. Mu Xia, knowing the situation was urgent, simply said be careful and hurriedly retreated with Luo Chen to the rest of the group. As the black-robed figure's voice grew louder, the zombies within the granary rushed out frantically. They slowly gathered into a black torrent, charging towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi, without even blinking, casually pulled out a pile of iron swords from his space and dropped them to the ground. Ling Yi gently beckoned his finger toward the iron swords on the ground. All the iron swords began to tremble wildly, then soared into the sky. Like lightning, they sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Dozens of iron swords, like streaks of light, swirled through the air, effortlessly slicing through the vast horde of corpses. They danced with their sharp blades like living creatures, ruthlessly wielding them. Corpses scatter, blood and flesh fly everywhere. The scene is utterly bloody. The black-robed man was stunned by this sudden scene, filled with fear and despair. He knew Ling Yi would be powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be so formidable. The highest mutant zombie is only level 5. These small mortals are simply not enough to kill. Why don't you gather some more? Ling Yi, holding a blood-slaying long sword, sneered as he walked among the corpses. I almost forgot. Where's your pet? Level 7 or 8. Get it out now. Test my blade and see if it's sharp. The black-robed man felt his body tremble. Hearing Ling Yi's words, he was filled with even greater fear. Level 7 and 8 seemed commonplace to him. What kind of being is this guy? Why isn't there any information about him here? Damn it! Damn it! If this keeps up, I'm going to die today. The black-robed man suddenly made up his mind, holding out his hands and roaring. Even if I die here today, I peel off your skin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the granary floor began to shake. A massive black shadow broke through the solid ground and appeared before Ling Yi. When Ling Yi saw the shadow's appearance clearly, his face twitched. This enormous black shadow turned out to be a mutated earthworm, hideously ugly and terrifying. Its body was covered in dark green scales, thickly coated in mucus. Above its massive head, its eyes gleamed red. When its mouth opened, it revealed sharp, disgusting teeth that seemed capable of crushing anything in a single bite. The entire body exuded a sickening stench and the smell of decay. Ling Yi dismissively flung his bloody evil long sword, speaking indifferently. Rats and worms are truly a match made in heaven. I just can't understand why you all seem to love raising these stinking insects. The black-robed figure stared coldly at Ling Yi. You sharp-tongued, arrogant wretch, you soon pay the price. Ling Yi curled his lips and spat. Those who expect me to pay should be prepared to be slaughtered. He swung the bloody evil long sword in his hand, unleashing a deafening roar. Ling Yi's body began to radiate a powerful wave of fire energy. The blood-red longsword instantly coated itself in a blazing flame. The giant mutant earthworm launched the first attack. It suddenly opened its mouth and spewed a stream of venom at Ling Yi. Ling Yi simply swung his long sword lightly, and the venom was consumed by the flames in midair, making a sizzling sound. The flames burning on the blood-red long sword reflected the murderous intent in Ling Yi's eyes. Undaunted, he attacked the giant mutant earthworm. Each swing carried devastating force, the flames instantly evaporating all the oxygen in the air. Explosions echoed throughout the battlefield, and smoke filled the air. Though wounded, the mutant earthworm remained undefeated. It twisted its body in anger, pounding the ground fiercely, attempting to entangle the tiny human before it. As Ling Yi's attacks grew more intense, the mutant earthworm began to tire. The flames burned its body, emitting a nauseating odor of burning. Ling Yi wielded the bloody evil blade skillfully, each strike effortless. The battle had entered a frenzy. The two exchanged blows, sending clouds of dust billowing through the air. Ling Yi's figure was obscured in the smoke. Go! Ling Yi seized the opportunity, soaring the bloody evil blade skyward. Then, accurately and silently, he stabbed the mutant earthworm's head. Before the mutant earthworm could react, Ling Yi had already leaped high. Then he slammed the bloody blade above its head. Blood Demon Samsara's seal. Bang! Puff! The bloody evil blade sank directly into the mutant earthworm's head, and then pierced through its body. The man in black robe was utterly stunned by this scene. How? How is it possible? It was so easy. How powerful has he become? No! I must bring this information back. It's terrifying. Just as the black-robed man turned, he saw two flashes of white light from the corner of his eye. In disbelief, The black-robed man stared at a young man a few meters away. Luochen. He clutched his neck with one hand, his chest with the other, mouthfuls of blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Intermittent voices rang out. I actually died. At the hands of a 5th level. Pa! The black-robed man collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open. He had been worried about being hunted by Ling Yi, and wondering how he could escape. But he hadn't expected to die at the hands of a 5th level boy. To his death, he couldn't understand how he, with a strength approaching that of an 8th level, could not even detect the enemy's approach. Ling Yi gave Luochen a thumbs up. Not bad, leaping 3 levels and taking out the enemy. Luochen said shyly, a faint smile playing on his face. I'd been hiding near him for a while. Who knew he was so clueless? He was so engrossed in watching Master fight that I was able to land a single strike. Mu Xia also stepped forward, a look of surprise in her eyes. Ling Yi, Luochen, you're truly amazing. I was worried you'd get hurt, but this battle ended so easily. Chapter 290. The survivors stared with their mouths wide open, stunned by the scene before them. Fan Wen's eyes widened, seemingly about to pop out. Li Yao's mouth parted slightly, as if about to say something, but ultimately remained silent. But her eyes were full of stars, their gaze completely focused on Ling Yi. Li Qing's face was filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. The battle had begun quickly and ended even faster. Everyone initially expected a fierce battle. Some even prepared to flee at any moment. Especially when the giant mutant earthworm appeared. It frightened countless people to the point of collapse, believing they were doomed. But in the blink of an eye, that young man, the powerful young man who had brought them here, single-handedly turned the tide, making the impossible possible. Ling Yi's heroic performance drew the awe and admiration of everyone around him. His figure stood tall and majestic, like an invincible hero. His eyes seemed to gleam with the light of a god of war, instilling a sense of peace and trust. Mu Xia gazed at the expressions of the crowd, a surge of pride filling her heart. Ling Yi, see? You become a hero in their eyes. Ling Yi said with a faint, indifferent smile. Hero or not, I don't care. What matters most to me are the people around me. As long as you're happy, that's all I can hope for. Mu Xia felt a surge of happiness at these words. She gently took Ling Yi's hand. As long as I'm by your side, I'm happy. Unbeknownst to the two, Li Yao had arrived beside them without them noticing. Overhearing Ling Yi and the others' conversation, she felt a wave of daze, muttering to herself. As long as you're happy, that's my greatest hope. Li Yao's gaze at Ling Yi grew softer, even tinged with a hint of passion. Ling Yi was startled. The system suddenly announced that Li Yao had become a team member, with a loyalty level of 90. Confused, he glanced behind him, and saw Li Yao staring blankly at him. Girl, are you okay? Why are you staring at me like that? Ling Yi asked, seeing Li Yao's spirit leaving her body. I just want to ask what to do next. Li Yao, startled by Ling Yi's words, panicked and made up an excuse. Is such a simple question necessary? Of course, we need to clear the battlefield and then arrange for a convoy to load the food. Ling Yi stared at Li Yao speechless. Li Yao blushed at Ling Yi's words and smiled awkwardly. She scratched her head and said sheepishly, I was a little confused just now. She suddenly realized her gaffe and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Had she acted a little foolishly? Ling Yi twitched his lips and said, Go tell your brother and get everyone focused. Start loading the truck as soon as possible and try to leave before dark. Li Yao felt a pang of disappointment at Ling Yi's words. She simply uttered a soft "oh" and turned to leave. Watching Li Yao leave with her head down, Mu Xia shook her head and said, It seems this girl has opened her heart to you. Can't you be a little gentler? Look how sad you made her. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly. You really think I'm a perverted, hungry idiot? A person's energy is limited, and there are so many things to deal with. How can I have the time for romantic musings? Mu Xia rolled her eyes at Ling Yi and said quietly, I might say that, but I certainly don't mean it. I'm sure she's overjoyed right now. Don't worry, we sisters have already prepared ourselves. A man as outstanding as you wouldn't be surprised if he had many women. Just accept them with confidence, as long as you don't abandon them. After all, in the apocalypse, finding someone you can truly rely on is difficult. Difficult. Ling Yi didn't reply, simply staring blankly at Mu Xia as she slowly left. Watching her smile as she helped carry the food, Ling Yi muttered softly, Maybe you're right. He turned to look at the nearby area, where Li Yao listlessly directed the work. Hey! Just let it go. One more person isn't a big deal. I got plenty to eat and clothes to wear. If anyone else had heard Ling Yi say this, they have undoubtedly cursed. You're a scumbag. At this moment, the entire granary was bustling with activity. Everyone was happily moving grain. As they carried the grain, they chatted, their laughter filling the air. This warehouse is so huge. I can't even imagine how much grain there is. Yes, we need to stockpile as much food as possible. After all, in today's world, food is essential for survival. Come on. We definitely get all the food back to camp. That's right. As long as we work together, we can overcome this. Hey. You're wrong. If it weren't for Mr. Ling, we'd still be starving. Yes, we have Mr. Ling to thank. Mr. Ling is our savior. Li Yao listened to the conversation and asked Li Qing beside her. Brother, if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, would you believe Mr. Ling did this all by himself? Li Qing's smile never faltered. He laughed heartily. Sister, let me be honest with you. When I first met Mr. Ling, I almost thought he would kill me, but I cast aside my fear and took a gamble. The outcome was beyond my wildest dreams. Not only did I save you and your parents, but now he's saved all of us. No matter what Mr. Ling wants to do in the future, all he needs is a word. I, Li Qing, am ready to sacrifice my life at any time. Hearing her brother's admiration for Ling Yi, that heartfelt recognition and respect, Li Yao's heart stirred again. Brother, do you think Mr. Ling will like me? She suddenly asked, as if possessed by a strange force. Silly sister, you're so beautiful and lovely, anyone would like you, especially Mr. Ling. Li Qing was completely immersed in the fruits of his wise choice. For a moment, he didn't pay much attention to Li Yao's question and casually said yes. I must have confidence in myself. I will definitely win Mr. Ling's heart. Li Yao said this and ran off into the distance. Li Qing's face suddenly froze upon hearing this, finally realizing what was happening. Sister, are you in love with Mr. Ling? He hurriedly called out to Li Yao's back. Sister, Mr. Ling already has. His voice grew softer, perhaps only audible to him. He has a girlfriend. Oh! Forget it, don't force relationships. Sister, I hope you get what you want. Mr. Ling is a good match. Chapter 291. On the edge of a city in ruins, atop a several-meter-high concrete wall, a group of base guards in camouflage uniforms stood guard daily at their sentry post atop the wall. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly, ensuring every possible safety. In this damned apocalypse, resources were scarce. Traces of human activity were as rare as a blade of grass in the desert. However, from the city's outskirts, long silent, a faint roar of engines emanated. Suddenly, unfamiliar vehicles appeared within the guards' field of vision. They traversed the abandoned, weed-covered streets, slowly driving toward the base's entrance. The unfamiliar convoy was massive, comprised of various types. Some had ample capacity for both passengers and cargo, the most numerous being the endlessly stretching trucks. The exteriors of these vehicles were covered in mottled marks. They betrayed a long-abandoned existence, yet they stubbornly resisted the corrosive influence of the environment. The convoy's members dressed in diverse attire, mostly in simple clothing. The guards on the wall were suspicious and concerned about the unfamiliar convoy. In this apocalyptic world, survivors had to constantly scramble for scarce resources. The arrival of the strange convoy also meant intensified competition, which filled the guards with anxiety. They didn't know whether these strangers were friends or foes. Would their arrival bring benefits or danger to the base? To ensure the base's safety, the guards immediately implemented a series of security measures and warnings. They quickly adjusted the outpost's defensive layout and increased alert levels. At the same time, personnel were dispatched to issue an emergency notice to the base, urging everyone to be ready for action at any moment. As the strange convoy drew closer and closer to the perimeter wall, a tense atmosphere permeated the air, the guards gripping their weapons tightly. They wondered what these strangers were up to. Whether they were friend or foe required further observation and investigation. When the lead vehicle arrived near the base entrance, the guards reacted quickly. They aimed their rifles at the vehicle, maintaining a state of readiness. Suddenly, a sharp screeching of brakes startled the guards, nearly pulling the trigger. The black SUV came to a sudden stop, its doors slowly opening. A young man in a black coat emerged. His eyes shone with an irresistible majesty. A leader of the guards, squinting his eyes, asked, "Who are you, sir? What brings you here?" The young man ignored the leader's question. Instead, he observed his surroundings, muttering to himself. This wall is well built, albeit a bit crude. But it's more than enough to keep out ordinary zombies. Ignoring the leader's frown, he swept his gaze across the faces of each guard, finally landing on the leaders. TSK, TSK, TSK. This guard force is inadequate. You, the leader, are the only one with a level 2 power enhancer, the rest are just ordinary people. The young man's assessment silenced the entire guard. Though they listened silently, their hearts were filled with resentment and anger. The leader felt his eye twitch, and he asked again coldly. Excuse me, sir, what exactly is your purpose here? If you're just looking for trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Just then, another young man got out of the car. Ha ha ha. Lu Cheng, long time no see, I missed you so much. The team leader turned around in confusion. The voice sounded familiar to him. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked, but when he did, his face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in surprise. Fanwen, are you still alive? Fanwen stepped forward and hugged Lu Cheng, both of them excited. Hey! What do you mean you want me dead, right? Fanwen punched Lu Cheng in displeasure. Ha ha ha. Look at what you're saying. I'm so happy. I was just worried you'd be in danger. By the way, where are the other brothers? Fanwen's face darkened instantly upon hearing this, and he choked out a sob. They all sacrificed their lives. If I hadn't met Mr. Ling and Miss Ling, I might not have made it back. Lu Cheng's eyes flashed with sadness. He patted Fanwen's shoulder and said, My condolences. By the way, who are the Mr. Ling and Miss you mentioned? His gaze involuntarily turned to the young man still looking around. Brother Lu, I'm so glad to see you again. A clear female voice suddenly rang out from behind Lu Cheng. Hearing this voice, Lu Cheng's body suddenly jumped, and he quickly turned to look. Miss, it's really you. You're back. That's great. Someone, quickly, tell the commander that the young lady is back, safe and sound. Lu Cheng shouted excitedly. Mu Xia quickly stopped him. Brother Lu, don't go and tell him. I want to give Grandpa a surprise. Lu Cheng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Okay, Xiao Ji, hurry up and drive the car over here, and take the young lady to see the commander. After saying that, he turned to Fanwen and asked. Fanwen, do you want to go with the young lady? The commander will definitely reward you handsomely. Fanwen shook his head and pointed at the convoy with a smile. There's no rush to see the commander. We have more important things to do. Lu Cheng looked at the convoy in confusion. Hey! It's just arranging the survivors, the people you brought with you. How can I treat them unfairly? Leave it to me. Fanwen grinned, unable to conceal the joy on his face. Hurry up and notify the staff to help unload the cargo. Hey, the convoy is loaded with food. Enough to supply our base for several years. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Several years of food. Did I hear correctly? Just then, the vehicle to pick up Mu Xia arrived. Brother Lu, I go see Grandpa first. Mu Xia said with a sweet smile. She was about to see the grandpa she longed for, and she was brimming with energy. Hey! Okay, Shuji, drive slower. Lu Cheng quickly turned and greeted Mu Xia. Mu Xia smiled faintly, then pouted and called out to Ling Yi, who was wandering around. Ling Yi, come with me to see Grandpa. Ling Yi replied, his hands in his pockets, strolling over slowly. Okay, let's go. He then got into the car without a second thought for Mu Xia, who was standing beside him. Humph. You're such a straight man. You don't have any gentlemanly manners. Mu Xia said, stamping her foot in displeasure. What's the matter? Ling Yi poked his head out of the car window, looking at Mu Xia innocently. Can't you just open the car door for me? Mu Xia huffed. Oh my! Now that you're in this position, you become too powerful. Don't forget your position as a servant. I haven't even bothered with your poor service. Ling Yi lit a cigarette and said jokingly. Humph. Mu Xia wanted to retort, but she didn't know what to say. She could only open the car door and get in. Chapter 292. Li Chong stared at the scene in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. No, old fan, am I mistaken? She's really the young lady. How come she's become so gentle? Fanwen had seen many similar situations along the way, and was already accustomed to them. He couldn't help but chuckle. You're saying why the young lady has become so gentle, and isn't as unruly as before, right? Li Chong nodded frantically, indicating that was exactly what he meant. That's because of Mr. Ling Yi, who's with him? Fanwen said with admiration. Mr. Ling? Ling Yi? You mean that arrogant, scoundrel-looking young man. If you and the young lady hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have beaten him to a pulp. What the hell, he's acting like a big shot. Li Chong yelled in frustration, frightening Fanwen so much that she quickly covered his mouth and screamed. Shut up. Don't drag me down with you if you want to die. Just then, a dark figure suddenly appeared before the two of them. It was Luo Chen. He glared at Li Chang with a cold gaze, his voice filled with murderous intent. Were you just saying bad things about my master? Fan Wen's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he waved his hands repeatedly to explain. Brother Luo, you must have heard wrong. Who dares to speak ill of Mr. Ling? Ha 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 ha. MMM. Li Chang, his mouth covered by Fan Wen's hand, tried to break free and speak, but he was powerless. As Luo Chen's gaze swept over him, he felt a chill run deep in his heart. It was like being stared at by the Grim Reaper, sending a chill down his spine. Humph. It's better not to, otherwise he'd be a corpse, Luo Chen said coldly, turning and leaving. Fan Wen finally wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Li Chang, also somewhat apprehensive, looked at Luo Chen's back and asked softly, Who is this young man? He's full of murderous intent, and who is his master? I don't think I offended him. Fan Wen stared at Li Chang speechlessly, then explained quietly. His name is Luo Chen, and he's Ling Yi's apprentice. Li Chang was uneasy at this. What are you talking about? That young man is his master. What the hell? Fan Wen kicked Li Chang hard and said in a low voice. Grandma, could you please stop being so startled and just listen to me? If you can still scream, I call you Grandpa. Despite Luo Chen's youth, he's incredibly powerful and decisive. Emperor Luo Chen wields 2 blades, slaying hundreds of enhancers. Not long ago, he personally assassinated an 8th level warrior. Li Chang felt his legs weaken, and he spoke tremblingly. 8th level, are you sure you're not kidding? The strongest member of our team has only just broken through to level 5. Level 8 is simply a legendary realm. Fan Wen ignored Li Chang's shock and continued. That's not all. Let's talk about Mr. Ling. Where do you think all this food came from? It's Mr. Ling who went solo to the granary. Single-handedly, he fought tens of thousands of zombies with his own blade, and even killed an 8th level mutant earthworm. Finally, I tell you something. He could become the commander's grandson-in-law at any moment. Bang! Li Chang collapsed to the ground, completely stunned. He secretly thanked Fan Wen for being with him, otherwise Luo Chen might have killed him. Fan Wen couldn't help but grin at his old friend's terrified expression. He had never seen Li Chang so miserable before. A military vehicle sped along the city streets. Compared to the area outside, the scene inside the city was much better. Among the collapsed rubble, workers could be vaguely seen cleaning up. Survivors occasionally moved about the streets, some clearing the road, others transporting supplies, and so on. Everything seemed remarkably peaceful, giving no sense of the oppression of being outside, but instead a sense of safety and comfort. Mu Xia sat next to Ling Yi, chattering away about the meeting. Mu Xia, when we meet my grandfather later, don't act so carefree. Ling Yi, okay. Mu Xia, remember to speak calmly, and don't be too flamboyant. Ling Yi, okay. Mu Xia, Grandpa likes decent things, so don't speak with such malice. Ling Yi, okay. Mu Xia, don't mention Bing Bing and the others. Just say I'm your only girlfriend. Ling Yi, okay. Mu Xia, and... Unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, the car had come to a steady stop. The driver, Xiao Ji, got out and respectfully opened the door. Miss, we're here, Mu Xia said, moving closer to Ling Yi. You must remember everything I just said, understand? As for the rest, you can do whatever you want when the time comes. Seeing Ling Yi nod, Mu Xia smiled and took his hand as they got out of the car. Ling Yi surveyed the area. It must have been a private estate from before the apocalypse. The ancient architectural style was everywhere. It seems your grandfather really likes retro style, Ling Yi said calmly. Mu Xia naturally took Ling Yi's hand and said with a smile. Yes, Grandpa really likes retro things. He always loves to tell me about the history of the 3 kingdoms. The 2 armed guards looked incredulous upon seeing Mu Xia. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, making sure they weren't seeing things. All right. If you keep rubbing, your eyeballs will fall all over the floor, Mu Xia said with a smile. Oh my god. The young lady is really back. Quickly inform the commander. A guard shouted excitedly. No, 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 I can go in by myself. You just stay here. Mu Xia quickly intervened. Yes, yes, young lady, please come in. The guard made an invitation. Just as the 2 were about to step through the door, another guard suddenly reached out to stop Ling Yi. But before he could say anything, he was pulled aside by a nearby guard and offered an apologetic smile. He. Young lady, don't blame me. This kid was on night duty last night and is still confused. Mu Xia smiled, dismissing her concern, and continued on with Ling Yi. The guard who was pulled away asked, looking puzzled. Why did you hold me? Didn't you see that person was a stranger? How can you be so blind that you can't see the young lady is holding his hand? He might be the future son-in-law. If you dare to stop him, aren't you afraid that the commander will send you to feed the horses? The conversation between the two was heard clearly by Mu Xia and Ling Yi. Ling Yi touched his nose and said softly, When did I become a future son-in-law? Mu Xia blushed slightly and gave Ling Yi a coquettish look. Humph. You're so cocky, taking advantage of me and acting like a spoiled brat. You're as shameless as a city wall. Ling Yi shrugged speechlessly and didn't respond. Chapter 293. The two men walked quietly down the corridor and arrived at a room resembling a study. From afar, a dignified old man's voice could be heard from within. You bastards! Who do they think they are? Do they really think they're emperors? They're using chicken feathers as tokens of authority, expecting me and my men to die? No way. As the old man's voice faded, a slightly cold female voice echoed. Commander, Colonel Mu and Dean Lu are still in their hands. We can't be too forceful, or the consequences will be disastrous. Besides, who's outside? The cold female voice suddenly shouted, then drew a pistol from her waist and opened the door. The moment the door opened, Ling Yi, a woman with a delicate face, appeared at the doorway. She was slender and elegant, wearing a black business suit with a knee-length skirt that revealed her straight calves. The tailoring was perfect, highlighting her perfect curves. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, slightly disheveled yet elegant. Her eyes were deep and piercing, as if they could see through people's hearts. She exuded an inviolable aura, making anyone afraid to approach easily. Her gaze was cold and sharp, revealing an unquestionable aloofness. Sister Lan, you're still so fierce. Be careful, you won't be able to get married. Mu Xia happily stepped forward upon seeing the person approaching. Snap! The moment the aloof woman saw the person speaking, her wrist twitched, and the gun dropped to the ground. Commander, Yaya's back. She's back. She hugged Mu Xia and exclaimed happily. What? My little Yaya's back. Where is he? Where is he? My sweetheart is finally back. Ling Yi looked up and saw a sturdy old man with gray hair running out, trembling. His square face, combined with his aura, gave him an air of authority without even anger. His trembling cheeks and tear-filled eyes betrayed his intense emotion. The moment Mu Xia saw the old man, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes, and like a little girl, she threw herself into the old man's arms. She hid in his arms and burst into tears, calling out non-stop. Grandpa! Grandpa! The old man wiped his eyes and patted Mu Xia's head lovingly. Hey! Grandpa's here. Don't cry, Yaya. It's good that he's back. It's good that he's back. Ling Yi saw. Judging from the state of Mu Xia and his grandfather, he knew they must have a lot to talk about. So he turned and prepared to leave, intending to come back later to check on the situation. Stop, who are you? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? The aloof woman surnamed Lan suddenly questioned Ling Yi. This left Ling Yi somewhat bewildered. He blinked innocently, staring blankly at her. What's the matter? I leave first and come back later. Is that not okay? The woman surnamed Lan glared at Ling Yi, her voice cold. Stand still and wait for your orders. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and winked at the woman surnamed Lan. Ice Beauty, I'm about to move. What can you do to me? Watching Ling Yi's throbbing movements, the woman surnamed Lan's eyes twitched, and she lifted her leg and swept it over. The speed was so fast that it actually created a sonic boom in the air. In a split second, Ling Yi gently raised his hand to block the blow, then grabbed it with his backhand. He directly grasped the slender calf in his hand. TSK, it's too thin to hold. Hearing Ling Yi's obvious teasing, the woman surnamed Lan couldn't help but spat. Shameless wretch, let go. She was secretly horrified. Her unexpected kick had just been so easily parried, proving this young man was no ordinary person. Stop, Lan Xinyu. Let go, Ling Yi. Two different voices rang out simultaneously. Ling Yi glanced innocently at Mu Xia. Then, with an "oh," he slowly withdrew his hand. Hiss. Lan Xinyu suddenly shuddered, gasped, and a faint blush crossed her face. You? She glared at Ling Yi resentfully, but her words remained silent. Inwardly, he was clenching his teeth in hatred. This bastard, he actually ran his fingers across my calf so brazenly. At the time, Ling Yi's back was turned to Mu Xia and his grandfather. So neither of them saw Ling Yi's little move. Mu Xia's grandfather, Mu Tianxiong, saw Ling Yi with curiosity in his piercing eyes, then asked softly, Yeah, why don't you introduce this young man to Grandpa? Mu Xia then bounded over to Ling Yi, put her arm around him, and introduced him. His name is Ling Yi, and he's my boyfriend. A subtle glint of emotion flashed in Mu Tianxiong's eyes. Though fleeting, it was perfectly captured by Ling Yi. Lan Xinyue frowned, staring at Ling Yi in disbelief. He hadn't expected this young man to be Mu Xia's boyfriend. Even with this existing relationship, he was still secretly teasing her. Lan Xinyue's face was cold, filled with hostility towards Ling Yi. She instantly categorized him as someone of bad character. Mu Xia gently introduced Ling Yi. Ling Yi, this is my grandfather, and that's Lan Xinyue's sister. Ling Yi simply smiled at the two of them, making no effort to greet them. Mu Xia awkwardly tried to smooth things over. He's a bit reserved, don't mind. Mu Tianxiong waved his hand to dismiss the question, then asked with a smile. Young man, may I ask you a few questions? Ling Yi nodded slightly. Old master, please be at your leisure. Mu Tianxiong was taken aback by Ling Yi's address. Lan Xinyue looked at Ling Yi jokingly. How could you possibly call me Grandpa? Even the commander's closest associates only dared to call him that in private. You, on the other hand, called me that right in front of him? Just wait for the commander to freak out. Mu Xia's jaw dropped. She tugged at Ling Yi's sleeve and whispered a warning. Just like me, call me Grandpa. Ling Yi smiled faintly and patted her arm. Xia, go ahead and catch up with Sister Lan. I have something to discuss with Grandpa. Mu Xia frowned slightly, looking at Ling Yi with some concern, afraid he'd start a quarrel with his grandfather. Be good, I know my limits. Ling Yi gently stroked Mu Xia's head and spoke soothingly again. Mu Xia finally responded and walked obediently towards Lan Xinyue. Mu Tianxiong looked at his granddaughter in surprise, muttering to himself. When did this naughty girl become so well-behaved? Lan Xinyue also looked at Mu Xia curiously. This change in her personality was a little hard to get used to. Chapter 294. Young man, do you know that Yeye is the apple of my eye? I hold her in my arms, afraid she drop, and hold her in my mouth, afraid she melt. What makes you feel you're worthy enough to be with her? Mu Tianxiong demanded, emotionless. It's because we're both willing. Ling Yi answered without hesitation. Ha ha. If all you know is good talk, then let's not talk. Young man, this is the end of the world, and sweet talk won't protect you. Mu Tianxiong was clearly dissatisfied with Ling Yi's response, his words hinting at his dismissal. Mu Xia's heart raced as she saw the two of them heading for a quarrel right from the start of their conversation. Stupid Ling Yi, didn't I tell you to tone it down? Lan Xinyue heard it all clearly, a smile curling her lips as she waited to see who dared to tease him. Of course, the apocalypse can't be achieved with just words. If I say my fists are big and strong enough, would you believe me? Ling Yi grinned and said calmly. Humph. So arrogant at such a young age. Don't you know there are always people better than you? Mu Tianxiong's tone was already tinged with anger. His impression of Ling Yi was growing worse. He could tolerate the pride of young people, but not their arrogance. Mu Tianxiong's aura invisibly erupted, sweeping towards Ling Yi. He was going to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Seeing this, Ling Yi curled his lips slightly, muttering to himself. Are you trying to overwhelm me with your aura and make me obey you? Ling Yi was also a little annoyed. If only the old man before him wasn't Mu Xia's grandfather. He didn't bother with all that nonsense. Respecting the elderly and loving the young was completely nonsensical to him. As Mu Tianxiong's imposing aura swept over him, a courageous, murderous aura, imbued with the power of steel and iron, enveloped Ling Yi. As expected of a battle-hardened warrior, Ling Yi secretly praised, his blood-red eyes suddenly brightening. An icy aura erupted from his body, directly deflecting Mu Tianxiong's imposing aura. Two invisible energies collided between them, causing the fallen leaves in the yard to flutter in the windless air. Lan Xinyue said with some alarm. Why does the temperature drop so suddenly? It's so cold. Mu Xia, on the other hand, stamped her feet anxiously, spinning around in a panic, muttering to herself. Oh no! What should I do? What should I do? Lan Xinyue grabbed Mu Xia, who was spinning in circles, and comforted her. Don't worry, the commander knows his limits, and won't hurt your beloved. Mu Xia looked at Lan Xinyue with a look of despair, her voice tinged with tears. I'm not worried about Ling Yi at all. I'm worried about Grandpa. I'm afraid Ling Yi won't be able to stop and hurt Grandpa. Lan Xinyue's pupils suddenly shrank, and she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Mu Xie was actually worried about the commander getting hurt. How bizarre. You have to remember that the commander is now a level 5 warrior. While not the strongest in the base, he wouldn't be hurt by this little thief named Ling Yi, right? She couldn't help but look up at the two people in the field. Mu Tianxiong and Ling Yi both stood there quietly, their hands clasped behind their backs. At this moment, Mu Tianxiong was like a sword that had been sealed for years, calm and subtle. Ling Yi, on the other hand, was like a sword unsheathed, sharp and murderous. Beads of sweat already beaded Mu Tianxiong's forehead. A surging tide surged within him. This kid's strength is unfathomable, such a potent murderous aura. Lan Xinyu, having already noticed the subtle shift in the situation, spoke with a trembling voice. Commander, it seems he can't hold on. Mu Xie was startled at the words, and quickly called out to Ling Yi, a hint of pleading in her voice. Ling Yi, don't hurt Grandpa. Ling Yi turned around, smiled faintly, and nodded, instantly withdrawing his aura. Mu Tianxiong was defending himself with all his might against Ling Yi's aura. He hadn't expected Ling Yi to suddenly attack him like this. The unstoppable murderous aura, free from Ling Yi's resistance, like a meteor chasing the moon, rushed towards Ling Yi's body. Mu Tianxiong's pupils shrank sharply, and he muttered inwardly. Oh no! He had no time to control the momentum of this energy. Lan Xinyu also watched in horror, secretly crying out inwardly. It's over. This little thief is definitely going to be half dead. Mu Xie's face instantly turned pale, and she screamed. No. She was filled with self-blame. If she hadn't spoken out to stop him, Ling Yi wouldn't have suddenly given up his resistance. She had ruined him. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the air. Crackle, crackle. The windows in the courtyard shattered instantly, dust billowing across the ground, completely enveloping Ling Yi's figure. Mu Xie felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, sobbing silently. Lan Xinyu squatted down, reaching out to offer comfort, but she didn't know how to begin. Mu Tianxiong's pupils trembled constantly, and his hand shook unconsciously. It all happened so quickly that he still hadn't reacted. Bang! The courtyard gate was violently slammed open, and a group of soldiers armed with live ammunition swarmed in. They were all startled by the loud noise, thinking someone was attacking Mu Tianxiong. Commander, are you okay? An officer asked anxiously. Unfortunately, Mu Tianxiong was still a little dazed and ignored him. Take your men and leave immediately. You have no business here, Lan Xinyu said sternly. Staff Officer Lan, but... The officer pointed to the dusty scene, but before he could finish his words, Lan Xinyu had already shouted angrily. Get out. The officer's mouth twitched, and he could only wave his hand helplessly, quickly leaving with the crowd. Lan Xinyu, this icy beauty, was not someone they could afford to offend. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Suddenly, a cough echoed through the thick dust. This delighted the three people present. Lan Xinyu waved her hand toward Ling Yi's location, and a strong gust of wind swept past. The dust instantly dispersed, revealing Ling Yi's figure. The three looked at Ling Yi, who continued to cough, in astonishment. He looked perfectly fine, with not a single visible injury. Mu Xie scrambled to her feet, quickly rushed to Ling Yi's side, and asked tearfully. How do you feel? Are you injured? Take a healing potion. Ling Yi brushed the dust from his hair with his hand, and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. Mu Xie persisted. You say you're fine, but you're coughing so badly. Take the medicine. Ling Yi touched Mu Xie's cheek helplessly, and smiled. When did I ever lie to you? It's really nothing, I just choked on some dust. Chapter 295. Mu Tianxiong and Lan Xinyu were surprised by Ling Yi's strength. Mu Tianxiong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kid is so strong, he was completely unscathed by my full-strength attack. Lan Xinyu was also extremely shocked. I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. There was a hint of amazement in her tone. Mu Tianxiong took a deep breath and softened his tone slightly. You're quite good, kid. I take back what I said. So I'm the frog in the well. Lan Xinyu looked at Mu Tianxiong in surprise. This was the first time she'd seen the commander admit a mistake. Ling Yi dusted off his clothes and said with a smile, Old man, can we sit down and have a good chat now? Mu Tianxiong laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. We've been having a good chat. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, extending a hand and pointing 12 times in different directions. Mu Xie's eyes were filled with confusion when she saw this scene. What's wrong, Ling Yi? But Mu Tianxiong and Lan Xinyu's pupils shrank, their hearts filled with shock. Did he find out? That's impossible. Ling Yi scratched Mu Xie's nose, oblivious to the others, and said softly, Alas! My fate is miserable. Your grandfather treats me like a terrorist. Tis TSK TSK. 12 sniper rifles are pointed at my head. Do I look that dangerous? Mu Xie turned to Mu Tianxiong angrily upon hearing this. Grandpa, is what Ling Yi said true? How could you do this? Mu Tianxiong stared at Ling Yi in astonishment. He actually discovered him. And the location he pointed to was spot on. What kind of strength could achieve such a feat? Mu Tianxiong suppressed his shock and maintained a composed smile. Oh my precious granddaughter, these are all normal safety measures. Who could have imagined this kid was so sensitive, he could actually detect it? After saying this, Mu Tianxiong raised his hand, making a retreat gesture. Lan Xinhua didn't know how to describe Ling Yi anymore. This guy was a combination of mystery and mystery, his every ounce of extraordinary power radiating from him. Xinhua, take Yaya to tidy up her room, and tell the kitchen to whip up a few delicious dishes. I'm going to host a welcome party for Yaya tonight, and have a few drinks with Ling Yi. Mu Tianxiong suddenly instructed Lan Xinhua. Yes, Commander. Lan Xinhua responded, preparing to pull Mu Xie away. Grandpa, what about Ling Yi? Mu Xie stood still and asked. Why? Do you like being around him so much? Grandpa's just going to have a good chat with him, and I give it back to you later. Mu Tianxiong chuckled unhappily. Grandpa. Mu Xie shyly called out. Xie, be obedient. Grandpa and I do have a lot to discuss. Ling Yi also advised. Mu Xie pouted and whispered. Okay, I come see you later. Watching Lan Xinhua lead Mu Xie away, Mu Tianxiong shook his head helplessly. Alas! Girls can't be kept home when they grow up. Come on, follow me inside and we talk. Ling Yi followed Mu Tianxiong into the living room. A calligraphy on the wall piqued Ling Yi's curiosity. I rather the world betray me than let myself betray the world. Mu Tianxiong couldn't help but smile when he saw Ling Yi staring at the calligraphy. How do you think my handwriting is? Ling Yi stared at it in silence for a long moment before slowly speaking. It's vigorous and powerful, as if imbued with a spirit of perseverance. Each stroke reveals strength and determination, each stroke reveals inner resolve. The tip of the brush is like a sharp sword, piercing its edge, embodying bloodiness and fighting spirit. The characters seem to dance on the paper, as if telling magnificent war stories, moving one heartily. Mu Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction at Ling Yi's assessment, laughing heartily. But Ling Yi's next words brought his laughter to a halt. The handwriting is beautiful, but the literal meaning leaves me feeling off. Mu Tianxiong asked with some displeasure. Oh! Tell me what upset you. Ling Yi explained with a faint smile. The original words highlighted Cao Cao's ambition. They also marked the turning point in Cao Cao's transformation from a passionate young man willing to sacrifice himself for his country to a powerful figure in troubled times. He was domineering and unrestrained, embodying the spirit of a true hero. Mu Tianxiong nodded in agreement. Ling Yi stroked his chin and continued. But the old man insisted on reversing the meaning of the words. At first glance, it suggests lofty ambitions and a sense of righteousness and morality. These two sentences are like Cao Cao and Liu Bei, their personalities form a stark contrast. But does the old man remember Liu Bei's other words? A torn garment can be mended, but a severed limb, how can it be repaired? Mu Tianxiong's face twitched, and he glared angrily. You're making insinuations, accusing me of being hypocritical? Ling Yi shrugged and found a seat. You said that yourself, I didn't mean that. Mu Tianxiong sat down angrily, taking a few shaky sips of his tea. I spent half my life in the military, and I served my country and my soldiers faithfully. I lived an upright life, and how can I allow a young man like you to slander me? Ling Yi stood up, and made himself a cup of tea, not treating himself like an outsider at all. Mu Tianxiong felt his eyelids twitching. No one had ever dared to treat him so lightly in his presence. Even his decades-long comrades wouldn't be so brazen. Ling Yi took a sip of his tea and said calmly, I have absolute faith in the old man's character, but I can't guarantee anything about outsiders. Mu Tianxiong leaned forward slightly, and asked through narrowed eyes. Why do you say that? Is anyone saying anything bad about me? Ling Yi shook his head slightly, and pointed at Mu Tianxiong's clothes. Fortunately, communication hasn't been restored yet, but I believe it will be in the near future. This uniform you wear will become completely associated with hypocrisy. Mu Tianxiong glanced down at his impeccably dressed uniform, then looked at Ling Yi in confusion. Kid, stop playing tricks on me. Just get straight to the point. Ling Yi leaned lazily back in his chair, then gestured with his hands to imitate a falling object, then an explosion. Grandpa, you know all about nuclear explosions, right? Mu Tianxiong abruptly stood up, his eyes gleaming. How do you know about this? Ling Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ha ha ha. How should I know? This is something your precious granddaughter and I experienced together. If we hadn't been alert and evacuated the city early, we have become nuclear waste. Chapter 296. As soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, Mu Tianxiong's body trembled, and he fell directly into his chair. He closed his eyes in pain, as if unwilling to see anything. Or perhaps he hoped that by closing his eyes, he could escape the news he didn't want to know. The number of survivors who followed me out of S City was less than 10,000. As for whether there were any survivors in other directions, I don't know, but I'm guessing it was most likely fatal. I believe the old man has a rough idea of S City's original population. Even after the zombie outbreak, at least hundreds of thousands of people should have survived. But with a bang, nothing was left, everything reduced to ash. Ling Yi recounted the incident without any emotion, as if it were an insignificant story. But when these words fell into Mu Tianxiong's ears, every word was like a hammer, hammering down on his chest. Can you tell me specifically how you and Yaya escaped? Ling Yi shook his head and said, Let's see I explain these things to you slowly. Let's talk about more important matters. Mu Tianxiong sighed and nodded helplessly. Okay, continue. Ling Yi tapped his fingers on the table. Grandpa, as far as I know, the nuclear detonation plan isn't located in one place. Can you tell me where the other locations are? Mu Tianxiong slowly stood up and circled 4 locations on a map on the wall. Ling Yi stroked his chin, his eyes scanning the map. Grandpa, please mark the approximate locations of the 5 major military regions. Mu Tianxiong's eyes narrowed suddenly, and his voice was slightly annoyed. Boy, this is a secret. If I leak it, it would be tantamount to treason. Ling Yi shrugged helplessly, not forcing his words, but muttering to himself. With zombies everywhere, who cares where the military base is? Even if we knew its location, what good would it do? Just push the zombies into it? Mu Tianxiong heard every word, and his face twitched. However, he didn't refute it. It was undeniable that Ling Yi was absolutely right. Ling Yi casually picked up a pen and began circling on the map, muttering to himself. The 5 major military regions are divided into East, West, North, South, and Center, with the imperial capital at its center. The nuclear explosion locations are Northwest, Southwest, Northeast, and Southeast, but not exactly around the imperial capital. Old man, come and take a look. Can you spot the key? Hearing this, Mu Tianxiong leaned forward and carefully examined the areas Ling Yi had marked. Unable to make out what was happening for a moment, he turned to look at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, seeing this, picked up his pen again and began to draw lines on the map. East, South, West, North, and Center, the distances are all pretty close. But take a closer look at the location of the nuclear explosion city. It's perfectly sandwiched between the 4 major military regions, and the furthest from the Central Army's imperial capital. Old man, do you understand what I mean? Mu Tianxiong's strategic importance in reaching his current position is undeniable. He stared intently at the map. How could he not understand the strategic significance of this? It was merely a momentary moment of disbelief. From the beginning to the end, he had never considered it in this direction, nor dared to. The 4 major military regions have already fallen into a deep pit. Ling Yi casually dropped his pen and made a concluding guess. Mu Tianxiong stared at the map motionlessly, not even moving when Ling Yi returned to his seat. Ling Yi took a sip of tea and continued his speculation. I can't yet guess why they did this. But it's undeniable that the 4 major military regions will become the target of public criticism in the near future. The survivors of the nuclear explosion are frantic. They won't analyze things as slowly as I do. At that point, all it takes is a document from the imperial capital stating that the nuclear explosion had nothing to do with them, and that the lack of sight of the surrounding areas is normal. What do you think the survivors will think of this? As long as someone fanned the flames. The 4 major military regions closest to the nuclear explosion will be the focus of public opinion. Even if there are 1,000 excuses, who would believe them? If word spreads from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, the 4 major military regions will launch nuclear missiles without regard for the safety of the survivors. I think this news will be shocking. Perhaps the survivors you taken in will even hold up banners demanding an explanation. Ling Yi sighed as he watched Mu Tianxiong's back. I'm sure this outcome would be hard for the old man to accept. Devoting all his energy to the country, and the people might not earn him glory, but eternal infamy. Ling Yi rubbed his nose, deciding that some words were better left unsaid. They were too devastating. Why don't you stop talking? Continue with your speculation. Mu Tianxiong spoke after a long pause. Ling Yi smacked his lips, thought for a moment, and then continued. Actually, These things have nothing to do with me, but it's because of Sia. I connected everything that happened along the way and made some guesses. Of course, this is just my personal analysis. The truth will take time to be confirmed. Mu Tianxiong slowly walked back to his seat, seemingly older. His gaze was completely focused on Ling Yi, as if he wanted to see through him. After a long pause, Mu Tianxiong slowly spoke. There's no need to play fast and loose. I'm not so fragile as to collapse. Based on your analysis, the truth is almost certain. But the only thing that puzzles me is why they did this. Or what benefits would it bring to them? On that note, what are your thoughts? Ling Yi shrugged and spread his hands, indicating that he, too, was puzzled. Mu Tianxiong rubbed his brow, feeling a slight pain in his head. He silently stood up and stood before Ling Yi. Your name is Ling Yi, so I call you Xiao Yi. You must have discovered something, otherwise you wouldn't have mentioned it to me. Even for this base, over 60,000 survivors. I implore you to tell me everything you know. Mu Tianxiong had just finished speaking when he suddenly bowed deeply. Ling Yi had been about to complain about Mu Tianxiong's charade, but after hearing his subsequent words, he was filled with awe. As he bowed, he vanished and stood aside. You're kidding. Ling Yi couldn't bear this kind of courtesy. If Mu Xia knew, she'd definitely tickle him. Ling Yi stared blankly at the graying Mu Tianxiong, his heart filled with emotion. This old man truly lived up to his words. From the moment he first met him, Ling Yi sensed his proud and unyielding will. This veteran could truly be described as a man of unwavering integrity. Yet, for the sake of those stranger survivors, he actually showed such great courtesy to a junior like him. Ling Yi felt a surge of admiration. He deeply felt the old man's greatness and selflessness. Chapter 297. Ling Yi sighed deeply, then helped Mu Tianxiong sit down. Old master, you are worthy of this uniform. I deeply admire you. Mu Tianxiong waved his hand and gave a wry smile. With every star on your shoulder comes a responsibility. If your suspicion is true, then my honor and that of my comrades may be ruined. Death is a minor matter, but the glory of this life cannot be tarnished. Mu Tianxiong's voice shone with a hint of determination and resolve. I will never allow myself to bear such a stain, nor will I allow my old friend to become the target of reviling. Ling Yi nodded in agreement, then spoke seriously. Old man. Ling Yi briefly organized what he could say, and blurted it out. After hearing this, Mu Tianxiong's frown deepened, his heart filled with fear of the unknown. Mu Tianxiong's hand trembled as he held the water cup. He tried several times but failed. Finally, he could only helplessly put the cup down. According to you, the nuclear explosion was moved up. It's because you leaked the information, and the forces behind it discovered it. And you said you killed 2 black-robed men along the way. They were part of the group that pushed the explosion forward. These people look like something between zombies and humans, and they're incredibly powerful. They can control zombies, and are even cultivating mutant zombies in a ruthless manner. Mu Tianxiong felt close to collapse. What Ling Yi said was simply unbelievable, yet terrifying upon closer examination. It was based on this that I came up with my earlier guess. The nuclear explosion plan was orchestrated by the Central Army. After I leaked the information, the detonation was carried out prematurely. Aside from the Central Army, who else could have been responsible? Therefore, I speculate 2 possibilities. First, all of this is the work of the Central Army. Second, the black-robed figure's forces control the Central Army. Mu Tianxiong nodded repeatedly after hearing Ling Yi's analysis. Your speculation makes sense. If you say the Central Army is behind all this, I still find it hard to believe. After all, we worked together for so many years. I'm familiar with their style of operation. At this critical juncture for the nation's survival, the people are suffering. There's no benefit in doing this. So, I lean towards the second hypothesis. Ling Yi disagreed. After all, he hadn't informed Mu Tianxiong about the invasion of those advanced civilizations. These things are simply too sci-fi and difficult to explain. Thus, his speculation on everything is higher level and more comprehensive than Mu Tianxiong's. Yes, the old man's speculation is logical. Ling Yi made a casual comment. But to Mu Tianxiong's ears, it wasn't quite so pleasing. Xiao Yi, what do you mean by that? What is normal logic? Is there anything abnormal? Ling Yi nodded slightly. Have you forgotten, old man, that this is the end of the world? What's most important in the end of the world? Strength, of course. The black-robed man I killed a few days ago said something I think anyone with ambition would be tempted. Mu Tianxiong noticed Ling Yi's sudden silence and urged him. Stop keeping me in suspense. Get on with it. Ling Yi took a deep gulp of his tea, rolled his eyes, and continued. Old man, Could you please stop being so impatient? I was just a little thirsty, and I wanted to moisten my throat. Mu Tianxiong's face twitched, but he was speechless. The man in black asked me to release him, saying he would give me power and eternal life. Ling Yi repeated the man's words. Mu Tianxiong was stunned, then said with disdain, "That's ridiculous. You're fooling a 3-year-old with that kind of talk?" Ling Yi nodded in agreement and smiled. Great minds think alike. My answer was pretty much the same. And the reason I dismissed it was because I'm stronger than him. So, his proposal didn't appeal to me at all. Mu Tianxiong echoed. Indeed, when there's no comparison of strength, how can the words of the weak convince the strong? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and said jokingly, "That black-robed man possesses the strength of an 8th rank." Mu Tianxiong waved his hand, his expression nonchalant. "I don't care about his strength, but let's talk." "What? What did you just say? 8th rank?" Ling Yi's eardrums were ringing from Mu Tianxiong's voice. He scratched his ears and spoke. "After all, this is the end of the world, an era where strength reigns supreme. So, if a strong person tells a weak person they can make you stronger, and you only need to do something trivial, what do you think the weak person will do? This is my perverse logic. The Central Army may not have rebelled. But who can guarantee that the higher-ups haven't been bribed?" Hearing this, Mu Tianxiong lost his composure. Ling Yi's explanation made perfect sense and fit the current situation perfectly. If this were true, then Ling Yi's previous speculation would hold water. The nuclear explosion could very well trigger a chain reaction, but the time hadn't come yet. Mu Tianxiong stood up and paced back and forth around the room, pondering everything that had happened after the apocalypse. Suddenly, his steps paused, his eyes brightening as he muttered to himself. "I always wondered why the orders issued are so confusing." After analyzing the conspiracy again, some of the illogical aspects suddenly made sense. It seems they're moving very quickly. Fortunately, Xiao, you arrived just in time. If they really follow the instructions, the consequences will be disastrous. Ling Yi asked, looking at Mu Tianxiong with some confusion. Could they have made any new moves recently? Mu Tianxiong nodded gravely in response. I just received instructions for each major military region to dispatch personnel as quickly as possible to recapture communication bases in various regions. Then, through broadcasts and other means, announce the locations of major bases to survivors nationwide and guide them to gather. This mission is codenamed the Rescue Plan. Ling Yi frowned, pondering. This plan didn't seem to harbor any conspiracy. On the contrary, it was aimed at saving lives, a good thing that would benefit both the country and the people. But Ling Yi found it a bit strange and unusual. If the starting point was truly to save the survivors, then the best plan would be to allow the survivors to establish a survival base on the spot. Then, using the repaired communication equipment, slowly gather the surrounding survivors. When they were able, they could gradually gather them towards larger bases. But now, the survivors were being forced to gather towards the major military bases. This was essentially forcing them out of hiding and into the open, where they would be slowly devoured by the zombies. And why did they have to force the survivors to gather towards the major military bases? What was the point of this? Ling Yi couldn't help but feel that the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Chapter 298. Ling Yi shared these speculations with Mu Tianxiong, who was also perplexed. After a while, Ling Yi slowly spoke. No matter what, there's definitely a conspiracy behind this. I have a few ideas. First, gather the survivors to the major military regions. Then use public opinion to divert the conflict between the survivors and the military. Second, lure the survivors out of their hiding places. This will better implement their corpse-raising plan. Third, gather all the survivors together. Catch them in a trap, once and for all, and annihilate them once and for all. Mu Tianxiong frowned slightly after hearing Ling Yi's ideas. After a moment's reflection, he said, no matter which of these three options is their goal, the end result will be catastrophic. The conspiracy of the hidden forces behind this does carry certain risks and threats. However, in his heart, Mu Tianxiong felt that some of Ling Yi's speculations might be too decisive and unsettling. As a leader, Mu Tianxiong understood the importance of survivors. In today's apocalyptic world, where only 1 in 10 people survives, the survival of the fittest plays out daily, with the elderly, weak, and sick vulnerable to sacrifice at any moment. However, after the apocalypse, humanity's reproductive capacity seems to be struggling. In a base of tens of thousands of survivors, there hasn't been a single newborn in over 6 months. Thus, Mu Tianxiong places even greater importance on the life and safety of every survivor. A large population is fundamental to the survival of the human race. Otherwise, as time passes and the population dwindles, extinction is the only possibility. Mu Tianxiong brooded to himself, occasionally glancing back at Ling Yi, leaving the latter bewildered. Mu Tianxiong realized that thoroughly unraveling this conspiracy was imperative. According to the urgency of the matter, appropriate action must be taken to swiftly investigate and expose the forces and intentions behind it. At the same time, it was necessary to sound out the other military regions, to ensure there was no infiltration or manipulation by these forces. Only by uniting all forces to resist this threat could a path to survival be forged. In short, Ling Yi's discovery revealed a post-apocalyptic world plagued by conspiracy and risk. Mu Tianxiong approached this with caution, yet he also understood the importance of the life and safety of every survivor. To eliminate this uncertain threat, Ling Yi's presence was a crucial element that could not be ignored. Having lived for most of his life, Mu Tianxiong could sense that Ling Yi still knew a great deal. But his reluctance to speak must have had its reasons, and he could not force them. The fact that he revealed this information daily was not due to compassion or a sense of justice. Maybe it's true, as he said, that none of this has anything to do with him. If it weren't for Yeye's relationship, he might not even bother to say it. My dear granddaughter, you done a great deed this time. Mu Tianxiong praised him inwardly. Ling Yi saw Mu Tianxiong alone, lost in thought, feeling awkward even sitting there, and spoke tentatively. Grandpa, that's all I know. We rescued a group of survivors when we came here, and I want to see how they've been treated. Mu Tianxiong looked deeply at Ling Yi, his intense gaze making him feel uncomfortable. How far along are you and Yeye? Mu Tianxiong suddenly asked. What? What do you mean? Ling Yi blinked at Mu Tianxiong. Humph. We're all men, stop playing dumb. Ling Yi scratched the back of his head awkwardly, muttering guiltily. Well, why don't you just ask Xie yourself? Mu Tianxiong narrowed his eyes. Ling Yi's reaction said it all. He took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. You weren't acting like this just now, kid. Why are you so cowardly now? To act without taking responsibility is not what a real man does. Ling Yi blinked several times at Mu Tianxiong's disdainful expression. You absolutely must know? Mu Tianxiong replied coldly. Speak. Ling Yi swallowed, touched his nose, and then whispered softly. If nothing unexpected happens, you might be a great-grandfather soon. Mu Tianxiong's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Ling Yi in disbelief. Yeye is pregnant? Ling Yi chuckled and replied guiltily. If nothing unexpected happens, we know the result next month. Mu Tianxiong's heart churned for a long time. He was going to be a great-grandfather. This event was so sudden. He should have been happy, but he couldn't. Although he had initially been somewhat dissatisfied with Ling Yi, Mu Tianxiong now admired him. He was brave and resourceful, more than qualified to be his grandson-in-law. The fact that women in the apocalypse couldn't get pregnant had always troubled medical professionals. But his granddaughter might already be pregnant, and this was definitely related to Ling Yi. Mu Tianxiong calmed his nerves and said with some resignation, Now that things have come to this, it would be foolish for me to forcibly break up this couple. But Yeye is engaged to the Fong family of the imperial capital, and abruptly breaking off the engagement would be morally unacceptable. I still need to think about how to handle this issue. Ling Yi smiled faintly after hearing Mu Tianxiong's words. In my eyes, the Fong family of the imperial capital is as good as dead in a grave. Old master, there's no need to bother with them. Mu Tianxiong was taken aback and asked hurriedly. Do you have a grudge against the Fong family? Ling Yi nodded. Well, sort of. Mu Tianxiong frowned, speaking somewhat helplessly. Do you know how profound the Fong family, one of the four great families, is? Provoking them is not a wise move. If it's just a minor conflict, I advise you to let it go. Ling Yi shook his head, his hands behind his back. This is about my apprentice's revenge for the extermination of his family. There's no way to resolve this feud. Even if I don't intervene, my apprentice will kill them without a single mortal remains. Mu Tianxiong's frown deepened. He had initially thought it was just a minor conflict, but he hadn't expected it to involve a vendetta against his family. He had originally thought he could save face for the Fong family, but now it seemed he couldn't intervene. First, Ling Yi and his granddaughter were already together. This was a vendetta for stealing his wife. It was, in a sense, a direct slap in the face of the Fong family. Second, Ling Yi's apprentice and the Fong family were mortal enemies. Before the apocalypse, there might have been legal constraints, and the Fong family's overwhelming power made any action impossible. But now, it was the apocalypse, and strength was everything. While some rules existed, they only governed ordinary people. For the powerful, those so-called rules were empty talk. You, disciple, Do you understand the terrifying nature of the Fong family? Mu Tianxiong asked tentatively. After all, Ling Yi's future as his grandson-in-law was a foregone conclusion. He also didn't want Ling Yi to inexplicably get involved with such a behemoth as the four great families. Chapter 299. Ling Yi sighed softly at the question. I wonder, old man, if you're familiar with ancient martial arts families? Mu Tianxiong took a sip of tea and nodded, indicating his knowledge. Then, old man, have you heard about the Luo family being wiped out? Ling Yi's voice was tinged with resentment. Mu Tianxiong's pupil shrank, and he looked at Ling Yi in disbelief. Is your disciple an orphan of the Luo family? Ling Yi nodded gently, his tone filled with sadness. Indeed, the Luo family only has a pair of teenage siblings left. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, if they hadn't met by chance, they would have likely perished. Mu Tianxiong sighed softly. I also heard about the destruction of the Luo family. At the time, the Fong family was a hugely influential family, holding a significant position in politics and business. Although the Fong family's outrageous behavior caused social instability, it could even be said that social order was broken. Some political opponents began to question whether the Fong family should continue to rule. Although the Fong family's actions sparked public outrage, due to their influence and for the sake of social stability, the matter was ultimately suppressed. Many were deeply disappointed and indignant. Many hoped for justice for the Luo family, and for the punishment they deserved. However, over time, the Luo family vanished into thin air. Society's attention gradually shifted to other issues, and the desire to punish the Fong family gradually faded. As far as I know, the Fong family suffered some losses during the apocalypse, but it did not affect their fundamentals. Their power remains formidable, and many powerful individuals remain loyal to the Fong family. Leveraging their vast resources and connections, they have managed to maintain relative stability in this turbulent end times. Although this has come at a price, they maintain their formidable strength. Destroying a large family is practically impossible. Both political and military means present enormous challenges and difficulties. Large families often possess vast resources and deep pockets. Their influence reaches deep into every sector, and they maintain complex relationships with other forces and families. Defeating them requires not only immense strength, but also patience and wisdom. So, I urge you to consider this matter seriously. Don't rush into a flame, seeking your own destruction. Although this matter has been shelved, the injustice done to the Luo family still resonated deeply within Mu Tianxiong, like a stone dropped into water. Just as Mu Xia's marriage to the Fong family was orchestrated by her parents, by the time Mu Tianxiong learned the outcome, it was already a done deal. So when Mu Xia ran away from home, the old man completely turned a blind eye, pretending not to see it. So, when Ling Yi proposed to become an enemy of the Fong family, he didn't take it too seriously. On the contrary, he now viewed Ling Yi as his grandson-in-law, hence his explanation. Ling Yi smiled knowingly. The old man's attitude showed that he had begun to accept him. Don't worry, old man. I never fight a battle I'm not sure of. If it weren't for my apprentice's desire for personal revenge, the Fong family would be no different from an ant in my eyes, easily destroyed in a snap of the hand. After hearing Ling Yi's words, Mu Tianxiong frowned and admonished. Xiao Yi, confidence is a good thing, but excessive confidence is arrogance. Ling Yi smiled nonchalantly. Old man, it's not that I'm arrogant, but I have the capital to be arrogant. With that, Ling Yi slowly walked out the door. Mu Tianxiong looked at Ling Yi's back, slightly displeased. He didn't deny that Ling Yi was very powerful, but he was so arrogant and domineering at such a young age. This was not a good sign, especially since his granddaughter was still with him. Xiao Yi, what is your current level of strength? Mu Tianxiong felt he needed to get to know her better. After all, his granddaughter was now closely related to him. Ling Yi paused, thought for a moment, and then asked. Grandpa, you already reached the 5th level, right? I wonder what your definition of strength is for enhancers or awakeners. Mu Tianxiong was slightly taken aback by Ling Yi's question, but he continued. I felt it faintly when I awakened my fire ability. The peak of strength should be the 9th level. To surpass it seems as difficult as ascending to heaven. Ling Yi nodded undeniably. Indeed, to surpass the 9th level is nothing more than a fantasy. Grandpa asked me how strong I am, and I made a rough estimate. Beating a 9th level should be a piece of cake. Looking at Ling Yi's harmless smile, Mu Tianxiong felt his entire worldview collapse. Beating a 9th level? This simply drove Mu Tianxiong crazy. The 5 major military regions were still in contact via satellite. The strongest known strength was currently at the mid-6th level. But the black-robed man Ling Yi encountered possessed the strength of an 8th-rank cultivator, which had already filled Mu Tianxiong with despair. Although Ling Yi had spoken so lightly before, Mu Tianxiong believed that defeating the black-robed man must have come at a tremendous cost. What was even more incredible now was that Ling Yi actually claimed he could easily defeat a 9th-rank cultivator. Mu Tianxiong wanted to crack Ling Yi's head open to see how he had achieved this. Be good to Ye. If you dare to bully her, even if I know I can't defeat you, I will risk my life to fight you to the bitter end. In the end, Mu Tianxiong didn't know what to say, except to hope his granddaughter wouldn't suffer any injustice. Don't worry, old man. Although I'm neither a good nor a bad person, I will treat all my women equally, and will never show favoritism. After much deliberation, Ling Yi finally spoke his mind. Some things, deliberately concealing them, will only backfire. It's time to speak frankly. At least it can avoid many unknown problems. Mu Tianxiong was clearly confused after hearing Ling Yi's words, and for a moment he didn't react. After a while, his eyes suddenly widened and he asked uncertainly, You kid, there's more than just Ye with you? Ling Yi nodded awkwardly. Mu Tianxiong's face twitched, and he clenched and unclenched his fists. His eyes kept scanning Ling Yi, and he finally sighed as if in resignation. Alas! I'm not that pedantic. I understand having a few companions in the end times. I hope you can keep your word, and not say one thing and mean another. Seeing Ling Yi's earnest nod of agreement, Mu Tianxiong felt a little better. You young people have your own ideas, and I won't interfere. As long as Ye is happy, other things can be ignored. But I have one request, Ye must become bigger. Do you understand? Ling Yi rubbed the back of his head speechlessly. Old man, do you think this is a feudal society, with distinctions between the old and the young? Mu Tianxiong took a sip from his teacup and said calmly. There's always a first come, first served order, right? Ye should be the first one to be with you, right? Chapter 300. Honestly, Ling Yi really didn't want to discuss these issues. But under Mu Tianxiong's gaze, Ling Yi could only say helplessly. If we have to rank them first, Sia wasn't the first. Mu Tianxiong's eyes were now completely narrowed, as if he was trying hard to control his emotions. Not the first. How many women are you with, boy? Ling Yi swallowed and stammered. For now, 10. After hearing this, Mu Tianxiong could no longer contain his rage, and his fire energy instantly erupted. Damn it! You still have the nerve to talk. Ling Yi opened the door and dodged, the sound of a glass smashing against the doorframe. Ah, it hurts. As Ling Yi rushed out of the room, he bumped into a beautiful figure. Ling Yi felt his head hit something soft and elastic. But he didn't even pause, sidestepping and continuing his escape. Just kidding. There's a furious old man behind him, his entire body ablaze. Ling Yi didn't want to fight him again, but he couldn't really fight, he'd be the one to suffer. Lan Xinyu clutched her chest, grimacing in pain, and cursed at the rapidly disappearing figure. Damn it! It's that little thief again. At that moment, Mu Tianxiong's furious roar echoed from inside the house. Don't run, you little brat. I teach you a lesson. Lan Xinyu stared at the closed door in surprise, wondering what had ignited Mu Tianxiong's rage. She gently rubbed her swollen chest, feeling it, and slowly pushed the door open. What? Are you really ready to challenge me? As Mu Tianxiong's voice rang out, Lan Xinyu saw a cup flying towards her. With a gentle wave of her hand, a soft breeze blew past, bringing the cup to a steady stop in midair. Lan Xinyu snatched the cup in her hand, then stepped forward, gently placing it back on the table and asking, Why is the commander so furious? Mu Tianxiong, realizing it was Lan Xinyu, calmed down and said, It's that brat Ling Yi. I wish I could break all his legs. Lan Xinyu was stunned and muttered softly, It's just 2 legs. Why use all to describe it? Mu Tianxiong's anger hadn't completely subsided, and he blurted out after hearing the muttering. What do you know? What I want to break most is his 3rd leg. Do you think you can act recklessly just because you have some strength? You're just flirting with women. Lan Xinyu's face flushed instantly after hearing Mu Tianxiong's words. If she still didn't understand what he meant, then she was truly hopeless. Noticing the change in Lan Xinyu's expression, Mu Tianxiong finally realized what was happening and his face froze. Xinyu, what do you want from me? Has everything been arranged for Ye? Lan Xinyu replied with a slight sigh. Everything is arranged. I just received some good news, and I thought I should inform the commander, so I came here. Mu Tianxiong asked, looking at Lan Xinyu in confusion. Oh, good news? Such good things happen these days. It's rare. Lan Xinyu, now regaining her composure, spoke excitedly. When Xia first told me about it, I didn't believe it, but after verifying it, I was completely shocked. Commander, the food crisis has been resolved. Mu Tianxiong stood up abruptly, asking in disbelief. What did you say? Am I sure I heard correctly? Lan Xinyu nodded affirmatively in response. I contacted the logistics department, and it's absolutely true. The granaries are completely full. Commander, we have tens of thousands of tons of grain. Mu Tianxiong nearly fell to the ground upon hearing this news. He imagined the scene in the granaries in disbelief. Piles and mountains of grain, what a magnificent sight. Who has the ability to procure such a large amount of grain? Could it be that the team we sent out earlier has returned? Lan Xinyu smiled knowingly at this sight. When she first learned the news, she hadn't been as calm as Mu Tianxiong. What she hadn't expected was that all the credit this time went to Ling Yi. That and pervert she hated so much. Commander, I already inquired about what happened. Of the search team sent out, all but Captain Fanwen survived. If Fanwen hadn't met Xia and the others, he would have likely died. The successful transportation of the grain was entirely due to Ling Yi. He not only captured the granary, but also organized the survivors to bring the grain here. Mu Tianxiong exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. Good boy, you done such a great deed, and you haven't even mentioned it to me. With this grain supply, the base can steadily develop. Even if we wait until the crops are fully grown, it'd be a real drain on our internal resources. Xinyu, how do you think we should reward this boy? Any suggestions? Lan Xinyu was visibly taken aback by Mu Tianxiong's question. After a moment's reflection, she replied, Commander, Ling Yi's actions can be said to have saved the entire base. If we're going to judge his merit, I'm not sure how to proceed, since he's not a regular employee. So, I think it would be appropriate to give him some extra rewards. Or perhaps we could consider giving him some special treatment. Mu Tianxiong took a few steps with his hands behind his back, then shook his head. Not appropriate. For an ordinary person, this kind of reward might be more appropriate. But Ling Yi probably wouldn't even consider these things. He was able to easily capture the granary with his own strength, which proves his undeniable strength. So, ordinary rewards wouldn't even bother him. And what about the special treatment you mentioned? What kind of treatment would he be given? It's the end of the world now, and strength is the ticket. He can show off his strength wherever he goes, and he get whatever treatment he wants. After listening to Mu Tianxiong's analysis, Lan Xinyu could only nod in agreement. That's right, for someone as powerful as Ling Yi. If he wants it, there's nothing he can't get. Perhaps, he simply doesn't care about those vague rewards or treatments. In fact, Mu Tianxiong was now constantly calculating. Some things had originally been a real dilemma for him to implement or accomplish. But Ling Yi's appearance gave him hope. Perhaps this kid's appearance is destiny. Maybe he can help us break our current predicament and stop being controlled by others. Lan Xinyu's eyes lit up at this, and she asked with some surprise. Commander, you're planning to send him to the imperial capital. Isn't that inappropriate? Ling Yi doesn't hold any official position, nor is he a member of the organization. What's his character like, and whether he's willing or not, is beyond question. Sending him rashly to negotiate might even backfire. Lan Xinyu was completely shocked at this moment. She was extremely surprised by what Mu Tianxiong proposed. She really couldn't understand why Mu Tianxiong was so fond of Ling Yi after just meeting him once. Chapter 301. Commander, are you serious? Lan Xinyu couldn't help but ask. I really can't understand. Even though Ling Yi solved the food crisis this time, we can't give him this important mission so frivolously. You have to know that this concerns the lives of Colonel Mu and Dean Liu. It even concerns the safety of our entire base. Lan Xinyu's words plunged Mu Tianxiong into deep thought. He knew he was being somewhat arbitrary, but after talking with Ling Yi, after mentally screening, it seemed that there was no one in the base more suitable than Ling Yi. Ling Yi's strength and vision far surpassed the others. Mu Tianxiong also realized the importance of this mission, which posed a serious threat to his family's safety. He took a deep breath and replied, Xinyu, I understand your concerns. Although Ling Yi is young, he has demonstrated outstanding leadership and problem-solving skills. So I believe he is capable of this mission, Mu Tianxiong continued. I'm sure you understand the urgency and importance of this mission. The lives of my rebellious son and daughter-in-law, as well as the safety of the entire base, depend on our timely action. Lan Xinyu nodded in understanding. Mu Tianxiong paused and continued. Ling Yi's strength has exceeded my expectations, at least in terms of military power. He can easily suppress those dandy young men in the imperial capital. As for other matters, I will personally guide him. I will ensure that he achieves the desired results through his actions. Lan Xinyu felt slightly relieved after hearing Mu Tianxiong's words. She knew the commander was a wise and responsible man. He always made the best decisions for the entire legion. Lan Xinyu said affirmatively. Xinyu understands. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Commander Mu replied with a smile. Tomorrow, a large-scale commissioning ceremony will be arranged. I will be commissioning Ling Yi. Lan Xinyu's pupil shrank, and she exclaimed in disbelief. Commander? Commander, did I hear correctly? You want to commission Ling Yi as a major general? Mu Tianqiong replied with a smile. Major general? No, no, no. I want to award him the rank of lieutenant general and deputy commander of the base. Lan Xinyu was so shocked by the news that she almost collapsed. She knew Ling Yi had resolved a crisis at the base, but she hadn't expected to receive such a high honor. Isn't this against the rules? Lan Xinyu said with some concern. I can understand giving Ling Yi an appropriate reward, but this sudden promotion is unbelievable. Commander, have you considered the sentiments of your soldiers? They served you for decades, yet they're not as good as Ling Yi, a newcomer. Such an unprecedented honor might spark resentment among the soldiers and undermine unity. Mu Tianqiong waved his hand, speaking calmly. Heroes emerge in troubled times. The pre-apocalyptic promotion system is no longer suitable. Honor is empty, strength is the real deal. If there are young talents like Ling Yi in the base, I will treat them equally and promote them vigorously. Lan Xinyu looked at Mu Tianqiong's determined gaze, knowing the outcome was already decided, but she continued. Commander, the imperial capital should be responsible for the appointment of generals. Aren't we overstepping our authority by doing this ourselves? Besides, our relationship with the imperial capital is quite complicated right now. If they use this as a pretext, it would be very disadvantageous to us. Mu Tianqiong stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at his handwriting. Humph. Overstepping authority? If they meet Ling Yi, they even dare to give him the rank of general. I only gave him lieutenant general, and I'm already giving those guys some face. Lan Xinyu became increasingly alarmed as she listened. How could they even get the rank of general? Are military ranks so trivial these days that they're worthless? Or is Ling Yi truly powerful enough to even win over the imperial capital? Lan Xinyu was a smart woman, and she now fully understood Mu Tianqiong's intentions. Knowing that further persuasion would be futile, she could only suppress her doubts. Since the commander had made his decision, he must have already prepared an explanation. Tomorrow would reveal the outcome. Just as Lan Xinyu was pondering this, Mu Tianqiong suddenly spoke. There's a welcome party for Yaya tonight, so you should come too. I don't have many relatives around me anymore, and you're the orphans of my old friends. I always treated them like my own children, so there's no need to be restrained. Lan Xinyu's eyes welled up at this, and she hummed softly. Thank you, Commander. I take my leave now. Mu Tianqiong, hands behind his back, stared blankly at the calligraphy and painting on the wall. Suddenly, he tore it off and threw it to Lan Xinyu, sighing. To accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. Just throw this calligraphy and painting away. It makes me upset. Lan Xinyu frowned. This was the commander's favorite calligraphy and painting. Why did you suddenly get angry today and force me to throw it away? Commander, this is your favorite. Lan Xinyu asked doubtfully. Mu Tianqiong shook his head unhappily. I used to like it, but after that brat's comments, I'm too embarrassed to hang on any longer. Better to take it down right away than be criticized. Lan Xinyu's tone was filled with dissatisfaction and resentment. Commander, did that Ling Yi slander you? I go get him right now. Mu Tianqiong waved his hand indifferently and smiled. Never mind, never mind. That brat may have been slanderous, but his analysis is undeniably correct. Liu Bei, Uncle Liu, no one is perfect. This brat actually spoke the truth, saving me from future disgrace. Lan Xinyu remained completely dazed until she left. What had just happened was truly too much for her to recover from. Not to mention Ling Yi, who would be promoted to lieutenant general tomorrow, and her immediate superior. Lan Xinyu still couldn't understand why the commander had thrown away her calligraphy and paintings. Who the hell is Liu Bei? What does this have to do with the commander? This question lingered in her mind, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Lan Xinyu stared blankly at the calligraphy and paintings in her hands, carefully putting them away. But she grumbled inwardly. The commander only said to throw them away, but didn't say I couldn't keep them. I better keep them for now. It would be troublesome if he asks me for them one day. Mu Tianqiong watched Lan Xinyu retreating back, his mind once again focused on Ling Yi. Boy, everything depends on you. Success or failure, I put all my treasures on the line. Please don't let me down. Unfortunately, Ling Yi didn't know that Mu Tianqiong had already set his sights on him. At this moment, he was staggering, observing the surroundings as he headed towards the residence of Li Qing and the others. After all, Li Qing is already a team member. We can't just bring him here and leave him alone. Chapter 302. Li Qing and the survivors finally arrived at their assigned accommodation. Although the surroundings were still somewhat messy, at least the several high-rise buildings they were assigned were intact and only needed a little cleaning to become habitable. No one had time to waste, otherwise they would have nowhere to sleep. They immediately began a preliminary survey of the surrounding environment, ensuring everyone could live in peace and security. In this new settlement, Li Qing and the others found the surroundings to be safe and undisturbed. It seemed that the zombies in the city had been cleared. Cleansing the settlement was the next important task. This was not only to provide a clean and tidy living environment, but also to ensure that their lives could proceed in an orderly manner. The survivors realized that after such a disaster, they had already lost their homes and many of their material possessions. Now, the only thing they could rely on was mutual support and cooperation. No one complained about who did more or less. Li Qing and his men began to clean up the settlement and clear away the remaining garbage. This wasn't just to keep the environment clean, it was also to reduce the spread of bacteria and viruses and protect the health of the survivors. Although the physical fitness of those who had enhanced and awakened their abilities had greatly improved, after all, the number of ordinary people in a team far outnumbered the powerful ones. They were still very fragile, and could easily catch a cold or illness. So some necessary chores still needed to be done. At the same time, Li Qing also began to arrange for people to organize supplies. Categories were being sorted to ensure easier use and management. They also kept several truckloads of food, enough to last them for more than half a year. So, in addition to sanitation and supply arrangements, Li Qing also began setting up necessary living facilities and safety measures. They began cleaning the sleeping area, setting up beds, and so on. They also began implementing simple safety measures, such as setting up guard posts and building simple walls to ensure the safety of the settlement. Although they were under military protection and within the city, they couldn't completely disregard safety just because the zombie threat was gone. The threat level of mutant beasts and humans was no less than that of zombies, perhaps even higher. Necessary protective measures were still needed. For Li Qing and his entire team, their chances of survival here would be greater. So, they established a temporary home in this new environment, striving to create a safe and comfortable space for themselves. "Brother, has Brother Ling left us alone?" Li Yao asked Li Qing as she packed her daily necessities. "Calling him Mr. Ling is so disrespectful. He must have a lot of important things to attend to. He's so busy right now. Didn't you see Luo Chen is here too?" Li Qing corrected the address and then speculated. "But I just like calling him Brother Ling. Mr. sounds awkward." Li Yao insisted, refusing to listen to Li Qing's advice. Ling Yi, who had just arrived at the door, couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. "Well, call him whatever you like. A name is just a nickname. It's harmless." Li Qing quickly stopped what he was doing and said respectfully, "Mr. Ling, you're here. My sister is so naive and makes fun of you." Ling Yi waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled. "Don't be so reserved. Wouldn't it be better if you could learn from Li Yao and be more natural?" Li Yao couldn't help but smile knowingly at Ling Yi's words, looking at Li Qing with a smug look. "Brother, did you hear that? Brother Ling isn't as rigid as you." Ling Yi nodded in agreement. "Yes, like Li Yao, lively, cheerful and generous." "That would be great." Li Qing could only rub the back of his head and grin awkwardly. Ling Yi, hands behind his back, surveyed the room, then frowned. Li Yao looked at Ling Yi in confusion, unsure of what was going on, and asked anxiously, "Brother Ling, what's wrong?" Ling Yi sighed. "It's nothing. I just think your place is a little shabby, sleeping on the floor. Why don't you find a better location? I see a few high-end residential buildings nearby that are all empty. Wouldn't that be better? Why go to an office building and sleep on the floor?" Li Yao was about to speak, but Li Qing's gaze stopped her. However, how could these little actions escape Ling Yi's notice? He stared at Li Qing coldly and spoke calmly. "Li Qing, my people don't need to swallow their anger. If you have any difficulties or grievances, just speak up. If you can't handle it, I handle it. Li Yao, say everything you're going to say." Li Yao looked at Ling Yi with shining eyes, secretly excited. Brother Ling is so domineering. She glanced at her brother again, and saw that Li Qing was hanging his head, like a child who had made a mistake. Li Yao gathered her composure, and looked at Ling Yi again, with a determined gaze. "Brother Ling, the original person who brought us here was planning to move us to the nearby residential complex. But suddenly, a group of people showed up and stopped us all. They said this area had been assigned to a colonel and was being guarded. The officer who brought us argued forcefully, but when the colonel's name was mentioned, he backed off. Then, we were brought here. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed at this, and he asked calmly, "Oh, so there's such a thing? I wonder what the officer's name was, and why he was so arrogant." Li Yao tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then shook her head. There was quite a row at the scene, and we didn't listen carefully. I think his name was Li or something. Ling Yi looked at Li Qing questioningly. I was trying so hard to keep everyone calm at the time, and I didn't pay attention to that, Li Qing replied with a guilty look. Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes and paced back and forth within the room. The crisp sound of footsteps was particularly loud in the quiet room. Li Qing and Li Yao exchanged a glance, each concentrating and holding their breath, not daring to breathe. They could both see that Ling Yi was in a very bad mood. The footsteps finally stopped, but Ling Yi's words startled Li Qing and Li Yao. "Everyone, gather your belongings and follow me to the next building. I want to see who's so bold as to seize my territory," Li Qing pleaded, his face pale. "Mr. Ling, forget it. This place is quite nice. It's 100 times better than where we lived before. As they say, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. After all, we just arrived, so it's best not to get into a fight with him." Li Yao's face was filled with both excitement and worry. She was excited by Ling Yi's dominance, yet also worried about what was about to happen. Chapter 303. Ling Yi looked at Li Qing with a look of disappointment, his voice filled with icy coldness. "Li Qing, I'm very disappointed with your performance today. Follow me, and remember one thing. We can avoid trouble, but if someone initiates it, we charge in and fight them. If you can't defeat them, I'm here to help you get back at them. My people, even in the end times, don't need to live in humiliation." With that, Ling Yi led the way out of the house. Li Qing clenched his fists and shouted, "Mr. Ling, I'm sorry. I remember what you said, and never let anything like this happen again. Li Yao, quickly notify everyone. Let's move." The survivors also began to work. After hearing the order to move, they were confused, but when they heard they could move to the upscale neighborhood next door, they neatly packed up their belongings and set off in a mighty procession, following Li Qing. At the gate of an upscale residential complex, 2 armed sentries were patrolling idly. "What do you mean by assigning us here? This complex has been empty and unattended for a long time, so why are they suddenly targeting us now?" A tall, thin sentry asked. "TSK? Can't you see that? Didn't you see the abundant food supply among the newly arrived survivors? Food means people, and Colonel Lee has been worried about food shortages lately. Besides, there's a young, fresh-faced girl among the group's leaders. Don't you know what kind of person Colonel Lee is? He has several beautiful girls at home." Another man of ordinary appearance spoke softly. Suddenly, the 2 men stopped chatting, their eyes fixed blankly ahead. A sea of heads was approaching them. The frail sentry tightened his grip on his rifle and shouted, "Stop! This is Colonel Lee's security area. No entry." Another sentry, with a sharp eye, muttered softly, "Oh no! It's the same group from before. They're back again. It seems they have someone backing them. They're not someone we can afford to offend. Hold them steady. I report right away." It had to be said that this sentry had quite a keen eye. He quickly pulled out his intercom and began calling. Ling Yi took the lead, approaching the frail sentry, his gaze icy. "You're just following the rules, so I won't make things difficult for you. Just stand aside and I keep you safe." The frail sentry swallowed hard, sensing Ling Yi's gaze. "It's my duty. Please leave. Otherwise, I just follow the rules." Ling Yi's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. "Very good. I admire tough guys like you. Aim your gun at me, or I won't leave." The frail sentry's face twitched, and he helplessly prepared to aim his gun at Ling Yi. Snap! Another sentry, having just finished his report, looked up and saw the scene. He quickly stepped forward, seizing his companion's gun and offering an apologetic smile. "I'm a confused man. I don't know what this officer's name is." Ling Yi glanced at the sentry and smiled faintly. "I'm new here. I'm not an officer. I just heard someone took over my place, and I'm here to get an explanation." The sentry rolled his eyes, speculating inwardly. A newcomer who's so arrogant must be either crazy or have some serious backing or power. Don't offend people like that. If you run into trouble, the people above you won't protect you," the sentry said with a faint smile. "So you're a new friend. Welcome, but this place is already under guard by Colonel Lee, and we're just guarding it. Please don't make things difficult for us, brother." Ling Yi ignored him, and simply pointed to an open space nearby. You're a smart man. Take your companions and stand there immediately. Otherwise, you face the consequences. The frail sentry barked angrily at this. Why waste time arguing with him? Our orders are, anyone who dares to intrude will be killed without mercy. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the frail sentry, his cold voice ringing out again. You're so brave. Let me see if your bullet can blow my head off. The other sentry's mouth twitched, and he quickly tugged at the frail sentry's clothes. Then he gave Ling Yi an apologetic smile. I understand what you mean, brother. Let's pull over immediately. With that, he tugged and dragged the frail sentry aside. Ling Yi snorted coldly, then gave Li Qing an order. Li Qing, have our men go in and clean up the house. From now on, this place is ours. But before Li Qing could say anything, a lazy voice echoed from afar. Hey! Who has the audacity to cause trouble on my territory, Li? A uniformed man, leading a pair of armed soldiers, slowly approached. The survivors, led by Li Qing, felt a wave of panic at the sight. Since ancient times, the people have never fought against their officials, let alone against armed soldiers. Ling Yi turned and looked at the newcomer, speaking with disdain. You're that Li, Colonel Li? What a boast! You bully others and abuse your power for personal gain. How dare you seize the territory allocated to me? How audacious! Li Baran's eyes narrowed at Ling Yi's voice. What an arrogant kid you knew here. Do you even know my name, Li Baran? You should go out and ask around before deciding if you dare to become my enemy. Ling Yi was stunned by this answer. Then, with a sneer on his face, he said, You're going to do something like that? Let me find out who you are. How famous are you? I don't know anything. Li Baran's mouth twitched as he spoke coldly. Kid, I'm in the top 5 in this base. No one dares to talk to me like that. You're the first. Ling Yi nonchalantly scratched his ear and said with disdain, Li, you're so great. Being in the top 5 is impressive. I thought you were number 1. Li Yao couldn't help but chuckle at Ling Yi's words, then quickly covered her mouth. Li Baran was about to yell, but when he saw it was Li Yao, he suppressed his anger and said, Li won't argue with ignorant people like you. If there's a girl I think is attractive, ask her to come back with me. Then, leave all the food behind, and take your men and get out right away. I pretend today never happened. Otherwise, bang. Ah. Unfortunately, before Li Baran could finish his words, he was kicked away by Ling Yi. His body fell heavily to the ground, and a mouthful of blood foamed from his mouth. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. No one expected Ling Yi to attack so suddenly. He was a colonel. How could he be beaten so easily? Chapter 304. Li Baran lay on the ground, a bewildered look on his face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm still a little confused. How could I have been kicked so suddenly without even a chance to react? When Li Yao first heard the other party's request, she was a little worried that Ling Yi wouldn't be able to control him. She was already prepared. If she couldn't change the facts, she wouldn't follow him, even if it meant death. But the next moment, Ling Yi attacked without a word. His decisiveness stunned everyone. Pa! 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 The sounds of guns being raised and bullets being loaded echoed. The soldiers Li Baran had brought with them instantly aimed their guns at Ling Yi. It seemed as if they would open fire at the slightest command. Ahem. Ugh. You're so brave, kid. How dare you sneak up on me? Everyone listen up. Rip this guy like a hornet's nest. Li Baran struggled to his feet and gave the order. The survivors were terrified upon hearing this and began to retreat, fearing that the fire at the city gate would harm innocent innocents. Li Qing and Li Yao, however, stood firmly beside Ling Yi. Though terrified, they did not flee. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew from the muzzles of submachine guns, and countless bullets blazed towards Ling Yi. All the soldiers obeyed the order without hesitation. Instantly, Ling Yi snorted coldly. The spiritual power and gold energy within his body erupted instantly. The bullets trembled in the air before coming to a steady stop in front of Ling Yi. This bizarre scene left everyone present gaping in amazement, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Someone asked. Why are those bullets suspended in midair? The soldiers were also terrified. What kind of magical power is this? Someone muttered to themselves in amazement. Is this the legendary superpower? Oh my god! I was already surprised by the enhancers and awakened powers, and now even superpowers are appearing. Li Baran stared at the scene in a daze, his throat churning. While others couldn't discern the cause of the scene, he saw it clearly. The powerful mental force and rich gold energy in the field were suffocating. He himself had awakened gold powers, and was said to be among the top 5 strongest in the base. But compared to the energy Ling Yi unleashed, it was nothing. At this moment, deep down, he was filled with shock and regret. The strength Ling Yi displayed was simply beyond his reach. Gunshots. Why is there so much gunfire? Oh no, something must have happened. Lan Xinyue was walking with Mu Xia on the street, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. The sudden gunfire startled them both. After exchanging a glance, they hurried towards the source of the gunfire. Many people nearby heard the noise, and also rushed towards the source of the gunfire. You must be kidding. This is their survival base now. Protecting the base, and keeping it safe is of paramount importance. We must not let zombies or mutants sneak in. More and more people headed towards the scene, and then, they saw an incredible scene. A group of soldiers, armed with live ammunition, stood there in a daze, their weapons raised. Not far from them stood 2 men and 1 woman. A handsome young man stood with his hands behind his back, and the other 2 stood on either side. In the air before them, a dense cloud of bullets hung suspended in midair. It was as if they had escaped the pull of gravity, causing the crowd to gasp in disbelief. Noticing the ceasefire, Ling Yi sneered. What, you're out of bullets? Then let me return them. As Ling Yi finished his words, the bullets, which had been stationary in the air, instantly flew back. Screams erupted from the soldiers. Countless splashes of blood splattered in the air, a sight both stunning and terrifying. Ling Yi, stop! Lan Xinyue shouted, but was a step too late. Everyone at the scene stared at Ling Yi in horror. Many had just arrived and had no idea what was happening. They only saw Ling Yi's bizarre attack method, and the wounded soldiers lying on the ground. Even more chilling was the sight of the soldiers lying on the ground, wailing. No one had died, all the bullets had hit their wrists and feet. Even the injuries were located in the exact same spot, not a single detail different. Mu Xia, somewhat worried, ran to Ling Yi's side and asked softly, What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Ling Yi simply said calmly, Stay aside for now, until I'm done. Mu Xia simply nodded and stepped aside. Lan Xinyue had assumed Mu Xia would step forward to dissuade him. She didn't expect Ling Yi to just say a word, and she obediently stepped aside. She couldn't help but frown. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, stopped Ling Yi in his tracks, and questioned him. Ling Yi, you're so lawless. You dared to hurt someone in this base. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I won't let you off. Ling Yi said sullenly, looking at Lan Xinyue with a cold face. Don't give me that. You're blaming me without even asking what happened. Why didn't you intervene when hundreds of bullets were flying towards me? Long hair, short sense, big breasts, no brains. Mu Xia couldn't help but twitch her lips after hearing this. Lan Xinyue, however, was furious, shouting without hesitation. Ling Yi, don't go too far. My hair isn't long at all. It's clearly shoulder length. Is my big breasts an eyesore? I don't care if I'm stupid. All eyes were instantly fixed on Lan Xinyue's chest, a thoughtful expression on their faces. Ling Yi, no longer willing to argue with her, shook his head and said, Get out of the way. I still need to punish the ringleader. Li Baran involuntarily took a few steps back upon hearing this. He spoke to Lan Xinyue in a trembling voice. Staff Officer Lan, you have to stand up for us. He's a complete lunatic. Assaulting garrison personnel in the street is a serious crime. Lan Xinyue stared at Ling Yi with a cold expression, constantly on guard, fearing he might suddenly strike. Ling Yi sneered. Li, who is this person who confuses right and wrong and disregards the law? You and I are both sensible people. Today, I'm doing this for Commander Mu's sake. I can spare your life, but you openly ordered me to be shot in the street. I can't swallow this humiliation. So, while the death penalty may be waived, the punishment for life is unavoidable. As Ling Yi finished his words, his figure suddenly flashed. Lan Xinyue's pupil shrank, and she muttered to herself. How fast? Then she chased after Ling Yi. Li Baran also instantly unleashed his internal energy, fleeing into the distance. Bang! Just as Li Baran leaped, Ling Yi kicked him in the back. He fell to the ground, sliding uncontrollably for several meters. His face was streaked with blood. If the gold energy hadn't offset some of the impact, his entire face would have been destroyed. Chapter 305. Ling Yi, don't be impulsive. The commander has an important announcement to make tomorrow. You must not interrupt the commander's plans. Lan Xinyue was secretly alarmed by Ling Yi's speed. It was too fast, so fast that she couldn't even follow him. She believed she had no way of stopping Ling Yi, and only hoped to persuade him through the commander. Despite her words, her steps slowly, and calmly approached Ling Yi. We deal with tomorrow's affairs tomorrow. Today's matter must be resolved. Ling Yi said coldly, without turning back, stepping towards the retreating Li Baran. No, you can't do this to me. I'm a 5th level gold ability awakener. I'm ranked in the top 5 in the base's combat power, and a key force. If you heard me, Commander Mu won't let you go. He expel you? Yes, he definitely expel all of you. Li Baran was terrified. He had thought that with Lan Xinyu around, he could rest easy. But he hadn't expected that Lan Xinyu, who was even more formidable than him, couldn't stop the young man before him, Ling Yi. Ling Yi remained silent, his footsteps resonating like thunder in Li Baran's mind. Lan Xinyu was also extremely anxious. She knew she could no longer persuade Ling Yi. But if Li Baran was truly crippled by Ling Yi today, then it would very likely affect the commander's plans. She gritted her teeth and sighed inwardly. This won't work. I have no choice but to fight. I hope I can hold Ling Yi back for a while, giving Li Baran enough time to escape. Thinking of this, Lan Xinyu shouted, Ling Yi, take it! Although she knew she was inferior to Ling Yi and couldn't hurt him at all, she still shouted a warning, fearing that if he got hurt, the situation would be disastrous. Several wind blades flew toward Ling Yi's back. However, Ling Yi didn't even bother turning back. This attack couldn't break his defense. But Mu Xia, who had been paying close attention to the situation, was furious. She had followed Ling Yi and the others as they moved. Seeing Lan Xinyue's sudden sneak attack on Ling Yi, she couldn't remain calm and cried out, Lan Xinyu, don't go too far. You dare to attack my man? Aren't you afraid I end our friendship? As soon as she finished speaking, a thick ice wall appeared out of thin air, blocking Ling Yi's back. The wind blades released by Lan Xinyu collided with the ice wall, sending shards flying. The spectators stared at Mu Xia with curiosity. It was as if they had never seen this beautiful woman before. A thought suddenly occurred to them. Are all the new survivors this formidable? Li Baran, ranked in the top 5 in the base's combat power, had been completely crushed by that handsome young man. Now, this beautiful woman had emerged, capable of competing against Staff Officer Lan, ranked 3rd in combat power. This scene was simply insane. Xia, stop messing around. Don't ruin the commander's plans. Lan Xinyu felt a surge of anger when Mu Xia intervened. Humph. I fight anyone who dares to hurt Ling Yi, not even Grandpa, and certainly not you, Lan Xinyu. Mu Xia glared at Lan Xinyu coldly, as if to say, if you dare, I fight you to the end. You? Lan Xinyu was furious and anxious. She hadn't expected Mu Xia's feelings for Ling Yi to be so deep. Ling Yi was about to hurt Li Baran, but she and Mu Xia didn't dare to actually do it. As she hesitated, Li Baran's shrill screams echoed from the scene. Lan Xinyu sighed deeply and muttered softly, It's over. Mu Xia, however, ran to Ling Yi's side with great joy, took his arm, and said with a smile, Now that things are resolved, will you come with me for a walk? She didn't even glance at Li Baran, who was wailing on the ground, as if nothing had happened. Ling Yi chuckled and agreed. As you say? Lan Xinyu said to Ling Yi with a dejected look. Ling Yi, you're too ruthless. This will make it very difficult for Commander Mu to deal with this. Ling Yi snorted coldly, speaking disapprovingly. Humph. Am I too cruel? If it weren't for the old man and Xia, they wouldn't even have had a chance to scream. General Lan, please use your brains in the future. Understand the situation first, and don't be so arbitrary. I believe if the old man knew about this guy would be shot. Ling Yi said this, pointing to the sentry at the community gate. You're a smart guy. Tell me everything you know. If there's a lie, I guarantee you scream louder than he does. Li Qing, arrange for the troops to move in. If anyone dares to cause trouble, just get started. I take care of everything. The clever sentry paled instantly upon hearing this. He glanced at Li Baran, whose legs were twisted strangely and wailing non-stop, and swallowed hard. After meeting Ling Yi's eyes, she nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. Let's go! My dear Miss Mu, take me to see the beauty of your territory. Ling Yi took Mu Xia's hand and said with a slight teasing. Mu Xia rolled her eyes at Ling Yi in disapproval, but her heart was filled with joy as she spoke in a sweet voice. Stop talking nonsense. I have grandfather sent someone to teach you a lesson. Ling Yi laughed heartily, speaking with dominance. If the old man wants me to loosen up his soldiers' bones, I'm happy to oblige. Watching the two depart, the natives present were stunned and silent. They began to speculate about the identities of Ling Yi and Mu Xia. The young man was formidable and ruthless. The woman was also exceptionally powerful, and even Staff Officer Lan didn't dare to engage her. This newly arrived group of survivors seems quite formidable. Looking at the wounded lying on the ground, everyone muttered inwardly. Watching Ling Yi and Mu Xia walk away, chatting and laughing, Lan Xinyu shook her head helplessly. She frowned, scanning the wounded on the ground, then instructed a soldier in the crowd. You, immediately notify the medical team to handle this. The soldier saluted, responded, and trotted off. Lan Xinyu turned to the sentry Ling Yi had designated. Tell us everything you know, and think carefully about every word. The sentry nodded, speculating internally. Staff Officer Lan's tone sounds like he's telling me to take it easy. It's clearly a warning. Oh my god, how did that demon target me? He glanced again at Li Baran, who had fainted from the pain. The sentry took a deep breath and steeled himself. Even if Chief of Staff Lan holds a grudge against me, it's better than being targeted by that demon. At worst, I could just defect to the demon. Chief of Staff Lan can't do anything to me, right? Chapter 306. Thinking of this, the sentry no longer hesitated and began loudly recounting what he knew to the crowd. His tone was so impassioned that the crowd felt as if they were listening to a story. But the more Lan Xinyu listened, the more frightened and chilled she became. She stared at the sentry with a cold, piercing gaze, her eyes filled with anger. But the sentry had already thrown everything into the wind, completely unconcerned. He spoke freely about everything he knew, everything he didn't know, even his conjectures. Lan Xinyu felt like killing the sentry now. She began to regret having him recount what had happened in public. She also ignored the impact Ling Yi's threats would have on the sentry. The information the sentry revealed, revealing Li Baran's numerous atrocities, exploded like popcorn. Abuse of power for personal gain, oppression of survivors, and the abduction of women were all exposed. The crowd's anger reached a fever pitch as they heard these atrocities. They could not tolerate a hypocrite like Li Baran. His actions filled the crowd with anger and disappointment. This Li Baran is a shameless villain. Someone shouted. He's an officer. Not only did he abuse his power for personal gain, he also oppressed survivors and raped women. We must make him pay for his actions. He's a hypocrite. A hypocrite. Another person raged. His actions completely violate justice and morality. We cannot tolerate such a person. The crowd's anger grew, and they resolved to seek justice for the victims and make Li Baran pay the price he deserved. Listening to the crowd's roars, Lan Xinyu felt like she was about to collapse. If this matter got out, it would be a disaster for their entire base. All of them, the uniformed personnel, would be questioned by the survivors. Wherever they went, they would be criticized. Lan Xinyu clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth as she screamed inwardly. Li Baran, you shameless bastard, you've done so many shameful things. It's bad enough that you brought shame upon yourself, but you even implicated everyone else. And that Ling Yi, he must have predicted this outcome. Not only did he make the sentry say it right there, he even threatened him. Damn it! That must have done this on purpose. The crowd continued to shout in anger even after Lan Xinyu escorted Li Baran away. As Lan Xinyu left, the sentry felt the chill in her eyes and shuddered. He felt like a leaf in the vast ocean, drifting with the current, lifeless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he quickly scrambled to Li Qing's side, saying ingratiatingly, Brother, my name is Lu Ke. Could you please let me join you? I'd be happy to serve you. Li Qing looked at Lu Ke with some trepidation, unsure how to refuse. Li Yao spoke from the side. Brother, this guy is too slick. You can't take him in. When Lu Ke heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he was speechless for a moment. Li Qing didn't immediately accept his sister's offer. He pondered for a moment and said, You're quite diplomatic, but if you want to keep me, I don't have the final say. Mr. Ling has the final say. Lu Ke's eyes lit up, sensing a chance, and he quickly spoke. Brother, why don't you let me stay for now? If Mr. Ling doesn't agree when he comes back, I leave right away. Is that okay with you? Li Qing thought this was a solution, so he nodded in agreement. Lu Ke thanked him repeatedly with joy. Oh! Thank you, brother, thank you. Suddenly, he caught sight of the frail sentry standing nearby. His face froze, and he asked tentatively, Hey, brother, can my companion also? Li Qing glanced at the distraught sentry, sighed slightly, and waved his hand. Take him with you. Lu Ke thanked him again, then happily went to tell the frail sentry the good news. Brother, you're just too soft-hearted. You suffer sooner or later. Li Yao complained, not impressed by her brother's attitude. Li Qing replied with a smile. Although Lu Ke is full of nonsense and slick talk, he knows how to protect himself, and what it means to go with the flow. And he's not a bad person, otherwise he wouldn't have cared about his companions. Sometimes, lending a hand where you can is a way to preserve a sense of kindness. After all, in this apocalyptic world where zombies are rampant and people eat each other, it's truly difficult to maintain a kind heart. Li Yao was surprised to hear Li Qing's words and stared at him blankly. After a while she spoke. Brother, I noticed you changed a lot. You didn't used to analyze people or things so carefully. Li Qing smiled shyly and replied. Yeah, I don't know why I become like this. Perhaps it's because of Mr. Ling. His appearance made me realize the cruelty and ruthlessness of this world. It also taught me that only through continuous hard work and learning can one survive in this world. But we only known Brother Ling for a short time. Your change is so sudden. Li Yao asked in disbelief. That's Mr. Ling's charm. Don't be fooled by his usual indifferent air. In fact, everything he does has a profound meaning. You could say he saved countless lives without even realizing it. Yet he never bothered to publicize it. He continues to do what he can, doing what he can. Li Qing paused for a moment before continuing. Just like our rescue, it was Mr. Ling's spontaneous act. He also led us all the way to this safe place. He protected us at all costs, even going to war with local forces to secure benefits for us. How many people in this apocalypse could possess such selfless and fearless spirit? So, I will also learn to help those in need whenever possible. Even if it's not for myself, I will help Mr. Ling gather more people. Maybe I can help him in the future. After all, Mr. Ling is a man of great accomplishments. Li Yao and the people around him were moved by Li Qing's words. They were unaware of much of what Ling Yi had done. But after Li Qing's analysis, everyone was filled with awe and gratitude for Ling Yi. No one could have imagined that even in this dangerous world, Mr. Ling still maintained a sense of justice and the spiritual strength to fight for it. Everyone was genuinely impressed by Ling Yi. Perhaps to Ling Yi, these survivors were like ants. But Ling Yi didn't abandon them simply because they were weak. On the contrary, he treated them all equally, full of kindness. Chapter 307. In Mu Tianxiong's reception room, Lan Xinyue was reporting on what had happened. Commander, this is what happened. I seriously suspect Ling Yi is a restless person, acting too arbitrarily and ruthlessly. In particular, he lacks a grasp of the overall situation and a sense of collective honor. So, I think his conduct remains to be seen. Therefore, I suggest that his commissioning ceremony tomorrow be postponed. Mu Tianxiong sipped his tea leisurely, showing no emotion during Lan Xinyue's report. After Lan Xinyue had said everything she wanted to say, he slowly asked. How are the preparations for the family dinner I asked you to arrange going? Lan Xinyue was a little confused by the question. She was reporting on a matter that was concerning the morale of the base. But the commander suddenly became concerned about dinner. This left Lan Xinyue speechless and bewildered. After a long pause, she reluctantly replied, Everything's been arranged. There won't be any mistakes. Mu Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction, then stood up and turned his back to Lan Xinyue. He looked up at the wall and suddenly blurted out, Hey! Where's my calligraphy and painting? Lan Xinyue was momentarily stunned. She followed Mu Tianxiong's gaze, her lips twitching. Is the commander starting to forget? Luckily I still have it, otherwise I'd be doomed. Lan Xinyue pondered inwardly, but asked tentatively, Didn't you tell me to throw it away earlier? How about I go find it? Mu Tianxiong shook his head and chuckled. Hee. It's better to throw it away. I've been smart all my life, but I was foolish for a moment. This calligraphy almost ruined my reputation. Lan Xinyue was completely bewildered. She had no idea what he meant. Mu Tianxiong didn't explain anything, but suddenly asked with a stern face. Such a serious violation of discipline and law has occurred. What's the patrol team for? Are they all blind, or are they in cahoots with Li Baran? Lan Xinyue was stunned by this sudden turn in the questioning and quickly replied. I asked the general staff to investigate this matter. I'm sure there will be results soon. Mu Tianxiong said coldly. We must conduct a thorough investigation and bring to justice all those involved. I want the results tonight. Lan Xinyue nodded in response. Yes, Commander, I guarantee we complete the mission. Mu Tianxiong walked to the door, glanced at the sky, and said, Leave this matter to the subordinates. It's getting late. Go arrange the dinner and have Yaya and Ling Yi come. Lan Xinyue was truly bewildered, one official line followed by 3 personal lines. She seriously suspected Mu Tianxiong was truly losing his memory. Okay, Commander. I make arrangements now. Lan Xinyue sighed softly, reluctantly acknowledging the situation before exiting the room. Mu Tianxiong smiled faintly as he watched Lan Xinyu depart. He casually picked up a piece of intelligence and began to read it, then began to mutter to himself. Ling Yi is quite good. Compared to him, that Fong family kid is nothing. Breaking through the 6th level? Is that so rare? You need to brag to me about it. Yaya has just returned, and the Fong family has already heard the news. Humph. It seems there are still quite a few thieves hiding in the base. It turned out that the intelligence Mu Tianxiong was holding was freshly sent from the imperial capital. It was actually a telegram from the Fong family, congratulating Mu Xia on her safe return. They also announced that they had arranged for an elite team to escort her to the imperial capital. They hope to marry her soon. The tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not stop. If it weren't for Ling Yi's sudden appearance, I could escape the false accusations of the nuclear explosion, but I can't escape being complicit with the Fong family. Yeah, you truly found a good husband this time, and you done Grandpa a huge favor. Can our Mu family's reputation endure and not be infamous for eternity? Now it depends on whether Ling Yi can break the deadlock. Mu Tianxiong clasped his hands, his eyes gleaming. As night slowly fell, Ling Yi and Mu Xia entered Mu Tianxiong's residence hand in hand. When Ling Yi entered, he discovered that Mu Tianxiong and Lan Xinyu had been waiting for him for a long time. Mu Xia began to speak sheepishly. Grandpa, I accidentally came late. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Mu Tianxiong laughed heartily. As long as Yaya is happy, it's okay for Grandpa to wait a little longer. Mu Xia tugged at Ling Yi's hand, but when he found him motionless, she turned around and asked in confusion. What's wrong, Ling Yi? Ling Yi raised his hand, pointed at a blank wall, and asked in confusion. Grandpa, where's your painting? I remember it was hanging here. Lan Xinyu looked up at Ling Yi in surprise, muttering to herself. It's strange that this cares about that painting too. Mu Tianxiong felt his face twitching, and it took him a while to utter 2 words. Throw it away. Ling Yi nodded, smiling. Throwing it away is good. At least you can keep your dignity. Mu Tianxiong felt like he was about to burst into a curse, even his eyes twitching. Lan Xinyu, however, was secretly horrified. What kind of a mystery were these 2 people engaging in? What secret did that painting hold? Why did the commander suddenly want it gone? Ling Yi was also very concerned about the painting now, and his words were strikingly similar. Grandpa, Ling Yi, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word you're saying? Mu Xia asked, bewildered, gazing at the 2 of them. Mu Tianxiong forced a smile. It's nothing. Let's go eat. If it's any later, the food will get cold. There were over a dozen dishes on the table, mostly canned goods. After all, getting fresh ingredients these days is practically impossible. But for Mu Tianxiong and the others, this was already a very sumptuous dinner. I haven't had such delicious food in months. Sit down, everyone, yeah, eat to your heart's content tonight. Mu Tianxiong said to the crowd with a smile. Mu Xia looked at the table full of canned food, then at Mu Tianxiong, who was beaming. She suddenly felt her eyes moisten. She had always been by Ling Yi's side, never worrying about food. She hadn't expected Grandpa and the others to live such a simple life, even canned food being a luxury. Lan Xinyu noticed Mu Xia's annoyance and asked softly. Xia, what's wrong? You should be happy today. Why are you crying? Mu Tianxiong consoled her. Yeah, it's Grandpa's fault for letting you get hurt outside. Don't cry. Grandpa will protect you from now on, and will never let you get hurt. Ling Yi sat aside, and saw Mu Xia staring blankly at the can on the table. He didn't know what was going on, so he could only sigh inwardly. Chapter 308. Lan Xinyu frowned at Ling Yi's sigh and demanded. Ling Yi, did you bully Xia? If you dare, I will never forgive you. Ling Yi was speechless. He had only sighed, and yet he was caught in the crossfire. Screw it. Which eye of yours saw that? If I had to bully someone, I'd bully you. I wouldn't bully Xia. Lan Xinyu's fury flared up at this. What do you mean, if I had to bully someone, I'd bully me too? Is this planning on me? She glared at Ling Yi and said coldly. You bastard, try bullying me if you dare. Mu Xia's argument brought her back to her senses. She quickly grabbed Lan Xinyu's hand and said, Sister Lan, it's none of Ling Yi's business. With him, no one dares to bully me. I just felt a little emotional when I saw all this food on the table. I'm saddened by the hardship you and Grandpa have to endure. Ling Yi glanced at Lan Xinyu, his eyes filled with defiance. Chief Advisor Lan, do you hear me? Stop labeling me. This arrogant woman irritated Ling Yi. Although she was a typical queen, her demeanor reminded her of Musia's past. This made Ling Yi suspect that Musia might have been influenced by her. You? Lan Xinyu was about to retort to Ling Yi, but Mu Tianxiong interrupted her. Xinyu, stop talking. Let's eat and talk. Xiaoyi, would you like to have a few drinks with me? She watched Mu Tianxiong shake the bottle of wine in his hand. It was a very ordinary baijiu. Lan Xinyu was still a little indignant at being interrupted. But when she heard Mu Tianxiong's address, her mouth dropped open. She thought she misheard. How could the commander address her so affectionately? Ling Yi smiled faintly. Okay, I have a few sips with you, old man. But I'm not used to your wine. Mu Tianxiong frowned slightly at this, and couldn't help but examine the bottle in his hand. Lan Xinyu couldn't help herself again. Ling Yi, don't go too far. Don't you know how tight resources are these days? Most high-proof liquor is used as medical supplies for disinfection. This is the commander's hard-earned wine, and he usually just enjoys a few sips. How come it's worthless now that it's in your hands? Ling Yi curled his lips, looking at Lan Xinyu with disdain. Silly girl, why are you always picking on me? I'm really worried you won't get married. You're always so self-righteous and so noisy. Musia couldn't help but giggle from the side. This scene reminded her of when she first started dating Ling Yi. It seemed as if back then, she too, was constantly left speechless by Ling Yi's rhetoric. Without waiting for Lan Xinyu to reply, Ling Yi produced a cardboard box out of thin air and placed it on the table. Grandpa, let's drink this. Mu Tianxiong and Lan Xinyu were stunned by Ling Yi's apparent feat of conjuring something from thin air. Xiaoyi, you have a supernatural power too? Ling Yi nodded, pulled out a bottle of wine, and opened it. I guess so. It can store some things. Musia, noticing that Ling Yi wasn't telling the truth, didn't offer any explanation. After all, her focus now was on Ling Yi. Loving him meant silently supporting all his decisions. Lan Xinyu swallowed her retort, secretly shuddering. This is so secretive, so full of secrets. Mu Tianxiong saw that Ling Yi wasn't going to explain, so he didn't press for it. Everyone has secrets. His eyes were fixed on the wine Ling Yi had opened, and he couldn't help but exclaim. State banquet wine. You are incredible. You even managed to get your hands on this. Ling Yi was about to pour the wine when Musia took it with a smile and said gently, You guys chat, I pour. Looking at Musia's happy, gentle face, Mu Tianxiong and Lan Xinyu were both astonished. Seeing Musia again this time, she had changed drastically. She had completely lost the pre-apocalyptic, ladylike demeanor. Now she was completely a gentle housewife. Ling Yi nodded at Musia and spoke. Old man, you don't know, but this wine was obtained by Xian Yuan Mingchen. He blackmailed me severely to get it. Mu Tianxiong took the wine glass from Musia, took a sip, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's truly a fine wine. This pure flavor is unforgettable to this day. When I was selecting the people for the mission, I was afraid of accidents and couldn't make up my mind. But these two siblings were stubborn. Knowing it was to rescue Yaya, they insisted on taking the mission. Are the Mingchen siblings okay now? Why didn't they come back together? Musia, hearing her grandfather's question, smiled and began to explain what had happened recently. She recounted the events in vivid language, leaving Mu Tianxiong and Lan Xinyu terrified. In this apocalypse, we face countless dangers and difficulties, Musia said gratefully. But with Ling Yi, he not only gave me boundless courage and strength, but also protected and cared for me in every way. Grandpa, do you know? I'm now a dual awareness awakener of ice and water abilities. My strength has reached the peak of level 5, and I could break through to level 6 at any moment. Hearing this, Mu Tianxiong suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with surprise. Yeah, are you telling the truth? Lan Xinyu also looked at Musia in astonishment. She and Musia had sparred once before, but it was only one attack and one defense, and she didn't fully grasp the strength of either. Perhaps only Lan Xinyu herself knew the tears and pain she had shed to reach her current strength. What was unbelievable to her was that Musia's strength had actually surpassed hers. And from Musia's description, it seemed she hadn't experienced many battles, yet her strength had increased rapidly. This filled Lan Xinyu's heart with questions. Suddenly, she whipped her head around to look at Ling Yi, a thought stirring within her. It's him. Is all this Ling Yi's work? Musia said somewhat embarrassedly, seeing her grandfather's excitement. It's all my fault for being lazy. If I listened to Ling Yi and trained hard, I might have already surpassed level 6. You know, Shuer and the others are on par with me. Lan Xinyu felt a blow. Her current strength ranked 3rd in the base. But from what Mu Xia had said, everyone around her was basically level 5, and they were on the verge of advancing at any moment. What made her want to cry was that she had worked so hard to gain that strength, yet someone had surpassed her by being lazy. How on earth had Mu Xia and the others managed to do it? The thought made her despair. Mu Tianxiong was secretly horrified. While Ling Yi was using these tactics, he also grasped Mu Xia's words. They? Who are they? Since Ye mentioned them. Considering what Ling Yi said earlier, could they be the women around him? Chapter 309. Mu Tianxiong grew increasingly angry as he pondered this, unable to help but ask. Yeah. Who are you talking about? Ling Yi thought to himself, this is bad news. Before he could speak to stop him, Mu Xia blurted out. They're all my good sisters. Under Ling Yi's protection, we supported each other along the way. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a relief. Mu Tianxiong forced a smile and continued. That's wonderful. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Especially in the end times, those who can support each other's progress are the true confidants. Mu Xia nodded in agreement. Yes, Grandpa is absolutely right. With these sisters by my side, I haven't felt lonely or helpless. On the contrary, this journey has been filled with laughter and joy. Mu Tianxiong didn't wait for Mu Xia to finish her words before suddenly asking. How many sisters do you have? Mu Xia answered without hesitation. 10. Ling Yi cursed inwardly. The old fox, Mu Tianxiong, was actually trying to trick Mu Xia into thinking something was wrong. He was about to cough to warn her. Unfortunately, this silly girl spoke even faster than he did. 10. Mu Tianxiong's voice suddenly rose, his brows furrowed. Mu Xia glanced at Ling Yi, who had suddenly coughed, bewildered. Then she turned to look at her grandfather, who was on the verge of a rage. What's wrong with you? Lan Xinyu also sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. She quickly tugged at Mu Xia's clothes, signaling her to be quiet and wait and see. Mu Tianxiong stared at Ling Yi, his face cold and accusing. Kid, how are you going to explain this to me now? Ling Yi rubbed his nose and spread his hands in frustration. It's a done deal. I won't give up on anyone. Whatever the old man wants, I just get up and leave. Mu Tianxiong's eyes were filled with rage. He had assumed Ling Yi only had 3 or 4 women. Before the apocalypse, a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines was illegal. But now it was the apocalypse, and he could understand. After all, such things happened within the base. As long as it was consensual and not forced, he would turn a blind eye. But now that his granddaughter was involved, it irritated him. He had already convinced himself that a few wives was fine. As long as his granddaughter was happy, he could overlook this minor flaw. But he hadn't expected this kid to have 10 women. Mu Xia, seeing the heated atmosphere between the two, realized she might have said something wrong. She quickly spoke to them. Grandpa, why are you so mean to Ling Yi? He hasn't done anything wrong. Mu Tianxiong looked at his granddaughter and sighed. Oh, you little girl. Grandpa is worried about you. It feels so unfair. You said you were fine, yet you're sharing a husband with 9 women. Grandpa is worried you suffer. I'm just worried about you. This kid might even have affairs in the future. How can Grandpa not be worried? Mu Xia blushed and lowered her head shyly. Grandpa, you know everything? Lan Xinyu suddenly felt that she shouldn't have been at this dinner today. The revelations were so shocking that they were almost unbearable for her. Lan Xinyu had just met Ling Yi, and ever since he'd taken advantage of her, she labeled him a jerk and a pervert. Now, after hearing the secrets of his private life, the words resurfaced in her mind. Scumbag. Ling Yi ignored the others and drank his wine. His expression betrayed a sense of, if I'm upset, I leave immediately. Mu Tianxiong's gaze flickered between his granddaughter and Ling Yi. After a long pause, he sighed deeply and said, Forget it. Forget it. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. I can't interfere in the affairs of young people like you. Mu Xia was afraid her grandfather would persist in his objections, leaving her at a loss as to what to do. Hearing Mu Tianxiong's relenting tone, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa. Don't worry, Ling Yi treats me very well. She then affectionately took Ling Yi's arm. Mu Tianxiong shook his head slightly, then turned to Ling Yi and said, Xiao Yi, I hope you can continue to treat Ye well. Ling Yi took a sip of his wine, a smile curling his lips. Don't worry about that, old man. I, Ling Yi, either won't provoke you, or if I do, I take full responsibility. Mu Tianxiong nodded, quite satisfied with Ling Yi's answer. He pondered for a moment and continued. But, since you're with Ye, there's something I must resolve. Ling Yi and Mu Xie both looked at Mu Tianxiong in confusion. Mu Tianxiong rubbed his temples and spoke slowly. Ye's engagement to Fang Rengjie, a member of the Fang family, is a well-known fact. Originally, when the apocalypse arrived and Ye disappeared, everyone thought it was an accident, and the matter was forgotten. But the Fang family has already learned of Ye's return. They already sent someone to take Ye to the capital for her wedding. Mu Xie's face darkened upon hearing this, and she abruptly stood up and shouted, "No, I will never marry into the Fang family, and certainly not serve that second-generation rich kid Fang Rengjie." Ling Yi remained calm, simply looking at Mu Tianxiong and asking calmly, "Grandpa, stop playing dumb. You're almost a great-grandfather. How could you possibly send Xie to the Fang family? Just tell me what you want me to do." "Great-grandfather? Great-grandfather?" Mu Xie and Lan Qinyue both gasped at the word, momentarily unable to react. After a moment, Mu Xie turned to look at Ling Yi, her face filled with surprise. "Ling Yi, are you saying I'm pregnant with your child?" Ling Yi smiled gently and pulled her to sit beside him. "Well, I examined your body, and it's completely accurate. I'm sure the doctor will be able to confirm the result next month. So, you're already a mother-to-be. Stop making such a fuss. It's bad for your health and the baby." Mu Xie was filled with joy and excitement at Ling Yi's affirmation. She held Ling Yi's hand tightly, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. "Thank you, Ling Yi," she whispered softly. "I take good care of myself and the baby. All you have to do now is be good until our child is born." Mu Xie felt his warmth and care, her heart filled with happiness and contentment. She knew this child would be the fruit of her and Ling Yi's love. It would also be the hope of their future. Lan Qinyue felt a pang of envy at Mu Xie's happiness. Mu Tianxiong, beside her, was also beaming. Their Mu family had always been small, with only one heir. So he loved Mu Xie to the core. Although this grandson would be born with the surname Ling, he was at least half of his Mu family blood. Chapter 310. Xie, congratulations on becoming a mother, and congratulations to the commander on becoming a great-grandfather. I'm so envious of you, Lan Qinyue said sincerely. Mu Xie replied with a shy smile. Thank you, Sister Lan. I believe you can find a perfect husband. Lan Qinyue sighed softly and shook her head helplessly, her heart filled with confusion. A perfect husband? I haven't seen a single one. Before the apocalypse, they were all just like rich second generations, but after the apocalypse, they're all mediocre. Are you asking me to just find someone to live with? Mu Tianxiong interrupted Ling Yi and Mu Xie's intimate moment and said somewhat helplessly. If the Fang family didn't know about Ye's situation, I could have completely denied any wrongdoing. But now that the news has leaked and they sent someone here, this is going to be difficult. Besides, Ye's parents are still in the imperial capital, and the Fang family is deeply entrenched, and they take revenge for any wrongdoing. You and Ye are together, and you even have a child. This is a slap in the face of the Fang family. For a moment, I don't know how to handle this. Mu Xie's heart trembled at this, and she looked at Ling Yi with concern. Compared to the somewhat nervous Mu Tianxiong and Mu Xie, Ling Yi seemed remarkably calm. Old man, this is hypocrisy. You're playing Liu Bei to the extreme. Mu Tianxiong raised his eyebrows at this. You're mocking me again, kid? We're talking business now. Ling Yi shrugged, looking relaxed. Old man, you're playing it cool, but you insist on passing the buck to me. It's the end of the world now. Anything could happen. So what if the Fang family sent someone? Won't there be accidents along the way? All the old man needs to do is set up a few more cannons and fire a few rounds along the route, and the problem will be solved. Mu Tianxiong's eyes twitched. This was indeed the simplest and most brute force method. Lan Qinyue turned around with fear in her eyes. She hadn't expected Ling Yi to be so extreme. She noticed that Mu Tianxiong didn't immediately object to this approach, so she couldn't help but advise him. This kind of violent means is not the best way to resolve the problem. While the danger of the road can be used as a cover-up, the other party is not a fool. I think we should adopt a more sensible and rational approach to deal with this situation. Perhaps this problem can be resolved through negotiation or consultation. Ling Yi looked at Lan Qinyue speechlessly, then said helplessly, Chief Advisor Lan, I really doubt how you even got into the general staff. Lan Qinyue looked confused, unsure of what Ling Yi meant. Ling Yi's voice continued. You're truly naive. I now snatched the Fang family's daughter-in-law away. Do you think there's room for negotiation? Should I give up Xie, or should they accept the pregnant Xie? Lan Qinyue was stunned by Ling Yi's questioning. She had been treating this matter purely through normal negotiation procedures. She had forgotten that this wasn't a public matter, but a private one. How could the hatred of having one's wife stolen be resolved through negotiation? The Fong family was one of the 4 great families. Their daughter-in-law had run off with someone else. How could they possibly put their dignity aside? It's safe to say that the situation between the Fong family and Ling Yi is a dead-end situation. There's absolutely no room for negotiation. It's either you or me. If Ye's parents weren't within the Fong family's sphere of influence, I would protect you and Ye, even if it meant falling out with the Fong family. Mu Tianxiong said helplessly. Ling Yi glanced at the sighing Mu Tianxiong, but his mind was clear as a mirror. This matter wasn't just about Mu Xie, there must be something else behind it. Ling Yi's fingers tapped lightly on the table, the dong 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 sound piercing everyone's ears and making them feel irritated. Old man, I'm now half a Mu family member, after all. Let's be frank. Don't hide it. You know the Fong family can't do anything to me with my abilities. If you really piss me off, I won't even wait for my apprentice to seek revenge. I eradicate the Fong family. Ling Yi made no secret of his murderous intent against the Fong family, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Lan Xinyu was secretly terrified. Such a strong murderous aura. How many zombies and humans has he killed? Mu Tianxiong frowned, knowing that Ling Yi wasn't joking. Although he didn't know the full extent of Ling Yi's strength, but judging by the fact that he single-handedly secured tens of thousands of tons of grain, he wasn't exaggerating. Perhaps he could truly destroy the Fong family's power single-handedly. Xiao Yi, then I tell you the truth. The Fong family's power structure is complex and intertwined, especially after the apocalypse. According to my intelligence analysis, the imperial capital is almost completely ruled by the Fong family. Because they command a group of experts, all other factions are extremely wary of them. Furthermore, the Fong family seems to have developed a potion that can enhance strength, pushing their influence to its peak. Strength-enhancing potion? Mu Xie interjected, looking at Ling Yi in surprise. Could there be others like Ling Yi who could obtain these magical things, such as strengthening potions? Ling Yi was also somewhat surprised, muttering to himself. Doesn't the system say that only one system can appear in each plane? Another system can only appear if the original one is destroyed. The problem is, the current system is still trapped in Ling Yi's brain core, and hasn't been destroyed at all? Ling Yi frowned and asked tentatively. Grandpa, do you have any information about this potion? Mu Tianxiong nodded to Lan Xinyu, who stood up and headed towards the study. A moment later, Lan Xinyu handed a document to Ling Yi. Mu Xie also leaned forward to examine the contents. It would have been fine if she hadn't read it, but when she did, she exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a strengthening potion? Ling Yi also stared intently at the photo on the document, his heart restless. Yes, the potion in the photo was exactly the same as the strengthening potion he had received. Could another system have truly appeared, and happened to be at the Fong family? What could be the reason? No, I have to go back and interrogate the system thoroughly. It's been ages since I checked the system. Could it really be dead? Ling Yi had indeed almost forgotten about the system. Ever since he began retraining the blood demon reincarnation technique, his additional strength stats had been increasing by leaps and bounds. So, he didn't bother with those attribute points, just letting everything flow naturally. Ling Yi did this because he realized that the rules of this plane only address the strength generated by the system. And the strength he cultivated himself was not repelled by the rules at all. Thus, Ling Yi hoped that the system's sealed strength would remain unbroken, allowing him to continue to push his own limits. Chapter 311. Mu Xie's surprised expression startled both Mu Tianxiong and Lan Xinyu. Yeah, have you seen this potion? Mu Tianxiong stared at his granddaughter with gleaming eyes. Mu Xie finally realized that her earlier reaction had been too obvious. She looked at Ling Yi with an apologetic gaze, momentarily unsure what to do. Seeing this, Mu Tianxiong's heart trembled, and he quickly glanced at Ling Yi with anticipation. Lan Xinyu also stared at Ling Yi with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. Does he know the origin of this potion? Ling Yi, regaining his composure, realized all eyes were fixed on him. He calmly placed the documents in his ring, and casually placed a bottle of strengthening potion on the table. Mu Tianxiong paid no attention to Ling Yi taking the documents away, instead staring intently at the strengthening potion on the table. Lan Xinyue's breathing quickened. This potion was exactly the same as the one on the documents. Mu Tianxiong trembled as he held up the strengthening potion, his face filled with disbelief. Did you get it from the Fong family? Ling Yi shook his head and replied calmly. It's not from the Fong family, but I'm certain that what they have is a strengthening potion. I researched this potion myself. As for where the Fong family got it from, I need to investigate whether I leaked it. Mu Tianxiong knew Ling Yi wasn't telling the truth, but he wouldn't delve into it, much less press Mu Xia. Xiaoyi, the value of this potion is immeasurable. It could even benefit all of humanity. Do you think it's possible? Before Mu Tianxiong could finish, Ling Yi interrupted. I understand what you mean, old man, and I admire your selfless act. But please forgive me for declining, as I can't guarantee who these potions will end up in. For example, if the Fong family obtained the potions, what would they do? Would they be fighting the zombies on the front lines, or training strong men for the country? No. They simply recruit strong men and eliminate those who dissidents, all for the Fong family's longevity. Ling Yi paused before continuing. Actually, even if the old man didn't say anything, I could probably guess a few things. From the moment you produced this document, I already knew the Fong family's motives. They first threatened you with the matter of Xia's parents in the imperial capital. This forced Xia to marry into the Fong family. To put pressure on the old man, they even revealed the existence of the strengthening fluid. It was nothing more than forcing you into submission, a naked threat. Either you align yourself with the Fong family, or wait for a visit from a Fong family expert. And this series of actions wasn't about how successful they were. I mean Xia, the daughter-in-law who hasn't married yet. The ultimate goal is to imprint the Fong family's mark on old man. At that time, everyone will prosper and suffer together, even if old man doesn't want to be involved. The Fong family's enemies will also point their spearheads at the Mu family. Old man, when that happens, will you surrender obediently or fight to the death? I think that no matter which outcome, the Mu family will be doomed. Ling Yi's well-reasoned speculation, and the consequences he laid out without concealment, all terrified Mu Xia and Lan Xinyue. They hadn't thought that deeply. But after carefully considering Ling Yi's words, he had to admit that this might be the Fong family's strategy. Mu Tianxiong leaned back dejectedly in his chair, seemingly aging significantly. He sighed deeply, looking at Ling Yi with a mixture of helplessness and relief. Yaya has excellent judgment. I'm deeply pleased by your courage and strategy. Your speculation just now essentially captured everything I've been thinking. The arrow is on the string, and it must be released. The Fong family has already taken action. But I'm being controlled, undecided. Ling Yi nodded. He understood what Mu Tianxiong was worried about. To completely break off relations with the Fong family and confront them head-on. Or to play coy and play along, taking each step at a time. But the end result was always the Mu family's complete defeat, and Mu Tianxiong's reputation shattered. Ling Yi also sighed, looking up at the bewildered Mu Xia. He sensed her eyes, filled with anticipation, and the look of wanting to speak but not daring to. Alas! I'm destined for a life of toil, even as the dignified blood demon venerable. And now I'm constantly busy with my romantic interests. Ling Yi scoffed inwardly, then spoke. Old man, if you can trust me, leave this matter to me. Mu Tianxiong looked at Ling Yi's determined gaze, and said hesitantly. If the Fong family is destroyed, the imperial capital will inevitably fall into chaos. We must not act rashly. Ling Yi chuckled softly, and said with disdain. What if the Fong family brought this upon themselves? What if they become the scoundrels that everyone wants to beat? Do you think the imperial capital will still be in chaos? I'm sure many people will be willing to step in and trample on them. Mu Tianxiong frowned after hearing Ling Yi's words, as if pondering the meaning behind them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he spoke excitedly. The black-robed man. Is that where you plan to start? Ling Yi said with a faint smile. Old man, you figured it out instantly. That's right. As long as we uncover the black-robed man's forces, even if they have no connection to the Fong family, I make them appear to be. And if the nuclear explosion is truly connected to the Fong family, then it's even more perfect, killing two birds with one stone. Not only does it resolve the Mu family's dilemma of being coerced, it also directly eliminates the danger of the 4 major war zones being swayed by public opinion. Mu Tianxiong nodded repeatedly. Ling Yi's ideas coincided with his own. But although he had a plan, he couldn't find the right person to implement it. So, when Ling Yi appeared, he knew his opportunity had arrived. This grandson-in-law was not only shrewd and calculating, but also possessed extraordinary martial prowess. He was the perfect candidate. After a moment of thought, Mu Tianxiong continued. Shui, I believe you already have a complete plan. Just tell me how I can help you. Ling Yi replied calmly and deliberately. First, since the Fong family has already learned about Xia's situation, then, Grandpa will publicly announce this tomorrow. Let everyone at the base know your granddaughter is back. But while releasing this news, add that Xia has suddenly fallen ill, and is unable to take care of herself. Lan Xinyue frowned at this and asked, wiping her mouth. But many people have seen Xia today, alive and well. Who would believe you? Ling Yi chuckled disdainfully, then added with a hint of sarcasm. If your general staff could uncover the spies hidden within the base, then there would be no need for this lame trick of feigning illness. Lan Xinyu bit her lip lightly at Ling Yi's playful expression. Ling Yi's words were a slap in the face. She said her staff was just a decoration, and didn't even know that there were spies hiding hostile forces. Chapter 312. Ling Yi felt a surge of satisfaction at Lan Xinyue's displeased expression. You're just being so annoying. However, Ling Yi understood the pressing matter and addressed Lan Xinyue. Tell me about your current method of communication, that is, how you communicate with the outside world. Lan Xinyue looked at Mu Tianxiong inquiringly, and after receiving a reassuring nod, she spoke. After the power outage, conventional communication methods were paralyzed. We're now using satellite signals for internal communication. Ling Yi rubbed his chin and asked. So you can still communicate via cell phone? Lan Xinyue nodded in response. Yes, but it's encrypted. Only professionals can decrypt it. After hearing this, Ling Yi began to think. How could he uncover the hidden Fong family minions? You should have signal blocking equipment, right? Ling Yi pondered for a moment before asking Lan Xinyue. Lan Xinyue responded quickly. Yes, it has enough coverage to cover the entire base. Ling Yi's lips curled up. He had already figured out what to do. Mu Tianxiong had been observing Ling Yi the entire time, and seeing him smile, he was instantly delighted. Shui, how's it going? Have you figured out a solution? Lan Xinyue also looked at Ling Yi in surprise, a bit unbelievable. Just a few questions, and he came up with a solution. How fast? Mu Xie also knew the situation was extremely urgent. This wasn't just her problem. It was a matter of life and death for the entire Mu family. She gently grasped Ling Yi's hand and asked nervously. Ling Yi, quickly tell me what the solution is. Ling Yi took Mu Xie's hand and whispered soothingly. Don't worry. Since I accepted this mission, I'm fully confident it'd be accomplished. Lan Xinyue, tomorrow, before the old man makes his announcement, block all signals. Lan Xinyue frowned at Ling Yi's direct order. But she didn't object. Instead, she turned to Mu Tianxiong. Xinyue, from now on, you must fully cooperate with Ling Yi. His words are my orders. Lan Xinyue wanted to object, but seeing Mu Tianxiong's unwavering gaze, she could only nod helplessly. Yes, Commander. Ling Yi didn't hesitate and gave the order directly. Give me the location and personal information of all personnel with communications equipment. I began monitoring them. Lan Xinyue didn't ask further questions, simply replying, all internal communications equipment is encrypted. Therefore, unless there are field operations, it's all kept in a centralized location and not distributed to individuals. Ling Yi said with a hint of a smile. Very good, this will save a lot of trouble. Tell me the location later. We discuss everything else tomorrow. Take the map and follow me around the clock. And arrange for several trusted elite teams to immediately capture the individuals after I mark their locations. Hearing Ling Yi speak so effortlessly, Lan Xinyue felt a bit bewildered and puzzled. She blinked her eyes, her face filled with confusion. Is it that simple? No other elaborate plan? How do you plan to monitor the entire base, with a population of over 60,000? I think there must be a detailed countermeasure. If your plan fails, it won't alert the enemy. Mu Tianxiong looked at Ling Yi speechlessly. He had originally thought there would be a perfect plan, at least a list of options for people to choose from. But Ling Yi had simply finished it with a few words. And there wasn't even a detailed procedure, which made it seem too frivolous. Seeing the worried expressions on both of their faces, Ling Yi could only explain. I do the work, just leave it to me. After dinner, we begin the operation. Xie, stay inside and don't show up. The old man will send for medical personnel shortly, and the louder the better. Remember to leak the news of Xie's sudden and serious illness. Lan Xinyue looked at Ling Yi with a puzzled look, then questioned. Wait, the more you talk, the more confused I get. If we follow your method, the Fong family will know about it. And if you're going to block the signal again tomorrow, the Fong family won't be able to contact their informant, and won't that expose the truth? Mu Tianxiong echoed Lan Xinyue's analysis after hearing it. Xioi, Xinyue's analysis is absolutely correct. Your plan seems rather crude, doesn't it? Ling Yi smiled mysteriously, and spoke without further explanation. Just do as I say. Seeing Ling Yi insist on his opinion, Mu Tianxiong and the others could only nod silently, feeling uneasy. Quick, get the medical team. Guards, listen to my order. Surround the headquarters and keep no one outside. In the middle of the night, The survivors of the entire base were awakened by the sound of an alarm. The streets were filled with soldiers patrolling with live ammunition. Military vehicles sped by. The sudden change filled the survivors with anxiety, believing a zombie attack had occurred. They rushed out of their homes and began to inquire about the situation. Everyone stay inside. Don't wander around. Martial law, martial law. An officer shouted. Sir, can you tell us what's going on? Yes, this is causing panic. We have a right to know. The crowd began to roar. After a moment's hesitation, the officer spoke. Commander Mu's granddaughter returned safely during the day, but recently, she was suddenly attacked by a mutant zombie and is now in imminent danger. So, for your safety, everyone, please stay inside. We are intensifying our search for any trace of the mutant zombie to prevent any further incidents. The crowd immediately fell into panic upon hearing the officer's words. They looked around, fearfully searching for any trace of the mutant zombie. Some began searching the house, while others searched for clues. What should we do? A woman asked, terrified. We have to find the mutant zombie quickly. That's right. A man also expressed concern. The most important thing now is to remain calm and vigilant. However, some in the crowd remained terrified and uneasy. They began pacing the house, fearful that the mutant zombie would suddenly burst out and harm anyone. Some even joined the search team, scanning the surrounding area for clues, hoping to find some useful information to locate the mutant zombie as soon as possible and prevent their lives from being endangered. The same thing was happening all over the base, causing everyone to suffer from insomnia tonight. Chapter 313. A tense and oppressive atmosphere gradually spread throughout the base. Everyone was desperately trying to join the search, but no clues seemed to be found regarding the mutant zombies. The panic spread, making everyone even more anxious and uneasy. We must find the mutant zombies as soon as possible, a young woman said anxiously. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. No one knows who the next victim will be. Yes. We can't let it continue to wreak havoc. A middle-aged man joined her cry. Even so, everyone's movements seemed slow and uncoordinated. Some hurriedly moved through the rooms. Others stood still, lost in thought, pondering their next move. This chaotic state of affairs plunged the entire base into a state of uncontrollable fear. We must focus our efforts and work closely together to find the mutant zombies. We must not let them slip through the cracks. An older soldier tried to stabilize the situation. We need to develop an effective plan to counter this mutant zombie's attack. However, faced with such a pressing situation and lacking an effective strategy, people began to feel despair and helplessness. They realized that if they couldn't immediately locate the mutant zombie and take effective measures, the entire base would face a devastating blow. The presence of a mutant zombie meant there was a zombie swarm nearby. Ling Yi stood atop a building, his hands clasped behind his back, his face expressionless as he surveyed the chaotic base. His perception had completely covered the entire base. Monitoring every move was a significant burden for Ling Yi. After all, there were over 60,000 people, and no carelessness was needed. Lan Xinyu silently watched Ling Yi's back. She had no idea why Ling Yi had brought her here, let alone what he was going to do. She simply held the map, waiting for Ling Yi's orders. Area A, Xingfu Community, Building 6, Room 1502, short-haired man in black. Ling Yi closed his eyes, and suddenly gave an address. Lan Xinyu quickly spread out the map and marked the location as quickly as possible. She was utterly shocked. She had assumed Ling Yi would only know the approximate area. She hadn't expected him to not only give the exact address, but even discern the target's appearance. Suppressing her surprise, Lan Xinyu focused her attention on Ling Yi. After marking a dozen locations, Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Almost there. I didn't expect so many people were hiding. It seems they're not from the same faction. I wonder what your general staff is up to. So many rats are hiding right under your noses, and you're completely unaware. Lan Xinyu looked at the markings on the map, her heart filled with confusion and fear. All the people Ling Yi had pointed out were scattered throughout the base. If they were truly hidden spies, that would be terrifying. Based on the map, some were in key military areas, while others were among the survivors. How could there be so many? If this is all true, it's truly terrifying. Lan Xinyu didn't dwell on Ling Yi's sarcasm, because the consequences behind this matter filled her with immense fear. Especially those spies who were posing as survivors. That's what Lan Xinyu was most worried about. Before the apocalypse, it was normal for the army to have undercover agents from other families. But after the apocalypse, The fact that there were undercover agents from major families among the survivors was truly terrifying. How did they end up in the ranks? Lan Xinyu muttered softly. Ling Yi, noticing her distracted look, couldn't help but sigh. That's not surprising. Perhaps these people were assigned to carry out missions in the surrounding cities. Or perhaps someone deliberately sent them to your base. Lan Xinyu raised her head, questioning, with a puzzled expression. How is that possible? The imperial capital is a long way from here. Thinking of crossing a zombie-infested area is sheer wishful thinking. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, his gaze fixed on Lan Xinyue's chest. Feeling Ling Yi's gaze, Lan Xinyu frowned, shielding her chest with a map, and angrily spoke. Asshole, where are you looking? Xia is still pregnant with your child. How can you be fair to her by doing this? Ling Yi curled his lips, unfazed by Lan Xinyue's words, muttering to himself. Big-breasted, brainless women are terrifying. Lan Xinyue's fur instantly flared up, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Ling Yi, you shameless bastard. Aren't you afraid I tell Xia? Ling Yi's lips curled, revealing a row of white teeth. He slowly approached Lan Xinyu, his eyes filled with amusement. You, what do you want? Lan Xinyu felt a chill run down her spine, as Ling Yi stared at her like a hungry wolf. She cautiously retreated, clutching her chest tightly with both hands. Suddenly, Ling Yi dodged, disappearing from Lan Xinyue's sight. Just as she was at a loss, a pair of large hands grasped her waist. Ah! You rascal, let me go! Lan Xinyu screamed hysterically. Ling Yi grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms. Don't scream. Do you want everyone in the base to know we're here? Ling Yi whispered in her ear, taking a deep breath and secretly praising her. I didn't realize this girl even had a faint scent. Lan Xinyue's face froze as she sensed Ling Yi's affectionate gesture. Let go right now, even if everyone sees. I won't let you get away with this, you scum. Ling Yi shook his head and sighed softly. Oh, you're so weak. Hold on tight. Don't blame me if you fall. Now let's move on to the next step. Lan Xinyu felt like slapping him when she heard him tell her to hold on tight. But before she could react, a powerful energy enveloped her. Lan Xinyu was horrified to discover that Ling Yi, holding her tightly, had actually jumped directly from the rooftop. Feeling her body plummeting, she was terrified. Although she considered herself as virtuous as any man, the thought of being carried and thrown from a building like that, and completely unprepared, made Lan Xinyue's face turn pale, and she began to scream in fear. Her hands unconsciously clasped Ling Yi's waist tightly. The whistling sound of the wind beside her made her dare not open her eyes even for a moment. After a long moment, Lan Xinyu realized to her surprise that she didn't seem to have fallen to the ground. But the wind continued to blow beside her, proclaiming that she was still alive. Chapter 314. Lan Xinyu mustered up her courage and slowly opened her eyes. What she saw filled her with astonishment and excitement. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, as if she had seen a whole new world. At that moment, she completely forgot that Ling Yi was still holding her in a very ambiguous position. Wow! This is amazing! Lan Xinyu said excitedly. I never imagined I'd be able to fly one day. Just like the flying creatures in fairy tales. Lan Xinyu felt her body gently lifted up, like a free-flying bird. She watched the scenery below quickly flash by, feeling as if she were in a dream. This feels amazing. Lan Xinyu clasped her hands, her face filled with joy. At this moment, she was no longer a cold-blooded staff officer, nor an icy beauty. She was like a little girl filled with curiosity about the unknown world. A happy smile filled her face, and she slowly opened her arms, feeling the breath of freedom. As Ling Yi controlled the aircraft, they flew swiftly into the distance. The wind caressed their faces, bringing a hint of coolness and freshness. The bloody blade carried Ling Yi and Lan Xinyu through the clouds, overlooking the entire city at night. The night view from up high is truly breathtaking. Lan Xinyu explained in amazement. Even from a plane, I never seen such a beautiful view. Yes. The night view is beautiful, but the people are even more beautiful. Ling Yi, clinging to Lan Xinyue's body, sighed with emotion. I feel like I'm in heaven. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Lan Xinyue's face froze. She finally realized what was happening. She was standing face to face with Ling Yi, his arms around her waist. She raised her head with difficulty, looking at Ling Yi's face. He was fascinated, his head bobbing. Lan Xinyu felt her body press so tightly against Ling Yi's, even her chest was squeezed and deformed. This ambiguous and strange feeling made her heart tremble. The warm touch on her lower abdomen, in particular, made her face turn a deep red. Lan Xinyu bit her lip lightly, then suddenly opened her mouth and bit Ling Yi's shoulder hard. Ah! You're a dog, why are you biting me? Ling Yi was secretly pleased, lost in his own beautiful fantasy. The unexpected bite caused the energy in his body to become chaotic. The blood-slaying longsword trembled continuously, and began to fall diagonally downward. Lan Xinyu bit Ling Yi's shoulder tightly, feeling the strange jolt. The distance between her eyes and the ground was getting closer and closer, and she couldn't help but panic. Wow! I'm falling. Ling Yi gritted his teeth in pain, but he didn't resist at all. He was afraid that even a slight use of force would break Lan Xinyu's beautiful teeth. Get up! With Ling Yi's hoarse voice, the bloody evil blade soared into the sky with a whoosh. Lan Xinyu let out a breath and muttered. Fortunately, I almost fell to pieces. Ling Yi gasped and said angrily. You knew you would fall to pieces, but why didn't you think about it when you bit me? Lan Xinyu turned her head away, looking at the night sky in displeasure, and said coldly. Don't you know what you've done? All men are bad, unable to control their lower bodies. Ling Yi glanced down at his lower abdomen, which was pressed against Lan Xinyu's, and his mouth twitched. If I can't feel anything while hugging a beautiful woman, then I'm not a man. After saying this, Ling Yi deliberately twisted his waist a few times. Lan Xinyu felt something strange in her lower abdomen, and the tingling sensation nearly overwhelmed her. She glared at Ling Yi and roared. If you dare to move again, I'd break it. Ling Yi's eyelids twitched wildly, and he stared at Lan Xinyu in amazement. He had never expected her to say such a savage thing. Still moving? Lan Xinyu's eyes were nearly blazing. Did he think his words were just wind? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi started to act dishonestly again. Hey, Andy, can't you see my shoulder is bleeding? I just used one hand to check the wound. Do you like me holding this slender waist with both hands? Ling Yi grimaced, helplessly wrapping his arms around Lan Xinyu's waist again. You? Lan Xinyu wanted to retort, but then she saw that Ling Yi's shoulder was still bleeding. Even her clothes were soaked through, and she swallowed the words that were about to come out. After a while, Lan Xinyu asked softly, Does it still hurt? Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he replied dejectedly, It's bleeding profusely. Do you think it hurts? Lan Xinyu said a little embarrassedly. Why don't you stop the bleeding first? Ling Yi sighed helplessly, and prepared to withdraw his hand to check the wound again. His movement inevitably caused his body to sway. That strange feeling once again overwhelmed Lan Xinyu, causing her to cry out. Stop! Don't move! Snap! Ah! Before Ling Yi's hand left Lan Xinyu's waist, he was stopped again. This infuriated him, and he slapped her on the butt, startling her and causing her to scream. Are you done yet? One moment you let me do it, the next you won't. Are you a nuisance? If you keep doing this, I'm going to bleed dry. Lan Xinyu hadn't expected Ling Yi to suddenly slap her on the butt, and her face flushed instantly. She ignored Ling Yi's complaints. How could a small wound bleed dry? She only realized it was her fault now, and could only whisper. You? Don't move. Let me check your wound. She quickly released her arms from around Ling Yi and attempted to examine his wound. But this action only made her blush even redder, and she cursed herself for looking for trouble. To be able to touch Ling Yi's wound, she could only lean closer to his shoulder. Naturally, their bodies pressed closer and closer. Lan Xinyu felt a warmth gradually envelop her. Her heartbeat quickened, her breathing becoming more rapid. She didn't know why she felt this way. Training with the male soldiers was inevitable, and some physical contact was inevitable. However, physical contact with Ling Yi seemed to make her even more sensitive. She could feel his warmth, his breath gently rippling against her ear. This intimate contact brought a deep blush to Lan Xinyu's face. She tried to control her emotions, but the restlessness within her was uncontrollable. She didn't know how to handle this situation, and she also worried about whether her actions were appropriate. Ling Yi. Lan Xinyu whispered his name. I can't reach the wound. Ling Yi's voice was low and gentle. You can climb a little higher. I hold you up. Don't be afraid. Just come closer. Chapter 315. Lan Xinyu didn't sense the ambiguity in Ling Yi's words. She simply felt as if her body was being drawn by an invisible force. She involuntarily wrapped her arms around Ling Yi's neck, straining to pull herself upward. A wicked smile played at the corners of Ling Yi's mouth, and his hands rested on Lan Xinyu's round hips. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lan Xinyu felt the touch of her hips, and the warmth of Ling Yi's palms. Her mind went blank for a moment, and then she shook her head violently. The sudden clarity of thought left her furious. Ling Yi, you're going too far. Hearing Lan Xinyue's cry, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. This girl's quick to react. Ling Yi didn't reply, but withdrew his hands. Ah! Lan Xinyue screamed as Ling Yi withdrew his hands. Her body lost its support, and her center of gravity suddenly dropped. If she hadn't been clinging tightly to Ling Yi's neck, she would have plummeted to the ground. Asshole, you asshole, are you trying to kill me? Lan Xinyue, suspended in midair, screamed hysterically. Ling Yi turned his head to look at a spot on the ground, muttering to himself. Finally found it. He grabbed Lan Xinyue's waist, ignoring her resistance. Swoosh! The bloody longsword suddenly flew down at an extremely high speed, and Lan Xinyue shut up in shock, not daring to speak again. The two of them plunged towards the ground like thunder and lightning. Lan Xinyue's eyes were blinded by the wind, and she unconsciously clung to Ling Yi's neck. In a split second, Ling Yi landed steadily, his blood-curdling blade hovering beside him. Ling Yi looked down at Lan Xinyue, whose eyes were closed and a look of fear on her face. A smile played at the corner of his mouth. He gently patted her hip and said teasingly, Officer Lan, we landed. How long are you going to hold me? I felt a hand kneading her hips, intentionally or unintentionally. Lan Xinyue opened her eyes and hurriedly broke free from Ling Yi's restraints, roaring angrily. Ling Yi, you bastard, you're taking advantage of me again. Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, a terrifying roar erupted from all around. Roar, roar, roar. Ugh. Ugh. The entire space was filled with the howling of zombies, making Lan Xinyue's scalp tingle. She looked around. She and Ling Yi were standing on a small hillside. Countless twisted and deformed zombies swarmed from all directions. Their faces were hideous, their flesh mangled, and they emitted blood-curdling roars. These disgusting creatures, like demons from hell, had suddenly descended upon the human world. Lan Xinyue's heart was filled with fear and despair at the sight of this scene. She had once believed she could bravely face the end of the world. But now, she found herself trapped in an inescapable nightmare. The twisted and deformed zombies, their mangled bodies, and their horrifying roars filled Lan Xinyue with immense nausea and fear. There were simply too many of them, a black mass swarming towards them. Among them were countless pairs of red eyes, especially conspicuous in the darkness. Mutated zombies, there are so many. Fear spread through Lan Xinyue's heart, like an invisible hand gripping her tightly. She felt helpless and fragile, as if the whole world was crumbling. But despite her inner fear, Lan Xinyue didn't give up. She knew it was too late to retreat now, and she had to face it bravely. But as the zombies drew closer, Lan Xinyue instinctively slid closer to Ling Yi. It seemed that being by his side gave her a sense of security. Ling Yi looked at Lan Xinyue's fearful yet determined eyes, and nodded secretly. Although the scene frightened her immensely, she hadn't completely lost her resolve to fight. Facing countless zombies, achieving this was truly a feat. Are you scared? Do you want to break through to the 6th level? Ling Yi asked, gently grasping Lan Xinyue's hand, which had been clenched into a fist due to nervousness. Surprisingly, such an intimate gesture didn't cause Lan Xinyue to lose her temper. She replied in a confused and halting voice. I'm not afraid. Then she suddenly looked up at Ling Yi and demanded, What did you just say? What does breaking through to level 6 mean? Ling Yi smiled faintly and addressed the zombie horde. This group of zombies is led by a level 7 mutant zombie. There are also level 4 and level 5 mutant zombies among them. Just go down and fight them to the death. I promise to help you break through to level 6 tonight. Lan Xinyue's mouth dropped open at these words, her heart filled with doubt and fear. Ling Yi's words shocked and incredulous her. Breaking through to level 6 was surprisingly easy to say. You have to know that in all the major war zones, the generally recognized highest realm is only level 6. As for whether there are any hidden masters, it's unknown. For current enhancers and awakeners, this is an extremely advanced realm. It represents immense strength and unparalleled combat prowess. However, Ling Yi actually said that if he just fought these zombies, he could break through to level 6 tonight. This made Lan Xinyue feel like he was joking. The mutated zombies in the horde below the hillside were powerful and numerous. The leader was a level 7 mutant zombie, terrifying even to think about. Her only thought now was that going down there would mean certain death. Ling Yi, I don't seem to have offended you from the beginning. Why do you think you want me to die? Lan Xinyue looked at Ling Yi with confusion. Before Ling Yi could say anything, the approaching horde grew even more frantic. The roars grew even more terrifying. What's going on? Are the zombies getting aggressive? Lan Xinyue gasped as she watched the zombies climbing the slope below her. Nothing strange. They're just a bunch of zombies who've been hungry for a long time. They just got excited when they smelled blood. Ling Yi smiled faintly, nonchalantly. Blood? Lan Xinyue's eyes fixed on Ling Yi's shoulder as she heard this, and quickly shouted. Then you better stop the bleeding quickly, or the zombies will become even more aggressive and harder to deal with. Ling Yi grinned at Lan Xinyue's panicked expression. This is evidence. I show it to Sia when I get home. Let her know how cruel you are, a woman. You dared to leave a mark on me. Lan Xinyue's mouth dropped open, not knowing how to respond. At this hour, he still had the mood to tease her. The zombies were almost at his feet, but Ling Yi remained unfazed. Lan Xinyue was starting to get mad, cursing inwardly. This insane bastard, he brought me here to get me killed, didn't he? Chapter 316. Ling Yi looked up at the sky, sensing it was almost time. So he asked again. Have you thought it through? Do you want to break through to the 6th level? This is the last time I'm asking you. No more waiting. Ling Yi winked at Lan Xinyue, as if to say, I'm in a hurry, so hurry up. Lan Xinyue glanced at Ling Yi, who looked relaxed and content. She glanced again at the zombies struggling to climb upwards, like a pyramid. Her scalp tingled as the mutated zombies roared incessantly, commanding the ordinary zombies forward. Facing such a powerful enemy, Lan Xinyue was filled with conflict and struggle. On the one hand, she yearned for the power to break through to the 6th level. On the other, she worried about her own shortcomings. The advancing zombie horde was like an invisible wall, trapping the two of them on this small slope. Lan Xinyue's heart was filled with anxiety. She knew that breaking through to the 6th level would require tremendous effort and courage. This breakthrough would increase her power, but it also meant she would face a formidable foe. She had a limited time to make a decision, and this decision would change her future. Lan Xinyue wasn't particularly opposed to Ling Yi, nor did she feel he would harm her. But this sudden benefit still made her wary. Ling Yi, I really want to break through to the 6th level. But I can't understand why you're helping me. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Lan Xinyue asked, mustering up the courage. Ling Yi was speechless, truly speechless. He simply thought this girl was nice, that was all. But why did the other person look at him, as if he had been plotting this all along, with ill intentions? Slapping his forehead, Ling Yi put on a lecherous expression and said, a beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. I help you break through to the 6th level, and you kiss me. Isn't that a good deal? Lan Xinyue felt her eyes twitching, and cursed inwardly. I knew this bastard's motives were impure. Such requests are only his style. If Ling Yi knew her thoughts, he would definitely cry out in injustice. His motives were truly pure, pure indeed. Shameless. Still so lustful at this critical moment. I feel so sorry for Sia. How could she fall for a scumbag like you? Ling Yi's mouth twitched. This was outrageous. Good intentions go unrewarded, but he didn't argue. The zombies were almost on their way. If he continued playing, he would have to do it himself. Drink this potion, Ling Yi said, pulling out a bottle of berserk potion. The system drops a lot of it. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he wouldn't need it. What kind of potion is this? Lan Xinyue eyed the potion in her hand with confusion. Drink it, it'd make you feel ethereal. Ling Yi grinned, then took out a gleaming bayonet and handed it over. You got a bayonet strapped to your ankle, so you must be used to close combat. I custom-made one for you, and I'm sure you'd be completely satisfied. Lan Xinyue looked from the potion to the bayonet, feeling incredibly depressed. Ling Yi never lied without thinking, just casually pulling out a bayonet. Calling it custom-made, he was thicker-skinned than a city wall. Hey! Hurry up and drink your potion. The zombies are about to climb up. Ling Yi urged Lan Xinyue, seeing her dazed. Lan Xinyue quickly glanced around. The situation was truly dire. She couldn't bother studying the potion in her hand. She could only close her eyes and swallow it directly. The moment the violent potion entered her body, Lan Xinyue noticed her wind energy rapidly increasing. No matter how hard she tried to suppress it, she couldn't stop it from overflowing. The overflowing energy made her face flush, and she was ecstatic. This feeling was truly wonderful. Ah! A zombie finally climbed up and lunged at Lan Xinyue. Swish! Lan Xinyue instinctively swung the bayonet in her hand. The bayonet slashed across the zombie's neck like a flash of lightning. A huge crescent-shaped wind blade burst out, instantly splitting the zombies that continued to climb in half. Hiss! Ling Yi, what's going on? Lan Xinyue, stunned by her own performance, quickly turned around and asked. Alas, there was nothing behind her. Ling Yi was sitting cross-legged on top of the blood-slaying long sword, hovering in midair, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Lan Xinyu was completely stunned by this scene. She had always assumed that Ling Yi's energy was exhausted, causing them to fall into the swarm of corpses. She had no idea that all this was intentional on Ling Yi's part. The problem was that it was intentional, which would have been fine. After all, you're so powerful, you could have helped. But Ling Yi had simply hidden away, watching her fight alone, which made Lan Xinyu burst into a rage. Ling Yi, you despicable bastard. If you don't die today, I make you pay. Ling Yi rubbed his ears with his fingers and spoke calmly. With me here, you won't die. Just fight, even if you're beaten half to death, as long as you're still breathing, I support you. Ah! I can save you. Lan Xinyue's eyes were almost blazing with anger. Ling Yi had been making sarcastic remarks until now. But now wasn't the time to be angry with him. The raging energy within her body constantly stimulated her fighting instincts. Lan Xinyue's eyes gradually grew firm, as if burning with rage. She brutally dismembered the zombies that continued to climb the hillside. Asshole. Shameless. Lewd. Scoundrel. Listening to Lan Xinyue's curses as she fought, Ling Yi felt extremely depressed and complained to himself. I'm provoking you, if it weren't for the fact that your loyalty has passed the 80 mark. I don't have the time to play zombies with you here. No, I can't swallow this. This girl must be properly disciplined, otherwise, I won't be able to tell who's in charge and who's in charge. As the battle dragged on, Lan Xinyu gradually adapted to the benefits of the Berserk Potion. She discovered that she no longer needed to conserve her energy during battle. She could now unleash her skills without restraint. This tireless, overflowing energy made her feel like an invincible female general. She wielded her weapon, each strike carrying devastating force. Her figure gleamed in the darkness, a cold light. With each strike, the zombie corpses piled up around her, leaving the hillside covered in dark blood. A powerful aura emanated from Lan Xinyu, and her eyes revealed a resolute and determined look. She no longer feared the threat of the zombies, but instead viewed them as her opponents for training. At first, she had been horrified by the dense swarms of zombies, but now she slaughtered them with impunity. Lan Xinyu felt an indescribable feeling within her, as if all this was too unreal. Chapter 317. As the battle continued, Lan Xinyu gradually realized the price of the Berserk Potion. While this power made her immensely powerful in battle, it could also easily cause her to lose her sanity and control. She felt herself becoming cold and ruthless, attacking the zombies around her mercilessly. This state of mind left Lan Xinyu feeling conflicted and confused. She understood deeply that she needed to find a balance, and not be blinded by the Berserk Potion's power. Only by maintaining her sanity and control could she truly defeat the enemy, and ensure a steady increase in her strength. Ling Yi waved his left hand, and a dark, bright light flashed not far behind Lan Xinyu. A large-headed, level 5 zombie, about to launch a sneak attack on Lan Xinyu, collapsed in despair after the black light. This girl has a strong combat awareness. She discovered the side effects of the Berserk Potion so quickly. Not to mention, fighting in a life-or-death situation. It simply increases strength faster than normal combat. In just a short while, she's already nearing the peak of level 5. Once the potion's effects are completely depleted, she definitely surpassed level 6. Ling Yi muttered to himself, but he was actually keeping a close eye on the battlefield. Although Lan Xinyu, at level 5, wasn't afraid of zombie viruses below her level, there were also several level 6 and one level 7 mutant zombies involved. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be fun. And then, there was that level 5 mutant zombie that just attacked. If it succeeded, Lan Xinyu would be crippled, if not dead. Though Enhancers and Awakeners were immune to zombie viruses below their own level, but the most important point is that they are still flesh and blood. Even though their bodies and supernatural powers can resist some damage, they can't protect them from a single fatal blow. Suffice it to say, a 9th level warrior, without any protection. A 1st level rookie, if they can get a hold of their neck, can kill them with a single blow. Of course, this is just an analogy. If a 9th level warrior were so easy to kill, they wouldn't be 9th level. This is because their inherent perception is constantly operating. No matter how small a movement within a certain range, it's captured. Lan Xinyu increasingly felt that something was amiss with her. From her initial immense power, she now felt a sluggishness, as if her energy would be exhausted at any moment. While fighting, she shouted at Ling Yi, how long are you going to keep watching? I can't hold on any longer. Of course, Ling Yi noticed something was amiss. It wasn't that the Berserk Potion had worn off, but rather that Lan Xinyu's body was beginning to strain. It seems the berserk potion takes a heavy toll on the body. Back then, I was completely defeated, and the battle wasn't this intense. Oh my! I was just that close to a breakthrough. Am I going to break my promise? Ling Yi glanced at Lan Xinhua, who continued to fight, and gritted his teeth. Fortune and honor are achieved through risk. I bet you can do it. Thinking of this, Ling Yi wielded his bloody blade, speeding towards Lan Xinhua. As he passed her, he grabbed her waist and soared into the air. The two of them hovered in the air, the zombies below throwing their heads back and roaring wildly. Lan Xinhua clung to Ling Yi tightly, breathing heavily. You bastard, you're trying to mess with me, aren't you? Lan Xinhua gritted her teeth. Ling Yi's expression was now extremely serious. He looked at Lan Xinhua solemnly, and spoke slowly. You're currently stuck at the peak of level 5. If you can't break through this barrier today, it will be very difficult to break through in the future. Lan Xinhua was stunned by this, and asked hurriedly. Then what should I do? Ling Yi frowned. He already had a plan in mind, but he hesitated to speak. After all, the risk was quite high, and it seemed like he was taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Just tell me. Lan Xinhua was no longer concerned, her body pressed tightly against Ling Yi's. She shook herself vigorously, and asked anxiously. Ling Yi sighed and began to explain. I have a way to awaken your second superpower. But the process will be painful and involve certain risks. Lan Xinhua's pupil shrank upon hearing this, and she asked in disbelief. Like Xia, possessing 2 superpowers? After receiving Ling Yi's nod, Lan Xinhua lost her composure completely. She shook Ling Yi's body vigorously, completely oblivious to the intimate touch. Then what's there to think about? Help me now. Ling Yi swallowed and casually pulled out a bottle of intermediate-level strengthening potion. Drink it, then kiss me. Lan Xinhua clutched the intermediate-level strengthening potion, looking at Ling Yi with confusion. What do you mean? You're still trying to take advantage of me in this situation? Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he sighed. To activate your second superpower, I must have close physical contact with you. I tried many methods, but this one is relatively normal. It's a little more troublesome, but at least there's a chance of success. Lan Xinhua asked curiously, noticing that Ling Yi didn't seem to be lying. What's the abnormal method? If the success rate is high, I can choose an abnormal method. Hearing this, Ling Yi felt incredibly frustrated. How could he answer? Unable to withstand Lan Xinhua's pressing questions, he had no choice but to throw in the towel and speak directly. The method with the highest success rate and the easiest way is for me to enter you. Lan Xinhua was momentarily unresponsive, her head lowered in thought. Entering my body? What kind of weird method is this? How would he enter? Suddenly, Lan Xinhua's face changed drastically, like a monkey's, but she finally understood what Ling Yi meant by entering. Isn't this just some embarrassing thing between men and women? You shameless bastard, you're not going down the path of limit. Lan Xinhua cursed, her face instantly turning pale. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She had never imagined she would find herself in such a situation. She had never imagined Ling Yi would make such a despicable request. You shameless bastard. Do you think I agree? Her voice trembled, filled with obvious anger and disdain. However, amidst her anger, a strange struggle raged within her. She knew she had no dislike for Ling Yi, and she could sense that he didn't seem to be deceiving her. But now, faced with this request, how should she decide? What should I do? Lan Xinhua's voice gradually faded, and her eyes revealed a hint of confusion and helplessness. The inner struggle left her exhausted. It was as if an invisible hand was constantly tugging at her heart. Chapter 318. She didn't know whether she should succumb to the temptation of such power. Or should she stick to her principles and bottom line? You? She finally gritted her teeth and made a decision, handing the intermediate-level strengthening potion to Ling Yi. I will not agree to your request. Although some conflicting and uneasy emotions still lingered within her, at least at this critical moment, Lan Xinhua chose to uphold her beliefs and principles. Ling Yi remained silent. What could he say or explain? These were all facts, and he wasn't taking advantage of someone's misfortune. To be frank, he had good intentions, and wanted to maximize Lan Xinhua's strength. Although bound by system loyalty, after crossing what she considered her bottom line, Lan Xinhua still held on to her original intention. I respect your choice. Please accept the potion. It should be more than enough to help you break through to the 6th level. I had intended to take this opportunity to guide you through your second awakening, perhaps even to the 7th level. But everyone has their own aspirations. Since you made your choice, I won't force you. Ling Yi gently pushed the potion back, not showing the slightest sign of anger. Lan Xinyu felt a turmoil in her heart. She didn't think Ling Yi was lying. Deep down, she completely approved of him. But the thought of Mu Xia's existence sent a sudden shudder through her. So, she decisively suppressed her desire, and gave up the opportunity to significantly increase her strength. "I'm sorry." Lan Xinyu apologized nervously. Ling Yi smiled faintly, patting her shoulder. "What nonsense! You didn't do anything wrong. Although you gave up the opportunity to improve your strength, you stayed true to your original intention. And this doesn't mean your strength will stagnate in the future. Don't worry, if there are other opportunities to improve your strength, I will definitely help you." After saying this, Ling Yi looked up at the sky and muttered softly, "Dawn is almost here, time to catch the last big fish." Lan Xinyu looked at Ling Yi in confusion, unable to guess the underlying meaning of his words. Just like this action, Ling Yi hadn't mentioned it before, as if it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Just drink the potion obediently, then sit on the hillside and break through. Ling Yi instructed Lan Xinyu. "Then what are you going to do?" Lan Xinyu asked nervously. Ling Yi simply smiled slightly, and gently pointed a finger at the hillside below. Boom! Under Lan Xinyu's astonished gaze, the hillside gradually rose at a visible speed. The zombies that were climbing fell from a height of dozens of meters, crushing the dark mass of corpses on the ground. Seeing they had reached the desired height, Ling Yi gently waved his hand. The zombies already on the hillside were blown to and fro by the strong wind, then tumbled down, like fallen gourds. Ling Yi gently placed the bewildered Lan Xinyu on the hillside. Then, with a leap, he leaped directly down the slope, startling Lan Xinyu and rushing forward to investigate. Her worries were completely unfounded. Before Ling Yi even touched the ground, his attacks had already swept towards the horde of corpses. Ling Yi's body tumbled in the air, and dozens of flying swords danced around him, each one flashing with a sharp light. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a cold, murderous intensity, as if he had transformed into a terrifying demonic god. As his movements quickened, so did the attacks of his flying swords. Each flying sword, with immense force and speed, slayed all the surrounding zombies. These flying swords, like lightning, could precisely target the zombies' vital points and instantly deliver their lives. As the battle continued, Ling Yi's form became invisible to the naked eye. Countless afterimages darted through the zombie swarm. He harnessed his various supernatural powers to unleash devastating area of effect attacks on the zombie horde. Lan Xinyu had forgotten Ling Yi's request for a strengthening potion. She stared at the battle unfolding on the hillside in amazement. What she saw completely overturned her understanding of the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, humans were always driven to flee for their lives by zombies. But what was happening now, Lan Xinyu could guarantee. Even if she didn't exaggerate, no one would believe it. Looking down from above, the scene on the battlefield was truly spectacular. Ling Yi's body emanated powerful, multicolored energy waves, and each attack carried devastating force. The surrounding air seemed to be ripped apart by his power, emitting sharp sounds and whistling winds. Various supernatural powers seemingly flew randomly across the battlefield. But careful observation revealed that they were under Ling Yi's control. One link led to another, and the interdependent and mutually reinforcing properties were clearly understood by him. Lan Xinyu felt that there was only one word to describe the scene she was witnessing. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. The battlefield roared with thunder and explosions. Following each resounding blast, zombies flew through the air, their limbs and remains scattered everywhere. Puffs of dark, bloody mist, illuminated by the various supernatural powers, appeared particularly eerie and bloody. As time passed, the scene on the battlefield grew increasingly chaotic. Flames erupted, smoke billowed, and thick smoke billowed. However, amidst this chaos, Ling Yi's figure became increasingly visible. Wielding a blood-slaying long sword, he pounced on every zombie that approached him like a ferocious beast. At this moment, Lan Xinyu's mind was struck by a thought that even she found absurd. Ling Yi wasn't surrounded by the zombies, he was single-handedly wiping out the entire horde. Be it ordinary zombies or the mutated ones, under Ling Yi's attack, they fell like wheat, swarming in droves. A level 3 mutant beast, one move. Level 5. One move. Level 6. Another move. Crazy, crazy. Is there anything he can't cut in two with a single blow? Lan Xinyu's eyes nearly popped out of her head in shock. She expected Ling Yi to be powerful, but she never imagined he could be so strong as to ignore the existence of a level 7. Maybe he can really help me break through to level 7, and he's not just trying to take advantage. This thought suddenly occurred to Lan Xinyu. A man with such formidable strength, if he wants to, there's nothing he can't do. If he tries to use force on me, I might not even stand a chance. Alas. See, yeah, I really envy you for having such a powerful man to rely on. Lan Xinyue's emotions fluctuated, a mixture of regret and envy. As a woman, it wasn't that she didn't want a good man. But how could she, a lifelong fighter, just throw herself out so easily? Chapter 319. Lan Xinyue no longer cared to observe the battlefield. She simply stood quietly on the hillside. A ray of dawn light shone on her face, and the cool morning breeze ruffled her hair. She closed her eyes, taking in the tranquility brought by the faint light and breeze. What are you daydreaming about? Time to move on to the next plan. Ling Yi's voice suddenly rang out, startling Lan Xinyue from her chaotic thoughts. Is the battle over? Lan Xinyue gazed bewilderedly down the hillside, seeing only a dense mass of corpses. They lay layer upon layer on the ground, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. In the distance, there were still a few scattered zombies, led by a 6th-level mutant, fleeing in panic. What surprised Lan Xinyue most was an extremely ugly zombie. It was tightly bound by chains condensed by Ling Yi's supernatural power. It was dragged behind him like a dead dog. Is this the 7th-level mutant zombie? Lan Xinyue asked with surprise. Ling Yi simply nodded, then probed Lan Xinyue's energy and asked with a frown. Why didn't you drink the strengthening potion? Afraid I poisoned you? Lan Xinyue lowered her head, gripping the vial tightly in her hand, and replied nervously. I was just deeply moved by the sight of your battle, so I didn't have time to drink. Ling Yi could only shake his head helplessly. I'm impressed. Then, when we get back, find a chance to take it yourself. Now, do I carry you flying, or do you take the initiative and hug me? Hearing Ling Yi's question, Lan Xinyue felt her heartbeat quicken again. She stole a glance at Ling Yi and stammered. Can I stand behind you? Ling Yi didn't reply, but lightly jumped onto the bloody evil blade. He extended a hand to Lan Xinyue, who smiled faintly. She quickly grabbed Ling Yi's hand and jumped behind him. Hold steady. Ling Yi warned, instantly urging the bloody evil blade to soar diagonally into the sky. Caught off guard, Lan Xinyue was nearly thrown out. Frightened, she quickly hugged Ling Yi's waist. The two of them pressed tightly together, causing Lan Xinyue to shyly lower her head. A slight blush crept across her cheeks, and she bit her lip, unsure what to say. At that moment, she realized a problem. Whether she stood in front or behind, physical contact with Ling Yi was unavoidable. Just like now, her impressive figure was completely deformed by the pressure. Feeling Ling Yi's warmth, Lan Xinyue, for some unknown reason, pressed her face against his back. A surprising thought suddenly occurred to her. Holding Ling Yi like this feels really good. Ling Yi, however, didn't say anything when he felt something strange behind him, only a slight smile on his face. If someone had looked up at the sky at that moment, they would have cried out in shock. Holy crap! What the hell? At this moment, Ling Yi was dragging a mutated zombie with one hand, with a woman standing behind him, hugging him. Facing the dawn light, he soared through the air on his blood-red long sword. Ling Yi and Lan Xinyue, supported by the blood-red long sword, traced a magnificent arc through the air. Their figures grew farther and farther away, blurring until they vanished into the horizon. Inside the city base, the survivors were still feverishly searching for traces of the mutant zombies. Ling Yi, along with Lan Xinyue, had already arrived at a secluded part of the city, dragging the mutant zombie with them. After sensing the surroundings and finding no signs of life, Ling Yi smiled and nodded, saying, That's it. Chief of Staff Lan, please inform them that we located the location of the 7th-level mutant zombie. Then, have everyone publicize the zombie's annihilation. I won't be involved in the subsequent cleanup. Remember to meet me at CS after you're done. We proceed with the next step. Lan Xinyue, who Ling Yi had placed on the rooftop of a building, looked at him with a confused and shy expression. Just call me by my name. It's rather strange to keep calling me Chief of Staff. Ling Yi looked at Lan Xinyue, who had just lowered her head, in surprise, and smiled faintly. Okay. I call you Xinyue later. Lan Xinyue felt a small surge of excitement, smiled faintly, and replied softly. Yes, sure. Ling Yi, holding the mutant zombie, stood at the edge of the roof, then retracted his supernatural chains. The mutant zombie's body plummeted from the sky to the ground. With nowhere to support itself, it began to frantically bare its fangs and claws, roaring in a shrill and terrifying voice. Your screams are truly unpleasant. I send you to reincarnation right now. Ling Yi scratched his ears, his bloodshot pupils widening as he gazed at the falling mutant zombie. Two red rays of light shot out from his eye sockets like lasers. They pierced the 7th-level mutant zombie's head, sending a cloud of blood spray through the air. This wasn't over yet. Ling Yi unleashed various supernatural powers, continuously bombarding the corpse. A cloud of dust rose from the scene, and the radiance of various supernatural powers illuminated the dawn sky. The roar of explosions echoed one after another, clearly audible to those in the distance, who all looked up. Lan Xinyu watched Ling Yi's actions the entire time, a look of confusion on her face. He had clearly already killed the mutant zombie, so why was he still attacking frantically, or perhaps even torturing the corpse? Ling Yi glanced at the scene below, feeling satisfied, and nodded. He clapped his hands, and turned to Lan Xinyu. Then I'd be leaving. You clean up the mess. Just as Ling Yi was about to leave with his sword, he tossed Lan Xinyu a crystal core and said, if the old man asks about the situation, answer truthfully. There's no need to hide anything. Lan Xinyu, unsure of what was wrong with her, rolled her eyes at Ling Yi and blurted out. Including the time you seduced and teased me? Ling Yi nearly lost his balance upon hearing this and fell. The corners of his mouth twitched in an awkward smile. Then he activated his blood evil blade and instantly vanished from Lan Xinyue's sight. Puff! Watching Ling Yi flee, Lan Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. Then she sighed softly and said with a hint of resentment, You bastard, you already have Sia by your side, why are you still messing with me? After saying that, she pulled out her intercom and shouted. Attention, all search teams, zombies have been spotted in Area E. It's a level 7 mutant. I repeat, a level 7 mutant. After flying a distance, Ling Yi scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself. Why has this girl changed her ways? She's playing this trick on me. Women's hearts are truly unpredictable. Ling Yi shook his head and looked down at the ground. The commotion he had made earlier had already alarmed a large number of survivors. Chapter 320. These people were speeding towards Lan Xinyu. The uniformed soldiers leading the charge were dazed, holding their walkie-talkies. After a while, one of them shouted loudly, reporting the information behind them. Everyone, please pay attention. A level 7 mutant zombie has been spotted in Area E. We can't handle this. Immediately notify the higher-ups and mobilize experts to encircle and eliminate it. The crowd, upon hearing the news, naturally slowed down, their expressions suddenly changing. What a joke. A level 7 mutant zombie. They couldn't handle it. Even if all the experts in the base were mobilized, they wouldn't necessarily be able to eliminate this zombie. Many lives might be lost. The crowd erupted in chaos. Some screamed in terror, others fled. After all, this was just a makeshift, patchwork rescue team for survivors, and their discipline couldn't match that of a regular army. Hearing of an enemy far beyond their capabilities, they instantly panicked. They didn't know where this 7th level mutant zombie came from. They also didn't know why it was there. But one thing was certain, this 7th level mutant zombie was the culprit they were looking for. Of course, some people weren't blinded by fear. They began to calmly consider their next move. This zombie's realm alone is enough to make us retreat, one person said. But we must bravely unite to fight it. Otherwise, our hard-earned home will be destroyed. That's right. Another person echoed. We can't let it continue to wreak havoc. No matter the cost, it must be eradicated. Humanity is always like this in times of crisis. Some retreat out of fear, but others become incredibly brave. They no longer fear death. They are willing to fight to the bitter end to protect themselves and those around them. It's not that these people are truly fearless. They know they will sacrifice themselves and be injured, but they resolutely face the challenge. Because they all understand one thing, only unity can defeat a powerful enemy. Just as the survivor search and rescue team split into two factions, arguing over their plans, a voice came over the intercom again from Lan Xinyu. All units, don't panic. The 7th level mutant zombies have been eliminated. The danger is over. Lan Xinyu's voice, like a heavenly sound, descended upon the world. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They felt incredibly grateful that the disaster was over. At the same time, they were filled with admiration and gratitude for the individuals who had managed to eliminate the 7th level mutant zombies. Cheers erupted from the crowd, everyone applauding Lan Xinyu and all those involved in the rescue operation. They were all honored and fortunate to have such a powerful and responsible guardian. The survivors began to celebrate the good news, hugging each other and expressing their gratitude. Some broke into song, celebrating this victory. Humans are a deeply emotional species. They forgot the fear and despair they had just felt, leaving only hope and confidence in the future. Someone in the crowd began to praise. Thanks to Commander Mu and the soldiers for their protection, we have a safe base to live in. Thank you, soldiers, for your hard work. I'm so grateful to be part of a base like this, otherwise, I'd be long gone. Of course, some people also held their own beliefs. God, thank you for your protection, amen. Bodhisattva, who saves the suffering, thank you for your protection. Everyone clasped their hands together and gazed up at the sky. And just as they looked up, they saw an incredible scene. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Isn't this the Bodhisattva's blessing, but an immortal descending to earth? Oh my God, flying with a flying weapon? Is this an immortal cultivator? The crowd heard the shouts and looked up at the sky. Ling Yi's somewhat emaciated figure came into view, and then he slowly landed on his flying sword. The survivors who witnessed this scene began to discuss. He came from the explosion just now. Could he have killed the 7th level mutant zombie? See? He landed at headquarters. Could he be Commander Mu's newly recruited expert? So powerful. So cool. Even immortal cultivators have appeared. With such a powerful being, we won't have to fear zombies anymore. When the crowd arrived at the site of the previous battle, they were once again stunned by the scene before them. The area where the 7th level mutant zombie had been found looked as if it had been blasted by countless artillery shells. It was full of potholes, and some areas were still ablaze with flames. The zombie's body was completely unrecognizable, having been blasted to pieces. When Lan Xinyua's figure appeared before everyone erupted in excitement. Officer Lan, was this mutant zombie killed by that immortal just now? Officer Lan, is this really a level 7 mutant zombie? It's all just a pile of rotten flesh, unrecognizable. Is that an exaggeration? Most people on the scene were skeptical of everything they saw. Although the scene looked like it had been the scene of a fierce battle, just a pile of shredded flesh, a pile of rubble, and a young man flying with a sword. How could they be sure that this was a terrifying level 7 mutant zombie? How could they guarantee that the base was completely safe and free of other zombies? Lan Xinyua didn't explain much, simply spreading her palm. She displayed a purple crystal core, half the size of a fist, before everyone. Everyone instantly fell silent, staring blankly at the unusually vibrant purple crystal core. Someone began to mutter. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold. Purple. Purple, oh my God, it's a true 7th level crystal core. That boss just now was so awesome. He easily killed a 7th level mutant zombie. Bosses are different. They didn't even care about a 7th level crystal core and actually handed it over to Chief of Staff Lan. If I had this 7th level crystal core, I could easily upgrade it by purifying and absorbing it. You're just bragging. You want to purify a 7th level crystal core? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? A purple crystal core dispelled everyone's doubts. Crystal cores from level 1 to 9 are each denoted by a corresponding color. So this is enough to prove that the pile of rotten meat on the ground is a 7th level mutant zombie. People are starting to understand crystal cores because they discovered that if a light-type psychic uses their powers to slowly remove the virus and impurities within the crystal core and purify it, then it can be absorbed by other awakened psychics, thereby increasing their own strength. Therefore, the crystal core has now become a way to quickly improve strength.